Chapter 1. Adrift in Desperation. The lifeboat swayed with the waves, the briny sea breeze gusting into our fragile vessel, providing a modicum of relief. Opposite me lay the company's vice president, Shunya, alongside her stepdaughter, Chen Xiao, both of whom were tormented by desperation and thirst, clinging to the remnants of their lives that I am parched and starving. Stepmother, I feel as though I might perish here, trapped with this loathsome security guard. Just look at him, so sleazy and always eyeing you with ill intent. Chen Xiao exclaimed, casting a disdainful glare in my direction. Last night, in the haste to abandon ship, Chen Xiao had donned only a Winnie the Pooh pajama set, barefoot, her delicate feet running across the deck. I had grasped her arm, pulling her along with Shunya as we plunged into the frigid waters. Shunya was similarly attired, clad in a pink silk camisole that clung to her curvaceous pear-shaped figure, reminiscent of Western models. Her porcelain skin enhanced her regal appearance. Truth be told, having a woman like Shunya as a wife would undoubtedly elevate one's status, making one the envy of many in any circumstance. However, whispers circulated within the company that her husband was lacking in certain aspects. I was unsure of the veracity of such claims, but found it tragic that such beauty was wasted. I pondered why she had chosen to marry an older man. Was it for his wealth? Especially considering he had a daughter, Chen Xiao, who was merely 18. These thoughts swirled in my mind, yet I dared not inquire further. Stealing another glance at her, I noted that her typically poised and refined visage now bore the marks of fatigue and thirst, her hair cascading loosely around her face, giving her an air of weariness. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, her innate nobility cast a shadow over my humble origins, rendering me incapable of meeting her gaze, particularly as she was my superior. Xiao, your rudeness is unbecoming. Mr. Wang is our savior without him. We would likely have met the same fate as those aboard the cruise ship, sinking into the abyss. We must cultivate gratitude and eschew prejudice. Shinya admonished, her brows furrowed in disapproval. But he is ogling you. His thoughts are surely unwholesome. Chen Xiao retorted, pouting. I chose to ignore her, the more words spoken, the quicker my hydration would dissipate. My priority was survival. Besides, is it not natural for a man to admire a woman? At 32, Shunya was strikingly beautiful, my superior nonetheless. Typically, I could only sneak a glance at her through the window of her Porsche while she was confined to her security booth, never experiencing such proximity, especially in such a revealing nightgown. Had it not been for the cruise mishap, I would likely never have encountered a woman of her caliber. A creature so exquisite would surely captivate any man. Avoiding Shunya's gaze, I closed my eyes, seeking solace amidst the turmoil. The lifeboat is circular, with an approximate diameter of 2.5 meters. It is equipped with a canopy, however. As dusk descends and the sky remains heavily clouded, the sunlight is dim. Consequently, I have retracted the canopy. The monotony and physical discomfort compel me to reminisce about my years as a border guard. After graduating from high school, I served 5 years in Yunnan as a border soldier. Upon my discharge, I received a substantial pension, which I invested in a beef hot pot restaurant, only to suffer financial losses that left me destitute. Otherwise, I would not have descended to the role of security guard. During my time in the military, I perused numerous survival manuals and acquired considerable survival skills, aware that a survival kit should be present aboard the lifeboat. Yet, after an exhaustive search in the morning, I found no survival supplies, leaving me uncertain whether they were misplaced or simply never provided by the captain. The sole bottle of mineral water has been shared among the three of us, and now it contains nothing but my own urine. I cast a furtive glance at the two women. Their initial panic has morphed into a state of numbness, evolving from staunch atheism to fervent believers in God. Now, they clasp their hands in prayer before their chests, beseeching divine intervention. Both women are moderately dehydrated, exhibiting symptoms such as dizziness, weakness in their limbs, and cracked lips. My condition is somewhat better, having worked the night shift prior to this trip. I have spent the day napping in the lifeboat, thus conserving my energy. This maritime disaster has indeed been unfortunate. The cruise ship, which set sail from the mainland, inexplicably erupted in a massive explosion, leaving a gaping hole in its hull and causing it to rupture. Most passengers perished in their sleep, their bodies sinking into the depths, becoming cogs in the ocean's ecological machinery. Were it not for my reversed biological clock, which kept me awake through the night, I would not have had the fortune to escape the swiftly sinking vessel alongside these two women. Since 3 o'clock in the morning, we have been adrift, and now more than 15 hours have passed. The two women finally succumbed to exhaustion, falling into a deep slumber within the lifeboat, while I awaken in this moment. An intense hunger pang gnaws at my stomach. I lean over the edge of the lifeboat, hoping to chance upon a foolish fish that might float by, or perhaps a weary bird that might land for a brief respite. Clearly, there is nothing to be found. I tighten my belt, securing myself like a zongzi. I casually grasp the bottle containing my urine, unscrewing the cap. A pungent stench assaults my senses, a result of bacteria decomposing urea and the ensuing oxidation. I nearly retch at the smell. During field training in the military, I had consumed urine, but that was only fresh. Though slightly salty and bitter, it was generally tolerable. However, this half bottle of urine, if ingested, would likely provoke vomiting, potentially causing gastric acid to burn my throat and lead to infection and even greater complication. Frustrated, I dispose of the foul-smelling liquid and rinse the bottle with seawater, contemplating the prospect of collecting rainwater to sustain myself when the skies open. However, reality diverges from fiction. Rain does not necessarily fall simply because it is forecasted. The western horizon remains aglow with fiery clouds, and the adage holds true. Morning hues dissuade one from venturing forth, while evening glows promise journeys of 1,000 miles. This suggests that rain is unlikely in the coming days. Yet, such predictions are not absolute, for we inhabit a tropical maritime zone where localized showers are commonplace. The true concern lies in whether the rain falls upon our own heads. That I reclined, striving to conserve my energy. Moments later, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the shimmering stars tore through the night, scattering fragments of the Milky Way across the deep blue satin of the sea. The sea breeze brushed against my parched cheeks as I gazed vacantly at the night sky. I discerned the Southern Cross, yet I remained uncertain of the direction in which I drifted. This was a far cry from the scenarios depicted in textbooks. Without any reference points at sea, we, lying in the lifeboat, felt as though we were merely swaying in place, akin to an infant in a cradle, rocking back and forth until our minds became foggy, and we felt naught else. I could only surmise that our cruise ship was situated in the Banda Sea, east of Indonesia, where the currents typically flow westward during the season. The Banda Islands represent a political blind spot, shrouded in far more darkness than public information suggests. Numerous illegal armed fishing vessels ply these waters, and drug traffickers cultivate narcotics on the islands. In any case, should we encounter a fishing boat, we must fervently hope it is not one of the illicit kind. Otherwise, as a man, I might either meet my demise or be sold to a seafaring medical ship for the extraction of my healthy organs. As for women, the plight is even graver. Beautiful Chinese women are highly sought after in Southeast Asia. Moreover, the explosion of the cruise ship itself raises considerable suspicion. It is highly probable that this was an act of terrorism. Should the terrorists discover us survivors, the outcome is all too predictable. I endeavored to maintain my clarity of thought, recalling all the knowledge I possessed regarding survival at sea, hoping it might serve me well in this dire moment. Yet, the reality starkly contrasts with the narratives of novels or survival manuals. For instance, encountering seabirds at sea indicates proximity to land, which is indeed true. However, seabirds could traverse hundreds of kilometers during the day and return at dusk, only to vanish in an instant. The direction I had just established could easily be lost, given the absence of reference points. Furthermore, the sea breeze, influenced by thermal dynamics, shifts from land to sea in the evening, a phenomenon easily felt onshore but elusive at sea, where whirlwinds and gusts abound. These unpredictable winds can distort one's perception. Recording observations is essential for analysis, yet I possessed nothing with which to document. The lifeboat contained merely 2 paddles, but what purpose do they serve? Even if 2 robust men were to row with all their might, fatigue would set in within minutes. The more I pondered, the deeper my despair grew. Chapter 2. The Crisis of Dehydration. In the middle of the night, I awoke once more, sensing the humidity in the air, likely a result of fog forming. The lifeboat's canopy, crafted from raincoat material, had a rough surface that collected moisture from the air, I hastily stretched the canopy to increase its surface area for air contact. The framework of the awning is semicircular, crafted from a composite material that exhibits remarkable durability. When fully extended, the awning forms a broad arch that shelters the occupants of the lifeboat beneath it. Perhaps this was an intentional design by the creators of the lifeboat once unfurled. The awning can collect rain and mist, allowing them to cascade down the fabric into the lifeboat rather than falling into the sea. However, the mist is too fine to accumulate in significant droplets. As the mist diminishes, the wind swiftly dries the moisture from the canopy's surface. After several minutes, I impulsively leaned out from beneath the awning, using my tongue to lap at the tiny mist droplets that had gathered on the surface. My parched tongue was finally quenched by the elusive moisture, igniting my will to survive. "Ah, you weirdo. What are you doing?" came the voice of Chun Xiao Xiao from within the lifeboat. It was unintentional as I leaned out. My hands were compelled to grasp the base of the awning's framework, and with nowhere for my feet to land on the deck, I inadvertently kicked her at the top of her thigh. Immediately, her fist came crashing down upon my leg. She even delivered a blow to my groin. "Ouch!" I exclaimed, retreating into the lifeboat, curling up like a shrimp, cradling my injured parts. "Serves you right for being a pervert." I couldn't see Chun Xiao Xiao's lovely face, but I was certain it was flushed with embarrassment, her voice trembling with indignation. However, I could hardly blame her. My kick had been rather forceful, and considering I was wearing hiking shoes, had she been a man, that kick would have left him reeling. I truly did not mean to. I was merely licking the mist outside. I gasped, trying to explain myself. "What are you two up to?" Shinya, awakened by the commotion, inquired. "Mom, Wang Tai is such a rogue. He just kicked me." Chun Xiao Xiao stammered, mortified. "All right, it's pitch dark. Who can see anything? He didn't mean any harm. So don't waste your energy and emotions on trivial matters," Shinya replied wearily. "Mom, you always defend him." It doesn't matter, I got my revenge." Chun Xiao Xiao huffed. Shinya sighed, seemingly at a loss for words. "Datamar. Wang, are you all right? My daughter can be quite willful. I hope you won't hold it against her," Shinya said politely, displaying remarkable poise even in such trying circumstances. Fine. You can just call me Wang Tai, or even Xiao Tai if you prefer. After all, I'm only 25, hardly a seasoned veteran," Wang Tai responded. Giggle. "Very well, Wang Tai. How long have you been with our company?" Shinya inquired. "Only a month," Wang Tai replied. "And no wonder I've only seen you a few times. You were assigned to the night shift when you first arrived, right?" Shinya's voice, once melodious, now sounded somewhat hoarse due to thirst. "Indeed, Miss Shun, perhaps we should speak less. It will help preserve the moisture in our mouths. With the fog outside, we can lick the little droplets from the awning's surface. By morning, they will have evaporated," Wang Tai suggested. "All right then," Shinya responded softly, pulling back a portion of the canopy, and both she and Chun Xiao Xiao felt the dampness of the material. They too were parched, scarcely able to care about the cleanliness of the canopy, but I could hardly fathom the image of Shunya extending her tongue to lick the surface. It must have been quite alluring. After exerting ourselves for several minutes, we retreated back into the shelter to rest. That a little while later, as the mist outside coalesced into enough droplets, we ventured out once more to quench our thirst. Yet by the time the sun rose, we had merely managed to moisten our throats. Truly quenching our thirst was an unattainable feat. The sun ascended from the horizon, gradually warming the air. The expressions on the two women's faces were filled with despair as they furrowed their brows, scanning the surrounding sea in hopes of spotting land. Alas, such fortune did not come to pass. "Wang Tai, you must have been a soldier before, right? I recall that the company's requirements for security personnel stipulate that they must be veterans," Shinya inquired. "Yes, I was once a border guard," I replied. "Then you must have learned a wealth of survival knowledge during your service, correct?" "Indeed, but my training in survival was primarily focused on jungle conditions in Yunnan. We did cover some maritime survival techniques, but they were rather limited," I said with a wry smile. "That I understand, but surely you must have learned methods for obtaining fresh water. In our situation, what alternatives do we have?" Shinya's voice was hoarse yet distinct. "If there were any, I would have already employed them. Look at our supplies, they are woefully inadequate." I shook my head in response. That I once watched some survival shows. Isn't there a method of absorbing fresh water through the rectum? Shinya's question caught me off guard, not because I was unfamiliar with the concept, but because it was impractical. The intestines would absorb salt as well. and the seawater is rife with impurities and pathogens, such as Vibrio, which could lead to severe infections if introduced into the gut. I explained this to Shunya, who appeared equally disheartened. Are you saying those survival shows are misleading? Chun Xiao Xiao exclaimed with frustration. Indeed, it's merely for entertainment value, I replied with a bitter smile. Then doesn't that mean we're doomed? Oh, I'm still so young. I don't want to perish like this. Chun Xiao Xiao cradled her head in despair, tears no longer flowing. Stop crying, conserve your strength, I said weakly. Shunya embraced Chun Xiao Xiao, offering her silent comfort, both of them yearning to weep yet unable to produce tears. I pinched the skin on my arm, assessing how quickly it returned to normal. In the case of severe dehydration, the skin would take a considerably long time to regain its elasticity, at which point the Botus organs would begin to fail. The two women's conditions were far more critical than my own. I urged them to lie down and rest while I sought a way to catch a fish. Consuming something would stave off hunger. Hunger would cause sweating, exacerbating our loss of bodily fluids. Although digesting food also consumes water, it was a more beneficial expenditure than sweating. However, the situation proved to be more challenging than I had anticipated. Not a single fish was visible upon the surface of the sea. After approximately 2 hours, despair began to envelop me. It seemed I might truly perish in this desolate place. The two women lay motionless, resembling lifeless fish. Suddenly, the cries of seabirds pierced the sky, jolting me into an alert state as I eagerly craned my neck to observe the heavens. Indeed, a flock of seabirds was approaching from a certain direction. It appeared to be from the west, though I could not ascertain the precise bearing. Nonetheless, this detail was trivial, for these birds did not fly directly from the island. They meandered in search of sustenance. All that mattered was that I could see them. Given that it was early morning, the flock would not venture too far, likely within a radius of 10 nautical miles, suggesting the probable existence of an island. My task now was to discern how to accurately pinpoint the location of the island within this vast expanse. Chapter 3. The Blossoming Splendor. I possess several practical methods for locating islands. For instance, discerning the color of the sea and the debris it carries. The waters near pristine islands tend to be murkier, often littered with various objects such as decaying leaves, algae, and coconut fronds. Should I encounter such debris, I know to paddle in the opposite direction of the current drift. To avoid missing the island, it is imperative that I minimize the drifting speed of a lifeboat, anchoring it firmly within this maritime expanse. At this juncture, employing a sea anchor becomes essential. I promptly untied the ropes on either side of the lifeboat, fastening one end to the boat while the other would secure the sea anchor. Crafting a sea anchor is not particularly challenging. It merely requires a piece of cloth and a few lengths of fine rope. I removed my shirt, donning only a vest. The shirt was subsequently fashioned into a conical sail, tied in sections with the fine rope I had extracted from the lifeboat's lines, and then cast into the water. Before long, the sea anchor began to function effectively, markedly slowing the lifeboat's drift, a fact evident from the stability of the vessel, requiring no external reference. I felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Though it was a modest achievement, it bore the weight of hope for the survival of the three of us. The two women observed my industriousness with curiosity, their thirst rendering them silent. They merely watched me with quiet anticipation. Once my task was complete, I clambered out of the lifeboat, steadied myself, and slowly ascended onto the canopy's peak. As I had previously mentioned, the frame was remarkably resilient. It could easily support not just one person, but even 2 or 3 without issue. Seeing me perched so high, the two women could no longer contain themselves. Chun Xiao Xiao leaned out, her curiosity getting the better of her. "What are you doing, you security guard?" she inquired. "If you must call me a security guard, could you refrain from prefixing it with dead? It's rather ominous. If I were to perish, how could you survive?" I had no intention of engaging with her, yet her audacity was irksome. I found it perplexing how a woman of such refinement as Shunya could willingly take on the role of this impudent girl's stepmother. Yet, Shunya was indeed capable. This headstrong girl displayed remarkable obedience in her presence, for I had never witnessed Chun Xiao Xiao argue back against Shunya. In blended families, it is often challenging for a stepmother to integrate into a household with a child of such considerable age. Chun Xiao Xiao, upon hearing my words, tempered her demeanor slightly. Pouting as she asked, "So what are you doing?" "I can tell you, but you must promise to call me brother from now on. I replied with a sardonic smile, fully aware that her spirited nature would resist such a request. Thus, I saw no need to elaborate. However, Chun Xiaoxiao unexpectedly acquiesced, albeit awkwardly, calling out to me, Wang Yi, is that satisfactory? Not quite, just one word. I teased, surprised and delighted by her concession, feeling as though I had managed to tame this little sprite. Don't push your luck, Wang. If it weren't for my stepmother asking me to inquire, I wouldn't even bother with you. Chun Xiaoxiao retorted, her thirst forgotten in her vexation. Very well, then I shall enlighten you. I shall no longer keep you in suspense, lest I provoke this little sprite. You are now in high school. You must be familiar with the formula for the distance to the horizon at sea, correct? I inquired, causing Chun Xiaoxiao's fair face to flush once more at my question. Speak your mind, I do not know. She retorted, have you not been diligent in your studies? I teased. The formula is D3, 57, where H represents the height of my eyes above the water's surface, approximately 1 meters. Pray, calculate the value of D. You cannot stump me on this. Let me think, Chun Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes darting as if she had some knowledge of mental arithmetic, though perhaps not particularly adept. As it took her a full 10 seconds to respond. Approximately 6.29. What is this for? 6.29 nautical miles. At my current elevation, that is the distance I can see, provided the weather remains favorable, I explained. And so what? There are no islands nearby. Who says there aren't? I chuckled, adding, do you see the seabirds in the sky? I cannot identify them. Perhaps they are shearwaters. It has likely been 1 to 2 hours past dawn, and their presence suggests that an island is not more than 10 nautical miles away. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoxiao's weary eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity. So you can only see 6.29 nautical miles? That is still quite far, she exclaimed, a note of concern in her voice. Thus, the island must lie beyond 10 nautical miles. Must we not be a bit more fortunate? You should hurry and pray. I smiled. Chun Xiaoxiao returned to report to Shunya. Naturally, Shunya had heard my earlier remarks, and when I returned to the lifeboat to rest, her gaze towards me had shifted perceptibly. Perhaps in her eyes, a security guard was presumed to lack education. After all, who educated would choose such a profession? Yet, I am a veteran, and while my academic qualifications are modest, without this role, I would merely be tightening screws in a factory. The survival knowledge I have acquired holds little value in ordinary life. Were it not for this extraordinary situation, I might never have the chance to apply it. You too should not remain idle. Peer out and check if there are any floating debris along the shore, as this is of utmost importance, I instructed. The two women complied, for their survival depended on it. No one wishes to perish. Every half hour or so, I would ascend to the canopy to survey the surroundings for islands. I could not linger there too long, for the risk of heat stroke or being tossed overboard by the boat's swaying was ever present. As time passed, the sun soon reached its zenith. We had gone over 24 hours without sustenance, our heads spinning from hunger, a sign of hypoglycemia. I genuinely worried that I might faint while climbing up. The two women, too, had completely exhausted their strength, resembling two wilted flowers, languidly reclining in the lifeboat. Their bodies glistened with perspiration, the silk pajamas clinging closely to their skin. The little sprite had an appealing figure, yet she paled in comparison to Shunya. Shunya was nothing short of temptress, despite appearing utterly exhausted. She remained captivatingly alluring. Initially, she would often clutch her chest, for she was adorned in a delicate silk camisole. However, her strength had waned, and now she lay on her side. If I were to stand at her end, I would undoubtedly be treated to the breathtaking view of her exquisite form. Yet, I felt no regret. From my vantage point, I could admire her long, snow-white legs, and particularly her pear-shaped physique. As she lay on her side, the contour of her peach-like posterior, accentuated by the silk fabric, was simply mesmerizing. This was not a matter of lewdness. Rather, it was the vibrant bloom of beauty before me. To avert my gaze would seem utterly unappreciative of such splendor. Furthermore, indulging in this sight invigorated my adrenaline, providing me with the relentless energy to continue my quest for the island. Chapter 4. The Unidentified Floating Object. Hey you. Why are you still watching? Didn't you say you were searching for an island? Chun Xiaoxiao's spirit had waned, her voice barely a whisper as she scolded. Could you keep it down? It's scorching out. And if you climb onto the canopy, are you trying to make me faint from heat stroke? As I spoke, I began to crawl towards Shunya. Observing this, Chun Xiao Xiao raised her foot, attempting to kick me in the face. What do you think you're doing? She asked, annoyance evident in her tone. At a time like this, what do you think I can do? I retorted, my irritation palpable. Chun Xiao Xiao pouted, but lowered her foot in resignation. Reaching Chun Xiao Xiao and Shunya's side, I pinched a bit of Chun Xiao Xiao's skin, pulling it playfully. Ouch, what are you doing? She asked wearily. I'm checking your dehydration levels, I replied, pinching Shunya beside her, noticing her skin was recovering more slowly than Chun Xiao Xiao's. At that moment, I caught sight of her alluring form as she lay on her side, her fair and ample bosom causing my heart to race. Despite my own deteriorating condition, the sight invigorated me slightly. What's wrong? Are we dehydrated? Do you have any water for us? Chun Xiao Xiao shot back. As a matter of fact, I do feel the urge to relieve myself. Would you like some? I inquired. Chun Xiao Xiao weakly swatted at me in response. How disgusting. Your true nature as a rogue is showing. You can even think of such sordid things. I clarified, I never said I would aim for your mouth. I would collect it in a bottle first. And you expect to. Are you out of your mind? Chun Xiao Xiao retorted, cursing under her breath. But her energy waned, and she turned away, succumbing to drowsiness. I recognized this as the symptom of dehydration-induced lethargy, a protective measure the brain employs to conserve energy. Seeing they were unwilling to drink my urine, I took it upon myself to collect my own into a mineral water bottle. The liquid was yellow and thick, barely 30 milliliters. I had no choice. I took a swig. The taste was nearly unbearable, yet it did soothe my throat. Soon after, I succumbed to slumber. When I awoke, as dusk approached, the sky was more clouded than the previous day. Oh no, I hope I haven't missed the island. I resolved to climb onto the sunshade and test my luck once more. However, just as I emerged from the lifeboat, a wave of dizziness hit me, a result of low blood sugar. I collapsed into the sea, the cool water enveloping me. An overwhelming will to survive surged within me, adrenaline coursing through my veins, awakening me as if I had plunged into icy waters. Startled, I sprang to alertness. I grasped at the lifeboat, but all the ropes had come loose. Lying within the boat, my hand reached out, only to grasp the smooth edge of the lifeboat. The lifeboat, made of rubber and polyester, had significant friction. Yet without any grip, my hand slipped off. I quickly began to paddle my arms, striving to draw nearer to the lifeboat. Had I been a moment too late, it would have drifted away, and my physical strength was insufficient to propel me 30 meters. At that moment, I would have been consigned to the depths of the ocean. Fortunately, I managed to draw near to the lifeboat, grasping the cylindrical edge with both hands. My body floated on the water, gasping for air in great heaves. Damn, I nearly met my demise. A wave of dread surged within me. In such a precarious state, even the slightest mishap could spell my end. The two women within the lifeboat remained oblivious to my plunge into the water. I was uncertain whether they were even alive, considering the prolonged hunger and thirst they had endured, which could have plunged their bodies into a state of extreme low consumption. They might not awaken without some form of stimulus. Clinging to the lifeboat's edge, I prepared to muster the strength to climb aboard when suddenly, a wave jolted the lifeboat upward, causing one of my hands to slip free. Thankfully, my other hand held fast. I narrowly avoided being flung away once more. However, my fierce will to survive ignited a final burst of resilience within me, thwarting the lifeboat's attempt to discard me. As I endeavored to hoist myself onto the lifeboat once again, another wave surged forth, yet this time, I had learned my lesson. I clutched the lifeboat tightly, planning to seize the opportunity during the next trough to swiftly flip myself aboard. It was then that I noticed something floating to my left. Yet, due to the limited visibility in the water and the sunlight reflecting off the surface, I could not discern what it was. It merely appeared as a dark mass. Hastily, I managed to pull myself onto the lifeboat, and, as my drenched body ascended, a cascade of water splashed down into the vessel. I partially unfurled the awning of the lifeboat, and the two women, startled by the sunlight, stirred awake. What are you doing? Chun Xiao Xiao inquired. But I had no time to respond. Instead, I stood beside her, gazing at the mysterious object. It was still a dozen meters away, and its nature remained unclear. I retrieved a paddle secured within the lifeboat and began to stroke the water, attempting to maneuver closer to the floating object. Shinya also sat upright, having caught sight of the indistinct mass. "Wantai, what is that?" "I do not know. We must approach to find out. Regardless of what it is, it should bring us good fortune," I replied, contemplating that the object resembled a bundle of fabric. Whatever it was, as long as it was man-made, it held significance for us. Moreover, if it had only recently fallen into the sea, it could indicate that we were within the shipping lanes of some vessel. What if it had drifted over from the island? That would be even better. I paddled vigorously, and the lifeboat drew within 5 meters. Shinya stood to peer toward the object, the sea breeze caressing her, tightening her silk nightgown against her skin, revealing her enchanting figure before my eyes. "Wangtai, that is a corpse," Shinya gasped, collapsing onto the deck of the lifeboat. I quickly stowed the paddle and moved to the bow for a closer look, and indeed, it was a lifeless body. "How can you tell is male?" "We cannot see clearly," Chun Xiao inquired with curiosity. "This is due to the differing structures of male and female corpses. The female corpse tends to float on its back. As we approached to observe, it appeared that the individual had not been deceased for long, as a longer duration would typically result in bloating and an unpleasant odor, which we had yet to detect. Why are we getting closer? We certainly do not wish to behold a corpse." Chun Xiao expressed her apprehension. "The clothing and other items on the corpse may prove valuable." At this point, Shunya, regaining her composure, inquired, "Could this person have been a passenger on the cruise ship?" "Unlikely," I responded, "for we have been adrift for 2 days, and such a length of time would surely have resulted in an offensive smell." "Then how did this body come to be here?" Shunya asked, astonished. "I am uncertain. Yet we must examine the condition of the corpse to ascertain the facts. Most importantly, we need to determine if there is anything of value upon it." Chapter 5. The Banda Sea. Before long, the body was finally retrieved. The 2 women hastily withdrew, and I also prevented them from looking, fearing the sight of the corpse might induce vomiting and exacerbate the dehydration they were already suffering. I leaned forward, my hands making contact with the lifeless form, and with effort, I turned the body over. It became evident that this was a Southeast Asian individual. The shirt on his chest bore 2 small holes, devoid of any bloodstains. As I removed the man's shirt, I discovered 2 bullet wounds on his pallid body. However, given the absence of blood contamination on his clothing, it could be inferred that he had fallen into the sea immediately after being shot. The region around Banda Island is rife with chaos, armed fishing vessels, islands dominated by drug traffickers, and indigenous tribes harboring intense hostility towards outsiders. Initially, I was uncertain about our location in the Banda Sea, but the condition of this corpse, which had not been dead for more than 20 hours, corroborated my suspicions with a high degree of certainty. I swiftly stripped the body of its clothing. On him, I found only a military dagger, the type with serrated edges, its grip designed to be open like a cap, revealing a compass beneath. The compass was a flattened cylinder less than a centimeter in height. When I emptied it, I discovered a plastic bag containing a white powder within the handle. A whiff confirmed my suspicion. It possessed a faintly acidic chemical scent. During my time as a border soldier in Yunnan, I had encountered such substances before. This was cocaine, potentially mixed with other unidentified components. Despite its various effects, the risk was not worth taking. I promptly discarded the powder into the sea. After securing the dagger, I removed the corpse's shoes, and once I determined that the body held no further value, I used a paddle to push it away from the boat. What purpose would retrieving the clothes of the dead serve? Seeing this, Shunya exhibited signs of fear, and Chun Xiao mirrored her apprehension. "Your concern should not lie with these garments, but rather with our safety," I replied, my expression grave. The 2 women, sensing the gravity of my demeanor, could not fathom the true horrors of a place where humanity's darkness reigned supreme. The most terrifying scenarios they could conceive were merely those of murder and dismemberment, or the grotesque acts of sexual violence. What did such things signify to those involved in the drug trade? Should we fall into the hands of the traffickers who had lived on the island for years, they would likely indulge their morbid curiosities by inflicting torments, such as severing fingers, slicing ears, or flaying skin, to alleviate their prolonged solitude. I elucidated the situation to the two women. I had refrained from doing so earlier to spare them from fear. But given the current circumstances, clarity was essential. If we were captured, at the very least, we would die with understanding. Upon hearing my words, their faces grew increasingly pale. Qin Xiaoxiao buried her head in Shun Ye's embrace, trembling. Is it really that dire? Shinya clung to a sense of wishful thinking. You shall never know the truth. During my time as a border guard, I encountered these drug traffickers firsthand. Our comrades who fell into their hands faced a fate that was worse than death. If you have to shoot, do so swiftly, for otherwise, their suffering will be unimaginable. I prefer not to delve too deeply into that harrowing experience. After all, for an ordinary person, it is a scene straight from the depths of hell. But what are we to do now? We cannot make landfall. If we were discovered by a fishing boat, our demise would be inevitable, Shunya expressed with concern. Stay calm. We have been adrift at sea for 2 days now. The Banda Sea stretches over 550 nautical miles from east to west and 300 miles from north to south. Though vast, the presence of seabirds nearby indicates that land cannot be far. If we can reach an island, there is hope, I reassured her. Yet we cannot land. Chen Xiaoxiao cried in despair. I share your urgency regarding this predicament, yet we must remain patient. In the Banda Sea, aside from the winter winds blowing westward, the currents typically flow east. During other seasons, there are countless uninhabited islands, numbering between 300 to 500. It is only a matter of time before we reach one, and it is unlikely we will encounter those traffickers or armed fishing vessels, I explained. 300 to 500 islands may not seem like many within such an expansive sea, but to two uninformed women, it offered a glimmer of hope, a source of inspiration. At that moment, the sound of pattering raindrops echoed from the canopy, causing us to pause in surprise before swiftly realizing the situation. Is it raining? I exclaimed, promptly retracting the sunshade. Indeed, the skies had opened, and rain began to fall. This downpour would likely last no more than 10 minutes. Yet it was a lifeline for us. Where their essay will, their essay way. We have entered a rain-soaked region, I declared, opening my mouth to catch the precious droplets. Meanwhile, I left the sunshade partially up, allowing the rainwater to trickle into the lifeboat. We reclined on one side of the lifeboat, our upper bodies exposed to the refreshing rain, letting it drench our faces and bodies, quenching our parched lips, tongues, throats, and even our innermost organs. A sense of rebirth washed over us, akin to seeds long buried in dry earth finally taking root and sprouting in the spring. The two women were overjoyed, momentarily forgetting the dangers we had faced, their faces illuminated by smiles of rejuvenation. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware that the rain had soaked their garments, clinging tightly to their skin and revealing their exquisite silhouettes. Truly, it was breathtaking. Had it not been for this maritime disaster, I might never have witnessed Shenya's form. Though she wore a silk nightgown, its wetness rendered it almost inconsequential. In this moment, I was filled with happiness. I envied her husband, who could freely admire and possess her. Though I had once been a border soldier with ironclad resolve, at this moment, I was merely a young man in my mid-20s, still without a girlfriend, a late bloomer, if you will. My curiosity and yearning for women cannot be subdued by mere willpower. Shinya seemed to have noticed my indiscreet gaze, and only then did she realize her near state of undress, shamefully clutching her chest with her hands. I too awkwardly turned my face away. I picked up the bottle of mineral water and positioned it beneath the awning to collect rainwater. The rain, having persisted for 20 minutes, finally subsided, and our lifeboat had amassed a considerable amount of fresh water, with the bottle now filled to the brim. The sea, after the downpour, appeared hazy, shrouded in a thick veil of mist. Our lifeboat navigated through this ethereal fog. About 2 hours later, the sun was poised to dip below the horizon. Yet the dense fog showed no signs of dissipating, reducing our visibility to under 100 meters. At this juncture, the prospect of spotting an island was utterly bleak. Encountering a corpse today, while undoubtedly distressing, had nonetheless provided us with crucial intelligence, and the rain had gifted us with fresh water. If there were islands nearby, the surrounding waters would likely be littered with flotsam, so I meticulously scrutinized every detail before darkness fell. The seabirds in the sky were chirping incessantly, and now armed with a compass, I could ascertain the general location of the islands by observing the returning seabirds. By gauging their speed, I estimated that there must be an island lying less than 20 nautical miles to the west. The ocean currents flowed in that direction as well. Although it would be too late to reach it tonight, if we drifted until dawn, we should be able to glimpse that island by morning. Chapter 6. Midnight warmth as night descended. Our long-standing hunger plagued us, causing restless tossing and turning. We awakened several times, our sleep quality deteriorating into a hazy stupor. The hypoglycemia induced by our hunger left us feeling not only physically unwell, but also dizzy and disoriented. Fortunately, we were in good health prior to this ordeal. Had we already suffered from hypoglycemia or diabetes, we might have succumbed to unconsciousness without hope of revival. The night air was filled with a howling sea breeze, starkly contrasting the sweltering heat of the day. The temperature dropped significantly after sunset, exacerbated by the heavy humidity. The wind whisked away the moisture from our skin, drawing forth our body heat, a sensation well understood by those dwelling in tropical climates. Two women huddled together for warmth, while I, constrained by the proprieties between genders, found myself excluded from their embrace. Thankfully, I had salvaged a shirt from a corpse earlier in the day. I donned it, curling up at the edge of the lifeboat, where the raised rim provided some shelter from the biting wind. "Come sleep beside me, Wang Tai," I suddenly heard Shen Ye's gentle call. Though her voice was soft, it carried through the confines of the lifeboat, insulated from the tumultuous sounds of the wind and waves outside. Momentarily taken aback, my mind flickered to Shen Ye's alluring figure. I conceded that it was nearly impossible to suppress certain impure thoughts in her presence, something any man would struggle to control. To deny such thoughts would be sheer hypocrisy. However, having such thoughts did not equate to being malevolent. Without hesitation, I crawled over. Shinya lay curled, cradling Chen Xiao, so I positioned myself behind her. I dared not turn to embrace her, despite the myriad of illicit thoughts swirling in my mind. A warrior's fundamental decorum, morality, and my own self-respect forbade such actions. My left hand rested against her back, separated only by the silk nightgown that shielded me from her corporeal world. My restless heart was tumultuous in previous times. How could I have imagined lying beside Shinya? Even if I were not a mere security guard or a veteran, but the general manager of a company, such behavior would still be inconceivable. The crux of the matter was that her husband would never permit it. Chen Xiao appeared to be asleep. Were she to discover my proximity to her stepmother, I could only anticipate her sharp tongue would rain down upon me. Shinya gently turned her head, and though the darkness concealed her expression, she softly uttered, "I'm a bit cold. Could you hold me tighter?" Her words quickened my heartbeat. I understood that her request bore no ulterior motive. It was merely a gesture of mutual support among survivors. I acknowledged her with a soft "oh," and, discarding any pretense, I turned to press my chest against her back. My occasionally trembling right hand found its way to her soft waist. "Are you still cold?" I whispered, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, lingering with traces of shampoo, intermingled with the more primal scent of feminine perspiration. "Not cold anymore," Shinya replied softly, offering no further words. I, too, refrained from any excessive movements. I am acutely aware that should I indulge recklessly at this moment, she would be powerless to resist. However, my pride forbids me from such actions. Weariness enveloped me, and gradually I drifted back into slumber. Unbeknownst to me, dawn broke. Shinya gently turned over and nudged me. In the soft morning light, I beheld the shyness in her gaze and the faint blush upon her cheeks. It dawned on me that our bodies were in too close proximity. I apologize. It was unintentional. It was purely physiological. I stammered awkwardly. "I know," Shinya replied, offering no reproach, merely nodding. "I'll go outside to take a look." With that, I hastily bent my body to exit the lifeboat. The fog outside was thick, but as the sun's warmth gradually ascended, the mist dissipated at a visible pace. I strained to gaze ahead, but due to my low blood sugar, I dared not climb atop the lifeboat's canopy. Should I fall into the sea again, fortune may not favor me a second time. However, nothing unfolded as I had anticipated. To the west, The expanse of the ocean revealed no islands in sight, and an overwhelming sense of despair surged within me. About an hour passed in this manner. Each of us replenished our hydration, yet the gnawing pangs of hunger, accompanied by stomach cramps and spasms, relentlessly tormented the three of us. I brandished a dagger, extending it over the edge of the lifeboat, hoping to spear a fish or two. Yet, such fortune eluded us entirely. The vast ocean, with its low visibility, likely stretched over 20 meters deep, rendering the chance of encountering a fish beneath the lifeboat exceedingly slim. My hunger became unbearable. I resorted to slicing a segment from my belt with the dagger, cutting it into thin strips akin to seaweed. You should have some too. My belt is genuine leather, crafted not from conventional sources, but handmade by a villager I met while on duty in Yunnan. It is made from sheepskin, but after all, it is sheepskin. I announced to the two women. Is this really edible? Xinya voiced her skepticism, while Chen Xiaoxiao had never heard of consuming belts. However, the gnawing hunger was truly overwhelming. She reached out, please share some. I am famished. I divided the strips of belt among Chen Xiaoxiao and Xinya. With sufficient fresh water available, both in our bottles and in the indentations along the lifeboat's edge, consuming these unpalatable strips would not be overly challenging. I instructed them not to ingest too much at once, to take one piece at a time, savoring each before proceeding to the next. The belt strips, when chewed, bore little flavor, akin to gnawing on fabric, yet eventually transformed into fibers. Although the belt had been leathered, it still contained a wealth of nutrients and minerals. This particular belt held special significance for me. At that time, our team had assisted the villagers in retrieving over a dozen lost goats, and the border villagers presented us with a banner and belts as tokens of appreciation and recognition for our service as border soldiers. Each member of our small team received one. For those of us in the military, medals of gold and silver pale in comparison to the humble accolades bestowed by the common folk. The beaming smiles illuminated on the honest and unpretentious faces of civilians embody the true essence of our duty. Were it not for the dire circumstances we find ourselves in, I would scarcely dare to partake in sustenance. Consuming the remnants of a severed belt, though it did little to quell my hunger, alleviated the discomfort, at least filling the void within my stomach. As we gnawed on the belt, a sudden roar of an engine pierced the air, a sound resonating across the surface of the sea, startling the three of us. There was no elation in our hearts, for we were acutely aware of the potential peril posed by armed fishing vessels or patrol boats operated by drug traffickers. I promptly peered outside. A small white boat was swiftly approaching us from the northwest, and in the distance, a dark silhouette emerged, an island. I could not discern the occupants of the white vessel, yet a wave of apprehension surged within me, as such small craft are typically associated with patrol duties or the seasonal hunting practices of indigenous people. The natives are not to be underestimated. Upon spotting us, especially the presence of a striking woman, they might choose to seize us, ultimately leading to our demise, casting our bodies into the river. Alternatively, we could be sold to local drug dealers or armed fishermen, held hostage in a bid to extort ransom from our embassy. The latter scenario might be the more favorable outcome, yet the former loomed larger in likelihood. Do not speak out of turn. I will handle this. I urgently instructed Xinya and Chen Xiaoxiao with utmost seriousness. What manner of people are they? Both Xinya and Chen inquired, their anxiety palpable as they too beheld the approaching vessel. Leave it to me. Chapter 7. Armed fishing vessels. In no time, the small speedboat surged ahead of the lifeboat, executing a sharp turn that caused it to collide with the edge of our vessel, sending the three of us tumbling. The demeanor of these newcomers was unmistakably menacing. Prior to their arrival, I had glimpsed through the gaps in the sunshade and counted 2 Southeast Asian men aboard, both adorned with tattoos. One, slender and dressed in a dark striped shirt, sported long hair reminiscent of a rogue. The other, more robust with a buzz cut, donned a camouflage outfit, layered with a green military vest, his tattoos visible on his face and the web of his right hand. I also took note of the AK rifles slung across their backs. There were no extraneous supplies or fishing gear on their boat, making it abundantly clear that these individuals were not local fishermen. This was likely an armed fishing vessel. In essence, they were akin to pirates. engaging in fishing while simultaneously dabbling in human trafficking and hostage-taking. In such lawless territories, they would resort to any means necessary to procure wealth, and women would be sold off to Malaysia or other discreet locales for exploitation. My immediate concern was to avoid being gunned down on the spot. To them, men were of value only for their organs or as free labor, but these too required channels for such dealings. If they lacked those connections, executing me on the spot would be the most convenient course of action. Come out now, or I'll start shooting and turn you into a beehive. The two men outside brandished their firearms, shouting at the lifeboat. The language they spoke was neither Malay nor any dialect from Indonesia, but rather akin to Lisu or Zaiwa, languages from Myanmar. Due to my previous missions along the border requiring communication with locals, I had studied these languages. While not fluent, I could manage basic exchanges. Do not fire. Do not fire. We are Chinese. Our ship has met with disaster at sea, and you have rescued us. We can offer you $1 million as a reward. I shouted urgently from within. My words were crucial. Failing to captivate their attention could lead to my demise the moment they lifted the sunshade. Open the sunshade. A voice called from outside. Although I could not fully comprehend their words, open was a common term, and their refraining from shooting before I spoke indicated that my words had made an impact. Okay, I replied, slowly lifting the sunshade. Shunya and Chun Xiao Xiao, two exceptionally striking women, were suddenly revealed to their gaze, and I could see their pupils dilate in excitement. Had I possessed a weapon, I would have taken action at that moment. However, it was imperative that I did not exhibit even the slightest hint of aggression. To us, they were akin to beasts. A mere misstep or a fleeting glance could provoke fatal consequences. I found myself kneeling within the lifeboat, my hands clasped behind my head, adopting the demeanor of a harmless coward. My visage contorted into an expression of despair, fearful that they might detect any concealed malice within my gaze. The two women, upon witnessing the armed men, were equally stricken with terror, hastily seeking my counsel on what to do. Do not speak. Comply with their demands. Otherwise, our lives are forfeit. I urged swiftly. Shinya and Shin Xiao Xiao trembled in panic. Big brother, as long as we can secure our lives. You may do as you please with these two women. We will certainly reward you financially. We are quite affluent in China, I implored, adopting a demeanor of submission in hopes of easing their wariness, casting myself as a timid and fearful coward. Any misstep could result in a brutal blow from the butt of a gun. Even if it did not kill me, it would strip away my last vestiges of resistance. At the very least, my words seemed to have the desired effect, for they refrained from immediately searching me, which could expose the dagger concealed within my boot. If they perceived any intent to resist, the consequences could be dire. However, their recklessness was tempered. They did not leap onto our lifeboat haphazardly, but instead directed their firearms at Shunya and Shin Xiao Xiao. Stripped them of their garments. The two women collapsed in fear upon the deck, their eyes darting toward me, seeking guidance on how to respond to the men's demands. They wish for you to disrobe. Do not resist, simply comply. Shame holds no weight in the face of death. I urged, I need one of you to lure one of them onto the lifeboat, so there is no need for both to undress. I spoke not in Mandarin, but in the dialect of Shunya and Chun Xiao Xiao as homeland, for I feared that the men might understand even a smattering of Mandarin, and the slightest chance of that would extinguish our hope for survival. Since they communicated in a language from Myanmar, it was conceivable that they understood a modicum of Mandarin. Shunya nodded in understanding. Xiao Xiao, do not cry. I shall undress. She reassured, speaking in their native tongue, displaying her cleverness in recognizing the significance of my choice of language. Chun Xiao Xiao, tears streaming down her face, shook her head in protest. No, let me do it. She insisted, rising to her feet. Shunya, unable to intervene in time, trembled as she shed her nightgown, revealing her youthful, fair skin. Chun Xiao Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, tears cascading down her cheeks, yet she stood frozen, exposed before the two lecherous men, who scrutinized her intently. She must undress as well, they commanded after thoroughly appraising Chun Xiao Xiao, their faces alight with a sinister satisfaction. Following this, they aimed their weapons at Shunya, who deliberately quivered, presenting her form in a manner that seemed enticing, particularly as the silk nightgown clung to her skin. Her movements captivated the attention of the two men, who gazed at her with wide eyes, as if they had not seen a woman in decades. "This woman is exquisite. Quickly disrobe." The two ruffians shouted loudly, brandishing their rifles towards me, instilling a genuine fear that their weapons might discharge inadvertently. Shunya reluctantly lowered the strap from her shoulder, as if on the verge of revealing more, only to pull it back up, feigning reluctance and deliberately teasing the two bandits, causing them to nearly drool in anticipation. One of the brigands finally entertained the thought of leaping over. This woman's beauty was intoxicating. Keeping her clothed only heightened her allure. "You keep an eye on her, I'll go first," declared one of the burly men, slapping the shoulder of the man at the helm. Clearly, they had been utterly beguiled by my cowardice, dismissing my threat entirely. While the most pivotal factor remained Shunya's unparalleled beauty, which ensnared the attention of both men. Although the helmsman displayed a hint of reluctance, he had no choice but to acquiesce, swiftly maneuvering the two boats closer together. The robust man grasped a rope and leapt across. "You secure the rope," he barked, forcefully tossing the line into my face. I quickly adopted a servile demeanor, bending down to retrieve the fallen rope with both hands. By constantly exposing my hands, I aimed to subconsciously relax them and instill a sense of security. Indeed, the man had entirely shifted his gaze away from me, treating me as nothing more than an object to be exchanged for money, incapable of resistance. As I took the rope and secured it to the lifeboat's handle, I kept a vigilant eye on the burly man's firearm. Should he decide to harm Shunya, he would need to set aside his possessions. My opportunity was singular. Failure would spell doom for us all. Despite my prior encounters with criminals, bandits, and drug traffickers, most had involved gunfights, with close-quarter combat being a rarity. Furthermore, due to hunger, my physical strength was a mere fraction of its peak. Thus, my heart raced with anxiety. Reality is not a novel or a film, and I am certainly no hero. A bullet would mean my demise. Therefore, I must seize this moment. Chapter 8, Bloody Memories of Shunya's beauty, completely captivated the attention of the two Southeast Asian men. I knelt on the deck of the lifeboat, motionless, merely stealing glances at them from the corners of my eyes. I had already devised a strategy in my mind. Were I in peak physical condition, the moment he leapt on a boat, I would have acted. However, after 3 days of hunger, I had to consider my physical state, rather than overestimating my combat prowess and jeopardizing everyone's lives. As the man lifted Shunya's skirt, gazing at her long, fair legs, he could no longer restrain himself. My posture on the ground had rendered me completely overlooked as a threat. Had they known that I had single-handedly eradicated an entire camp of foreign mercenaries in the jungles along the Myanmar northern border, they would have understood the peril of their situation. To them, I was like a coiled viper, appearing docile yet a fierce predator at heart. The man, seeking amusement, found his AK rifle cumbersome, so he removed the sling from around his neck. I noted the glint in his eyes. It appeared he intended to toss the weapon back onto the speedboat. If he succeeded, my opportunity to act would vanish entirely. Without the gun, the enemies standing on the speedboat could effortlessly control the situation. On solid ground, I might have had some maneuverability, but on the swaying lifeboat, there was nowhere to escape. No cover, merely a living target. Naturally, I had anticipated this scenario, and thus had prepared my countermeasure. I stealthily shifted from my kneeling position to a crouching stance. As the man removed his weapon, the rifle's weight required him to sway back slightly before tossing it. This was the most secure and instinctive method for him. With one hand gripping Shunya's neck, he could only throw the gun in this manner, as any other movement would be awkward. At this moment, I was positioned to his right. "Hey, catch my gun, don't let it fall into the sea," he exclaimed, as the man on the speedboat released his grip on the weapon, allowing it to dangle from his shoulder. Just then, the man swung the gun back, and in that fleeting instant, I lunged forward. The dagger had already been concealed in my hand. In the blink of an eye, my blade pierced like an icicle into the man's chest. Simultaneously, my left hand seized the gun barrel, while my right swiftly discarded the dagger, grasping the rifle instead. I quickly chambered around and began firing towards the man on the speedboat. Bang, bang, bang. The man, distracted by the catch and with his weapon lowered, was caught off guard by my display, leading to a predictable outcome. In mere moments, the two men lay lifeless. The two women, terrified by the gunfire, huddled in the lifeboat, trembling uncontrollably. "All right, it's over. Quickly put on your clothes. We must make landfall." As I spoke, I drew forth my dagger, and as it emerged, the man's blood gushed forth like a spring. I found myself unable to bury the body, nor could I transport it to the island. Not only did my physical strength falter, but moving it there would risk discovery, thereby revealing to the enemy our presence on the island. Hence, I rifled through the man's belongings, removed his camouflage uniform, and then cast him into the sea. With a sense of urgency, I leapt onto the speedboat, repeating the same actions. In addition to 2 AK rifles, I unearthed a Ruger LCR revolver, a military dagger of the same model as the last, along with 5 chocolate bars, 2 packs of cigarettes, and 2 windproof lighters. At this juncture, Chun Xiaoxiao had dressed, yet due to overwhelming fear, she clung to Shunya, trembling. They could scarcely comprehend how these two men had met their demise in an instant. Nor could they fathom my transformation from a coward into a killer of these mercenaries. Their eyes were filled with shock and terror, a reflection of their shattered worldview. I had long asserted that these urban women, sheltered in their ivory towers, would remain oblivious to the darkness of the world and my true nature. In the eyes of many ordinary individuals, such acts of murder seem relegated to the realms of film and fiction, far removed from reality. Yet, in conflict-ridden border areas, such occurrences are all too common. This, of course, does not imply that I am battle-hardened and devoid of nerves. Rather, tension is an inherent aspect of self-preservation. It can precipitate a surge of adrenaline, enhancing one's crisis response capabilities manifold. Deliberately suppressing this tension would merely scatter the heightened focus required for survival, a foolhardy endeavor. My experiences have only imbued me with courage and resolve in the face of peril, allowing me to remain steady enough to avoid trembling. For such shaking is indicative of excessive anxiety, which would hinder combat effectiveness. After taking a life, I felt neither fear nor moral guilt, for it was an act of self-defense, a fight for justice. Much like when I engaged the enemy during missions along the border. My sole lapse into uncontrolled violence occurred when I disobeyed orders and crossed into enemy territory, eliminating over 80 mercenaries in an attempt to rescue my captured comrades. Alas, I could not save them, as they had perished under brutal torture. As I maneuvered the speedboat, towing the lifeboat, I found myself unable to suppress recollections of past bloodshed. Over a year had passed since my retirement, and that unlawful mission concluded my military career, yet I harbor no regrets. My commanding officer granted me a dignified discharge, but my heart remains tethered to my homeland. During my leave, I learned that my comrades had been captured by 4 mercenaries. I returned to the army without heeding my commanding officer's warnings or orders. Armed with weapons and ammunition, I plunged alone into the rainforest. I located the mercenaries' camp and lay in wait, gathering intelligence. After lying in ambush for an entire day, I awaited the arrival of the rain-soaked night. At that moment, I felt as cautious as a solitary wolf, stealthily creeping into the enemy's camp. Rising like a specter behind the sentry, I pressed my dagger against his throat, swiftly carving a semicircle. The soft tissue of his neck split open. As I felled him, I lifted his chin, exposing the gash in his neck as if it were a loaf of bread torn apart. Scalding blood and icy rainwater surged into his lungs through the ruptured airway, trickling down onto my hands. Subsequently, I dispatched the elevated sentry with my composite crossbow and hurled a few grenades into the wooden shack where the enemies were reveling in drink. Upon entering the captive's cabin, I was nearly driven to madness. My comrades, taken prisoner by the enemy, were gruesomely suspended by iron hooks through their shoulder blades, their severed tendons weeping blood. The wooden floor was stained a deep crimson, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, swarming with flies that buzzed and laid their eggs upon their lacerated flesh, marked with various vile letters seared into their chests. Before them lay a filthy, stainless steel plate, not filled with food, but a gruesome collection of bloodied fingers. All 10 fingers of my comrades had been cruelly severed with pruning shears, laid out like branches. A full plate of fingers, should a doctor wish to reattach them. He would not know how long it would take. I cannot fathom the immense suffering and despair my comrades endured while they still breathed. Consumed by rage, I fought through the jungle against 81 mercenaries, battling throughout the night until I had vanquished them all. Chapter 9, Successful Landing on the Island. Chen Xiaoxiao donned her attire once more, obscuring her alluring figure. The recent events had left them both in a state of lingering shock and trepidation. However, it was precisely due to those occurrences that their gazes towards me had shifted significantly. Quickly consume the chocolate to replenish some energy. We are about to embark on the island, I instructed, tossing 2 chocolate bars onto the deck of the lifeboat. Shunya and her companion were already famished, eagerly retrieving the chocolate and hastily tearing open the wrappers to indulge. With 3 bars remaining, I consumed 2 of them myself, anticipating considerable exertion ahead. I recognized that although the prior confrontation had not entailed excessive movement, it had spurred a surge of adrenaline that depleted my remaining energy, causing my fingers to tremble. This instinctive shivering from hunger could typically be alleviated with a brief rest, yet I had no time for such reprieve. The 2 pieces of chocolate merely served to momentarily satiate my hunger, which still lingered. As we approached the island at a certain distance, I promptly donned a set of camouflage attire stripped from the deceased. Simultaneously, I fashioned a triangular scarf from a shirt to conceal my face. This precaution was taken to guard against the possibility of someone on the island observing us with binoculars. At present, I remained uncertain whether these 2 armed individuals hailed from this very island. The islands in the Banda Sea are predominantly clustered together, implying that if an island were present here, several deserted isles would typically lie within a 30 nautical mile radius. These 2 armed men were not necessarily from the islands ahead, yet caution was prudent. I needed to locate a relatively concealed spot for our landing. Before long, the island, a mere shadow amid the mist, became distinctly visible before us. Though we could not discern its full expanse, it was evident that it was a volcanic island. The northern volcano rose approximately 200 meters, its crater appearing as a flat rim from my vantage point, akin to a mountain with its peak sheared away. In truth, it was a caldera with an estimated diameter of 200 meters. Surrounding the crater was a lush expanse of vegetation, and below the mountain's waist, the trees flourished abundantly. This suggested that the volcano had likely remained dormant for the past 50 years. Indonesia is predominantly characterized by volcanic landscapes, with many of its islands housing active volcanoes. To the south of the island lay ordinary mountainous terrain, equally enveloped in primordial forests. Within these tropical woodlands, nights could be exceedingly cold. Those unfamiliar with tropical habitats often mistakenly presume warmth persists even after sunset. In reality, the conditions in tropical mountains differ greatly from those in tropical cities. One could comfortably sleep beneath a quilt throughout the year in the mountains. The garments we had gathered would suffice for the night, albeit barely. The 2 women gazed at the verdant expanse of the grand island with palpable excitement, tears welling in their eyes. We are finally about to set foot on the island. Soon, we shall return home, Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her expression revealing her eagerness to leave this wretched place behind. Indeed, this island appears sizable. There must be inhabitants here, wouldn't you agree? Certainly, there must be inhabitants. When the time comes, we shall seek out the locals and then the Indonesian authorities, and we can return, Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed with excitement. Clearly, they were envisioning an overly optimistic scenario, truly forgetting the pain after the wound had healed. Had they completely overlooked the recent events? Nevertheless, aboard the speedboat, the roar of the engine was deafening, and I did not wish to expend my energy shouting at them. My gaze remained fixed on the island's condition. I noticed that most of the island's coastline was dominated by extensive stretches of rocky shores and mangrove-lined coasts, making the landing point exceedingly difficult to locate. The rocky beach extended from the shore into the shallow waters for at least 100 meters, with dark stones emerging from the azure sea like small mountains, concealing countless more beneath the surface. Even for a modest speedboat, navigating through the rocky coastline would prove to be quite a challenge, with a high likelihood of running aground. As we drew near, the deep blue waters transformed into a lighter shade of blue, revealing much greater visibility. From the boat, one could even glimpse the pristine coral bed below. However, the 2 women seemed disinterested in admiring this untouched coastal scenery. Their expressions suggested they were lost in thoughts of how to celebrate upon returning home. I resolved to approach the island from the south, as the volcanic coast to the north was a rocky shore, rife with perilous reefs close to the sea, and even if we managed to reach the shore, we would encounter a rugged coastline akin to cliffs. The southern ridges appeared to be more hospitable, by traversing a vast expanse of swamp-like mangroves. I hoped to find a suitable landing spot. As our engine disturbed the tranquility, seabirds along the coast took flight, filling the air with their melodious calls. This picturesque scene compelled the two women to momentarily appreciate the harmonious beauty of the primitive island. Alas, my camera had sunk to the depths of the sea. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly captured this moment for a competition. Look, that is a black-footed albatross. My goodness, they are absolutely stunning. Chun Xiao Xiao exclaimed in awe. Xiao Xiao, are you not afraid now? I still tremble at what just transpired. Shunya, clearly lacking Xiao Xiao's enthusiasm, asked with a wry smile. We're almost home. I'm no longer afraid. Those vile creatures, I refuse to let them intimidate me. Chun Xiao Xiao huffed. Whether her displayed strength was genuine remained uncertain. Yet at the very least, her fearless spirit was commendable. Shinya, however, did not share Xiao Xiao's mindset. She had narrowly escaped a terrible fate at the hands of that man. This would cast a shadow over a woman's life. Especially for one accustomed to human rights and freedom in a peaceful world, such violence, which challenged her worldview, bore a tremendous psychological impact. Soon, I discovered a suitable landing spot on the southern side. It was a small cove, flanked by rocky areas. Yet the cove itself featured no protruding rocks. There was also a small beach, roughly 10 meters wide, likely revealed during low tide. On either side of the bay, approximately 100 meters away, stand two rocky promontories. Should anyone wish to make landfall here, I could easily conceal myself atop these outcrops, armed with my two AK rifles. Set to single-shot mode, they could effectively serve as sniper rifles, allowing me to strike with precision within 100 meters. Ready yourself. We are about to disembark, I shouted, reducing the speed of the speedboat. The vessel towed the lifeboat as it surged toward the bay. Along the way, I remained vigilant for hidden reefs, and indeed, I spotted one or two. Fortunately, I managed to avoid them. Had the boat been any larger, a collision would have been inevitable. The speedboat surged onto the beach, dragging half of the lifeboat ashore. We had finally reached the island. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me. After all, we had survived. I was the first to leap from the boat, my feet sinking into the soft sand. However, due to low blood sugar and the prolonged time adrift at sea, I found myself momentarily unsteady, swaying as I took a few steps. I decided to lie down on the solid earth to rest. Gazing up at the sky, I still felt as though the ground beneath me was shifting. Even with my eyes closed, the sensation mirrored that of drifting at sea, rendering everything surreal. I buried my fingers into the damp sand, feeling its coolness, which reassured me of my reality. How wonderful it is! We shall not perish on a lifeboat. Chun Xiao Xiao exclaimed, leaping from the lifeboat only to collapse onto the beach after taking a couple of steps. I feel so dizzy, I echoed. Shinya followed suit, experiencing a similar fate as Chun Xiao Xiao. It feels as if we are still adrift at sea. Chun Xiao Xiao lay on the ground, her chest rising and falling as she spoke. Shanya muted head actions, gasping for breath as if this would alleviate her dizziness and help her regain the sensation of standing on solid ground. Let us lie here for a while to allow our bodies to adjust, I suggested, closing my eyes to attune myself to the earth and savor the briny sea breeze. Gradually, I began to reclaim the feeling of returning to Mother Earth. I understood that more formidable survival challenges awaited us. The two armed men had been eliminated, and their comrades would undoubtedly come searching for us. Thus, I must recover swiftly and conceal the lifeboat and speedboat within the palm grove. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Once we stabilize, we shall devise a plan to leave this place and return to our homeland. Chapter 10. Seeking shelter from the rain after resting for a brief moment, I rose from the beach, brushed the fine sand from my hands, and made my way towards the lifeboat. The two women had not yet fully recovered. Presumably, their dizziness was a result of low blood sugar from hunger, leaving them lying on the sand with their eyes closed, though some of the pallor had faded from their faces. I untied the rope and secured it to the tow hook at the front of the small boat. Then, akin to ancient porters, I began to drag it towards the coconut grove. Shinya observed my actions with curiosity and sat up. Wang Tai, why aren't we leaving the boat on the shore? Aren't you afraid that those two men's accomplices will come looking for us? Next time, we may not be so fortunate. I could only explain so much to a woman lacking a sense of impending danger. Shinya immediately appeared anxious. Although she had only been exposed to those men, she could certainly imagine the grim fate that awaited if they fell into the hands of their associates once more. Shinya climbed to her feet, unsteadily approaching me to assist in dragging the boat. I did not refuse her help. Although the boat was not particularly heavy, my strength had not yet returned, and an extra pair of hands would be beneficial. Chen Xiao, witnessing the scene, also mustered the energy to rise and lend her assistance. Clearly, she was equally averse to encountering those nefarious individuals again. Brother Wang, when will we be able to return home? Chen Xiao inquired, her voice filled with anticipation as she dragged the rope alongside me. Let us first see if we can find any communication devices on this island. If we do, we should be able to return home in no time, I replied. In truth, I did not wish to dampen their spirits. Even if there were inhabitants on this island, they would likely be isolated natives, devoid of any electrical facilities, let alone a signal tower. Having lived long in the mainland, they assumed that every household had electricity, unaware that many places in the world remain entirely without it, especially on such islands. Not to mention electrical infrastructure. Even basic education is non-existent among the natives on these remote islands, and the vast majority are illiterate. Even if we were to encounter those natives and speak of governments or embassies, they would not comprehend. They would only scheme on how to capture the two women and confine them to bear children for them. Upon hearing my words, Chen Xiao was suddenly invigorated, pulling the boat with renewed vigor. There are many stones and branches in the woods. You should put on shoes. I instructed the two women as we reached the edge of the forest, though they were reluctant to don the shoes of the deceased. It seemed a lesser evil compared to the risk of injury. They soon overcame their psychological fears and hurriedly ran to put on the ill-fitting boots. While the shoes did not fit well, they were certainly better than going barefoot. Before long, we had managed to drag the small boat into the woods. Subsequently, we emerged to pull the lifeboat in as well. After completing these tasks, the two women, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the lifeboat, gasping for breath. I, too, felt a wave of dizziness from the exertion. Time was of the essence. We urgently needed to find sustenance. Fishing and capturing animals on the island are undoubtedly impractical for us at present. However, plucking a few coconuts to stave off hunger is quite feasible. I fashioned a climbing loop from a rope with my dagger. This method, commonly employed by Southeast Asians, involves placing one's feet within the loop and pushing outward. As one ascends the coconut tree, the loop forms a semicircular embrace around the soles of the feet, tightening against the tree trunk to enhance friction, thereby allowing a firm grip on the smooth bark. I decided to gather a few coconuts and instructed the others to rest well. With a climbing loop in hand, I ventured out of the thicket and made my way to the shoreline. I noticed that the mist had receded significantly, yet the sky remained overcast, and the sea breeze was fierce, signaling the potential arrival of a storm. I quickly selected a coconut-laden tree and swiftly ascended to its crown. Drawing my dagger from my waist, I felled 7 coconuts. By the time I descended, I was breathless from exhaustion. After 3 days of hunger, I truly lacked the strength to continue. How I longed for a sumptuous feast of roasted fish. Cradling the coconuts, I gazed at the gray sea and shook my head in resignation. Brother Wang, you brought back so many coconuts. Now we can finally fill our bellies. Chen Xiao exclaimed joyfully as she approached. A long-lost smile graced Shun Ya's face as well. Wang Tai, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. Without you, we surely would not have survived. Shinya expressed her heartfelt appreciation. I merely smiled in response. Rescuing them was a matter of convenience, and in truth, saving them was synonymous with saving myself. Had it not been for their presence on the lifeboat, I would have faced a perilous fate when confronted by those two armed assailants. Furthermore, their companionship alleviated the solitude of drifting. Most individuals harbor a deep-seated fear of loneliness, and I am no exception. Don't say that. When I saw Brother Wang kneeling on the deck, looking so cowardly, it truly infuriated me. Honestly, I wanted to strike him down right then. Chen Xiaoxiao remarked with a pout. It was only later that I realized Brother Wang was playing a part, enduring humiliation for the greater good. Shinya couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, I was also quite upset and disappointed. I misjudged you, Wang Tai. Soda. Shinya confessed, her cheeks flushed with shame. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao's gaze towards me was filled with admiration for a hero. If I cannot even deceive you, how could I possibly fool them? I replied with a wry smile. But how did you come to understand those peculiar languages? And have you ever taken a life? Sendya inquired curiously. I simply recounted my previous experience as a border guard, omitting the true reasons for my discharge to avoid instilling fear in them. I took the dagger and demonstrated how to open coconuts safely. Half an hour later, the husks of the 7 coconuts were removed, just as the sky erupted with thunder, roaring loudly as heavy raindrops began to cascade upon the verdant jungle. The 3 of us huddled within the lifeboat. I plunged my dagger into the coconut shell, slicing it open at 1/3 of its circumference. The immature coconut shell was not particularly hard, making the task rather effortless. A complete coconut bowl was thus fashioned. I handed it to Shunya, instructing her to drink the coconut water first, and then scoop out the flesh, as the shell could be used later to hold water. Shunya joyfully accepted it. Chen Xiaoxiao was also eager for her share, yet she was unable to cut it herself. Brother Wang, you are biased. Why do you give everything to my little mother first, and not to me? My little mother is a married woman, while I am still an innocent maiden. You must not develop feelings for her. Chen Xiaoxiao pouted, her brows furrowed in a display of grievance. Xiaoxiao, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you no shame? Senderi tortid, exasperative. Here, take it, but do not speak such foolishness again. Chen Xiaoxiao accepted the coconut with a triumphant expression. Thank you, little mother. Shunya cast a disapproving glance at Chen Xiaoxiao before her gaze inadvertently met mine. Her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. My heart raced uncontrollably. I certainly had an admiration for a woman of Shunya's caliber. Though Chen Xiaoxiao was also quite lovely, she remained a mere girl, 7 years my junior. I found her childish notions and antics rather displeasing, rendering any feelings of affection impossible. Shunya, on the other hand, exuded an alluring femininity. Alas, she was already married, and to Chen Xiaoxiao's father no less. Sigh, I could only indulge in my fantasies, for any hope of tangible action seemed exceedingly unlikely. Chapter 11. Birdwatching. Reflecting on these thoughts, the light rain outside had transformed into a torrential downpour. The rain fell in large droplets upon the canopy above, producing a cacophony of sound, while the sea breeze carried the dampness into the lifeboat, allowing us to distinctly feel the chill that follows a rain. Through the gaps between the lifeboat and the canopy, one could glimpse the wild woods, drenched to an extreme degree by the relentless rain. In contrast to the shelter of our lifeboat, a sense of quiet contentment arose within me. In an effort to keep the lifeboat dry, I set down my knife and coconut, tightening the edges of the canopy. This way, the rainwater sliding off the top would not seep into our refuge. Once I had resolved the issue of the rainwater, I proceeded to cut another coconut. Here you go, I said, handing it to Shunya. As she accepted the coconut, her long, fair fingers inadvertently brushed against mine. Such a touch between a man and a woman can easily ignite tender feelings, for hands are among the most sensitive of human organs. I cast a glance at Shunya, and her beautiful eyes met mine momentarily before she quickly averted her gaze. This only deepened my suspicion that she might be sending me some sort of subtle signals of affection. As the sole male present, endowed with formidable survival skills, it was entirely natural for a woman to exhibit a fondness for me. It was a product of the sense of security I provided. Yet, Shunya was married, and her stepdaughter was nearby. Such signals seemed inappropriate. Or perhaps she was a woman of loose morals. After all, how else could she have married a man approaching 50? At work, she always donned formal attire, exuding the aura of a cool and distant beauty. A corporate queen who could render any man coveting her beauty to feel unworthy to meet her gaze. If she were so uninhibited in private, then her husband's head must surely be a barren field by now. What was wrong with me? She merely brushed my hand, And here I was lost in fanciful thoughts. I resolved to stop overthinking and promptly cut into a third coconut. Finally, I savored the sweet coconut water within. After 3 days without any flavorful sustenance, my taste buds had long ceased to function. The sudden influx of the fragrant coconut water was indescribably invigorating. The two women also indulged heartily, their faces reflecting sheer satisfaction. "Brother Wang, I'm done. Please scoop out the coconut meat for me. I'm so hungry." Chen Xiaoxiao's tone took on a playful lilt. Shinya cast a sidelong glance at the frivolous Chen Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, when did your voice become so coy?" "Little mom, people change." I interjected. "Wasn't it just earlier that you were incessantly berating Wang Tai as a mere security guard?" Shanya chucked it. "Unrelenting the aposinhev." "That was because I didn't know Brother Wang was so capable." "Little mom, you wouldn't want me to remain single, would you? The more I see Brother Wang, the more I like him." "Enough of that. You still need to focus on your studies in college. Matters of boyfriends are not what you should be considering right now." Shinya spoke with utmost seriousness, expressing her awareness of Chen Xiaoxiao's capricious and willful nature. It seemed she feared that, in a moment of reckless abandon, something untoward might occur between us. "Oh," Chen Xiaoxiao responded, suddenly becoming docile. I couldn't help but smile wryly. Although my acquaintance with Chen Xiaoxiao was limited, during my month of working as a security guard at her mother's company, I had observed her venture out several times with young men riding motorcycles. Her attire was exceedingly provocative, often consisting of cropped tank tops, black miniskirts, and high-heeled boots, or alternatively, a collegiate-style white shirt paired with a plaid skirt. Her shapely legs seemed to yearn for exposure. Consequently, my impression of her was far from favorable. She struck me as a frivolous and liberated young woman. After consuming coconut water and flesh, my stomach ceased its grumbling, and a satisfying sense of fullness enveloped me. The three of us reclined in the lifeboat, seeking rest. Due to the days of drifting and hunger, we had scarcely enjoyed proper rest. Once satiated, lying down while listening to the storm's roar, the rain pattering against the canopy and the surrounding foliage, drowsiness washed over me. Perhaps it was the dryness of the lifeboat and the solidity of the earth that instilled a sense of security. In contrast, if faced with such weather at sea, even closing my eyes would be a source of trepidation. In my dreams, I still felt as though I were adrift in the ocean, swaying to and fro. I slept soundly until the rain finally ceased. A chill breeze wafted into the lifeboat, brushing against our faces. I was the first to awaken, gazing at the damp rainforest outside, where seabirds had resumed their activities, chirping merrily. The frogs in the forest also emerged to croak. Judging by the light, it must have been around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I resolved to venture out to see if I could catch a few seabirds for a meal. However, I could not use a gun. The gunfire might attract enemies, and ammunition was limited. Thus, I would resort to crafting a slingshot from the rope. Although a rudimentary weapon, if aimed accurately, its force could rival that of a handgun. While such a statement may seem exaggerated, there were circumstances in which it proved more effective than a firearm. I fashioned a pouch from the rope to hold stones, while the other end was tied into a loop to secure my fingers for easier throwing. Soon, the slingshot was complete. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao also stirred, and upon seeing me exit the lifeboat, she glanced back at the slumbering Shunya before eagerly emerging. "Brother Wang, where are you going?" "I'm off to catch some birds." I held up the slingshot for her to see. "Can that thing really catch birds? Don't we have a gun?" Chen Xiaoxiao inquired, perplexed. "The gun is for dealing with enemies. We cannot use it for birds," I replied, picking up several stones the size of a baby's fist from a beach. After a few practice throws, I sent a stone soaring several meters, striking a rock with a resounding crack, shattering the small stone upon impact. Chen Xiaoxiao stared in astonishment. The power of this thing is indeed sufficient. If only it could be wielded with precision, it would be invincible. I wish to learn as well. In the future, when time permits, you may practice at your leisure. For now, I shall venture to the rocks by the cape to catch a few seabirds. Should I fail to capture any, I shall join you shortly to search among the grassy mounds for bird eggs." I remarked, "Brother Wang, you will certainly bring back birds. I have faith in you. Why are you so enthusiastic towards me?" I shot a glance at the lively Chen Xiaoxiao. "Brother Wang, I must admit that I previously harbored some prejudice against you, but I have since changed my mind. Are you still upset with me? Not at all. I'm merely curious about your transformation. There are two reasons for this change. Firstly, I have come to realize that you are quite the formidable hero. Secondly, you have seen my figure, thus I shall henceforth be your girlfriend. Chun Xiaoxiao shyly concluded her statement. Was there no announcement regarding the reforms? Just because you have seen my body, I must become your boyfriend? Absurd. I have seen your little mother in a camisole as well. Why not arrange for her to marry me? I rolled my eyes in response. Girls like Chun Xiaoxiao, while possessing a modicum of beauty, are often spoiled and headstrong. I find it hard to believe that she could truly change. Her intentions seem to stem merely from my current ability to protect her, an attempt to ingratiate herself. Moreover, I prefer those of a more mature disposition. Chapter 12. Chun Xiaoxiao's subtle schemes. Seeing my displeasure, Chun Xiaoxiao became flustered and hastily caught up to me. Hey Wang, don't push your luck. I've never gone out of my way to please anyone. Unable to contain her frustration, she snapped at me. I chuckled softly. Did I ever ask for your admiration? Her lips pursed in irritation. She questioned, do you really find me so intolerable? I shook my head, clarifying, that's not what I'm contemplating at the moment. There is no need for you to ingratiate yourself with me. As a retired soldier, I have received commendable education from the party and the army, and I would never abandon any survivor. Spare me your little tricks. Upon realizing I had seen through her schemes, her cheeks flushed crimson. I understood perfectly that her sudden shift in demeanor was not due to any infatuation with my charm after a heroic act, but rather a recognition that she needed to rely on me for her survival and comfort. Previously unfriendly, she was concerned about the potential repercussions of my wrath. Wang, what trick have I played? I merely wish to be agreeable to you. If you disapprove, so be it. Chun Xiaoxiao asserted stubbornly as she approached. I halted and turned, only for her to collide into my arms. I instinctively enveloped her petite frame in an embrace. Well, if you desire to please me, then perhaps you should offer yourself. You rogue. Chun Xiaoxiao gasped, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening in shock. She quickly freed herself from my grasp. I was hardly surprised by her reaction. This was precisely why I preferred to avoid unnecessary embarrassment. Though youthful, she was worldly and astute, aware of the intricacies of human nature and the entanglements of interests, far from the naivete of rural girls. Moreover, her attempts to curry favor with me had the advantage of preventing any unspeakable relations between me and Shunya, thus safeguarding her father's reputation. After all, I was merely a lowly security guard at her father's company. Should I accept her overtures, it could establish a romantic relationship where she might dangle the prospect of affection over me, only to discard me upon returning to the city. My recent test had yielded ample insight. This clever girl was quite shrewd. Boring. Your stepmother is far more enchanting, I provocatively remarked. I warn you, Wang, do not lay a finger on my stepmother, or else I will not let you off easily. Chun Xiaoxiao retorted, exasperated as she chased after me. I found it curious. Generally, daughters harbor resentment towards their stepmothers, yet she seemed intent on defending hers, fearing I might bring shame upon her father. May I inquire why you were so protective of her? I probed tentatively. Chun Xiaoxiao merely huffed in response. That's none of your concern. Just know if you dare to touch my stepmother, I will cut off that part of you. She threatened. I chuckled, finding no merit in arguing with this headstrong girl. I picked up a few stones from the beach and pocketed them before making my way towards the large rock at the cape. There is an abundance of shearwaters bustling about, while some magnificent frigate birds engage in a fierce struggle atop the rocks, snatching fish brought back by the shearwaters. The massive rock at the cape resembles the bow of a colossal ship, bursting forth from the forest, revealing a substantial portion that rises 15 to 16 meters above the ground. Surrounding rocks vary in size, providing a means to ascend to the summit. Standing below, I placed a stone in the pouch of my slingshot and swung it forcefully like a windmill until the stone reached its maximum velocity, at which point I hurled it towards a frigate bird above. The stone shot forth from the pouch like a bullet, producing a dull thud upon striking the white-bellied frigate bird that was feasting on fish. It plummeted instantly, startling the other seabirds in the vicinity and rendering any chance of launching a second stone impossible. I waited, determined to retrieve that frigate bird. I tossed the slingshot towards Chun Xiao Xiao, who seemed poised to protest, but upon grasping the slingshot, her expression shifted to one of delight. She likely contemplated honing her skills, envisioning a scenario where she could outlast her mentor. I was well aware of her little scheme. However, mastering the slingshot would not be an easy endeavor. Moreover, should she succeed, I could benefit from her newfound strength. To address our basic needs, I first needed to ascertain the size of the island and whether it harbored drug traffickers or armed individuals. The crew aboard those armed fishing vessels often collaborated with traffickers. I carried only a rifle, with a dagger tucked in my waist and boots, and a pistol secured to my belt, which made climbing the rocks uncomfortable. Before long, I finally reached the bow-shaped rock at the cape. The surface was rugged, not the smooth stone I had imagined, amidst the jagged rocks. Patches of soil supported a variety of weeds, and there lay the frigate bird, convulsing in the crevice where the stone had struck it. A surge of excitement coursed through me. Once the firewood was sufficiently dry this evening, I could cook it. While the taste would undoubtedly pale in comparison to a restaurant meal, it would suffice to quell my hunger. Weighing about 2 pounds, it would be just enough. I lifted it high and called down to Chun Xiao Xiao. "Hey, Chun Xiao Xiao, catch. This will be our dinner tonight." With that, I let the frigate bird drop. She hurried over to retrieve the bird from the ground. Poor creature. Yet adhering to the principle of better a friend die than a poor hermit, it was destined for our meal tonight. Chun Xiao Xiao chuckled. As I wandered about the stone bow, I soon discovered beneath the northern side of the stone bow a steep rock face cradling a nest of white eggs, resembling pebbles. What a find! This could significantly replenish our strength. My heart raced with exhilaration as I assessed the rock face's points of support and carefully began to descend. I knew this was perilous. A fall could result in a fracture at best or death at worst. Nevertheless, my cravings were insatiable, and the protein content of those eggs far surpassed that of bird meat. I gradually descended, finally reaching the location of the nest. One hand grasped the rocky crevice above, while the other reached down to feel for the eggs. Soon, I retrieved 5 bird eggs, each the size of a quail's. I carefully placed each one into my pocket. At that moment, Chun Xiao Xiao let out a piercing scream from over there. What on earth is wrong with that girl? Chapter 13. Shan Ye's initiative. I laboriously ascended to the summit of the rocks, hastily peering down at the beach below. To my dismay, I discovered Chun Xiao Xiao seated on the sand, sobbing profusely, with blood trickling from her forehead. What on earth happened? My brow furrowed in concern. There were no others around, and she had not attempted to scale the rocks. How could she have sustained such an injury? I cautiously descended from the rocks, and, as I approached, I noticed her eyes were swollen from crying. What transpired? I inquired, surveying the left side of her forehead, where a significant hematoma had formed, accompanied by a 1-centimeter laceration. I accidentally struck my forehead while practicing with the sling. It hurts so much. Chun Xiao Xiao wept. This wound is rather severe, if not treated properly. It may lead to infection, and disfigurement would be unavoidable, I cautioned. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiao Xiao's complexion paled in fear. Disfigurement? No, I don't want that. Wang Yi, please help me. I don't want to be disfigured. I still wish to return and be a streamer. She pleaded, terror evident in her voice. We possessed no medical supplies, so we could only manage a rudimentary bandage with a strip of cloth. I raised my hands in resignation. Then, will you not help me bandage it? Chun Xiao Xiao cried. Is this how you beseech assistance? I replied with a faint smile. You are my parents' company's security guard. If you treat me well, I will certainly ask my father to promote you when I return. And then I'll even give you a token of gratitude. Chun Xiao Xiao offered. Do you take me for a fool? I could simply woo your stepmother and marry her. That would surely grant me a share in the company, far surpassing your meager token of thanks. I teased her, aware that her minor injury hardly warranted treatment, as the blood would eventually coagulate on its own. Of course, if I had needle and thread, I could stitch it up. You're despicable. Chun Xiao Xiao scolded through her tears. Indeed, I am despicable. So, do you wish for treatment or not? If not, disfigurement awaits, I taunted. Chun Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and reluctantly acquiesced. Fine, treat it. I thought you might possess more fortitude. I chuckled, observing her flustered demeanor, yet she dared not retort. embodying the adage that a wise man does not suffer loss in front of him. Come, let us return. I shall cleanse your wound, I urged, pulling her up from the ground and hastening back to the lifeboat. At that moment, Shinya had also awakened and was taken aback upon seeing Chun Xiaoxiao's injury. Chun Xiaoxiao, feeling embarrassed, was compelled to offer an explanation. Come here, I commanded, soaking a small piece of cloth in coconut water to cleanse the blood surrounding her wound. The engorged hematoma caused her tears to flow incessantly. I placed the bloodied cloth beneath a nearby tree, and within moments, it attracted a swarm of ants. I retrieved a few large-headed worker ants to assist in suturing Chun Xiaoxiao's laceration. The ants, with their strong mandibles, bit the wound, their heads becoming ensnared in the flesh, effectively sealing the injury. Thank you, Wang Tai. Chun Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude upon seeing her wound properly treated. Not at all. Chun Xiaoxiao, you ought to learn some manners from your stepmother, I replied. I chuckled as Chun Xiaoxiao pouted, displaying a reluctant yet defiant demeanor. Thank you, but don't just rely on words of gratitude, I said. Well, it seems we can't engage in any other tasks today. I'll gather some firewood, and later this evening, once it has dried, I shall kindle a fire to roast this magnificent frigate bird for our meal. Additionally, I have a few bird eggs here. We can bake them to enjoy together. As I spoke, I retrieved the 5 eggs from my pocket. The 2 women looked on, a flicker of excitement sparking within them. They understood all too well that without my presence, survival on this island would be exceedingly difficult, let alone the prospect of consuming bird meat and eggs so swiftly. Wang Tai, I never anticipated your survival skills to be so formidable. It truly is a pity that you are merely a security guard at the company. Upon our return, I shall find you a more suitable position. Would you be interested in becoming my personal assistant? Shinya inquired tentatively. How much would it pay per month? I asked. Approximately 10,000, along with bonuses and comprehensive insurance, Shinya replied. Before I could respond, Chun Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity, scoffing, little mom. He would scoff at your paltry salary. He just mentioned wanting to be your boyfriend, and then he returned to claim shares in the company. Xiaoxiao, do not speak such nonsense. Shinya's cheeks flushed crimson. I'm not speaking nonsense. He harbors ulterior motives. Here we are, a single mother and daughter stranded on an uninhabited island, with our very lives in his hands. Chun Xiaoxiao retorted, casting me an indignant glance. If you realize that your fate rests with me, why not hurry and collect firewood? I replied, somewhat exasperated. With a huff, Chun Xiaoxiao begrudgingly stood up to gather firewood. Once she had distanced herself, Shinya offered a wry smile. Xiaoxiao tends to speak without thinking. She can be quite willful. I hope you won't take offense. I'm not bothered, I said, rubbing my nose as my gaze discreetly wandered to Shinya. She had donned a shirt, yet her perfectly sculpted figure remained strikingly alluring. Seemingly aware of my gaze, Shinya appeared quite flustered. Wang Tai, do you think the accomplices of those 2 bandits might find their way here? She shifted the conversation. It's hard to say. The size of this island is uncertain. In a couple of days, once we have stockpiled more food and restored our strength, I will investigate the situation. Should an opportunity to leave arise, I will certainly take you both with me, I sighed. Senyanadith, no more talk. I shall also gather some firewood. With that, I stood it apart. At that moment, Shinya unexpectedly grasped my rough hand, prompting me to turn and glance at her. Thank you. If you wish for something in return, when Xiaoxiao is not around, I can fulfill some of your special requests. Shinya murmured, her head bowed in evident embarrassment. Chapter 14. The secret between mother and daughter. I am aware that perhaps my gaze has long led her to misunderstand my intentions. And now she finds herself at a disadvantage, relying solely on me for support. I can comprehend her statement. Honestly, what man would not desire Shinya? I could easily take advantage of this moment. However, if I were to act upon such temptation, everything between us would devolve into a mere transaction. The intimacy between a man and a woman, if not mutually desired, would indeed be devoid of any charm. I glanced back at Shinya. Her current haggard appearance struck a chord of pity within me. There exists an estrangement between us, yet through intimacy, we could swiftly reach a tacit understanding and coexist effectively. Are you suggesting survival on a deserted island, and implying that I should impose my will upon you? I took a deep breath and countered. Do you not desire it? Do men not prefer beautiful women to cater to their needs? Unless, of course, you are incapable. Shunya's stark realism was tinged with a hint of sarcasm and inquiry. Just a moment ago, we were discussing survival in a polite manner, and in the next breath, she pivoted the conversation toward matters of intimacy. What have I said that rendered you feeling so insecure, leading you to contemplate sacrificing your body for the hope of survival? It would be disingenuous for me to claim that I do not desire Shunya. Yet, I disdain the idea of exploiting her vulnerability. I fully understand the psychology of women in peril. In such dire circumstances, their only recourse is often men, and what they can offer is their physicality. By doing so, she ensures that she retains some semblance of control, indicating that she has weighed the pros and cons before grasping my hand and uttering those words. I apologize. I did not intend to insult your dignity. We, as mother and daughter, are merely accompanying you. I spoke candidly, hoping you would not take offense. Shunya blushed, hesitating momentarily before summoning her courage. I hope you refrain from approaching Chen Xiao. As a man, it is natural to harbor desires in the presence of two women. This is a fact that cannot be denied, especially considering our prolonged isolation. Hence, I felt compelled to voice my concerns. Her words incited a flicker of anger within me. This declaration conveyed her absolute distrust, painting all men as potential beasts driven by lust. Not only did this offend my character, but it also insulted all honorable men. It is no wonder she tested my intentions with promises of promotions and raises. Chen Xiao must have relayed my earlier jest to her, and upon realizing my disinterest in such incentives, she resorted to this tactic. Are urban women truly so astute and calculating? It is no surprise she would choose to marry an older man. Perhaps the bonds of friendship hold little value in her eyes. I can empathize with the deep connection between you and Chen Xiao. Yet I must clarify that my actions in rescuing you both on the cruise ship were devoid of ulterior motives. My singular focus was on saving lives. This is a moral obligation ingrained in me as a veteran. Having brought you to this island to survive, I vow to ensure your continued safety for as long as I draw breath. Moreover, I must confess that I have a profound admiration for women, particularly those of exquisite beauty. I take delight in observing the graceful contours of their forms. However, this does not imply that I would devolve into a beastly state. You may perceive my words as grandiloquent and impractical, yet I adhere strictly to my own principles and my actions. I state this with utmost seriousness. I do not aspire to be an untainted paragon of virtue. Nevertheless, I harbor a deep disdain for those urbanites who lack any semblance of genuine affection, resorting only to calculation and trade. Perhaps my prolonged tenure in the military has rendered me somewhat oblivious to the nuances of contemporary women. I apologize. It is not my intention to offend. You have been our benefactor, selflessly giving to us, while we seem unable to reciprocate in kind. Seeing my strong reaction, Shunya hastily offered her apologies. There is no need to say more. I did not hear what you said earlier. Please fetch some firewood, I replied, turning away. Moments ago, Chen Xiao expressed her desire to be my girlfriend, requesting that I refrain from approaching her stepmother. And now Shunya is intent on catering to my particular needs, insisting that I must not touch Chen Xiao. The bond between that mother and daughter is undoubtedly profound. Yet, do they harbor no trust in men? Hey, what did my stepmother say to you? Chen Xiao approached me as I gathered firewood. Nothing of consequence. If you are curious, you may inquire with her, I responded curtly. What is your issue? I merely asked a question, Chen Xiao retorted, feigning innocence. I chose to ignore her, prompting her to huff and stride over to Shunya. Stepmother, this Wang fellow is inexplicably angry. What did you say to him? Shunya glanced at me, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Without elaborating further, she advised, in the future, you should treat Wang Tai with more respect. He is our great benefactor, so do not be disrespectful. Understood, Chen Xiao replied. Hurry and gather the firewood. Do not dwell on other matters. Stepmother, this firewood is so damp. Will it even ignite? Chen Xiao expressed her skepticism. We have never started a fire before, so we cannot be certain. Did he not find a lighter on those two miscreants? It should be manageable, Shunya reassured her. Stepmother, do you think we should tell him? Chen Xiao's voice suddenly dropped as she glanced at me. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, I deliberately distanced myself, perplexed by the implication of her last statement. Were there matters they wished to disclose to me? Did they harbor secrets unknown to me? Chapter 15. The survival expert on this desolate island. The ground is strewn with withered branches and an abundance of coconut fronds. The hills are adorned with a plethora of bromeliads, while scattered rocks are cloaked in moss and lichen, and numerous trees are draped in vine-like epiphytes. Amidst the foliage, one can occasionally hear the croaks of frogs. With a keen ear, one might easily spot one or two vividly colored poison dart frogs. These surroundings also harbor venomous snakes, yet generally, such serpents in this primordial forest tend to avoid larger creatures. Unless inadvertently stepped upon or startled, they are unlikely to attack humans. Their venom is limited, and survival is challenging. Thus, they utilize their toxin primarily for self-defense and hunting. Therefore, there is no need for excessive fear. I discovered that some of the withered branches were covered in wood ear mushrooms, which I promptly gathered. I also cautioned the two women to remain vigilant of the poisonous snakes and insects in the forest, advising them not to provoke the dart frogs. Before long, I returned with approximately 20 pounds of firewood, which had become damp due to a recent downpour. However, this would not pose a significant issue. The inner portions of the branches remained dry, and I could split them open with my dagger. Once ignited, the moisture on the exterior would not hinder the fire. Had I not possessed a dagger, I would have had to resort to using stones to break apart the firewood, for otherwise, it would be impossible to ignite the damn material. During my time as a border guard, the first lesson in wilderness survival coincidentally took place on a rainy day. Our instructor imparted this knowledge, which may seem trivial, yet can prove life-saving in crucial moments. In tropical rainforests like this one, it may rain several times in a single day, or perhaps every couple of days. Without an understanding of this crucial knowledge, one might find it impossible to start a fire for days on end. Shinya and Chun Xiao also returned to the lifeboat, each carrying firewood. I placed the wood beneath a coconut tree on the beach, stacking it to facilitate drying in the wind. I then retrieved the frigate bird, plucking all its feathers. I selected a dozen or so of the finest feathers for future use in crafting arrows. The feathers of the frigate bird lack oil, rendering them incapable of repelling water, and they are unable to dive into the sea for fish. They typically remain on the beach, foraging for other creatures or pilfering the efforts of other seabirds. This distinction sets them apart from other avian species. Thus, these feathers are not ideal materials for fletching arrows, yet adhering to a philosophy of waste not, want not. I decided to keep them for the time being. I proceeded to gut the frigate bird, cutting the meat into small chunks and fashioning wooden skewers to assemble them, resembling lamb kebabs. As for the bird's entrails, I did not overlook them, discarding only those contaminated by excrement, such as the large intestine, gizzard, and gallbladder. Naturally, I had no intention of wasting these remains. I planned to use them as bait to construct a bird trap. There exists a myriad of bird traps, and I intend to construct a few simpler varieties, akin to the principle of a fishing cage. When seabirds reach in to peck at the bait inside, they find themselves unable to withdraw their heads. This process requires a bit of time, so I entrusted the task of preparing skewers to the two ladies, Shinya and Qin Xiao. Armed with a dagger, I deftly carved several straight branches from the surrounding shrubs, weaving them into a low, flat cage, merely 10 centimeters in height, with a single opening at the top. I then fashioned numerous sharp wooden stakes and inserted them through the gaps at the cage's entrance, creating an inverted cone shape. All the excess entrails I had cleaned out were placed within the cage. At the base of the cage, I tied a rope to secure it, preventing any loss. Subsequently, I positioned it upon the rocky outcrop. As twilight approached and the seabirds prepared to return to their nests, particularly the opportunistic frigate birds drawn by the scent of blood, there was no doubt they would not overlook this bait. After setting the trap, instead of descending from the rocks, I ventured into the thicket to gauge the expanse of this rocky promontory. The bow-shaped rock led to a hillside abundant with shrubs and bromeliads, devoid of towering trees. It appeared that the hill itself was also of rocky composition. I crouched behind the bushes, awaiting my quarry. This bird trap, albeit hastily constructed, was not particularly sturdy. Should a foolish bird fall prey to it and struggle for too long, it might still escape, necessitating prompt action on my part. Bored, I idly played with a wooden stake, and, after approximately 30 minutes, a frigate bird finally discovered the food within the cage. It peered inside and, unable to resist its hunger, thrust its head into the trap. Soon enough, it realized it could not retract its head and began to thrash about. I swiftly sprang from behind the bushes and seized the frigate bird. Although it was not as large as the first one I'd seen, it still promised a delightful roast meal. Elated, I lifted it and ascended the rocks. My presence startled the other seabirds, causing them to take flight. It would likely be a long while before any return to this promontory, or they would become particularly wary. Attempting to hunt with a slingshot would undoubtedly prove exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, there was no cause for excessive concern. I could weave 1 or 2 fish traps to cast into the sea, perhaps yielding new catches by morning. The 2 women were astonished as they witnessed me carrying another seabird. "Wanga, you're incredible. You've caught another one," exclaimed Chun Xiao Xiao, rushing over to assist. "We'll save this for tomorrow's meal. Do not harm it. Bind its legs and place it in the small boat. I still need to weave 2 fish traps. And if fortune smiles upon us, we might enjoy fresh fish tomorrow," I replied. Shinya gazed at me with her beautiful eyes. The sense of security that comes from food evident. Anyone who has endured hunger for 2 or 3 days can deeply appreciate the profound comfort that sustenance provides. When she locked eyes with me, her face flushed with embarrassment, making it difficult for her to meet my gaze again. Nevertheless, she approached my side to offer her assistance. "Wang Tai, is there anything I can do to help?" Shinya inquired. Chapter 16. Rudimentary construction. Both of you, go procure some mud and stones. I require materials to construct a waterproof fireplace. In this tropical island, rain is a frequent occurrence, and the firewood we gather will easily become soaked if exposed to the rain, I instructed. "All right, but what shall we use to dig the soil?" Shinya inquired, nodding thoughtfully. "Use those 2 paddles. Choose the soft earth along the shoreline. Approximately 30 pounds should suffice," I replied. "Wanga, constructing a waterproof fireplace seems less practical than building a firewood shed," Chun Xiaoxiao remarked. "A firewood shed is indeed necessary. However, if it rains continuously, the ground beneath it will turn into a puddle. Elevating the floor with wooden beams means the fire cannot be lit on a wooden surface. Hence, creating a waterproof stove is essential," I explained. "Oh," Chun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. It seemed evident that both of them had watched numerous survival shows and understood the need for a firewood shed, yet without practical survival experience. They could not conceive the intricacies involved. Often, this would lead to a futile expenditure of energy. If they erected the shed and gathered ample firewood, neglecting to elevate the floor and construct a stove, a storm could render all their firewood useless, leaving them hungry for days due to this oversight. Such details are frequently absent from survival programs, and even when present, they could easily be overlooked by those lacking experience. "We're off to dig mud. What will you do here?" Chun Xiaoxiao asked, noticing my seemingly idle demeanor. "I shall construct the firewood shed. If you find digging mud arduous, I can switch tasks with you," I replied somewhat curtly. "Xiaoxiao, the tasks your Wango undertakes are beyond our capabilities. Do not question him in the future, understood?" Shinya admonished Chun Xiaoxiao. "Understood," Chun Xiaoxiao murmured, looking downcast. They picked up the 2 paddles and set off to dig for mud, while I grasped one of the daggers and ventured into the woods to fell a tree stump about 50 centimeters long and wrist thick. I intended to affix a dagger to one end of this stump, thereby enabling me to chop tree trunks more effectively. After completing this step, I began to cut down trees, and after an hour's labor, I had felled 12 logs of varying lengths. The 2 women returned with a substantial amount of mud and stones. After inspecting their haul and finding it satisfactory, I directed them to gather black fungus from the surroundings while I continued constructing the wooden shelter. Given the preciousness of the rope, I opted to temporarily bind the wood with some vines instead. Tomorrow, when time permits, I would peel bark from some hardwoods to weave in a rope or seek out some hemp to dry and craft in a twine, further reinforcing the shelter. I toiled until dusk, and the 2 women managed to collect 2 to 3 pounds of black fungus, which they tossed into the small boat. The rudimentary firewood shed was now complete. The waterproof roof is crafted from coconut palm leaves. Initially, wooden stakes are used to create a sloped roof, which is then woven with bush twigs to form a covering. Subsequently, the coconut leaves are split down the middle of the leaf stem and laid upon the roof, ensuring that the leaf tips all face the same direction to maintain a consistent drainage flow. Otherwise, severe leaks may occur. At present, I lack the time to construct a raised floor, so I have directly transported firewood from outside. Kindling a fire is my foremost priority. Although the wood has been dried for several hours, it remains somewhat damp, making ignition quite challenging. I resorted to splitting 5 pieces of wood, revealing dry interiors. I arranged these pieces upright. Constructing a campfire pile also requires a certain finesse. For damp firewood like this, the simplest method is to lay a thick log horizontally on the ground and then tightly stack the split wood on top, resembling a sloped roof. I then place some kindling, such as palm fibers, atop this slope. These palm fibers can be easily gathered and tend to dry quickly. After 5 hours of sun exposure following a downpour, they are thoroughly dried. Next, I layered small twigs atop the palm fibers. The arrangement of this campfire pile is strategic. The elevated base allows for a continuous influx of air during combustion, enhancing the fire's vigor, akin to the principle of a smokeless stove. This design also keeps the fire away from the damp ground. Naturally, I will place small stones beneath, as they can insulate against moisture and also serve another purpose. When heated, they can be tossed into collected water for boiling. Once the fire ignites, the larger logs supporting the small twigs will gradually dry out, extending the burn time of the campfire and preventing it from extinguishing easily at night. Fire making and campfire construction are vital survival skills in the wilderness. Without fire, one's vitality is greatly compromised. These seemingly simple skills can easily go awry without practical experience. Fortunately, during my time in the military, I often lived in the wild, making these tasks second nature to me. Moreover, I now possess a lighter scavenged from bandits, and within minutes, I had the campfire ablaze. Wang Tai, you're truly remarkable. We finally have a campfire. No more cold nights, and we can roast meat, exclaimed Shinya, her face alight with surprise. What is so difficult about it? No need to rub sticks for fire. He is a lighter. Chen Xiaoxiao scoffed. I smiled, not inclined to engage with her disdain. To those unfamiliar with survival, everything appears simple, as they do not need to exert themselves. Only by taking action do they truly grasp the challenges involved, thus gaining experience. Xiao, aren't you hungry? Let us cut the chatter and hurry with the bird meat. We're going to roast it, Shinya urged. Indeed, Chen Xiao brought over the bird meat, which had already dried out considerably. We moved a piece of wood, and the two of them sat together while I positioned myself opposite them. Under the flickering glow of the fire, we did not resemble unfortunate survivors, but rather travelers enjoying a delightful outdoor feast. Brother Wang, when will we finally be able to leave this island? It seems unnecessary to tend to this stove. Perhaps tomorrow, after we have eaten our fill, we can search for the island's inhabitants, and, who knows, we might just find a way back. Chen Xiaoxiao remarked. It's not that simple. We must prepare for the worst. What if we encounter those armed individuals again, or the local, lawless savages? I, for one, am indifferent. Those natives are in dire need of wives. Should you be captured to bear children, do not say I did not warn you, I replied, twirling the skewer of roasted meat in my hand. Don't frighten me. It's the 21st century. How could there still be such savages? We're not in the Amazon jungle. I suspect you're intentionally keeping us here to enjoy the benefits of company. Chen Xiaoxiao began to speculate about my intentions. Shinya, without hesitation, pinch your mouth shut. Be quiet. Chapter 17. Survivor's guilt. The oil content of the frigate bird is exceedingly low. After a brief roasting, the exterior begins to char, releasing an unpleasant odor. Under ordinary circumstances, such cooked meat would be regarded as refuse, left untouched on the ground. However, for us, the survivors, any sustenance is a blessing. So despite the foul aroma, we did not complain and eagerly consumed the roasted flesh. To alleviate the taste in our mouths, I opened coconuts for each of them, sipping the refreshing coconut water while swallowing the meat. Dividing one bird among 3 people, along with the coconut water, barely filled our stomachs and was far from satiating. Especially for those who had been hungry for several days, it felt as though a black hole resided within their bellies, making it nearly impossible to feel full no matter how much we ate. I then retrieved the 5 bird eggs, carefully placing them between 2 wooden sticks. Using my dagger, I gently punctured a small air hole in each egg to prevent them from cracking during the roasting process. Once prepared, I positioned them beneath the campfire, not directly over the flames, but rather utilizing the embers for a more even and delicate cooking temperature. Seizing this opportunity, I ventured to gather some twigs to craft a fish trap, as we were situated near the coral sea, abundant in food and teeming with diverse fish species. Leaving the trap to soak overnight should yield a bountiful catch. Upon my return, arms laden with twigs, I found Qin Xiao Xiao had already retrieved the roasted bird eggs. "How shall we divide these 5 eggs?" she inquired, turning to Shunya. "This is all thanks to Wang Tai's efforts. We should allow him to determine the distribution of his labor," Shunya replied, glancing at me. "Leave 2 for me, and you may divide the remaining 3 among yourselves," I suggested. This time, Qin Xiao Xiao acquiesced without objection, promptly setting aside my 2 eggs. As I worked on the twigs, weaving a long fish trap, I reflected on the simplicity of the task. Anyone with a modicum of dexterity and familiarity with the appearance of fish traps could easily construct one. In my previous service along the borders of Yunnan, we frequently utilized fish traps to catch fish in the streams of the mountains. The primordial tropical rainforest was replete with fish and shrimp, making capture effortless. At times, we could secure a catch within mere minutes. Though our living conditions were harsh while stationed in the mountains with my comrades, those were some of my happiest days. The memories evoke a profound sense of joy, only to be swiftly overshadowed by sorrow, for they have all perished under torment. My comrades and I had made a pact. Should one of us fall, the others would care for their families. Yet, I failed to uphold my promise. After my discharge, plagued by survivor's guilt, I found myself utterly unable to confront the families of my fallen comrades, and even casual interactions with others became fraught with psychological barriers. This struggle is not readily apparent on the surface. However, when ensnared in reminiscence, I endured deep torment, and during episodes of distress, I even experienced symptoms of dissociative identity disorder. Upon returning home with my severance pay, I withdrew into solitude, remaining indoors, unsure of what to do, and too fearful to face the families of my fallen brothers. The instructor, in an effort to guide me, suggested that I open a hot pot restaurant or find employment, believing that such endeavors would facilitate my integration into society and foster social interactions. With financial means, I could also assist the families of my fallen comrades. However, my lack of experience led to poor management, resulting in financial losses. Yet, the loss did not stir significant turmoil within my soul. A fulfilling life was what I truly sought. The instructor, feeling a sense of guilt, introduced me to a security position at Shinya Company. Although I was unaware of the familial connection between Shinya and the instructor, nor did I inquire. When the instructor made the introduction, he simply mentioned that I would be working as a security guard for a relative, and since I had little else to occupy my time, I accepted the offer. Whenever I found myself lost in reminiscence, an overwhelming silence engulfed me, and my awareness of the surrounding environment would severely diminish, a psychological affliction stemming from survivor's guilt. A psychologist informed me that due to the prolonged impact of this guilt, I had developed a dual personality, particularly when ensnared in memories, rendering me entirely different from my usual self. I would even forget the actions taken after a personality shift. Consequently, even in the absence of disciplinary violations, I was no longer suited to remain in the military. Suddenly, a realization struck me, and I lifted my gaze toward Shinya and Qin Xiao Xiao. Startled by my intense gaze, Shinya and Qin Xiao Xiao trembled visibly. "Wang Tai, what? What is wrong with you?" Shinya inquired. I was convinced that as I wove a fishing net, they had been watching me intently, as if I were some dreadful creature. Otherwise, their reaction upon my raising my head would not have been so severe. "Have I ever done anything to offend you?" I asked, driven by the perplexity of Qin Xiao Xiao as persistent hostility towards me, despite my lack of wrongdoing. However, If it were the case that during my drifting I had experienced a mental episode, shifting personalities, and subsequently forgetting that period, it would make sense. After all, since the onset of my drifting, these two women had exhibited a profound wariness towards me. Under ordinary circumstances, having rescued them, they ought to regard me as a benefactor rather than harbor animosity. Did you remember something? Shinya gazed at me in shock. Chun Xiao, frightened, clutched Shinya's arm, her eyes wide and trembling. No, have I done anything to you? I asked, a pang of guilt coursing through me. Chapter 18. The 7 Brands upon hearing my words. Shinya and Chun Xiao's pupils involuntarily trembled, as if my statement had evoked a haunting memory. No, Wang Tai, please remain calm, Shinya gently urged. I am calm. Why would you think otherwise? I queried, my expression one of bewilderment. Have you recalled something? Shinya probed cautiously. I have not lost my memory, nor have I engaged in any peculiar activities, I replied, my demeanor filled with skepticism. You truly cannot remember anything at all? She inquired. What transpired? What exactly did I do, and what have I forgotten? I asked, my patience wearing thin. Think carefully about what occurred when we disembarked. Can you recall the details? Shinya suggested. Prompted by her question, I delved into my memories. Yet, all I could recollect was that I had been unable to sleep in my cabin and had stepped out onto the deck for some fresh air, nearly reaching 3 in the morning. Then, an explosion rocked the cruise ship. The specifics of my escape were hazy. I only remembered grasping their hands and plunging into the sea. How did the lifeboat come to be? It seemed I hadn't lowered it. It must have already been in the water. Once aboard the lifeboat, I fell asleep and did not awaken until noon, intermittently dozing thereafter. It was indeed perplexing. Only a few days had passed, and I shouldn't have forgotten the details of the events that transpired on the ship. Could it be that I had switched to a secondary persona at that moment? Please, don't make me think. I cannot recall. Tell me, what truly happened? I implored. Shinya glanced at Chun Xiao before turning back to me, seemingly summoning great resolve to speak. There was indeed an explosion on the cruise ship, and it sank rapidly. However, when the captain lowered the lifeboats, many individuals jumped into the water, including us. Stop. Don't say anymore. What if he goes mad again? That would be troublesome. Chun Xiao whispered urgently to Shinya. Following Shunya's lead, I strained to recollect. Suddenly, fleeting images flashed through my mind. There must have been over 10 survivors on the lifeboat. Why were there only the 3 of us now? Wang Tai, do you remember? There were 19 of us on the lifeboat. In the morning, they fought over the survival packs and the water. A few of them even got into a scuffle, causing the food and water to spill out of the survival packs, Shinya recounted. And then, I pressed. Shinya faltered, unable to continue, but I felt a semblance of recognition stirring within me. Speak quickly. My impatience surged, and I was tempted to seize Shinya by the throat. Yet reason held me back. You fought with them. They were no match for you, and you threw them all overboard. That bottle of mineral water was the only supply left on the ship, Shinya disclosed. At her words, a buzzing filled my mind. No wonder I could not find the survival pack on the ship. I had assumed the captain had not equipped it at all. I comprehend now. My second persona had seized control of my being at that time, resorting to extreme and brutal violence to deal with those individuals. What was it that I said? Questioning why those people were not allowed aboard? I clenched my fists in inquiry. At this moment, Chun Xiao hastily tugged at Shinya, her expression growing increasingly anxious. Brother Wang, please remain calm. You were, at that moment, much like you're now, emotionally unstable. After you shouted at them multiple times to no avail, they continued to seize resources, even firing a signal flare. When the gunshot rang out, you lost your sanity. And then you cast them all into the sea. You asserted that those on the lifeboat would only bring us harm, that anyone wishing to inflict injury upon us deserved to perish. You even mentioned that if there were no rescue for an extended period, we too would become your sustenance. Chun Xiao trembled as she recounted. Did I truly say such things? I turned to Shinya for confirmation. Yes. Xiao recounted your words verbatim. Shinya affirmed with a nod. What manner of being is my second persona? I inquired. Shinya swallowed hard, hesitating before responding, utterly ruthless, so cold that it resembles the presence of the king of hell, devoid of any emotion in its gaze. It It was as if the act of slaying those dozen individuals was merely akin to crushing a few ants. Furthermore, your second persona is exceedingly shrewd. I cannot adequately articulate it. I know how to describe it. Mother is a heartless and cold-blooded assassin. Chun Xiaoxiao interjected. I remained silent for a considerable time. The doctor had once stated that my second persona likely emerged after witnessing the tragic demise of my comrades. That persona would embody extreme cruelty, unparalleled calmness, and exceptional intellect, having obliterated all traces of my humanity, leaving behind only a pure essence. Akin to a long-used computer that has been formatted. My instructor had remarked that it was virtually impossible for one person to eliminate 81 elite mercenaries, yet I accomplished it. The details of that entire night of carnage elude me now. My mind was singularly focused on one objective, avenging my fallen comrades. I cannot even recall how I returned to the military hospital, my body marred with numerous wounds, including gunshot and stab injuries. I felt like a zombie, impervious to pain. As I neared the brink of death, collapsing against the monument at my homeland's border, I was rescued by patrolling border guards at dawn. A bloody name tag of 7 comrades hanging from my neck. So, why were you no longer afraid of me after I awoke? I asked. Who said we're not afraid of you? We have remained vigilant. Chen Xiaoxiao replied. Moreover, since your awakening, you have not been particularly fierce, and Mother is aware of your condition. Upon hearing this, I recalled how each time Chen Xiaoxiao uttered something to provoke my emotions, Xinyu would either intervene or chastise her, likely to prevent me from being overtaken by my second persona once more. Additionally, they had never believed I could ensure their survival, even attempting to gain my trust and security through their own vulnerability. If I am perceived as a truly virtuous person in their eyes, they would have no need to act in such a manner. Thus, it can be inferred that they have not lied. My previous assertion that they are manipulative was a misunderstanding on my part, entirely a consequence of my own actions. Miss Shun, how did you come to know of my condition? I took a deep breath, striving to calm myself. Have you forgotten our relationship? Shinya inquired. What relationship do we share? I responded, though I possess a second personality, my memories of identities remain intact. The doctor stated that only during the transition to the second persona might fragments of memory be lost. Is it possible that your second personality answered your instructor's call, thus hearing about our relationship and causing a memory lapse? Shinya questioned. I do not quite comprehend what our relationship truly is, I replied, shaking my head in confusion. I pondered that if there were indeed some connection between Shunya and myself, even if my second personality had forgotten certain details, there would be no reason for me to be entirely devoid of any information during the time when my primary persona predominates. I believe you may have misunderstood what I meant by our relationship, Shinya said awkwardly upon noticing my puzzled expression. Chapter 19. Night fishing. Observing Shun Ya's awkward expression, I couldn't help but furrow my brows. So, what exactly is our relationship? I inquired. I am the sister of your instructor. I thought he had mentioned it to you. When he arranged for you to join my company, he did speak of you and asked me to keep an eye on you, Shinya replied. Since I was assigned here, why did you ask me how long I had been working at the company? I questioned, perplexed. Isn't it because your behavior seemed rather unusual? I assumed you were aware of my identity. Since you are not, I must feign that we are meeting anew, Shinya said with a wry smile. Her reasoning appeared somewhat valid. What else did your instructor mention? I probed further. Nothing much. He merely mentioned that you had some mental health issues. But as long as you are not provoked, you should be fine. He did not elaborate on the specifics. Shinya responded. So, you have all been regarding me as a lunatic? I exclaimed, recalling the month I had spent at the company, during which she had not spoken to me, and how they seemed fearful I might go mad while on a lifeboat. Well, you cannot blame my stepmother. You are unaware of how frightening you can be when you lose control. Those people were only scrambling for resources, and you broke their hands. Chun Xiaoxiao, who had been lurking at the back, interjected. But things may not be as straightforward as that. Given my personality, I would have initially endeavored to teach them survival skills. When they disobeyed my instructions and I retaliated, the others would have banded together against me, prompting me to toss them all into the sea to feed the fish, wouldn't it? I speculated. You remember? Chun Xiaoxiao asked, astonished. Not quite. If they targeted me, my second personality is exceedingly sensitive and would surely eliminate the threat, I replied. The two women gasped in shock. I had been puzzled as to why, among the many security personnel at the company, I was the only one permitted to travel with the upper echelons. If my instructor had indeed asked Shinya to look after me, that would certainly explain it. Unless you think my stepmother has taken a liking to you? Shun Xiaoxiao blurted out. Xiaoxiao, do not be rude, Shinya reprimanded. Exactly. During those days on the cruise, you were so dull, not seeking companionship or engaging with the entertainment facilities on board. It was out of concern for your solitude that my stepmother invited you along. Misinterpreting her kindness as romantic interest will be quite the misunderstanding. You're simply a closed book, Chen Xiaoxiao remarked. Miss Shin was merely worried that I might become distressed from boredom, which is why she took me around the cruise ship. I did not misinterpret anything, I replied. My cheeks flushed. I recalled how Shunya had indeed been attentive to me during the cruise, and I couldn't help but harbor some thoughts that perhaps her husband was lacking, and she was drawn to me, a robust young man. However, I would never admit such thoughts in front of them. I still had my pride. Indeed, they ought to be grateful for their attentiveness on the cruise. Otherwise, I would not have taken them along during our escape. I ceased the idle chatter and resumed weaving the fishing nets. Before long, I crafted 2 fishing traps, securely binding them with rope and baiting them with pieces of bird meat. I ventured to the seaside in search of a deeper water spot, where I lowered the traps and weighed them down with stones to anchor the ropes. Once I had set everything in place, I returned to the lifeboat, where the 2 women had already taken refuge. With no entertainment facilities on the deserted island and devoid of mobile phones, the onset of night brought a profound sense of boredom. Aside from the option of retiring early, there was little else to occupy our time. Yet, I was not inclined to sleep for the following day as provisions remained uncertain. A mere frigate bird would hardly suffice to satiate my hunger, and I could not afford to squander the daylight hours solely in pursuit of food. Therefore, I resolved to utilize the night for additional endeavors, knowing well that this area was home to a multitude of coconut crabs. These crabs, being unexploited, likely thrived in number, and their nocturnal habits presented an opportunity for capture. There are various methods to catch coconut crabs, yet many require waiting patiently or seizing the moment. Without a flashlight, numerous techniques were rendered impractical. Using a cage to trap them was futile, as their powerful pincers could easily breach the confines and escape, while rope traps often proved ineffective. After much contemplation, I decided to adopt a waiting strategy. Though it would be laborious, it was preferable to the pangs of hunger. I fashioned a stake about 4 feet long with my dagger and brought along a coconut. Then, under the moonlight, I sought a suitable spot along the edge of the coconut grove to drive in the stake. Wandering alone on a deserted island demands a certain mental fortitude. The sound of waves crashing against rocks mingled with the eerie calls of strange insects from the forest. The dim moonlight left one uncertain of what might lurk in the shadows, or whether venomous snakes lay in wait beneath foot. However, my extensive experience trekking through tropical rainforests fortified my resolve. I traversed the rocky outcrop to the north, arriving at a vast expanse of coral beach adjacent to a dense coconut grove, a favored habitat for the crabs. I selected a spot, plunging the stake into the soft earth, then struck the coconut forcefully against the top of the stake, causing it to crack and hang like a deflated football. The coconut water trickled down the stake, releasing an enticing aroma that would soon waft through the air, beckoning the foraging coconut crabs. My task was to find a vantage point to crouch, using the moonlight to keep an eye on the stake, should a greedy creature ascend to partake of the coconut. It would become my feast. I settled behind a rock, quietly awaiting my quarry. As a border guard sniper, exceptional patience is one of my virtues. I have spent entire days lying in ambush in mountain hollows, waiting for my target to appear. Thus, I could similarly bide my time here, remaining vigilant until the crab's patience waned, ensuring my victory. After lying in ambush for approximately an hour and a half, though I lacked a watch to ascertain the precise time, I relied solely on my own sensory perception to estimate it. At last, a gluttonous creature stealthily ascended the wooden post. I observed its somewhat clumsy form as it reached the pinnacle of the post. I refrained from making any sudden movements. Despite its awkward demeanor, should it tumble down, it would swiftly transform into a fleeing assassin, vanishing into the crevices of the rocks, rendering my wait in vain. As I watched it pry open the coconut with its pincers and savor the flesh within, I recognized that the moment had arrived. This creature was blissfully unaware that the elongated stick was not a coconut tree, nor was it cognizant of the trap laid by humans to ensnare it. I approached stealthily from behind, and as it feasted voraciously, I lunged forward, seizing its turtle-like shell with one hand and lifting it from the stump. Under the moonlight, this 6 or 7 pound creature struggled in vain. After all, who could fault it for its gluttony? Its appearance was peculiar, a fusion of crab claws, shrimp head, turtle shell, and bee tail. Those unfamiliar with it might well be startled. The taste was equally unappealing, though with some seasoning, it could be rendered somewhat palatable. Naturally, hunger tends to diminish one's fastidiousness. I grasped the half-eaten coconut and made my way back to the lifeboat, where I found 2 women seated once more by the campfire. Upon my return, their sorrowful expressions transformed into radiant smiles. "Wong Tai, where have you been?" "What is that?" Shinya inquired as she approached, noticing the coconut crab in my possession. Clearly, during my absence, they had found it impossible to sleep in the wilderness. It was no wonder, for this lifeboat was hardly a tent, providing little sense of security against the intrusion of snakes, insects, and ants. Moreover, having gone days without bathing, their skin was undoubtedly itchy and sticky, contributing to their restlessness. "This is a coconut crab," I explained as I began to bind it with a rope. "Let me secure it. It will serve as our sustenance for tomorrow. Are you both unable to sleep?" Chapter 20. The second day on the island, how can we possibly sleep with so many mosquitoes around? Chun Xiao lamented, continuously swatting at her inflamed ears. Life on a deserted island is far removed from the comforts of home. You might as well cover your face with your clothes and try to sleep. "For the time being, I have no means to procure any mosquito repellent," I replied. "What else can be used to ward off mosquitoes besides incense?" Chun Xiao inquired, having grown up in the city and being unfamiliar with such matters. "Tomorrow, I will search the island for some mugwort to make into burning sticks, as they possess some mosquito-repelling properties. Alternatively, I might find some clay from a termite mound, which also helps in repelling them," I explained. "And what about tonight?" Chun Xiao asked, scratching her face in frustration. "We'll have to make do. I don't have the time to deal with those remedies right now. I need to focus on constructing the stove. It will be ready for use once the clay dries tomorrow," I said, as I began to hang the coconut crab. Both Shinya and Chun Xiao, having never seen a coconut crab before, approached curiously to inspect the peculiar creature. "Don't just stand there. Take the coconut bowls and fetch some seawater from the beach." I needed to mix with the clay for the stove, I instructed. "How much water do you need?" Shinya asked. 2 bowls will suffice." "You two should go together for safety," I replied. The 2 women acknowledged and took 2 coconut bowls to the beach. Upon exiting the coconut grove, they were greeted by a strong sea breeze, a welcome reprieve from the mosquitoes. When they returned with the bowls, they discovered that the beach was free of mosquito bites, prompting them to rush back out. I didn't expect them to assist me with any tasks, so I allowed them to enjoy the ocean breeze. In the center of the shelter, I began to construct the stove. Building a stove from stones was not a daunting task for a child raised in the countryside, who often had experience with outdoor cooking. I merely needed to create 3 openings, 2 at the bottom, one for the firewood and the other for airflow, and a third opening facing the sky, which would serve as a stovetop. Naturally, I would not dig holes here, as the tropical rainforest is prone to rain, which would turn any excavated stove into a puddle. Instead, I aimed to stack the stones according to this structure, sealing the gaps with clay mixed with palm fibers to enhance its durability. I lost track of time, but eventually I completed the stove, my hands caked in mud. After shaking off the larger clumps, I headed to the beach to wash up. To my surprise, I discovered a woman bathing by the rocks, her fair skin glowing under the moonlight. Cough, cough. I feigned a cough, but the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks drowned out my voice, and they failed to hear me. Feeling awkward, I turned to wash my hands at a nearby spot. "Ah, pervert, what are you doing here?" Chun Xiao exclaimed, startled to see me crouching by the rocks. Shinya quickly clutched her clothes and hid behind the boulders. In the dimness, what could I possibly see? I remarked. Although the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, its feeble glow merely allowed me to discern the path thanks to the reflection off the beach. To truly appreciate the contours of a woman's form was no easy task. Was obscured. Chun Xiao quickly glanced down, then hastily crouched, fearful that I might catch a glimpse of her youthful figure. I stated the night was shrouded in darkness. What did you think I meant? I shook the water from my hands and turned to leave. Do not bathe in seawater unless you are truly filthy. Otherwise, the salt and impurities will cling to your skin, potentially causing an allergic reaction. After speaking, I returned to the lifeboat. I added some firewood to the blaze, and shortly thereafter, the two women returned from the shore, already dressed, their damp skin clinging to their clothes, the outlines of their figures quite captivating. You lecher! You clearly saw everything earlier, Chun Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her face aflame with indignation. I wasn't even looking at you. I had seen all during the day and found nothing remarkable, I scoffed. Perhaps my provocation stirred a sense of embarrassment in Chun Xiao Xiao. As she glanced at her well-developed physique and then at Shunya's. Shunya, though slightly bashful, was not as affected as Chun Xiao Xiao. I preferred women who were not overly self-conscious. Oof, I will be that big one day, Chun Xiao Xiao retorted defiantly. Then we shall wait until that day arrives. I teased her deliberately. I can't be bothered to argue with you, Chun Xiao Xiao said, her cheeks flushed, unable to counter my words, and thus she sulked. I'm going to rest now. If you wish to rest, come in quickly, I declared, stepping into the lifeboat first. I removed my shoes, leaving on my socks, and pulled on a thin shirt to cover my face, effectively shielding myself from mosquito bites. The two women also entered the lifeboat. They chose not to sleep at the same end as I, and I paid them no mind. After all, clad in clothing and covered with an additional layer, it would not be too cold at night. Fatigued, I listened to the sounds of chirping insects, the whispering wind, and the rhythmic waves, and soon succumbed to slumber. At dawn the next morning, as the sun was just beginning to rise, I stepped out of the lifeboat to find the fire had been extinguished. The coconut crabs still clung to the treetop, while the frigate bird lay bound by a rope, nestled beneath the bushes. I could hardly contain my eagerness to see if the fishing traps held any catch, so I donned my shoes and dashed outside. A gentle breeze wafted along the shore, and a white mist enveloped the sea. If the two fishing traps yielded a good haul, I could ascend the volcano's crater at noon and enjoy a panoramic view of the entire island. By understanding the island's geography, I could easily sketch a map and ascertain the enemy's position, thus ensuring my safety. I promptly arrived at the first fishing trap's location, removed the stone resting atop it, and lifted the trap. As the seawater gushed out, I was immediately greeted by the sight of fish struggling within the net. I cast a careful glance and beheld a palm-sized black sea bream. Although it was somewhat lean, I was delighted, for at last, I was to partake in a feast. My heart swelled with joy. Even though my bounty was modest, it marked a promising beginning. I then proceeded to another fishing trap's location, only to discover that this particular trap had been displaced by the waves, the stones that once weighed it down now cast aside, floating towards the muddy shore. I had anticipated the catch of a grouper, for this shallow reef area is abundant with them. However, it was evident that I had been mistaken. Yet as I approached, I noticed a slight movement within. Something stirred. My heart raced with astonishment as I hurriedly lifted it, eager to unveil the mystery of what had been ensnared within. Chapter 21. Departure from the crater, I opened the cage to take a glimpse inside, where a sizable blue crab, roughly the size of a fist, was fervently waving its robust claws, attempting to ascend and strike at me. A slight shake of the cage sent it tumbling back down. While blue crabs may not possess the tender flesh of fish, their nutritional value is remarkably high, and a change in flavor could prove delightful. Satisfied with my catch, I made my way back. The two women had yet to awaken, likely having stayed up late into the night. For them, accustomed to a life of luxury, simply managing to sleep in such an environment was quite an achievement. I refrained from disturbing their slumber, allowing them to rest a bit longer to regain their strength for the tasks ahead. I suspended the blue crab and contemplated the busy day that lay before me. My first task was to find some fine clay to fashion a shallow dish resembling a pan, allowing it to dry for a day or two in hopes of creating a complete ceramic pot. Having a ceramic pot would greatly enhance our dining experience, eliminating the need to consume grilled food, especially since the flavor of grilled seafood was far from appetizing. Moreover, it would serve to boil some salt for future use. While a day or two without salt is manageable, prolonged absence could not only harm our health, but also lead to a loss of appetite. Most critically, As we would primarily be consuming seafood, the absence of salt could easily ruin these culinary delights. With a paddle in hand, I ventured into the woods, seeking out a patch of soft yellow earth on a hillside. I excavated several pounds of soil, wrapping it in coconut leaves to carry back. By the campfire, I cleared a small area and poured the soil there, intending for the two women to sift through and remove the stones. Meanwhile, I gathered some firewood and rekindled the flames, taking advantage of the lingering fog, which would obscure our location for prying eyes. As the fire crackled to life, the two women finally arose. Chen Xiao, having held her bladder through the night, rushed towards the sea. Wang Tai, what did you catch in the fishing cage? Shinya inquired upon noticing the fire. Take a look over here, I replied with a smile, gesturing towards the nearby bushes where a black sea bream and the blue crab were hanging. Shinya's eyes lit up upon seeing our bounty. Wang Tai, you truly possess remarkable skills. If it weren't for you, we would likely starve on this deserted island. Yet you managed to find such an abundance of food in a single day. I chuckled modestly. It's nothing extraordinary. During our time stationed at the border, we frequently had to live off the land, so foraging in the wild is a skill every soldier acquires. Noticing my upbeat demeanor, Shinya settled beside me. So, Wang Tai, what shall we have for breakfast? She asked. Given that we could only light a fire in the morning and evening, it was essential to prepare our meals for the day in the morning. You two should start by gutting the fish and birds. I will go gather some coconuts. Here, we lack fresh water, so we must rely on coconut water for now. When it rains, we can use these coconut shells to collect some rainwater, I explained. However, rainwater is not safe to drink directly, especially since our current situation is not as dire as drifting at sea. Consuming too much rainwater might lead to illness. Shinya expressed her concerns. I acknowledged her apprehension, but explained that I could not rely on coconuts every day. I had a method to purify the rainwater by boiling it. As I spoke, I picked up the dagger, tied to a stick, and rose to my feet. Wait, Wang Tai, we're not going to kill fish and birds, Shinya said, awkwardly tugging at my shirt. Did you not see how I dispatched the bird yesterday? I replied, somewhat exasperated, realizing I had overestimated the survival skills of these urban women. Never mind. I shall teach you. It is essential to acquire such practical skills, as I have many tasks at hand, and you must assist me, I stated. Shinya nodded. Her face flushed. Follow me. We will go to the beach to prepare the catch, I instructed, taking the black sea bream in hand, while Shinya hurriedly followed with the frigate bird. We soon arrived at the shore, where I found a flat rock to stand upon. I placed the fish atop the rock, and, using the dagger, I carefully gutted it while explaining to Shinya the importance of handling the knife properly to avoid injury and to prevent puncturing the fish's gallbladder. I meticulously taught her the process of fish preparation, which took several minutes, and I collected the fish's entrails afterward. Next, I proceeded to prepare the frigate bird. The fish was skewered and roasted whole, while the frigate bird would be prepared as meat skewers, just like yesterday. We had to work swiftly, for the thick fog would dissipate within the hour. The two bandits we had slain yesterday likely had companions searching for them. We could not allow them to discover the smoke from our cooking on the island. Shinya nodded gravely at my words. Chen Xiao also came over to assist. I instructed them to prepare the food in the lifeboat rather than lingering by the shore, as it would be too conspicuous if spotted by patrolling vessels. It could lead to significant trouble. With a rope loop in hand, I climbed a coconut tree, finding the dagger tied to the stick far superior to a short weapon. In just a few swift motions, I harvested a dozen coconuts. I did not wish to climb trees daily, so I gathered several coconuts and transported them back to the lifeboat. To prevent the coconut crabs from pilfering them, I secured them inside the small boat. The two women were not lacking in intelligence. They had already grilled the fish and meat skewers. After breakfast, I instructed them to sift through the mud to remove the small stones. Meanwhile, I utilized the entrails from the fish and bird to set up fishing traps. However, I could not place them in yesterday's location. Instead, I sought a spot behind the southern cape. The southern cape was rocky, but it was not a solid mass like a ship's bow. Rather, it resembled the foot of a rocky hill filled with diverse vegetation. From a distance, the hill appeared as if a giant had inadvertently exposed a toe from a tattered green sock. After setting up the fishing traps, I did not return immediately. Instead, I remained in the vicinity to observe. Should the enemy discover our hideout, My unfamiliarity with the surroundings could easily lead to panic and poor decision-making. I familiarized myself with the surroundings and returned to the lifeboat, only to discover that two women had already extracted the stones from the soil. I grasped a handful of dirt for inspection. It was no longer abrasive. However, I had no time to indulge in pottery. I intended to seize the moment to ascend to the volcano's crater and survey the entirety of the island's landscape, for there might be discoveries waiting to be made. I was about to embark on my journey to the volcano when I cautioned them sternly. You must not venture to the seashore without permission. We have recently lost 2 members, and the search will likely be vigorous in the coming days. Should you be caught while I am away, even the gods cannot save you. My admonition carried a hint of intimidation, aimed at preventing any foolish mistakes that could lead to their demise. Do take care of yourself. Shinya remarked with a nod. I acknowledged her response with a nod of my own. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao, seemingly undeterred by my warnings, entertained herself by playing with a small twig and a crab. Chapter 22. The island's appearance. I filled a mineral water bottle with coconut water and placed it in the pocket of my camouflage trousers, while also equipping myself with a pistol, a rifle, and a dagger affixed to a stick, along with 2 pieces of chocolate and some coconut flesh. I intended to return to the lifeboat by noon. I cautioned the 2 women to adhere strictly to my instructions. Otherwise, I would not be responsible for any mishaps, as no one would be inclined to bear the consequences of another's folly. I proceeded northward along the edge of the forest. Navigating through the primal tropical rainforest is exceedingly arduous. The wild environment is beyond imagination, certainly not something an urban dweller could conceive. Even as a border guard accustomed to the rainforest fringes, I would not carelessly venture into the depths of the jungle, especially in areas untouched by humans for centuries, where decaying trees, bamboo, vines, and various venomous creatures such as snakes, poison dart frogs, and rainforest scorpions abound. In this savage rainforest, not only is the ground treacherous, but even the upper body finds it challenging to maneuver. In many places, one must crawl to advance, and a moment's inattention could result in a venomous snake falling from above, leaving no time to react. In contrast, the coconut grove along the coast presents a different landscape. The ground beneath the coconut trees is relatively uncomplicated, consisting mainly of slender, tall trees and bromeliads. Moreover, the shoreline is predominantly rocky, with an overly alkaline soil environment unsuitable for certain plants to thrive wildly. Thus, traversing this terrain is not overly difficult. Once I reach the base of the volcano, the journey will not be too arduous, as the vegetation there is not as lush as in the low-lying areas. Before landing on the island, I had estimated its length from north to south to be around 2 kilometers. The path is rugged, yet even at a slow pace, it does not require an extended time to traverse. However, there is a stretch of mangrove forest along the way. The mangroves are plagued by a severe mosquito infestation, and the ground resembles a swamp. Though some areas lack water, the dark, damp sand is littered with decaying plant matter and rotten marine life washed ashore. The unpleasant odor is compounded by the extreme difficulty in traversing this terrain. Consequently, I chose to bypass that section and venture into the woods instead. I passed through a bamboo grove, where the majority of the bamboo was comprised of clumping arrow bamboo and pear-vine bamboo, with a few instances of mozo bamboo. Although they were not particularly abundant, this wild and rampant bamboo has effectively seized all available space within the forest, making progress nearly impossible. Walking through such a bamboo thicket requires utmost caution. For safety, I drape my shirt over my head, exposing only my eyes, thereby minimizing the risk of insects or venomous snakes slipping into my collar and biting my neck. This also serves to protect my face from scratches inflicted by the unruly bamboo. The ground beneath the bamboo, blanketed by fallen leaves, is a shade of brown, and I observed some rainforest scorpions moving about, as well as a flurry of leafcutter ants busily attending to their tasks. I selected a few straight arrow bamboos with the intention of crafting arrows, which would facilitate hunting in the rainforest. A slingshot is more suited for open terrains, such as the seaside or the broadleaf forests of the north. In the untamed expanse of the tropical rainforest, it is utterly impractical to wield. Surrounded by a plethora of diverse flora, I deftly maneuvered through the thicket, having fashioned several arrow bamboo shoots with the intention of transporting them back to camp for further crafting. While the local bamboo is suitable for creating bow arms, I possess a superior alternative, the flexible framework of a lifeboat's sunshade. This material boasts exceptional elasticity, and should I construct a longbow from it using cordage, its power would undoubtedly surpass that of a bow fashioned from bamboo by several magnitudes. Having finally traversed the bamboo grove, I encountered a green pit viper coiled upon a tree branch, its emerald body contrasting sharply with the bark. Its two orange eyes with slit-like pupils fixated on me with an intense gaze. Normally, I would have evaded such a creature, but in this time of scarcity, adhering to the principle of consuming whatever I could capture, I cautiously extended my dagger. Affixed to a wooden stick, the blade soon hovered above its head. Surprisingly, the serpent seemed oblivious, perhaps overly confident in its camouflage. However, with a swift motion, I severed its head with the sharp dagger, which fell to the damp ground. Its body tumbled from the tree, convulsing on the forest floor. I approached and crushed its head underfoot before retrieving the green delicacy, cauterizing the severed end with my windproof lighter to stem the bleeding and then securing it to my belt. Along the way, I also caught several scorpions and discovered a few burrows of mountain mice. Their tiny claws left marks in the soft earth, tracing their own pathways. Unfortunately, time did not permit me to linger and capture them. Otherwise, I would have smoked them out for a feast. Before long, I arrived at the base of the volcano, my clothing soaked with sweat. I replenished myself with some coconut water. I had not encountered any streams along the way. Likely due to the topographical gradient from north to south, the streams should flow from north to south, making it easier to encounter them by traversing from east to west. Resting upon a boulder, I surveyed my surroundings. The trees were not particularly tall, yet the area was abundant with vines. The chorus of avian calls filled the air, and occasionally I spotted tropical seabirds frolicking among the branches. Were it not for the absence of a slingshot or bow and arrows, these birds would not dare to mock me with their carefree antics from the treetops. After a brief respite, I resumed my journey. At an elevation of approximately 200 meters, it did not seem particularly daunting. However, the rugged, primitive trail had me laboring under the sun, and after what felt like an eternity, my feet were sore and blistered by the time I reached the flanks of the volcano. Standing atop a rock, I was finally able to gaze upon the southern island's expanse. Beneath the blazing sun, the visibility was exceptional. To my astonishment, the island was rather substantial, extending southward for about 6 or 7 kilometers, with a lagoon approximately 500 meters in diameter located 5 kilometers to the west. The elongated silhouette of the island stretched indefinitely westward, evading definition in its irregular shape. It resembled a crumpled sheet of paper with a puncture, the raised folds representing mountains and the depressions forming valleys. The mountainous terrain of the island ran longitudinally from north to south. This implies that my previous conjecture was indeed correct. The stream must flow from north to south. If there are indigenous people on this island, they are likely to inhabit the coastal regions at the southernmost tip or the vicinity of the lagoon. However, the conditions for cultivating coca, from which cocaine can be extracted, are certainly lacking here due to insufficient elevation. I cannot help but feel a sense of relief. It appears that the two individuals I encountered previously were likely transients from Southeast Asia, who sought refuge here and became residents and armed fishermen of this island. They may also hail from nearby islands. To ascertain whether there are other islands to the north, I would need to ascend to the northern edge of the crater for a clearer view. Yet, I find myself devoid of the desire to continue climbing. The circumstances on the other islands do not significantly impact U.S. in the coming fortnight. My sole objective is to ascertain whether there are any inhabitants to the south and around the lagoon. It is time to return. As long as we exercise sufficient caution, we should be able to depart from the island swiftly. This thought lingers in my mind. Chapter 23. The island search operation. I resolved to retrace my steps, pondering a question along the way. Why did those two armed men venture out to patrol so early yesterday morning? Unless they were navigating eastward for a specific purpose and happened upon the lifeboat, leading to that unforeseen incident. What was their mission? Where lay their stronghold? The dawn had only just broken, prompting me to speculate that their base might be located at the southern tip of this island or across the lagoon. It was plausible that those two individuals were en route to an island or vessel situated to the east. Regrettably, during our drift at sea the previous night, we were entirely ensconced in slumber, oblivious to any islands or large ships that might have been anchored to the east. The absence of a radio on the small boat indicated that their destination, be it an island or a sizable vessel, was likely not far away. Given the brevity of the distance, had they sufficient manpower, they would surely have commenced a search at sea the day prior. Yet, such matters were of little consequence now. What truly mattered was that I needed to scout the southern end. If indeed there was a stronghold of armed men there, we would have to relocate. After all, with two of their comrades missing, they would undoubtedly conduct a thorough search of the island to ensure their base's security, should they discover our presence. The repercussions would be dire. A wave of dread washed over me as I recognized the grave oversight I had made regarding safety. Yesterday, the armed men had been searching for their missing comrades, and today they would likely initiate a search of the island. This island, neither vast nor minuscule, lay less than 4 kilometers from our camp to the southern tip. Although the coastline there spans 7 or 8 kilometers, they need not traverse it on foot. They could simply navigate along the shore in their speedboat, scanning for any suspicious signs and landing to investigate. Within 2 hours, they could reach the location of the lifeboat. The tranquility of yesterday had lulled my sense of vigilance. I hastened my pace as I made my way back, wrapping my head in the striped shirt to conceal my features, leaving only my eyes visible and crouching low as I dashed through the underbrush. The branches and bamboo scraping against my camouflage attire with a faint rustling sound. I had traversed only half the distance when a thunderous noise erupted from the sky. I quickly emerged from the shade of the trees, stepping onto the rocky path by the shore, and gazed upward into the brilliant blue expanse. That vivid red smoke in the sky was particularly blinding. It was a signal flare precisely at the location where the lifeboat was concealed. Damn it! I cursed inwardly. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. I quickened my pace once more. However, the launch of the flare, in fact, served as a signal of safety for me. If they had captured Shinya and Chun Xiao, they would take them directly back to their camp. Only upon discovering signs of our presence, without finding us, would they discharge the flare, requesting support for a thorough search of the area. There was no other possibility. If they had indeed apprehended Shinya and her companion and were aware of my existence, they would merely need to lie in ambush within the surrounding foliage of the lifeboat, waiting for my return to take a shot at me. It seems that the two women were not entirely foolish. Upon sensing the enemy's approach, they chose to conceal themselves. However, without my presence, could they truly survive in the wilderness? They possess no survival skills, and I have left them with merely a dagger and a rifle. The rifle is of little use to them, while the dagger may serve a purpose, yet it is insufficient for them to endure the primal rainforest. They would likely become disoriented after only a short distance. At night, lacking the knowledge to construct a shelter, they would merely huddle together until dawn, exhausting their mental and physical reserves. As I neared the vicinity of the lifeboat, I paused for a few moments to rest. Then, cautiously, I made my way to the northern promontory, lying low behind the underbrush, meticulously observing the stretch of beach where the island was accessed. Indeed, there were 5 speedboats anchored there, each a modification of wooden vessels, equipped with an outboard motor at the stern, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 individuals. It was evident that they had arrived with no fewer than 25 men, though not exceeding 40. The lifeboat, along with the previous speedboat, had already been dragged from the beach. 2 men clad in camouflage sat at the edge of one of the boats, smoking cigarettes, presumably left behind to guard the vessels. Each bore a radio on their shoulder epaulets and held their firearms at the ready. Despite their smoking, their gazes remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. They appear to be trained Southeast Asian mercenaries. Mercenaries once more. The sight of them ignited a surge of fury within me. Yet I knew I could not act on mere anger, for I was certain that Shunya and Qin Xiao, these delicate women, stood no chance of evading their pursuers. It would not be long before they were recaptured. Should I fire a shot now, the mercenaries in the forest would become alert, ensuring that the 2 women would never make it back to the shore. I needed to swiftly devise a rescue plan. Upon discovering the enemy, Shunya and her companion, in a state of panic, would likely head towards what they perceived as safety, one following my previous path northward, while the other ventured deeper into the rainforest. Yet when I returned, I found no mercenaries. Thus, they must have fled into the depths of the jungle. The reinforcements arriving would likely be accompanied by hunting dogs, and the 20 or so minutes that had elapsed provided the women a narrow window for escape, insufficient to cover even a few hundred meters. The dogs would soon be upon them. If luck was not on their side, they may have already been caught by the hounds, suffering bites to their arms or calves. Collapsing in despair somewhere within the rainforest, I withdrew my gun, like a cautious chameleon, temporarily sparing those two scoundrels. Entering the woods, I tucked away my striped shirt, rolling it up and stowing it in my pocket. Beneath a decayed fallen log, I smeared my face with a handful of dark mud and tore off a long, slender vine nearby. Swiftly, I wove the vine into a hat with a cloak, donning it atop my head while draping an intricate network of braided vines over my shoulders to obscure their outline. The reason a sniper can swiftly discern concealed adversaries lies in their observation of shoulder lines, the pallor of faces, and the alignment of rifle barrels. Certain straight lines that do not harmonize with the environment and cannot form naturally will, in the eyes of a trained marksman, be instantly revealed. With little time for camouflage, I hastily completed the most rudimentary concealment before crouching and moving towards the western thicket. There were numerous individuals who had entered the forest, and having rained the previous day, I could easily track their footprints. Indeed, in a low-lying area within the woods, the damp earth bore an abundance of shoe prints, along with the distinctive paw prints of hounds. They were acting in concert, and the prospect of rescuing two women from their midst appeared to be an arduous challenge. Chapter 24. Two snipers. I am acutely aware that my immediate objective is to execute a stealthy ambush. Solitary combat is my only recourse. I advance swiftly along the footprints, covering approximately 100 meters, yet I detect no sounds in the vicinity. Pursuing the enemy's footsteps is hardly a sophisticated tactic. My intent is solely to ascertain whether they have vacated the coastal area. Beyond a certain distance, the sounds of gunfire from the shore would not penetrate the dense jungle. I promptly retrace my steps, determined to eliminate the two sentinels stationed at the shoreline, although they possess radios and maintain periodic contact to ensure their posts remain secure. Given their limited numbers, I can easily respond to their radio communications, and their commander may not discern the difference. Even if someone among them is familiar with the two at the coast and detects an anomaly in the voice, they would hesitate to voice their suspicions. Imagine the surrounding individuals remaining silent on the matter. If one were to speak out, there would be no reward for correctness and potential disdain for error. In group psychology, individuals are inclined to echo the sentiments of others, and in the absence of consensus, silence prevails. This is the psychological effect of the spiral of silence. Thus, I hasten back to the shoreline. Naturally, I do not believe there are merely two guards. This group consists of well-trained mercenaries who would not recklessly expose all their sentinels to the glaring sun without being aware of the enemy's strength. They are undoubtedly lying in wait with hidden sentinels. From their perspective, a survivor adrift in a lifeboat capable of eliminating two armed personnel would certainly not be an ordinary foe. Therefore, establishing ambushes along the coast is a sign of respect for formidable opponents. I soon locate myself near the lifeboat, having already familiarized myself with the surrounding terrain. Every tree and shrub is ingrained in my memory. This not only aids in my ability to camouflage and set ambushes, but also facilitates my observation. If I notice any discrepancies in the environment compared to my recollections, I will scrutinize that area for potential ambushes. In such a primal setting, barring disruptions from animals or the onset of a storm, the landscape remains largely unchanged within a single day. For an exceptional sniper, imprinting the surrounding environment in one's mind is a fundamental skill. As I meticulously survey the area, I indeed uncover two concealed mercenaries. One crouches amidst the dense underbrush behind a woodshed, adorned with a camouflage beanie and his face painted with dark grease. His keen eyes scanning the surroundings intermittently as he cradles an M40A3 sniper rifle, which holds only 5 rounds. This individual exhibits a lack of proper camouflage. His audacity stems from underestimating the enemy and the fact that he is being covered by another ambusher. This second sentinel is positioned on a small hill 30 meters behind him, affording a clear view of my previous campsite. In my unit, this tactic is referred to as the mantis stalks the cicada, while the sparrow lies in wait. Once the enemy sniper identifies the concealed sniper hiding in the thicket and opens fire, the sniper positioned further back, possessing a broader field of vision, will immediately take aim and eliminate the target. Similarly, if an enemy sniper on a hillside is discovered and fired upon, the sniper in the foreground will swiftly deliver a scorching bullet to the adversary. Often, the rear sniper must possess superior camouflage skills, as they typically observe elevated terrains first when searching for targets. This formation can also be employed to capture targets alive, should the nearby sniper expose himself first. The rear sniper can provide cover. Otherwise, the sniper below would hesitate to approach the shed. The sniper on the hill demonstrates exceptional concealment techniques, remaining motionless atop the elevation. His camouflage attire rendering him indistinguishable from a clump of low shrubs. However, unbeknownst to him, I have long been aware of the number of shrub clusters on that small hill, their sizes, shapes, and the orientation of their leaves. Such knowledge may seem implausible to an ordinary person, yet for elite snipers, it is hardly a challenge. We have all mastered rapid memorization techniques and understand the growth patterns of plants. The disguised foliage stands apart from the surrounding vegetation. With frequent observation, distinguishing between them becomes effortless. I have quietly maneuvered to the rear of the hill. The sniper's disguise is indeed commendable. Adorned in a ghillie suit and wielding an M21 sniper rifle, which accommodates a magazine of 20 rounds. This rifle exhibits superior maneuverability compared to the M40A3, making it more suitable for the complex geography of tropical rainforests. The M21 has demonstrated remarkable performance on the battlefields of Vietnam, excelling in engagements of 1 against many within 2 to 300 meters. In contrast, the M40A3 boasts greater precision and range, ideal for long-distance kills. From the characteristics of these two firearms, it is evident that the snipers excel in different battlefield environments. However, I did not anticipate such a multitude of armed individuals on a single island, let alone 2 professional snipers. This appears highly illogical. Nevertheless, this is not the time for contemplation. Like a cheetah that has spotted its prey, I crouch low, clutching a long dagger, stealthily approaching the sniper atop the hill. I cannot afford to fire upon these 2 snipers. The moment I do, the 2 guards by the seaside would promptly alert others via radio, rendering my current actions futile. At this moment, my singular focus is on eliminating the target, with no extraneous thoughts intruding. All my attention is directed toward the sniper before me. Soon, I silently find myself just a meter behind him. The fellow seems to sense something amiss, shifting slightly. I anticipate he might turn around, only to witness him reach for his chest pocket and retrieve a piece of gum to chew. At that moment, I also discerned that he was of Caucasian descent. No wonder he wielded American weaponry. When sniping, it is indeed considered a grave error to chew on anything, as the act of mastication transmits sounds from the jaw to the ears, rendering it difficult to perceive the faintest external noises. In films, one may observe snipers chewing gum, yet this is predominantly before their mission. It is inconceivable to engage in such behavior during an operation. I lifted the long-handled dagger in my hand, aiming it at the nape of his neck. This fool remained utterly oblivious to the fact that the Grim Reaper stood behind him. With a swift motion, I plunged the dagger deep. The blade, a long implement, penetrated his skull, piercing through his brain and emerging from his nasal cavity to embed itself in the earth before him. This man died without ever comprehending the magnitude of the peril he had invited. Chapter 25. Solo Operations. I pushed the corpse aside and extracted the M21 sniper rifle it had been pinning down. To my astonishment, the camouflaged weapon was equipped with a silencer. It was perplexing that an armed force stationed on a deserted island possessed such a professional marksman. I positioned myself where the body had lain, immediately aiming at the sniper concealed behind a shed. Unbeknownst to him, his ally had been eliminated. His expression betrayed impatience, as if questioning the necessity of expending such effort to deal with a few survivors. Bang! The suppressed shot resonated, and the bullet penetrated his forehead. He collapsed silently into the thicket. The muffled sound of the gunfire reached only 70 or 80 decibels, akin to a teacup shattering on the floor. In an open hall, it might have been audible, but within the dense forest, the sound was swallowed by the foliage, failing to reach the coast, overshadowed by the wind and the crashing waves. I swiftly donned the camouflage uniform from the corpse and rummaged through its pockets, retrieving a pristine Glock pistol, a military dagger, several pieces of high-sugar, specialized chewing gum, chocolate, and a resealable bag containing peculiar pills. Upon examining the pills, I ascertained they were not narcotics, but rather antibiotics and potassium permanganate tablets. I discarded my AK rifle beside the body and hastened towards the shoreline with the M21 sniper rifle in hand. The original camp was a mere 30 to 40 meters from the beach. Upon reaching the shed, I ventured another dozen meters and crouched in the underbrush. Observing two guards on the sand, I raised my rifle and aimed at the guard furthest back. Bang! The shot rang out, and he fell lifelessly. The guard in front, still oblivious, had no time to react before I fired again. The M21 sniper rifle allowed for rapid successive shots, rendering it exceptionally effective in such scenarios. Had I wielded a single-shot AK or M40A3, even with superior marksmanship, a 3-second interval would have been necessary. That brief window would have enabled the adversary to swiftly relocate, seek cover, and communicate with their main force. Alas, these two Southeast Asians had no such opportunity. I dashed from the beach, first hauling the body onto the boat, then securing the fast boats together with ropes. Finally, I activated the outboard motor of the foremost vessel, and all the boats departed from the shore. I was uncertain whether other mercenaries remained at their camp, making it imperative to sever their escape route. I confiscated the radio from one of the guards. The device remained eerily silent, indicating that the main force had not split up. However, once they captured Shunya and her companions, the airwaves would soon be abuzz with activity. Pursuing them was not an option. Laying an ambush nearby was the prudent course. It was reasonable to anticipate that, upon capturing Shunya and her team, the enemy would return here unless they were informed of the surprise attack. My objective was clear: to eliminate them all. In jungle warfare, camouflage and stealth attacks were paramount. The mercenaries now found themselves in a disadvantageous position. As long as I engaged them within familiar terrain, they would have little chance of success. They should not have fired the signal flare, as it simultaneously called for support while exposing their own position. Of course, they were aware of this. It was merely an excess of confidence on their part. They believed we were merely prey, unaware that we could also be the hunters. Now, confronted with the prospect of facing over 20 mercenaries alone, I must meticulously consider my tactical approach rather than relying on luck and sheer bravado. For such recklessness would lead me to the depths of despair. In solitary combat, 3 principles are paramount. The first principle is to be well acquainted with the environment. The second is to conceal oneself and establish multiple ambush points. The third principle is to maintain a safe distance between oneself and the enemy. By adhering to these 3 principles, even in the event of defeat, I can ensure a viable escape route. For a sniper, eliminating targets is not the most challenging aspect. Mastering the art of sniping suffices for that. The greatest difficulty lies in securing a safe withdrawal, akin to a criminal who, after committing murder, must dispose of the body without being detected. On the foundation of these 3 principles, acquiring detailed intelligence about the enemy would be even more advantageous. However, solitary operations often preclude the gathering of intelligence, typically arising from a position of disadvantage, such as when all comrades have perished or one finds oneself isolated. Nevertheless, as a sniper, one must cultivate the ability to operate independently. I swiftly sought a vantage point to the north and rapidly established a defensive sniping position. Approximately 20 minutes later, a voice crackled through the radio, speaking in English. The target had been captured, 2 beautiful women. Was there any sighting of additional targets along the shore? Over. No. All is secure. Over. I replied, deliberately using the Zewa language for the phrase all is secure, as I was uncertain of the English proficiency of the 2 Southeast Asian guards and whether their earlier statement was directed at the sniper or the guards themselves. It was imperative that I did not respond in the tone of a sniper, for snipers are rare assets in any unit, their voices easily recognizable. Hence, Responding in the manner of a guard was the most prudent course of action. Okay, we're returning shortly. This is going to be entertaining. We've been dreadfully bored on the island. John, have you fallen asleep? There are two lovely Chinese ladies. Aren't you excited? This isn't like you. The voice of the commanding officer crackled through the radio. The John he referred to was likely one of the white snipers. It would be unwise for me to imitate John S.'s voice. Aside from not having heard him before, even if I had, I could never replicate it accurately. Just as I feared exposure, a piercing scream from Shunya erupted through the radio, mingling with Chun Xiaoxiao's cries and the raucous laughter of the mercenaries. Clearly, those men were taking liberties with the two women, provoking their reactions. This, fortuitously, alleviated my predicament. The men at the forefront were in a state of exhilaration, utterly oblivious to the troubles that had emerged by the seaside. The man who had inquired earlier ceased his questioning. To these men, long deprived of companionship, the presence of two exquisite women was an irresistible temptation. Every inch of their skin exuded an alluring fragrance and beauty, inciting an overwhelming desire to savor their exquisite allure. I lay in ambush on the hillside where the first sniper was stationed. In my grasp was not the M21 sniper rifle, but an AK-47, which I had switched from single fire to automatic mode. As the enemy returned in droves, their guard was at its lowest, making a sweeping fire from the rifle far more devastating and psychologically intimidating. I swiftly adjusted to a secondary sniper position based on their cover locations. Chapter 26. Negotiation before long. A group of mercenaries clad in camouflage, accompanied by 7 or 8 Southeast Asian militants donned in brown shirts and vests, emerged from the dense thicket. Among them were Shunya and Chen Xiaoxiao. Though they appeared exceedingly disheveled, their bodies caked in mud. This layer of filth, however, served as a protective barrier, deterring the men from resorting to aggression in such circumstances. Leading the group was a bald mercenary, holding a brown hunting dog on a leash, its dark, mottled tongue lolling out as it panted heavily. Suddenly, the dog halted, its keen eyes scanning the surroundings before barking loudly. I had initially planned to open fire when they passed within 10 meters, certain that I could eliminate them all. However, at this distance of 30 to 40 meters, the surrounding trees would obstruct my bullets, greatly diminishing their lethality. Moreover, the dog's alertness would quickly signal danger to its owner. The bald man shouted, and as he lunged forward, he swiftly unfastened the dog's collar. As he shouted, I crouched behind the bushes, seizing my AK-47 and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The roaring bullets surged forth like a tempest, tearing through countless branches along their path. The quicker members of the group dove for cover, while the slower ones were immediately struck by my fire. Once they fell, the surrounding foliage obscured their movements as well as my own, leaving me unsure of which direction they crawled. Nevertheless, I did not cease my assault. As long as they could not see me, coupled with my suppressive fire, they would not dare to retaliate. Then, the hunting dog lunged towards me. It was astute, emerging from my left side, akin to a starving wolf, aiming to bite my left arm. Yet, I had anticipated this move. I swung my weapon around and dispatched it swiftly. A pity for the lost meal. I discarded my AK and hurried to my second sniper position. With the barrage momentarily halted, none dared to expose themselves, wary of a trap, affording me a fleeting moment to reposition. I had established numerous sniper points in the vicinity to adapt to varying circumstances. I circled back along their path, maneuvering to their rear, approximately 50 meters from their current location. Crouching low, I sprinted desperately towards my M21 sniper rifle, disregarding the treacherous terrain and thorns that beset my route. After about 10 seconds, I arrived at my second sniper position, perched atop a towering banyan tree. Typically, such a tree is ill-suited for a sniper's nest, as being discovered would invite a rapid and overwhelming return of fire, leaving no escape. Yet at times, it is necessary to embrace such risks. Firstly, our location is over 40 meters away from the target group. Standing on the ground, my field of vision does not exceed 10 meters. However, from this tree, I can discern enemies lying prone 50 meters away. I swiftly ascended the towering banyan, settling upon a carefully chosen branch. I rested my weapon upon a smaller branch in front of me, my body resembling a panda clinging to the trunk. By merely tilting my head slightly, I could peer through the scope to take aim. The enemies, positioned 40 to 50 meters away, would be unable to strike me even if they discerned my direction amidst the dense foliage. Their bullets would merely strike the trunk. To eliminate me, they would have to send someone charging beneath the tree under heavy fire. Through the scope, I observed a group of them sprawled on the ground, peering cautiously and whispering, seemingly deliberating on how to probe for their target. Meanwhile, Shunya and Chen Xiaoxiao were coerced into standing, attempting to draw fire and divert my attention. The two women trembled, their faces etched with despair, engulfed in an overwhelming terror they had never before encountered in their lives. The brutal battlefield resembled a hellish arena. There was no rationale to be had. It was a matter of either vanquishing the enemy or being vanquished. Tears shed on the battlefield are a mark of disgrace. Bang! Bang, bang! I fired 4 shots in quick succession as 4 adversaries came into my line of sight. The bullets ruthlessly obliterated their bodies, rendering them motionless, their fates unknown. The gunfire was silenced. It echoed as if from a distance. One among them shouted, and immediately a barrage of bullets rained down towards the rear. Fools! I silently cursed. The 5 would fire their weapons, instantly revealed their positions through the trajectory and flames. Bang, 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 bang. I discharged 5 more rounds, the bullets striking accurately at the 5 individuals concealed behind the thicket. I did not require headshots. Mere hits would suffice. If possible, I even hoped to capture 1 or 2 alive for interrogation. After my shots rang out, the 5 who had opened fire ceased all noise. The others, likely paralyzed by fear, dared not make sound. Yet, I too could not remain in this tree any longer. Those 5 had likely provided an opportunity for the others to approach. I had no desire to engage them here, so I hastily set up a decoy made of brush atop the tree and swiftly descended. I immediately dashed toward the hill to the south, a mere dozen meters away. The decoy, fashioned from shrubbery, was rather crude, simply adorned with a striped shirt previously used to cover a head. I did not require an overly realistic dummy, for in the heat of battle, the enemy's mental state is exceedingly tense. Upon spotting anything that resembled a person, they would fire without hesitation. There was no room for contemplation. A moment's delay could mean death. Upon reaching the small hill, I soon spotted 2 individuals emerging from both sides of the banyan tree. Almost as soon as I departed, they arrived, indicating the presence of a capable leader among them. One among them spotted a figure in a striped shirt perched in the tree, and without hesitation, he unleashed a volley of gunfire. Seizing this opportunity, I directed my aim toward another adversary. The sound of my shot was drowned out by his, and he remained oblivious to the fact that his comrade had already succumbed to my marksmanship. By the time he realized, my bullet had already found its mark in his forehead. 8 rounds remained, yet I felt no trepidation regarding my ammunition, for the rounds he carried were of the same caliber as those of the M40A3, both conforming to the NATO standard of 7.62 by 51 millimeters. The M40A3 sniper rifle held 5 rounds in its chamber, and I had an additional box of 20 rounds in my pocket. Thus, I possessed a total of 33 rounds for the M21. The number of their heads did not exceed my supply of ammunition. I shifted my position once more, this time not within the confines of the forest, but towards the seaside. Realizing they could not overpower me, they would undoubtedly contemplate fleeing. While they might surmise that their vessel had been incapacitated or cast into the sea, the absence of visual confirmation often breeds stubbornness. Moreover, should they choose to flee in any direction other than towards the shore, safety was not guaranteed. At the very least, they believed I was behind them, and if they hastened towards the sea, even without sighting the boat, they could still escape in another direction. However, midway through my movement, I suddenly halted. This strategy did not account for the safety of the hostages. As they were burdened with captives, their progress towards the shore would undoubtedly be slow, leading them to abandon that course. They might either execute the hostages on the spot and escape to the sea themselves, or conceal the hostages and seek to negotiate with me. Once negotiations commenced, I would find myself at a disadvantage. Hey, listen, I don't know who you are, but if you wish to prevent these 2 women from meeting their demise in my hands, cease your actions. If you do not respond within 10 seconds, I shall execute the first hostage. I knew you could hear me. The voice of a mercenary crackled through the radio, speaking in English. Indeed, they had arrived. Chapter 27. The Ruthless Assassin 10. 9. The audacious countdown from my adversary momentarily left me dizzy and disoriented. That night of bloodshed, my enemies had similarly forced me into submission. Hey, little border guard from China, if you don't come out soon, I shall dismember your comrades. I know you can hear me. They're not dead yet. Ha ha. Sinister voices echoed in my mind. In the next instant, my thoughts became a blank slate. Pathetic fool. How could you allow yourself to be threatened? I cursed under my breath, glaring fiercely as I retrieved a revolver with my left hand while my right hand gripped a Glock. Simultaneously, I pressed the intercom's talk button. Then go ahead and kill them. They are merely burdens. The game has just begun, little mice. Flee, but do not let me catch you. I shall devour you whole. I spoke with an icy demeanor, unable to suppress a chilling laugh. Damn it. A lunatic? The voice from across the line retorted, immediately followed by the sounds of Shunya and Chun Xiao Xiao weeping. No, don't kill us. He is already a madman. Woo. Shut up. Do you want to hear us? Soon, the intercom fell into silence, while I lay in wait like a coiled python, stealthily inching closer to the approximate location of my targets. I knew they would not dare to harm those two women. Only my foolish master would be intimidated by them. The reason was simple. I had already taken down nearly 20 of their men, sufficient to instill fear. Among them was a clever captain who should understand that, under such circumstances, shooting the hostages would allow me to pinpoint their exact location through the gunfire. They had no knowledge of my whereabouts. Should a shot ring out, I would respond with a bullet of my own, making it a costly mistake for them. Killing hostages and thereby exposing themselves was an utterly unwise strategy. If they were to use a knife, the threat against me would vanish, for I would remain oblivious to whether they had succeeded or failed. Thus, their only viable option was to escape. Of course, they could stab the hostages in a desperate attempt to inflict harm, but such an act would yield little advantage. It would be far more prudent to silence the two women and inflict a wound on their thighs. This would compel me to stay and tend to them, thus hindering my pursuit of their escape. If they were to kill the hostages, I would be consumed by rage and relentlessly pursue them, a pursuit that would be unforgiving. These mercenaries, seasoned by years of battle, would easily grasp this principle. Before long, I heard the sound of a woman sobbing ahead. Yet, I remained vigilant, paying heed to every detail around me, and found no ambush. They were likely paralyzed by fear. I hastened my movements, crawling behind a thicket, and indeed, I spotted the two women bound beneath a sturdy tree, each bearing a stab wound to their thighs, blood gushing forth. The blood that flowed was a dark red venous hue. It would not lead to immediate death, yet without prompt measures to staunch the flow, excessive blood loss would inevitably prove fatal. The two women were already on the brink of fainting from sheer terror. I had initially intended to disregard them, but as I prepared to pursue the remaining mercenaries, the emotions of my dominant persona influenced my decision. How pathetic! I muttered under my breath as I stealthily emerged from the thicket. Upon seeing me, the two women were filled with shock and relief, and I swiftly severed the ropes, binding their wrists with my dagger. Bind your wounds. Do not become a burden, I commanded, tossing the ropes at their feet before tearing away the cloth gagging Shunya's mouth. In which direction did they flee? How many remain? Speak swiftly, I demanded coldly. To the seaside. There are 5 of them left, Shunya replied urgently. I cast them a fleeting glance and immediately dashed southward. I was acutely aware that their objective was to find a boat at the coast. Should they fail to locate one, they would hasten towards their camp to regroup with the main force. The camp, without doubt, lay to the south. While on the volcano, I had not seen or heard any vessels nearby. Like a solitary wolf, patient and resolute, I navigated swiftly through the forest, acutely aware that the 5 fugitives were likely fleeing with equal fervor. However, they were following the coastline, tracing a curved path, whereas I traversed a straight line through the woods. I resolved to intercept them 500 meters from shore. I ran with fervor, my body drenched in sweat, anxious that my dominant persona might suddenly seize control, potentially causing him to abandon my current strategy in a misguided attempt to rescue the two women. After all, to him, they were akin to kin of his mentor, who had shown him kindness. Yet, that bond held little significance for me. I could not allow those 5 rats to escape. Their existence posed a threat to my safety, and I would not permit such a risk to linger. As I sprinted, I consumed the last of my water from the bottle and discarded it carelessly onto the ground. The sound it would make upon impact during combat could prove fatal. It was better left behind. Furthermore, I could surely find military canteens among the corpses, far superior to that flimsy bottle. At last, I spotted the coconut trees and heard the whispers of the wind mingling with the sound of the waves. Based on my familiarity with the terrain, I concluded that if they were fleeing along the coastal forest, their journey would take twice the distance I had covered, unless they too were navigating through the woods. However, traversing the dense jungle was far less comfortable than moving along the coastline, coupled with the oppressive heat and unfamiliarity with the terrain, which could significantly delay them or lead them to cross paths with me. Therefore, for their escape, the coastal route was undeniably safer than the forest. Upon reaching the shore, I quickly surveyed the soft earth of the rocky beach, finding no traces of footprints. It became clear to me that I was indeed ahead of them. Thus, I swiftly located a vantage point along the coastline, where I reclined, my camouflage seamlessly merging with the surrounding environment. While patiently awaiting their arrival, I took the opportunity to meticulously load each round into the magazine of my M21, the weighty bullets exuding a metallic scent. With each press of my thumb, an unusual thrill coursed through my body and mind. I awaited the silhouette of my target to emerge at the tip of the rocky outcrop, a mere 70 meters away. Having just sprinted over 500 meters, my lungs and heart raced intensely, necessitating a minute to regain my composure. Exceeding that 70-meter distance would severely compromise my shooting accuracy, a blunder I could not afford to make. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, a group of 5 individuals hastened toward my line of fire. However, I refrained from firing, for their path was riddled with nearby cover. I needed to unleash 5 shots in rapid succession. The first shot would undoubtedly strike a stationary target, yet the subsequent 4 would be aimed at moving ones. I had to eliminate all targets within 3 seconds. If the enemy managed to find reliable cover within that brief span, it would be an unforgivable error on my part. They appeared fatigued, clearly having sprinted back, their steps now somewhat unsteady and their pace diminished. They were conserving their energy, knowing that a considerable distance remained before reaching their camp, compounded by their false sense of security, as their speed merely exceeded that of a casual stroll. Soon, they arrived at the open expanse of the rocky beach, where towering rock formations offered no substantial concealment, and the sparse coconut grove provided little cover. Little mice, prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 28, he has a name. A faint gunshot rang out, quickly drowned by the crashing waves against the rocks, and the last of the 5 men ahead collapsed in response. The remaining 4 did not hear the shot, but were startled by the sound of their fallen comrade hitting the ground. They instinctively turned around. Danger! The mercenary who first spotted his injured ally shouted and sprinted towards the coconut grove. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before my searing bullet struck him, the force of the high-speed projectile penetrating his left chest cavity, creating a void effect that could instantly shred his internal organs. There was no need for a direct hit to the brain or heart. He would not even realize he had been shot. His body would react reflexively, collapsing into a spasm before succumbing to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, the other 3 dashed toward the coconut grove, their reaction speed 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person, a testament to their rigorous training as mercenaries. Yet, they too could not escape the wrath of my gun. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shots fired in rapid succession, propelled by their momentum as they fell towards the grove. Though not struck in the head or heart, 1 or 2 of them continued to twitch, attempting to crawl further into the thicket. I made no haste to depart, nor did I wish to waste bullets on finishing shots. I merely wanted to savor the sight of their demise. During this time, I pulled out 2 specially crafted pieces of gum, savoring the sweet flavor that blossomed on my palate. I felt like a wretched soul confined within a cage. Experiencing such pleasure for the first time, I longed never to be imprisoned again. Approximately 20 minutes passed. Even if my bullets had not struck vital areas, their lives must surely be ebbing away. I planned to gather some supplies and then, armed with my radio, continue towards their camp. I yearned for a savage bloodletting, to eradicate all the scourge on the island. What a thrilling experience it would be. A grin unconsciously crept across my lips as I slowly approached the lifeless bodies, drawing my dagger to pierce each one at the base of their skulls. Observing their demise brought me immense solace. They were all wretched vermin, deserving to hide forever in the dark, damp sewers, never to bask in the sunlight again. I scavenged a considerable amount of ammunition, compressed biscuits, and military canteens from their bodies. Just as I prepared to set off again, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and I closed my eyes tightly, hoping the unpleasant sensation would quickly dissipate. Wait, where am I? Shouldn't I be in the woods? I was taken aback, surveying my surroundings and the supplies draped over me. Damn it, my second persona has seized control of my body. The realization struck me like lightning. Yet, I could not recall what transpired while my second self was in charge. I only had a vague memory of 2 women being injured. Moreover, the second persona actually contemplated storming into the enemy's camp, a notion so utterly ludicrous that it defies reason. He was oblivious to the number of individuals present or their intentions, yet he dared to approach. Furthermore, what of the 2 women upon his arrival? Damn it, not a single survivor would be left, and I still sought to glean some intelligence. My heart was heavy with frustration. From this incident, it became apparent that while my second persona may possess a lucid mindset, skilled in the art of killing, perhaps even exhibiting a degree of psychopathy, evident from the wound to the back of the skull of the corpses, it does not necessarily embody a cautious or composed character. If he were to recklessly charge into their camp, no matter his formidable abilities, it would be tantamount to seeking death. More critically, he disregarded the peril faced by the 2 women. If all those I care for are slain, what significance remains in exterminating the mercenaries in the camp? I nearly forgot. He is the cold-blooded, emotionless killer persona, singularly focused on the act of murder. I surveyed my belongings, noting that I possessed only a single water container filled to the brim, while the other 4 remained affixed to the corpses, their contents having been poured into mine. Such vital resources cannot be cast aside carelessly. I collected the excess water containers from the bodies, securing them before retracing my steps along the coastline. Although the specific details of the second persona's experiences elude my memory, I could still recall certain overarching elements upon reflection. For instance, my present location. Upon returning to the shed, I found the 2 women supporting each other, already seated there awaiting my return, their eyes swollen from tears. They appeared disheveled, reeking of decaying foliage. Their gazes were fixed upon me, brimming with apprehension. "It's me, how are your wounds?" I inquired, as I began to shed the stifling tactical suit clinging to my body. The 2 women paused momentarily. "It's you, Wang Tai?" It is I. Is there truly a difference in voice or expression between him and me? I replied, "There is indeed. That individual bears no expression, cold as ice. His eyes filled with murderous intent, a gaze that instills fear at first glance," Shinya remarked. "Next time he appears, inquire about his name. That way, you may discern between us more clearly," I suggested. Chun Xiao, perplexed by this, responded, "Brother Wang, isn't he your other persona? How could he possess another name?" "You misunderstand. My condition is commonly referred to as dissociative identity disorder, abbreviated as DID. He is, in essence, not me. There exists a barrier between our memories. He does not acknowledge me, nor do I him. Hence the absence of a shared name," I elucidated. "Why did he suddenly manifest? Do you understand? Just moments ago, he nearly brought us to ruin." Chun Xiao expressed, her distress palpable. "What transpired?" I inquired. "It is those individuals who have taken us hostage to threaten you." "No, it should be a threat directed at him. They likely seek to engage in negotiations, yet your counterpart has no intention of negotiating. Now they urge to swiftly eliminate us. These burdens, which has led to my thigh being stabbed. I feel as though death is imminent, and with my leg injured, I am unable to walk." As Chun Xiao wept, I observed that their thighs had ceased bleeding, but the wounds are profound. Complete healing is not something that can be achieved in a short span of time. Moreover, there is a high risk of internal infection, leading to fluid accumulation. It is entirely possible that one could succumb to infection and perish on this desolate island. Furthermore, there are other armed factions on this island, and I am left to wonder what they are doing here, especially given the presence of such skilled snipers. At this moment, I cannot afford to dwell on these matters. I must attend to the corpses and supplies within the forest today, and do my utmost to tend to the wounds of the 2 women. After all, The old instructor has shown me kindness, and I cannot allow his seventh sister to die on this deserted isle. I would have no way to explain myself to him upon my return. Chapter 29. Urgent relocation wait here for me. You too. I will go check on those bodies to see if I can find any useful supplies, I instructed Shinya and Qin Xiao. Both of them still wore sorrowful expressions. Upon hearing my words, Qin Xiao pitifully inquired, will they come back? They will not return for the time being, as this group of enemies has been eliminated, and their headquarters has not received any new signals. Therefore, they will not be sending anyone else over, I replied. Qin Xiao then asked, what will we do in the future? Will we die here? This question left me at a loss, for I too was uncertain about our next steps. I had no idea why there were so many mercenaries on this island. All I could do was take one step at a time. Xiao, stop crying. Let Wang Tai handle things for now, Shinya suggested. I nodded and turned to leave. As I surveyed the corpses, including the 5 slain by my alter ego, I counted a total of 25 bodies. Among them, 7 were of Southeast Asian descent, who did not appear to be mercenaries, while the remaining 18 were Caucasian men clad in camouflage. I scavenged a plethora of knives, lighters, cigarettes, chocolate, compressed biscuits, condoms, and other supplies from them. I also detached all their magazines and bundled everything in a piece of clothing to carry back to the shed. Upon witnessing the substantial supplies I had gathered, the 2 women glanced at the items strewn on the ground, particularly the conspicuously numerous condoms. You lecher. What do you intend to do with such things? You don't mean to. Qin Xiao questioned, her face flushed. Am I the pervert, or are you? After having just survived such perilous events. Who would think about that? I retorted in exasperation. Qin Xiao pondered for a moment and realized the absurdity of her concern. Then, why did you bring those back? These items are indeed useful, but not in the manner you are imagining. I shook my head. Aside from medications found on the sniper, none of the others carried any medical supplies, just some marijuana and cocaine. Although these substances possess medicinal value, their drawbacks outweigh the benefits, and they are not irreplaceable, so I discarded them. I'll use potassium permanganate solution for superficial disinfection. I retrieved a potassium permanganate tablet and placed it into one of the cylindrical water bottles. This tablet weighed 0.1 grams, with a dilution ratio of 1/5,000, meaning I would need to fill it with 500 milliliters of water, which was the bottle's capacity. Their wounds had already stopped bleeding, but they were still alarming in appearance. Given our limited medical resources, deep disinfection was not feasible, and potassium permanganate cannot be used for such purposes. Thus, whether they would succumb to infection later was left to fate. The assailant who had stabbed them likely did not wish for their demise, perhaps considering their value for rescue. If they lost that value, he might have feared that I would not remain to care for them, thereby jeopardizing his own chance of escape. Perhaps contemplating the possibility of ending my life and taking these 2 women back for enjoyment. Thus, the wounds were not particularly severe. I suppressed the pain, rinsed the wounds, and then bandaged them. As for the mud on your bodies, we shall clean that once we relocate to a place with water, I remarked. The 2 women nodded resolutely, gritting their teeth. I then cleaned the area around their wounds. Once that was done, I cut strips of cloth with my dagger and soaked them in a potassium permanganate solution for disinfection. Subsequently, I untied the tourniquet wrapped around the upper part of their thighs. Blood oozed from the wounds, though the bleeding was not profuse. It merely appeared alarming. The 2 women stifled their cries, tears streaming from the corners of their eyes. I scraped some charred bark from a tree into a powder, rich in tannins, to aid in coagulation. Before long, the powder completely covered their wounds, gradually halting the bleeding. Only then did I wrap the disinfected cloth around their injuries. You must rest for at least 3 hours before attempting to walk. Otherwise, the bleeding may resume, I advised. Wang Tai, do we have to stay here? Shinya inquired. No, we cannot remain here any longer. Once their headquarters realizes this unit has not returned, they will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. This place is no longer safe. I must find a location with a stream and construct a shelter to hide for a while. When time permits, I will scout their headquarters to see if I can procure more anti-inflammatory medication and medical supplies, I replied. Thank you, Wang Tai. Had it not been for you, we would have been at a loss. Shinya expressed her gratitude. Enough of that. Your brother is my instructor and benefactor. Had he not sent someone to rescue me from the boundary marker, I would have perished long ago, I said with a bitter smile, shaking my head. By the way, Wang Tai, when we fled westward, we encountered a swamp, and the mud on us is from there. There may be a stream nearby, Shinya mentioned. I understand. I will check it out. You two wait for my return. I will guide you to a new refuge before nightfall. I assured them as I rose and made my way to the shore. The lifeboat on the beach was too conspicuous and weighing 200 pounds. I could not carry it to the new shelter. However, the canopy could be taken. I dismantled the canopy, secured it with ropes, and slung it over my shoulder back to the woodshed. I then dragged the lifeboat into the forest to avoid detection by other mercenaries. After taking care of everything, I promptly set out to search for the next campsite. I glanced at my watch. There were 6 hours until darkness fell. This Rolex had been scavenged from a corpse with a shaved head, and I had heard that such watches were quite expensive. As a soldier who had only retired 2 years prior, having grown up in the countryside until the age of 18 and spent 5 years in the military, most of which was spent on border missions, I had little exposure to the trappings of the metropolis. At the border, one encounters a myriad of illicit contraband, including various narcotics, cultural relics, endangered species, and prohibited medicinal herbs. I traversed the forest with remarkable swiftness. After approximately 30 minutes, I ascended a considerable expanse of hills, crossed a low-lying marshland, and ultimately discovered a stream nestled within a valley behind a towering mountain of over 30 meters. The stream, though modest in size, measured about 1 meter in width. Flanked by bamboo groves, it was only upon emerging from the thickets that I beheld the watercourse. A short distance upstream, a waterfall cascaded down a rocky slope, approximately 7 to 8 meters high, feeding into a pool that spanned over 3 meters in width, its waters crystal clear. The stones and sandy bed of the stream were distinctly visible, and I could see numerous fish, each the size of a finger, swimming freely. The symphony of birdsong filled the air, creating a splendid environment, and with a bit of clearing, I could construct a makeshift shelter. Moreover, the abundance of sturdy mozo bamboo in the vicinity obviated the need for lumber. I decided to clear a patch of land before returning to fetch supplies and the woman, lest they become anxious from prolonged waiting. With this thought in mind, I commenced the task of cutting bamboo with my long-handled dagger. Chapter 30. The limits of consumption. Utilizing a long-handled dagger to fell bamboo is far from an ideal task. The dagger, being exceedingly light, renders the act of cutting down a single bamboo stalk quite laborious, despite the advantage of its length. However, my endeavor transcends mere land clearing. The bamboo I am cutting can be repurposed for constructing shelter. Otherwise, I could have simply sought another clearing. I resolved to abandon the long-handled dagger in favor of a short dagger, employing a sturdy stone to strike the bamboo, though this method may inflict damage upon the dagger. I find myself unconcerned, as I possess an abundance of them. After an hour of laborious cutting, I successfully cleared a patch of land spanning several square meters. The remaining bamboo stumps need not be uprooted, for the moist, rainy conditions of the tropical rainforest dictate that the shelter I intend to build will be elevated. I proceeded to trim the bamboo branches, arranging them by the reeds along the creek. Once these tasks were completed, I was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. Yet, I had no time for a bath. I merely washed my face before hastening back, having familiarized myself with the path. I returned to the wood shed in a mere 15 minutes. 2 women were reclining against the trees, half resting. My sudden appearance startled them. "Fear not, it is I. You may rest a while longer. I shall first transport the supplies, and then return to escort you," I reassured them. Shinya nodded. Her eyes filled with concern and gratitude as she regarded my sweat-drenched visage. Chen Xiao, having endured so much, no longer exhibited her previous vivacity. Only pain and discomfort remained, as she nestled unwillingly in Shinya's embrace. I swiftly gathered and organized the supplies, wrapping them in camouflage fabric while shouldering the canopy of a lifeboat. As for the firearms, I bound 5 of them with rope, 3 AK-47s and 2 sniper rifles. There was no use in transporting excess weaponry, and I had emptied the magazines, deeming the surplus magazines unnecessary and burdensome, which led me to discard them. With supplies in tow, I trudged back to the clearing by the creek, a distance of approximately 800 meters from the woodshed. Should the enemy search from that direction, I am confident in my ability to confront them. Thus, I harbor no concerns about exposing this location. My priority is to ensure the two women recover from their injuries, and other matters may be resolved thereafter. Once I secure the supplies, I cut 2 branches, intending to fashion supports for the women. Upon my return to the woodshed, the sight of the walking sticks prompted the 2 women to rise and test their strength. However, with each step, their wounds throbbed painfully, and blood even seeped forth. Shinya managed to endure, but Chen Xiaoxiao, overwhelmed by pain, collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. As a young lady from a privileged background, she had never before encountered such suffering. Xiaoxiao, please rise. Are you not afraid those villains will find us? Shinya urged. Chen Xiaoxiao, her face stained with tears, trembled at the thought of the fearsome mercenaries but gradually found a resolve to stand. As I walked, tears streamed down my cheeks, my body trembling violently. I staggered, stopping intermittently to rest. At this pace, reaching our destination would likely take over 2 hours, leaving insufficient time for me to set up the tent. Come here. I'll carry you, I called as I approached Chen Xiaoxiao, bending down. After a moment of hesitation, she pouted, discarded her stick, and clambered onto my broad back. Hold on tight. I'm getting up now. MHM. Her voice, sweet and delicate, resembled that of a cherished little girl. As I hoisted her up, her legs, still pained, let out a soft cry. Does it still hurt? I inquired. Not much anymore, she replied softly. All right, Miss Shun, you can take your time following behind. I will deliver Xiaoxiao first and return to carry you, I reassured Shunya, who noticed the sweat pouring from my forehead after several trips. Feeling somewhat guilty for my struggle, sustained only by sheer willpower. I will keep up slowly. You take Xiaoxiao first and rest a bit, Shunya said. No worries. Just head toward the marsh. If you lose your way, stop and don't wander off, I instructed. I understand, Shunya nodded. Thus, I made my way to the stream with Chen Xiaoxiao on my back. Weighing around 80 pounds, she appeared slim, but the distance made her feel as heavy as lead. It took over 30 minutes to finally reach a clearing by the stream, where I laid out several camouflage jackets for her to rest on. Brother Wang. Thank you. The usually proud Chen Xiaoxiao looked at me, her expression filled with guilt and gratitude. Her enchanting almond eyes glistened, and her pouting lips bore a look of distress that stirred compassion within me. Let us not dwell on that. As fellow countrymen, it is only right to help one another, I said with a smile, taking a few sips of water. Brother Wang, I was too harsh before. I realized my mistake. I won't speak to you like that again, Chen Xiaoxiao said, wiping her tears. I reached out to gently pat her head. Don't say such things. I didn't take them to heart. What matters most is that we all survive. I comforted her. Upon hearing my words, Chen Xiaoxiao burst into tears. The tears she had fought to hold back now flowing freely. She collapsed into my embrace, sobbing for quite some time, unable to cease her weeping. Her body racked with sobs, as if cradling a fragile rabbit. The dried mud on her clothes and the sweat and grass in her hair made her appear quite disheveled. All right, enough of the tears. I need to fetch your stepmother. It wouldn't be good if something unexpected happened, I said. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Just stay here and don't be afraid. I will return shortly. Upon hearing this, she pursed her lips, resolutely nodded, gathering her courage. I then hurried back. Before long, I spotted Shunya, who had collapsed beneath a tree. I noticed the wound on her leg was oozing blood, evidently a result of standing for too long, as the increased blood pressure had caused it to bleed anew. Miss Shun, allow me to carry you. I hurried over, placing her arms over my shoulders, and with a firm exertion, lifted her up. A sharp gasp escaped Shunya's lips. Did I hurt your wound? I inquired. It's nothing. Wang Tai, am I too heavy? She asked, a hint of embarrassment lacing her voice as I staggered a few steps. Your build is just right, not heavy at all. I reassured her. Do you truly find my figure appealing? Don't men always prefer 18-year-olds? Shunya whispered softly in my ear. Well, that may be the common notion. But, Miss Shun, it would be best if you refrain from talking. It makes it difficult for me to breathe, I said, awkwardly shifting the conversation. Shunya acquiesced and fell silent. To conserve her strength, she clasped her arms tightly around my neck, pressing her body against my sturdy back. An unfamiliar tenderness that invigorated me. However, the exhaustion coupled with a lack of sustenance left me drenched in sweat and unsteady on my feet. Yet, the thought of hastening back to the stream to set up camp spurred me on, leaving no room for rest. Chapter 31. A fatigued day before long. We maneuvered around a low-lying marshland, several meters wide. The path ahead ascended into hills, making our journey increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, I did not relinquish my hold on Shunya, fearing that lifting her again would aggravate her wounds, causing her unbearable pain. The mountainous trail was overgrown with shrubs and ferns, and the damp ground posed a risk of slipping as we climbed. I was compelled to slow my pace, striving to maintain stability with each step. Carrying Chun Xiao Xiao had been manageable, as her slender frame made the effort less strenuous than it was now. In contrast, Shunya's height of 1.7 meters and weight of 110 kilograms made the ascent significantly more taxing. After finally surmounting the first hill, we encountered a slight descent. As we descended, my legs began to tremble. I felt a pang of regret. After more than a year of retirement, my lack of training had severely diminished my physical stamina. Wang Tai, perhaps I should descend this next slope? Shunya suggested, her concern palpable as she noticed my struggle. Not all. Once we get down this slope, we'll climb another hill, and then we will be close to our destination. The terrain ahead is much more gentle. Just over 100 meters from the ridge to the stream, I replied, moving down the small valley and beginning the ascent once more. Hearing this, Shunya sniffled softly, her face pressed against my shoulder, her tears mingling with my sweat soaking into my shirt. Are you still very afraid? I inquired gently. Yes. I never imagined the world could be this way. Those people are so brutal, she responded. These mercenaries are merely selling their lives for money. But they are mostly second-rate hired guns. Many are pampered ex-US, military or transient criminals. I have encountered true assassin mercenaries, specifically trained to combat border patrols and facilitate smuggling operations, I explained as we ascended. My elder brother never mentioned how perilous the border could be. I thought it was simply a matter of standing guard, Shunya admitted, a hint of shame in her voice. Some border posts indeed require only the standing of watch, deterred by the nation's formidable reputation. However, the border I am stationed at is exceedingly complex, with local conflicts occurring frequently. Some of the smuggling routes are established by those assassin brigades, which are also the areas with the highest mortality rates for border guards, I elaborated. How are they established? Shunya inquired, struggling to grasp the intricacies of the situation. I managed a wry smile. It is both simple and complex. For instance, in a treacherous smuggling route, there are regular patrols by border guards. They first send informants to bribe the guards, but how could our border guards ever be swayed? Thus, the only remaining option is murder. They dare to kill border guards? Shanya gaspet in disbelief. They are assassins trained at great expense by criminal organizations, specifically for such tasks, assassinating our comrades. By increasing the mortality rate of the border guards in that region, the incoming guards will be filled with fear. They will either request transfers, turn a blind eye, or accept bribes, or else they risk being killed. Until no soldier dares to meddle in this path any longer, we can consider it half cleared. Why only half? This leads us to the murky world of officials and military affairs, best left unspoken. So, your retirement is also related to border missions? Shunya inquired, her curiosity about my past seemingly piqued, perhaps due to the numerous lives I had taken today. Indeed, my retirement was prompted by multiple factors. Aside from my body no longer being fit for duty, another reason is that I have been placed on a blacklist by an assassin organization. I remain unaware of how they acquire my information. Continuing my tasks at the border would make me a target. If it were merely the enemy's pursuit, that would be one thing. However, there could also be spies involved, and they might set a deadly trap for me, from which even my considerable skills could not extricate me. Thus, my old instructor advised my retirement, essentially to protect me. Presently, I am being hunted by underground assassin organizations throughout Southeast Asia, who have even bestowed upon me the moniker, Night Shadow. My head is listed third on their bounty list, with a staggering reward of $10 million. I never anticipated my life would be valued so highly. My old instructor explained that this was due to the 81 mercenary assassins I had slain, one of whom was the most cherished son of a notorious drug lord. The loss to them was not merely financial or in terms of talent, but also a significant blow to the drug lord's reputation. Fortunately, even the most reckless mercenaries dare not cross the border to hunt me down. Even if they succeeded in killing me, escaping alive would be improbable, thus rendering the bounty unattainable. Before long, I finally traversed the mountain and reached the gentle decline behind it, making my way back to the stream. Chen Xiaoxiao was seated on a cleared patch of ground, and upon seeing us return, she called out. Had it not been for her injured leg, she would likely have rushed over. Approaching her, I gently set Shinya down and then plopped down onto the ground myself. Carrying a beautiful woman is no easy task. Shinya was clad in camouflage attire, with a mud-stained tank top beneath. Sitting on the prepared clothing, she had lifted her skirt to expose her injury. Her fair and lovely legs smeared with mud, resembling an elegant young lady from the city who had clumsily ventured into the fields and ended up in a muddy mess. After taking several large gulps of water and resting for a moment, I rose to construct a shelter. Building with bamboo was relatively straightforward. I simply needed to select straight bamboo poles, arrange them tightly, and bind 2 horizontal pieces to form a square bamboo platform, thus completing the floor of the shelter. Next, I placed it atop the flattened bamboo stumps, creating an elevated structure. Following that, I proceeded to erect bamboo walls on all sides and a sloped roof. The 4 bamboo walls are also arranged like bamboo rafts, with the only distinction being the necessity of 4 long bamboo poles serving as pillars, firmly anchored at the corners of the bamboo shelter to stabilize the structure. Naturally, one wall must remain movable to function as a door. The construction of the roof is not particularly challenging. It requires splitting the bamboo into 2 halves, removing the bamboo membrane, and then interlocking them like tiles, secured further with horizontal bamboo. This method results in a waterproof roof. However, time is exceedingly limited, and by the time I finished the floor and the 4 walls, dusk was rapidly approaching. Thus, I temporarily utilized the canopy of the lifeboat as a makeshift roof, providing some shelter against the evening rain or fog. The immediate priority now is to cleanse the 2 women of the grime on their bodies to prevent an excess of bacteria that could lead to infection of their wounds. And the mud covering them would certainly hinder restful sleep at night. At this moment, the 2 women consumed some compressed biscuits. Noticing my idleness, they offer me some as well. With only an hour until complete darkness envelopes us, an event that occurs even more swiftly in the woods, can you manage to wash yourselves? Take care not to let the wounds come into contact with water, so exercise utmost caution. Leave your dirty clothes to me to wash, I suggested. The 2 women appeared somewhat embarrassed. We are uncertain if we can manage, but we shall give a try. If it proves too difficult, we may have to trouble you, Shinya shyly replied. Chapter 32. The Bathing Dilemma Beside the Stream. There lies a rocky slope upon which you can cautiously sit and wipe your body clean with damp clothing. However, one must not immerse oneself in the water, I cautioned. Shinya nodded in agreement, and she, along with Chen Xiaoxiao, carefully made their way upstream to a secluded pool approximately 10 meters away, using their walking sticks for support. Meanwhile, I intended to gather some firewood and wood ear mushrooms, taking this opportunity to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Although an hour would scarcely allow for thorough exploration, as I planned to venture further afield the following day. After half an hour, I returned, arms laden with an abundance of firewood. Lacking a wood shed, I relocated the firewood to the bamboo shelter. I then retrieved some clothing and wrapped the freshly picked wood ears to bring back. By this time, the forest had grown dim, with the sun poised to dip below the horizon. It was advisable to refrain from venturing out at this hour, as venomous snakes and insects favored such twilight moments for their activities. Wantai, are you there? Suddenly, Shenya's voice echoed from the stream. I am. What is it? I craned my neck in response. We forgot to bring our spare clothes. Could you fetch them for us? Shenya's voice was tinged with shyness. Please wait a moment. I entered the bamboo shelter, retrieving 2 camouflage vests and 2 pairs of camouflage pants, garments stripped from the bodies of mercenaries, bearing remnants of bullet holes and dried blood due to gunshot wounds. I approached, cradling the 2 sets of clothing, and observed the 2 women seated on the rocky slope. Their backs turned to me, their bare skin captivatingly alluring. I placed the garments behind them. The clothes are here. Please don them first. And then I shall carry you back to the bamboo shelter, I said before turning to leave. Given the women's injuries, dressing would surely take some time. Thus, I resolved to kindle a bonfire to ward off mosquitoes, and we also had a coconut crab to roast. Once I had ignited the bonfire and positioned the coconut crab nearby to cook, Shunya and Chun Xiao return on their own, clad in camouflage vests. The absence of linings rendered their figures unmistakably evident, particularly that of the exceptionally well-endowed Shunya, which made it difficult to gaze directly at her. "Why didn't you call me to carry you?" I asked, my eyes darting away. "Wang Tai, you've already exerted yourself. How could we ask you to do more for such a short distance?" Shunya replied with a wry smile. "Please sit by the bonfire. Also, it would be prudent to remove your pants and allow the warmth to aid in disinfecting your wounds," I suggested. At my words, the two women exchanged glances, their cheeks flushing crimson. "What is wrong?" I inquired. "We washed our underwear as well." Shanya confessed, embarrassment evident in her tone. It dawned on me that should they remove their camouflage pants, it would not merely reveal their fair thighs. "Oh, my apologies," I stammered awkwardly. "It's all right. You didn't mean it. May we cut a hole in our pants to warm ourselves by the fire?" Shinya asked. This situation is indeed concerning, as disinfection and sterilization extend beyond merely addressing bacteria on wounds. The trousers in question have not been laundered, and I harbor apprehensions regarding the potential presence of bacteria upon them. Should the wound be exposed, it is all too likely that it may come into contact with the bacteria residing on the fabric. The two women, upon hearing this, felt even more awkward. I must now ensure that all collected garments are thoroughly cleaned. By tomorrow, you shall be able to don fresh attire. Additionally, I intend to take a shower now. While I am away, you may wish to apply some heat to the wound and place the removed trousers nearby to warm them as well. I shall remind you upon my return. Upon hearing my words, Shinya nodded in agreement. "Brother Wang, you are truly kind. I feel remorse for having scolded you so harshly before," Chen Xiao confessed, her embarrassment palpable, clearly overwhelmed by my gentlemanly demeanor. In truth, how could a man not appreciate the beauty of a womaness form? However, my pride would not permit me to indulge in such thoughts. If they were to present themselves willingly, I would certainly not decline. "My dear, you have already apologized to me, and your words were not entirely unfounded. During our time on the lifeboat, I did indeed steal glances. No, I should say I observed openly, I remarked, raising my hands in a gesture of levity to lighten the atmosphere, lest it become stifling and adversely affect their spirits. A cheerful disposition is beneficial for both mental and physical health." The two women, upon hearing my playful banter, felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. And Chen Xiao appeared on the verge of tears. "Brother Wang, I shall ignore you now," she pouted. "Ha, I must attend to my tasks. Do remember to check the coconut crabs. We wouldn't want to burn," I reminded them, gathering all the clothing and making my way to the stream. Upon arrival, I discovered that the garments the two women had changed out of were already clean, hanging on the branches of the shrubs behind the stone slope, including the two pairs of pink and white panties. I leaped into the cool stream, the icy water enveloping me entirely, washing away the heat of the day in an instant. With no soap at my disposal, I could only wash away the sweat, blood, and mud with my bare hands. After cleansing myself thoroughly, the sticky perspiration and the itch from insect bites vanished, leaving me with an unprecedented sense of refreshment that I thoroughly relished. As dusk descended, the nearby bamboo grove resonated with the sounds of chirping insects, the forest enveloped in darkness. The remaining light in the sky resembled a dim piece of white jade suspended above the stream, while the occasional fruit bat would swoop overhead, reminiscent of an ominous prelude in a horror film. After approximately 10 minutes, I had washed the clothing, standing bare before the world, wringing them out and hanging them on the surrounding branches. The more conspicuous items I placed deeper within the woods, for I could not ascertain whether our adversaries possessed drones. Should they indeed have such technology, brightly colored garments would easily betray our location. I wrung out a pair of shorts and donned them, then retrieved a camouflage outfit along with the two women's clothing to dry by the fire, ensuring that we could all wear them to sleep that night. The physiological structure of women differs markedly from that of men. Moreover, The garments they donned were far from pristine. The potential for contracting gynecological ailments added to the complexity of the situation. Theoretically, I would advise against them wearing trousers. Yet societal norms and personal modesty compelled them to do so. I am returning. Have you dressed appropriately? I called out. Just a moment. We shall be ready shortly. Shinya replied. After a few minutes, I heard Shinya summon me, prompting me to fetch the clothes and hang them on the wooden rack, placing them on either side of the bonfire. The two women, upon seeing me clad solely in damp boxer shorts, appeared quite embarrassed. I, too, felt a sense of helplessness. I would never wear those unclean garments. My own attire, no matter how soiled, was familiar to my body, whereas their clothing posed a different concern. However, they could not remain unclothed as I did. Otherwise, I would have certainly advised against them donning those unwashed clothes. Wanga, I feel quite itchy in these garments. Is there a risk they may harbor issues? Chun Xiaoxiao inquired, scratching her body. Do refrain from scratching, should you break the skin, and if there are any viruses on the fabric, infection could ensue. After all, your clothes remain unwashed, and the mercenaries lead rather chaotic personal lives. Before I could finish my sentence, Chun Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in alarm. I do not wish to contract any viruses, especially those of a shameful nature. What should I do? She asked, fear evident in her voice. Shinya too exhibited a look of concern. Let us pause for a moment. I will dry your clothes before you change. Prior to changing, I will have you wipe your bodies with potassium permanganate soaked cloths. But I cannot bear to wear them for even a second longer. I just want to take them off now, Wanga. After all, you have seen me already, and you are a gentleman. I have no fear. Chun Xiaoxiao lamented. My face flushed with embarrassment as she grasped the hem of her garment and lifted it, revealing her fair midriff. I hastily turned my head. If I turned back slowly, I would see more than I intended. In truth, during our time on the lifeboat, I had scarcely observed her. In such circumstances, no one would harbor interest in a woman. Chapter 33. The fiery shadows of the campfire. Xiao. How can you behave like this? It's utterly mortifying. Shun Inian admonished as Chun Xiaoxiao hastily removed her camouflage vest. For someone as elegant and dignified as Shun Inian, witnessing such bare exposure was simply unacceptable, regardless of my presence. Perhaps after all that has transpired, Chun Xiaoxiao no longer regarded me as a stranger. Or perhaps she desired me to assume the role of her boyfriend. This notion is not a mere figment of my imagination. Upon our arrival on the island, she had indeed expressed such sentiments. Initially, it may have been to preserve the dignity of her stepmother and father, but the dynamics had shifted. I had now earned her trust. Stepmother, do you think I wish to undress? With so many mosquitoes around, I certainly do not. However, if this garment carries syphilis or other maladies, that would be a lifelong affliction. Chun Xiaoxiao stated earnestly. But you can't be so completely exposed. Shun Inian replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. I cannot wear these pants either. Wanga, could you help me dry my clothes? Chun Xiaoxiao called out, seated directly across from me. All right, just cover yourself a bit. I replied, deliberately not turning my head away. Chun Xiaoxiao chuckled. Who was it that said they hadn't been informed about the reforms? That would be you, wouldn't it? Just cover up quickly and turn around. Upon hearing her words, I glanced at Shun Inian, who nodded in agreement, prompting me to finally turn my head. I beheld Chun Xiaoxiao merely draping a damp camouflage vest across her chest, being a man's vest. It was quite long and extended down towards her legs, resembling a rather lengthy apron. The sight was undeniably provocative. I swallowed hard, unable to gaze further, and retrieved her cotton nightgown. I wrung it out as thoroughly as possible and suspended it like a banner above the campfire. Both women were seated on a wooden beam, one leg injured and extended straight while the other remained bent, supported by their hands. This position could not be sustained for long. Soon, Chun Xiaoxiao could no longer remain still. In her attempt to relax her muscles, she frequently alternated her grip, but this only intensified as time passed. Moreover, mosquitoes were biting her back, and she attempted to swat them away with a cloth. Yet this movement caused her vest to slip down. Chun Xiaoxiao exclaimed in a fluster, hastily pulling the vest up to cover her chest. But in doing so, she neglected to account for the lower half. I widened my eyes in alarm as she released her other hand, tugging the vest downwards, only to forget that she was seated on the log with one leg extended. Suddenly, she lost her balance and toppled backward, landing in an awkward position. This truly was a mortifying moment. "Ah, I can't face anyone," Chun Xiao lamented, attempting to rise, yet her injured leg throbbed painfully at the slightest movement, rendering her unable to sit up. Shen Inian wished to assist, but her own injury rendered her incapable of offering help. I had no choice but to set down the clothes, walk over, and assist her in rising. Chun Xiao's face was as crimson as a ripe tomato, nearly dripping with embarrassment. I feigned ignorance, remarking, "Brother Wang, you are utterly incorrigible. How could you know my home is barren if you haven't seen it? You're the one who's destitute," she exclaimed, exasperated. "Ah, how frustrating." Chun Xiao, mortified, wished to bang her head against the wall. Shinya couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "All right, put on your clothes, although they're still slightly damp. It's certainly better than letting you become a feast for mosquitoes. In another hour or two by the bonfire, they'll dry completely," I suggested, handing her the top and shorts, deeming the latter unnecessary for the time, being as she needed warmth for her wounds. "Weren't you going to use the potassium permanganate-soaked cloth to clean yourself? Hurry and help me," Chun Xiao said shyly. "Can't you do it yourself?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "I can manage the front, but what about the back?" "You've already seen everything," she retorted, somewhat irritated. Fine, I'll assist you." I relented, not wishing to prolong the matter. I fetched the soaked cloth and began to apply it to her skin. Before long, Chun Xiao had cleaned herself up and donned her almost dry sleepwear, her body visibly relaxed. However, her long, fair legs were positioned near the fire, the heat making her skin itch and uncomfortable. At that moment, Shunya appeared equally distressed. Her expression indicated she, too, was apprehensive about her garments potentially harboring some skin contagion, yet she hesitated to ask for my help. "Miss Shun, shall I assist you in cleaning your body as well? Your nightgown should be dry by now," I offered. Shunya, her cheeks flushed, nodded slightly. "All right, I would appreciate that." I turned to retrieve her silk nightgown, which dried easily and felt cool to the touch, though not due to moisture, but rather the fabric's icy texture. Shinya, with her hands grasping the hem, straightened her posture and lifted her garment. Although she hadn't instructed me to turn away, I couldn't feign ignorance and instead averted my gaze to seize a fleeting moment. In my mind, I could vividly picture her stunning figure as she lifted her dress. Merely contemplating it set my heart racing. "All right, Wang Tai, please hand me the clothes," Shinya gently called out. I turned around to find her mirroring Chun Xiao, the camouflage tank top clinging to her chest. Yet hers was far less likely to slip down, for she was not destitute. Her hands rested on the wooden surface as she proudly arched her chest and extended her injured leg, the other bent to shield her modesty. The flawless curve of her legs and the alluring pose sent my heart into a frenzy. Shinya's exquisite face, framed by her enchanting eyes, gazed at me with an alluring shyness. I handed her the garments and swiftly turned away, swallowing hard, my mind spiraling into a whirlpool of chaotic thoughts. Chun Xiao, noticing my comical expression, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Brother Wang, look at you. Who would have thought you were a warrior who just vanquished over 20 foes? I observe, it resembles the demeanor of one unacquainted with women." Chun Xiao jested at my expense. I felt a tinge of embarrassment, for in life, I indeed find it challenging to engage with women, having had minimal interactions with them. My most significant exposure occurred during the tumultuous years of adolescence, specifically high school, yet I was somewhat late to mature, while others were embarking on romantic pursuits. I remained blissfully ignorant, thus missing those opportunities. In the military, the absence of women was even more pronounced, as my days were consumed with firearms, martial arts, and various challenges. Hence, the clumsy demeanor I exhibit now is entirely understandable. Naturally, in a combat situation, my focus is solely on the enemy. Devoid of distinctions between men and women, much like a doctor who sees only the patient on the operating table. Shinya, having changed into her dress behind me, said, "All right, you may turn around now." Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and her bashful, enchanting eyes revealed her embarrassment, as if this were her inaugural experience changing clothes in the presence of a man. Did she not change in front of her husband before? Such thoughts stirred in my mind. Chapter 34. Grim Tidings. Shunya donned a delicate pink silk camisole dress, draping a camouflage jacket over it. Although the combination appeared somewhat incongruous, it did nothing to diminish her poise. Ahem, the coconut crab should be ready for consumption. As I spoke, I retrieved the coconut crab from the fire. The flames had charred its once formidable shell to a dark hue. However, without such roasting, the flesh within would remain uncooked. Is it palatable? Chun Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. Not particularly, especially without any seasoning. Being able to swallow it is already a feat, I replied. Wang Tai, have you tried it before? Shinya asked, her curiosity piqued. I had it during a military exercise in Southeast Asia. It was quite unappetizing, though certainly preferable to consuming raw rats, I said with a wry smile. After all, it is still a crab. How bad could it be? Chun Xiaoxiao scoffed. Seizing a stick to break off a claw, she held it up, blowing on it before striking the charred shell. The tender, steaming crab meat was revealed, and she leaned in a sniff. Indeed, it had a peculiar aroma, reminiscent of kerosene. With her mouth agape, she took a tentative bite. The once charming and adorable expression on her face instantly transformed into one of distaste. This is horrendously unpalatable, were it not for the lack of alternatives. I would never deign to eat this. Chun Xiaoxiao nearly retched, but recalling the pangs of hunger, she forced herself to swallow. Shinya appeared mentally prepared for the experience, so I offered her the other claw, leaving the remainder for myself. I cracked open the crab legs, extracting the strands of flesh to savor, and pried open the crab's abdomen, scooping out the mysterious, paste-like substance with my fingers. My current demeanor, licking my fingers, resembled one indulging in honey from a jar, relishing every moment. Yet, in truth, this substance was even less palatable than the coconut crab meat, likely a result of the crab's digestive system, various glands and intestines, none of which could be deemed appetizing. Nevertheless, in the quest for nourishment, one must persevere. Wanggu, you're eating the crab roe, aren't you? That's a delicacy. Don't consume it all yourself. This is far too dreadful for me. Share some. Chun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, as if I had hoarded a delectable treasure. Are you certain you wish to partake in this? I asked. I am certain. You've eaten it before, so you must know it's delicious. Otherwise, why would you share it with me? Chun Xiaoxiao retorted with disdain. Very well, then. Have at it. I've had my fill, I said, passing the substance to her, her eyes alight with anticipation. She promptly tipped it into her mouth. Ugh, ugh. No sooner had she ingested it than she emitted a retching sound that echoed throughout the valley. Anyone lost in the forest would surely be terrified by such a noise. What on earth is this vile concoction? She exclaimed, only to gag again, hastily reaching for a bottle of water. The substance resembled grease, akin to crab fat, and tasted as though one were sipping semi-congealed kerosene. Why do you think I resorted to scooping it with my fingers? Even I cannot endure too much of it. I chuckled to myself. Wanggu, I feel deceived by you. Chun Xiaoxiao lamented with tears in her eyes. Do not speak in such a manner. You took it upon yourself. Do not let it go to waste. Consume some nourishment to expedite the healing of your wounds, I replied. Whoever desires it may take it. I cannot eat any more. Shinya remarked with a bittersweet smile. After a brief interlude, the coconut crab was ultimately devoured by the three of us. Let us unwrap the bandages. I wish to assess the state of your wounds. By now, there may be some accumulation of fluid, and if so, I must drain it to facilitate healing, I stated. Who shall go first? I inquired. Chun Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat apprehensive, prompting Shinya to volunteer for me to examine her first. Shinya extended her injured leg. The area around her thigh was already reddened and swollen. Inflammation was inevitable, the severity yet to be determined. As I unwrapped the bandage, the wound, covered in bark powder, was revealed, the powder saturated with blood, having solidified into clumps. I procured potassium permanganate solution and carefully disinfected the area surrounding her thigh. Indeed, there was fluid accumulation within the wound. Using a sterilized dagger, I delicately pried open the congealed powder, exposing the ghastly wound. Shinya could scarcely bear to look, the pain tormenting her. Even the slightest touch to the surrounding skin eliciting agony. Is this wound large enough to require stitching? Shinya inquired, enduring the torment. Not yet. The wound is quite deep. We must wait for the internal healing to commence before addressing the exterior. Otherwise, if the outer wound heals while the inside festers, it could lead to sepsis, which in our current medical conditions will be fatal, I explained. The two women, upon hearing my words, turned pale. Are you suggesting that we might die? I was merely stabbed. I did not pierce any vital organs. How could this lead to death? Moreover, the knife was not rusty, so I should not contract tetanus. Chen Xiaoxiao asked, fear evident in her voice. I am not attempting to frighten you. You may lack medical knowledge. Much of what you know comes from films. Such deep wounds, if infected internally without antibiotic treatment, are indeed life-threatening, I sighed. No, please. I do not wish to die. I'm still so young. Wang Ge, you must have a solution, right? Chen Xiaoxiao pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Wang Tai, what is the likelihood of our infection? Shinya, though frightened, remained more composed than Chen Xiaoxiao. To speak candidly, our current medical conditions are far inferior to those during the First World War, when soldiers lacked antibiotics. Their infection rates reached 50 to 70, with a mortality rate of 30 to 50. Therefore, the probability of you contracting an infection may be as high as 70, I stated with utmost seriousness. Though my words were harsh, it was imperative for them to comprehend their predicament. The two women, upon absorbing this information, appeared profoundly pale. Shinya concealed her face with her hands, at a loss for words. Chen Xiaoxiao was equally taken aback, tears streaming down her cheeks. You need not be overly frightened. I assure you, I will assist you, and should you truly become infected, I possess a solution, I proclaimed. Is that true? Brother Wang, do you genuinely have a means? Chen Xiaoxiao inquired, wiping away her tears. Shinya gazed at me with a grave expression, eager to discern whether my words were mere platitudes or genuine assurance. I was not merely comforting them. Indeed, I did possess a method, albeit one that could potentially cost me my life. Chapter 35. Healing through tears. Bear with me. The forthcoming procedure may be somewhat painful, I addressed Shinya. What are you going to do? Shinya inquired, a hint of anxiety lacing her tone. I must drain the accumulated fluid, which requires me to insert this sterilized reed into the wound, approximately half of its length. I am uncertain about the depth of your injury. Could you inform me how deep the dagger penetrated? Otherwise, I will need to probe the wound, which will be even more excruciating, I stated with gravity. Upon hearing this, Shinya swallowed hard and grasped the dagger, gesturing to indicate its depth. About this deep. Then that is roughly 3 inches. Please lie down and bite down on this towel. This tube will remain in place for the next few days, so brace yourself for a moment of pain, I instructed. Shinya bit her lip and nodded. I twisted a strip of cloth into a rope-like form for her to bite. Then, I carefully inserted the sterilized reed into the center of the wound. The piercing pain elicited a scream from Shinya, yet she remained resolute, gripping the towel tightly with her hands. The agony caused her to clench her teeth, tears escaping her eyes and cascading down to her ears, while Chen Xiaoxiao, witnessing the scene, trembled in fear. The reed spiraled deeper, swiftly reaching a depth of 1.5 inches, whereupon I severed the exposed section with the dagger. All done, I announced, attempting to help Shinya sit up, only to discover her face flushed with pain, drenched in sweat from forehead to body. Her breathing had become labored, her chest rising and falling erratically, and tears continued to flow. How do you feel now? I inquired. A series of sharp stings, though much more tolerable than the tearing pain I felt earlier. I'm fine now. Thank you, Wang Tai, Shinya replied, removing the towel from her mouth, still mindful of her manners, exhibiting a profound strength and composure, a testament to her military lineage. You possess a fortitude surpassing any woman I have encountered. I believe Lady Luck will favor us, I said as I helped her sit upright. At that moment, her wound began to seep fluid. Let it flow. The wound is near the fire, and I will not dress it for now. I will attend to it later tonight, I informed Shinya. Shinya wiped her tears and nodded. Now, it's your turn, I said as I approached Chen Xiaoxiao with the tools in hand. I don't want to. I can't bear it. Chen Xiaoxiao trembled in fear, knowing that inserting the reed would feel like another stab to her already injured leg. Even before I began, she was already in tears. If her injury were not so severe, she likely would have fled at the first sign of the procedure. Xiaoxiao, listen to me. If we do not drain the fluid, it may lead to an infection and sepsis. Trust yourself. You have always been a strong and brave girl. Shanya Aindragithe. I can't do it. I'm afraid of the pain. Is there no other way? I truly cannot endure this. Sheng Xiao Xiao was so frightened that she could hardly articulate her thoughts. Xiao Xiao, now is not the time to fear pain. Consider the bright future that lies ahead. Are you not aspiring to attend university? There will be many charming senior boys there. Don't you wish to experience a romantic liaison? Shanya comforted her. I want to, but I'm truly terrified. Woo-woo. Sheng Xiao Xiao fervently shook her head, expressing her distress. Shinya was momentarily at a loss for words on how to console her. What should we do, Wang Tai? Shinya inquired. I'm at a loss as well. If she does not cooperate, the probability of her developing septicemia could soar to 90 with a mortality rate of 70. Although I claim to have a method to prevent you from contracting septicemia, it is futile without draining the excess fluid, I replied. Wang Gu, what exactly is this method? Please, enlighten me, Chun Xiao Xiao urged, concerned that I might be deceiving her. Essentially, the wounds inflicted by the mercenaries on your legs are not fatal, nor have they damaged any arteries. This indicates that they still wish to keep you alive, suggesting they possess medical resources. Therefore, once the fluid is drained from your legs and you complete the antibiotics I left for you, if an infection occurs, I will personally infiltrate their camp to procure the necessary medication, I explained. This is your plan? Shinya's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, this method carries significant risk. But if you were to succumb to an infection, I would have no choice but to proceed with it. I nodded solemnly. Shanya bitadlip anjosli. What you are proposing is far too perilous. If you were captured, the consequences would be unimaginable. She shook her head. Yet if I do not act, you will perish. I must seize any chance of survival for you, I asserted. Wang Tai. Tears unconsciously welled in Shun Ya's elongated, beautiful eyes as she reached out to embrace me. If only my brother were still alive. Although you're not my brother, your willingness to risk everything for us surpasses that of kin. Wang Tai, I am truly grateful to you, but we are not your family. I do not wish for you to take this risk. If, by unfortunate chance, an infection were to occur, let be left to fate, shall we? Shinya pleaded tearfully. Your brother? You know my brother. His name is Shenhai. Shenhai is your brother, I exclaimed, my eyes widening in disbelief. Shenhai was my comrade, one of the members who perished at the hands of those mercenaries. How despairing the old instructor must have felt at that moment. Yet, despite my repeated requests, he refused to dispatch any other comrades to cross the border for a rescue. He knew it was a trap. At the time, I blamed him for his callousness, watching so many comrades being captured without taking action. However, I never considered that he had to weigh not only the safety of the soldiers, but also the implications at a national level, especially since his own brother was in enemy hands. Those mercenaries were likely targeting the old instructor specifically. Shunhai was their true objective. However, the old instructor bore the weight of all burdens for the sake of the nation and his fellow comrades. In truth, it has been proven that the old instructor was indeed correct. When I crossed the border alone to locate their camp, I found that all the captives had perished. Had a rescue team been dispatched, it would have not only posed political dilemmas, but also resulted in further sacrifices. At that moment, I comprehended that the anguish endured by the old instructor far surpassed my own. Reflecting on the past, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. How infuriating! The old instructor had never mentioned this to me. I felt a shiver run through my entire being. The old instructor also forbade me from discussing this with you. I apologize for my momentary lapse. Wang Tai, you have already sacrificed enough for this country and its people. Our fates are now left to destiny. Shinya cradled my face in her hands, gazing into my tear-streaked eyes, gently wiping away the overflowing tears with her delicate touch. Chapter 36, Embracing in the Dead of Night. Wang Tai. Their deaths are not your fault. It is all fate. You must cease to blame yourself. You have done more than enough. No one could have performed better than you. Shinya comforted me. I understood her intention, and I recognized that the demise of my comrades was beyond my control. Yet emotionally, I could not suppress the overwhelming guilt that engulfed me. Survivor's guilt is not alleviated simply by rational discourse. It is akin to knowing that death is irreversible, yet one cannot help but grieve the loss of a loved one. The instructor refrained from discussing this matter with me, fearing it would exacerbate my mental anguish. However, I found myself harboring resentment towards him for this very reason. Senya. 2. was reminded of her brother, and she wept uncontrollably. We held each other tightly, unable to find solace. That scoundrel Shanhai often boasted of his 6 brothers and 1 sister, yet he never mentioned to us that the instructor was his brother. The instructor was always the harshest on him during training, yet this lad was clearly not cut out for military life. I could never comprehend why he insisted on enlisting. At just 22 years of age, he always trailed behind me, calling me Tai Gu, begging me to teach him this and that, and charging to the front during missions. He constantly sought to prove himself. When I infiltrated the enemy camp, I saw him, but I could scarcely recognize him. His eyes had been gouged out, his fingers severed, and not a single inch of his skin remained intact. He had always been a sensitive soul. I could only imagine the torment he endured. I loathed myself for not being able to save him. Tears streamed down my face as I recalled these memories. Wang Tai, do not despair. This is truly not your fault. Please, stop blaming yourself, Shinya implored, her own tears flowing as she wiped away the tears on my cheeks. I want to acknowledge you as my brother. I fear that if I do not recognize you now, I may lose the chance forever. I had promised Shunhai that if he were to reside in the martyr cemetery, I would care for his family. Since you are Shunhai's sister, you're my sister as well. I shall never allow you to perish on this desolate island, I asserted resolutely. Wang Tai, do not take that risk. If something were to happen to you, we would not survive either, Shinya countered, shaking her head. Sister, do not speak further. Here, we shall adhere to my plans. I will ensure everyone's safety, I declared with unwavering conviction. Unable to sway me, Shinya reluctantly nodded. Xiaoma, Wang Gu, I am ready, Chun Xiao declared with determination. Wang Gu, I'm no longer afraid of the pain. Please tend to my wounds. Her confidence seemed to be a reflection of our emotions. After all, our experiences were far more unbearable than any pain she might endure. Are you sure? I inquired of Chun Xiao. I am certain, she affirmed with resolute nodding. I composed myself and began to tend to Chun Xiao's wounds. First, I carefully cleansed the injury, then gently inserted a disinfected reed into the wound. Chun Xiao bit down hard on a towel, enduring the pain in silence, though tears streamed down her face. Once I had finished, I remarked with a smile, you are indeed quite resilient, not uttering a word. This minor pain pales in comparison to the suffering endured by Uncle Shunhai. What does it matter? I will no longer be so delicate, Chun Xiao declared, biting her red lip tightly. I observed an unprecedented determination etched upon her youthful visage. Wang Yi, I have another request of you, Chun Xiao asked shyly. What is it? I inquired. Well, since one of our legs is injured, we find it quite challenging to squat for urination or defecation. Could you devise something akin to a toilet for us? She explained bashfully. How did you manage this before? I had not anticipated overlooking this matter. We also squatted, but it's quite difficult to support ourselves. It only works for urination, for defecation. I fear I might sit in my own mess, Chun Xiao elaborated vividly. You need not be so detailed. I shall construct a commode for you both. When the time comes, you can simply sit and relieve yourselves, I assured her. Shinya chuckled awkwardly at my words. You are truly a lifesaver, Wang Tai. Sister, there's no need for such formality. I have already declared that Shunhai's sister is my sister. I replied. Shinya nodded with a smile, clearly pleased. Well, I must get to work now, I said, setting off to gather bamboo to create a toilet. It was not a particularly arduous task. I simply needed to elevate the bamboo structure and arrange 4 pieces in a square formation. They could sit directly upon this bamboo framework. The only time-consuming aspect was managing the waste disposal. If the commode were placed too far, it would be inconvenient for them, yet too close would invite foul odors. Thus, I decided to position the toilet on a small stone slope downstream, allowing them to sit safely above it and directly wash away waste with the stream's water. After 2 hours of labor, I completed the commode. To ensure ease of access for the 2 women, I cleared away the reeds and weeds along the path, creating a clean passage. The 2 women approached to try it out, and upon finishing, they offered high praise for my handiwork. All right, it's nearly time for bed. Let me bandage your wounds, I said as I prepared the strips of cloth. These have been sterilized with potassium permanganate, and while bandaging, I left the reed tube exposed for drainage. After another half hour of work, I finally entered the bamboo shelter. Chun Xiao lay against the wall, Shinya nestled beside her. While I settled next to Shinya, The bamboo floor beneath us was adorned with garments, sparing us the discomfort of resting directly upon the frigid bamboo. The temperature within the forest remained rather low. However, aside from the camouflage attire that served as our cushion, everything else had been washed and was yet to dry. The three of us huddled closer together, reminiscent of our time on the lifeboat. Shinya took the initiative to encourage me to hold her tightly, showing no concern for the fact that I was a man. Both Chen Xiaoxiao and I were clad in long-sleeved tops and trousers, which shielded us from the chill, while Shenya's dress offered little warmth, prompting me to embrace her a bit more snugly. Yet for someone like me, who had never held a woman before, this gesture undoubtedly stirred a sense of unease within me, which Shenya soon noticed. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Xiaoxiao was peacefully asleep, she gently grasped my hand that rested around her waist. "Wang Tai, have you never been in a relationship before?" Shenya inquired softly, turning her head to face me. Chapter 37. Midnight Confessions. No, I joined the army right after graduating from high school. How could I possibly have time for romance? I said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Shenya chuckled softly. Though I could not see her expression, I could feel the gentle breeze of her laughter. How about I introduce you to a beautiful girl when we return? Shenya tentatively suggested. For someone like me, as long as I do not burden others, that is sufficient. Seeking a girlfriend is out of the question, I replied with a bitter smile. I felt that my financial struggles, coupled with my mental health issues, which may very well be lifelong, made me reluctant to impose upon anyone. How could you be a burden? When two people are in love, they can overcome any adversity. Sendia assertive. Yet, I cannot adapt to urban life. The guilt within me continues to torment my soul. I am uncertain of when I might inadvertently harm someone. If I truly love them, I would never wish for them to be hurt, I sighed. You are the finest man I have ever encountered. Any girl fortunate enough to be with you would be immensely happy. You would not be a burden to anyone, Shenya said, gently caressing my face. You're the only one who thinks so, who would willingly dedicate their life to caring for someone with mental illness. I replied calmly. If I were not married, I would undoubtedly choose to marry you. I would gladly take care of you for a lifetime, Shenya said tenderly. I was momentarily taken aback. Shenya must have said this out of gratitude. I never considered myself deserving of a good woman's lifelong devotion. Sister, may I ask you a question? I inquired. Of course, what would you like to ask? Shenya replied. Sister, you are so beautiful, well-educated, and come from a good family. Why would you choose to marry an older man and become Xiao Xiao's stepmother? I asked. Do you truly think I am that remarkable? Shenya inquired with a smile. Absolutely. You are the most beautiful, graceful, and cultured woman I have ever met, possessing a noble aura akin to that of a princess, I stated with utmost sincerity. I did not expect you to hold such a view of me. Thank you for your high praise, but I am not as exceptional as you believe, Shenya sighed. She did not respond directly. However, I chose not to press further. If she wished to share, she would do so in her own time. In truth, the situation is somewhat complex. To put it simply, I married Xiao Xiao's father to help manage his company and ensure the rightful inheritance of his assets. Once Xiao Xiao matures and is capable of taking over the business, I will return it to her, so it does not fall into the hands of her uncles. Sendia explained. Why would you willingly assist him? After all, a woman's youth is precious, I asked again. Because he is a comrade of my elder brother, who once saved his life. He is also your instructor, and he does not trust anyone else, she replied. What illness does he have? I inquired with curiosity. ALS. Our relationship is merely nominal. We have never shared the intimacy of a true marriage. If I cannot return alive, his hundreds of billions would fall into the hands of others, Shenya said. I had not anticipated that their relationship existed on such a profound level. Why did she feel the need to inform me that they did not share a marital bond? As she spoke, her face was merely a breath away from mine, leaving me at a loss for words. Just as I floundered in my confusion, Shenya's soft lips brushed against mine. In that instant, I was struck as if by an electric shock. Her kiss was incredibly tender and sweet. I had never before kissed a girl, nor had I ever savored the experience of being kissed so eagerly. For a moment, I was utterly bewildered, my mind a blank slate. Shenya released my lips, as if sensing my disorientation. Wang Tai, did I frighten you? She asked shyly. And no, not at all. I have never kissed a girl before. And I don't know what to say. At 32, I was a woman, no longer a girl. Do you not like older women? Shinya inquired. No, that is not it. I do like you, but my thoughts were jumbled, and I struggled to articulate my feelings. I understand your concerns. There is no need to worry. I merely kissed you, and nothing beyond that. It won't be discovered. Now let us get some rest. Shinya reassured me with a smile. My heart raced to its peak. Was this Shun Ya's way of offering emotional solace, rather than the romantic gesture I had envisioned? Although she and Shun Xiaoxiao's father were nominally married, in Shun Xiaoxiao's eyes, they were truly a couple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so concerned. My greatest fear was that Shun Xiaoxiao would discover our earlier encounter. Shinya did not initiate further intimacy, leaving me restless and anxious. As I wrapped my arms around her delicate waist, my thoughts wandered. Sensing my growing agitation, Shinya took my hand and gently guided it upward, allowing my rough palms to graze the once forbidden territory. A rush of blood surged through me, raising my pulse and leaving me parched. It felt as though a torrent of emotions was about to burst forth from my chest. Shinya was so incredibly gentle. The agonizing night finally came to an end. The following morning, I rose early and found myself captivated by the enchanting Shunya beside me, recalling the tender moments of the previous night. Although we had not engaged in any substantial relationship, the closeness we shared was unforgettable. I hurriedly changed into a fresh set of clothes and took my shorts from last night to wash. Today, as provisions were still unresolved, I needed to venture out to familiarize myself with the surroundings while procuring some food. The mercenaries from last night had not returned to their headquarters, and I surmised they must have been informed of the fate that befell the 20 or so mercenaries and a dog they dispatched. I wondered what actions they might take next. I was confident that these mercenaries constituted a significant portion of the headquarters personnel, and they would hesitate to send more out for an extensive search, as it would be detrimental to them. They likely had more pressing matters to attend to, leading me to suspect that the headquarters would fortify the camp as defenses rather than disperse their forces. Thus, these past couple of days are not the opportune moment to assault the headquarters. If they are engaged in any illicit activities on the island, they may very well vacate for a time. Regardless, my priority today is to procure sustenance. Should time permit, I can later venture to gather intelligence. They would not dare provoke me, akin to a grizzly bear refraining from challenging a hunting dog, not due to a lack of strength, but rather because the cost of such a confrontation outweighs any potential gain. My reconnaissance serves as preparation for what lies ahead. Should the two women indeed be infected with anaerobic bacteria, it would be imperative for me to infiltrate their camp and abscond with the necessary medications. I scoured the surrounding woods in search of edible fare, managing to capture several rainforest scorpions, which I carefully placed into a bamboo tube as one would collect seashells. However, these scorpions proved insufficient for my needs. I also ensnared a few grasshoppers and collected some wood-ear mushrooms along the way. 2 hours later, one bamboo tube was filled with insects, while the other brimmed with mushrooms. In the process, I became acquainted with the local terrain. Just as I prepared to return home, I suddenly sensed something pursuing me from behind. I swiftly turned around, only to be met with the alarming sight of a grotesque creature lurking behind the thicket. It lay there like a stout, desiccated log, its elongated, gourd-shaped head adorned with eyes the size of peanuts, greedily fixated upon me. Good heavens! Chapter 38. The harsh reality before me stood a Komodo dragon, a creature bold enough to fixate on me, perhaps driven to madness by hunger. Its mouth teemed with bacteria and venom. A single bite could incapacitate, rendering one unable to coagulate blood, even if I managed to evade its gaze. Excessive blood loss would spell my demise, as it would track me by scent. The bacteria within its maw could infiltrate an open wound, hastening death. Under the current medical conditions, I could not afford to suffer a bite from such a beast. However, it had set its sights on me. If I allowed it to escape, it would undoubtedly follow my scent to the sanctuary, potentially leading to grave trouble come nightfall. My confidence in the long-handled dagger in my grasp was tenuous at best. Should I fail to deliver a fatal blow, even a minor wound from its bite would be a perilous miscalculation. Thus, I drew my pistol. The sound of the gunfire would not carry far within the dense foliage, and it was improbable that any foes lurked in the vicinity, as I had observed no signs of human activity. This indicated that the mercenaries had not come to exploit the island's resources or to poach rare wildlife, but rather sought a secluded locale for illicit endeavors, thus avoiding the island's interior. Bang! 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 I swiftly aimed my pistol at the formidable beast and fired 3 shots, all striking true to its head. The creature collapsed, lifeless. My apologies, dear beast. Shaking my head, I holstered my weapon and approached with my dagger, severing its head from its body. Its form was corpulent, though I was uncertain of the flavor of its flesh. With this creature, I would at least be free from hunger for the next 7 or 8 days. However, the presence of numerous bacteria posed a significant risk of infection, rendering any gain potentially futile. Therefore, to process the creature safely, I needed to maintain a safe distance. The most prudent course of action was to ignite a bonfire here, charring it thoroughly before transporting it back. As for the potential of smoke revealing my position, I deemed it a secondary concern. Based on my observations from the volcano's slope, the enemy camp lay at least 7 or 8 kilometers away. Further still if they were near the lagoon. Even if they caught sight of the smoke, they might hesitate to enter the forest. Recalling that the 25 mercenaries they had dispatched previously had vanished without a trace. Sending more into the forest would be ill-advised. The smoke might serve as a trap. Moreover, it was early morning, and the mist in the forest had yet to dissipate. I swiftly gathered a considerable amount of firewood, piling it atop the beast's body, all without direct contact. Once the firewood was adequately arranged, I collected some reeds and ignited them, causing flames to rise swiftly. Sitting nearby, I took the opportunity to heat my dagger. As the creature cooked, I did not idle. I continued to survey and familiarize myself with the surrounding environment. Since yesterday morning, when I ascended the volcano, I have been pondering a perplexing question. This island is not insignificant in size, and its resources are by no means scarce. Logically, it should harbor indigenous inhabitants. Yet, I have encountered no evidence of human activity here, which is quite strange. My knowledge of the islands in this maritime region is limited. Most islands remain uninhabited, with only a few larger ones home to some indigenous people. What, I wonder, are the mercenaries up to on this island? My curiosity intensifies. I gathered an abundance of wood ear mushrooms and dispatched several snakes, severing their heads and cleaning their innards before skewering them on sticks to roast over the campfire. The snake, weighing an estimated 70 kilograms, would not be easily cooked through without being cut open. Achieving this would surely require 7 or 8 hours. However, my immediate goal is not to cook it thoroughly, but to eradicate the bacteria and viruses present. Once I deemed the surface adequately roasted, I used a stick to retrieve it from the flames, and, wielding a long-bladed dagger, I sliced open its belly. The steaming innards were excised with precision and cast aside using a branch, after which I hoisted the split lizard back to the fire with a hook, never once touching it directly with my hands. The processed innards exuded a pungent, metallic odor intensified by the heat, reminiscent of foul socks subjected to the warmth of a washing machine. Were it not for the scarcity of food, I would have no desire to consume such a creature. After half an hour, my spicy strips were nearly ready, and I planned to take them back for further preparation. The snake was now charred to a deep black. It should be thoroughly dead by now, yet it would require an additional 5 or 6 hours of slow roasting to ensure complete doneness. I gathered some brushwood and wove it into a dragnet, then secured the snake within it and dragged it back to the shelter. At this point, the 2 women had awakened and were seated on a wooden log outside. Upon seeing me, Shunya's rosy face reflected a hint of shyness, likely recalling the events of the previous night. I too felt my face flush, unable to meet her gem-like gaze. "What are you dragging behind you, Wangge?" Chun Xiao inquired, as I could not see the dark object behind me. I took a step aside to reveal the shadowy form. "It's A3 sister. I just killed one, along with a few snakes, and gathered a jar of wood ears and a jar of insects." "Three sister? Why is it called that? What on earth is it?" Chun Xiao asked, bewildered, as the creature lay split open and charred beyond recognition. "Let me wash my hands first, and then I shall explain," I replied. Despite my cautious handling of the Komodo dragon, I felt compelled to cleanse my hands and feet, for maintaining proper hygiene can avert numerous troubles. Upon returning from washing my hands, I began to gather firewood in preparation for constructing a barbecue grill. Simultaneously, Chun Xiao Xiao could not restrain her curiosity and approached me for further inquiries. I took the opportunity to elucidate the origin of the moniker Third Sister. Upon hearing my explanation, she involuntarily mimicked a gagging motion. Is it truly that repulsive? Can you men actually have a reaction upon seeing such a thing? Chun Xiao Xiao questioned incredulously. I could only respond with a blank expression. Please be mindful of your words. Do not inadvertently offend others. It is not us men, but rather the Indian third brother. The third brother overpowered the Komodo dragon, hence it is dubbed Third Sister. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. Upon hearing this etymology, Shinya also wore an expression of disbelief and confusion. Can this creature be consumed? Both women queried with concern. Even if it cannot be eaten, we must eat it. Do you think we are here on a vacation? In the days to come, we will have to subsist on this creature, occasionally indulging in insects for a change of palate. At my words, both women widened their eyes, perhaps beginning to reminisce about the taste of coconut crabs. No more picky eating. Let us first see if your wounds will become infected today. If infection occurs, I shall have to take action, I gravely reminded them. The weight of this topic turned their expression somber. Yet this is the harsh reality we must face. Chapter 39. Discovery by the Saline River Brother Wong. We cannot be so unfortunate. We surely won't get infected. Chun Xiao Xiao encouraged herself. Of course, I wish the same. However, reality often defies our hopes. Both Chun Xiao Xiao and Shunya were without trousers, their wounds exposed to the flickering flames of the campfire. I observed that their injured thighs were swollen and red, with fluid seeping gradually from the wounds. It was evident that the internal condition of these injuries was far from optimistic. I approached them, gently testing their body temperature. It felt slightly elevated, with the area surrounding the wounds being even warmer. This indicated signs of inflammation. If this condition persisted, they might develop a high fever by midnight. Naturally, this was the worst-case scenario I envisioned, which may not necessarily unfold. Nevertheless, it is prudent to be prepared for such eventualities. I needed to scout their stronghold today, at the very least to ascertain its precise location. Otherwise, by the time the two women succumbed to severe infections, it would be too late for me to act. To spare them unnecessary worry, I refrained from disclosing my intentions and instead began instructing them on how to utilize the military canteens to boil water. The mushrooms I had collected needed to be dried, as they would serve as provisions. I went to gather more firewood, bringing it back to the bamboo shelter, which had ample space. The tropical rainforest is notoriously unpredictable. Heavy rains can last for days. Without provisions and firewood, they risked becoming dangerously weak from hunger. Should they faint from hypoglycemia, and no one was around to assist, the consequences could be dire. After breakfast, I instructed the two women to continue turning the roasted meat, reminding them to be vigilant not to burn it, as it was our sustenance. Wang Tai, where are you going again? Shinya inquired, noticing my numerous instructions. I need to retrieve the coconuts from the shed, I replied. That area is perilous. The enemy might be lying in wait there. Shinya expressed her concern. Typically, they would first discover the 5 corpses washed ashore. Given the previous information released, it would be difficult for them to locate the shed. Nonetheless, I will exercise utmost caution, I assured her. In truth, I would welcome their ambush. Yet, such a scenario was improbable, for that was an old battlefield. From their perspective, there was nothing of value for me to return for. If anything, it would serve as bait for them. In other words, when they came to assist their fallen comrades, I could ambush them and reap further rewards. However, they would never risk retrieving their companions' bodies. The peril of returning to the old battlefield in search of any leads against me was grossly disproportionate to the potential gains. In both economic and tactical terms, they could not afford to venture back there, unless they were utterly determined to eliminate me at any cost, though they were unaware of my identity, making such an obsession unlikely. Please be careful. Shinya nodded in agreement. Wait for me. I will return shortly. Draped in camouflage, equipped with an M21 sniper rifle, a handgun, and a dagger, I swiftly advanced towards the shed. After a mere 10 minutes, I found myself back at the old battlefield. The bodies lay undisturbed, untouched by any passerby, yet swarmed by voracious ants and the incessant buzzing of flies. The corpses were infested with white fly larvae, a sight most repulsive. At the shed, I discovered the coconuts I had harvested yesterday. They were heavy and beyond my capacity to carry in one go. Thus, I divided them into 2 portions and fashioned a makeshift yoke from a stick to transport them back. My resolve to bring the coconuts stemmed from a desire to avoid waste as well as to replenish 2 women with necessary sugars and starches. Prolonged consumption of roasted meat deprived the body of essential nutrients, hampering wound healing and immunity. Upon returning to the shelter with the coconuts, the 2 women sighed in relief at my safe arrival. Take a moment to rest. Continue roasting the meat until noon. Given the darkening skies, rain may come this afternoon. Once it's cooked, find a way to hang it in the shelter. Do not leave it on the ground. Additionally, refrain from consuming the remaining emergency rations of compressed biscuits and chocolate. I instructed meticulously. Wang Gu, where are you heading this afternoon? Chun Xiao inquired curiously. I intend to survey the island. If I fail to return by nightfall, do not worry about me. You too should rest, I replied. Wang Tai, you're not considering venturing into the enemy stronghold, are you? We are not infected. Do not take that risk. S'est infected anxiously. No, I merely wish to ascertain the presence of any other indigenous inhabitants on this island. I have no intention of approaching the enemy base. Fear not. I believe your condition is stable enough to avoid infection, I reassured her. That's good. Just be cautious not to provoke those mercenaries, Shunya cautioned. I nodded in agreement, ensuring I had prepared sufficient provisions and ammunition for my departure. By 10 o'clock in the morning, with the sky cloaked in gloom, I bid farewell to the 2 women and made my way towards the 5 corpses by the seaside. I proceeded at a measured pace, conserving my strength. After 40 minutes traversing through dense forest, I reached the coast where the 5 mercenaries had met their end. I refrained from approaching the bodies, opting instead to observe from a distance through my scope. To my dismay, I noted that the corpses had been disturbed. Indeed, someone had come. Continuing westward along the coast, I followed the retreat path of the mercenaries, hoping it would lead me to their stronghold. The ensuing path proved treacherous, as the coastline was engulfed in mangroves and marshland. Clad in my camouflage suit with a vest beneath, even on this overcast day, the heat was oppressive. Halting for a moment resulted in immediate perspiration. Fortunately, I carried an ample supply of water. Otherwise, I would easily succumb to dehydration. However, I must remain vigilant and refrain from shedding my protective gear for the sake of comfort. After all, proximity to the enemy camp only heightens the peril. Thus, I can only afford to slow my pace. Having traversed the dense forest for another 3 hours, I was suddenly struck by the sight of a brackish river stretching from west to east at the southern end. Such a phenomenon would be invisible from the volcano, as the surrounding trees towered too high and the distance from the volcano was too great to discern these details. I could only faintly perceive the outline of the southern islands. Through the gaps in the mangroves, I observed that this brackish river was approximately 50 meters wide, with currents flowing in from the west and out towards the east, perhaps meandering in the middle. I continued westward along the river. After about 30 minutes, I noticed the river veering northward. Due to the impact of the water flow, it became remarkably expansive, with an estimated width of 100 meters. I proceeded along the river in a northern direction. After another half hour, I finally emerged from the mangrove area, and the river widened significantly. Soon, I discovered that the situation was far more intricate than I had anticipated. A white medical ship, weighing between 5,000 to 6,000 tons, was anchored in the middle of the brackish river, with 2 anchor chains dropped at both the bow and stern, securing the vessel steadfastly on the water's surface. Why would a medical ship be present here? And why were there so many mercenaries stationed? Could it be that this is a clandestine black market for organ trafficking in Southeast Asia? Yet, there are far too many uncertainties. A mere organ trade would not necessitate such a multitude of mercenaries. Chapter 40. Journey to the Highlands. Such a colossal medical ship, recognized internationally, primarily serves military medical logistics. However, I noticed the absence of any national flags aboard. The sole reason I could identify it as a medical vessel was the prominent red cross emblazoned on its pristine white hull. On the forward deck, situated behind the bridge, there was a helicopter landing pad. A dozen mercenaries patrolled the deck, armed, including several snipers clad in sunglasses. Typically, Medical ships appear in conflict zones solely for humanitarian purposes, endowed with certain privileges under international law and the Geneva Conventions. These vessels are not only tax-exempt, but also immune to capture and attack. The presence of mercenaries aboard is thus highly irregular. All indications suggest that this medical ship has either been hijacked or is being exploited by an illicit organization. However, I could not ascertain the specifics unless I managed to capture one of the personnel on board. Presently, it seemed unlikely that they would disembark. Moreover, attempting to board would exponentially increase my risks. Unless absolutely necessary, I could not venture onto that ship, setting aside the highly trained mercenaries aboard. The saltwater crocodiles lurking in the brackish river posed a significant threat. I could not simply construct a raft and paddle across under the scrutiny of numerous eyes. Acquiring antibiotics from that ship appeared utterly impossible. This thought stirred a deep sense of discontent within me. Could it be that the two women were truly beyond rescue? No, I could not resign myself to such despair. There had to be another way. I resolved to lie in wait until nightfall, hoping for a breakthrough. Additionally, I had brought along the mercenaries' walkie-talkies. If they hadn't altered the channels and sub-audio frequencies, I might intercept signals from the ship. Yet, after several attempts, I could not receive any transmissions. The notion of switching channels and modifying encrypted sub-audio frequencies was futile, as these military walkie-talkies operated on frequency-hopping technology, rendering eavesdropping impossible. Nevertheless, the walkie-talkies held potential utility. I could utilize the default signal to send a message. If they retained that information, there was a chance they would hear my voice. After all, having eliminated numerous mercenaries, they would likely be curious about my intentions, hence maintaining the walkie-talkie settings in anticipation of my contact or their own. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly noticed the patrolling mercenaries directing their gazes towards my location. A jolt of alarm surged through me, prompting me to swiftly shut off the walkie-talkie. I had barely activated it for 10 seconds, yet their multimodal positioning system had detected me. Without a moment's hesitation, I quickly crawled along the ground, seeking refuge behind a towering tree. The individuals aboard the vessel stood in a disciplined row upon the deck, brandishing their AKs and unleashing a torrent of gunfire in my direction. The bullets rained down like a tempest, shattering the dense foliage and sending branches and leaves flying. Damn it, I was careless. I never anticipated that they would monitor the situation so closely and remain this vigilant. At that moment, I absolutely could not return fire. Their formation was not a display of bravado. Rather, it was a calculated maneuver to provoke me into shooting back, thereby allowing the concealed sniper aboard the ship to pinpoint my precise location. The sniper could very well be lurking behind one of the windows of the ship's upper deck, and due to the brighter external lighting, I was unable to discern the situation inside the windows. However, their actions were equally reckless. I could clearly see the number of mercenaries exposed on the deck. The enemy count constituted vital intelligence, especially for a sniper. Of course, this may not represent the entirety of the ship's armed forces, merely a portion assigned to patrol duties, yet it sufficed. From the overall size and their conservative strategy, I could surmise the approximate number of mercenaries aboard. 15. There were 15 patrolling mercenaries, accounting for potential shifts and an external team. The maximum number of mercenaries on the ship would likely be around 30. Naturally, this count does not include the Southeast Asian militants, based on those I had previously dispatched, appear to maintain a cooperative relationship with the mercenaries. It was possible that the Southeast Asian militants were not on the ship, and their numbers remained uncertain. In other words, it would not be long before armed militants would storm into the forest, and I needed to vacate this dense woodland swiftly. Suddenly, I realized that the decision made by my second persona was indeed the correct one. Had he truly reached the medical ship at that time, armed with an unmodified intercom, he could have seamlessly infiltrated the vessel. Once aboard, the adversaries would find themselves in a precarious position in the complex and expansive battlefield of the medical ship. My second persona's audacity, composure, and tireless potential could very well enable him to eliminate everyone on board, thus seizing control of the medical ship. Of course, he might also fall prey to a first-rate expert or suffer severe injuries, rendering him incapable of returning with the two women. In such a scenario, the two injured women, left alone in a battlefield littered with corpses, might, out of fear, attempt to flee despite their wounds. Moreover, without effective treatment, their injuries could lead to serious infections by the following day. Their survival until today was uncertain. The strategy of my second persona was designed to maximize the odds of victory, not to ensure protection for others. He was undoubtedly a relentless machine of slaughter. Although I considered his strategy effective and the combat risks relatively low, I could not condone his approach. If Shunya and Chen Xiao were to perish as a result of his tactics, or if they were to suffer amputations to save their lives, I would find it impossible to forgive myself. The individuals aboard the vessel failed to discharge their firearms in a timely manner, and I had no intention of launching an assault against them. Thus, I swiftly turned and departed from the scene. I continued my journey northward, toward a prominent elevation situated approximately 800 meters from the medical ship. The peak of the hill rose some 40 to 50 meters above the surrounding terrain, enveloped in lush greenery, predominantly composed of broadleaf trees. These towering, straight-limbed trees thrived upon the ridges, thriving in stark contrast to the low-lying arboreal environments. The surface there was relatively spacious, making traversal quite effortless, reminiscent of the broadleaf forests found in higher latitudes, albeit interspersed with dense shrubs, ferns, and natural vines. Particularly, these wild vines entwined the broadleaf trees, creating a landscape that could not be witnessed in the broadleaf forests of the temperate zones, reserved solely for the essence of tropical rainforests. The reason for selecting this location was its tactical advantage for combat. Any armed adversaries attempting to penetrate the thicket would be met with a prelude to their demise. Furthermore, I could establish a makeshift sanctuary here, facilitating the long-term gathering of intelligence. After a mere 30 minutes of traversing, the heavens above erupted with a resounding thunder, indicating that rain would likely descend within the hour. I urgently needed to locate a shelter from the impending deluge. Otherwise, I risked being struck by lightning. Even if I were spared from such a fate, becoming drenched would render me susceptible to a chill, making an overnight stay in the forest perilous. Should I fall ill, my combat effectiveness would be severely compromised. It is imperative that I maintain optimal physical condition at all times to adeptly confront any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 41. The torrential rainforest. It is no wonder that the weather has been so sweltering along the way. I have nearly exhausted the water I brought with me. However, I need not seek a water source, for when the rain arrives, I can collect rainwater to quench my thirst. During my years executing missions along the border, I frequently had to survive in the wild, and drinking rainwater was a common occurrence. I have even consumed water of lesser purity. My immune system is considerably more resilient than that of the average person, so drinking rainwater poses no significant danger for me. Before long, I ascended to the ridge of a highland. Casting a glance around, I noticed that this area lacked rocky mountains. It was instead adorned with towering trees and a profusion of shrubs and natural vines. To spot a medical vessel more than 800 meters away from here, one would need to scale the lofty treetops, and there are several tall trees of the resinous family that might meet this requirement. However, this is not the moment for tree climbing. I must find a location or construct a shelter to shield myself from the rain. Finding a cave is certainly out of the question. Such fortunate coincidences are mostly reserved for survival shows, and caves are indeed a rare find. Moreover, establishing a shelter cannot be done on a slope or in a low-lying area, nor can it be situated on the ridge, as the former is prone to landslides or flooding, while the latter easily betrays one's position. If it were merely a matter of camping in the wild, one would need only to find a flat area, elevated 2 meters above the river, and away from the mountains, as long as it is not near a riverbank. However, considering the necessity for concealment complicates matters, the enemy would not refrain from probing in inclement weather or adverse conditions. On the contrary, they are likely to search in such circumstances, catching me off guard. I traversed the highland to the northern side, where numerous hills of varying heights and some moss-covered rocky valleys awaited. The moss-laden rocky gorge was filled with numerous stones of various sizes, with larger boulders reaching heights of 1 or 2 meters, resembling small hills, though no streams had formed here. This rocky valley is slightly elevated compared to other valleys, and its terrain is somewhat flat, surrounded by slender coniferous trees. It seems that the underground drainage in these areas is excellent. Even after days of continuous rain, flooding is unlikely. Approaching the rocky gorge, I searched for a while and finally discovered a flat stone nestled between two larger boulders, forming a somewhat spacious crevice. All that remained was to cover it appropriately, ensuring it was waterproof and camouflaged. Without hesitation, I set to work, felling some small branches. When chopping trees, I aimed to cut near the roots, and afterward, I covered the cut surfaces with grass to obscure the exposed wood. One should not underestimate these details. In the past, during missions to apprehend cross-border drug traffickers, we often uncovered their camps in perilous locations through such meticulous observations. While there were no bamboo groves nearby, I found plenty of banana trees in a nearby valley. I harvested some banana leaves to create a waterproof roof and gathered a few clusters of ripe bananas. These bananas are rich in nutrients and vitamins, though its texture pales in comparison to that of a banana, and it contains numerous small, dark brown seeds that make consumption somewhat cumbersome. Its sweetness is far inferior to that of cultivated varieties. Still, I find immense satisfaction in encountering such exquisite fruit in the wild. The roof remains unfinished when the sky suddenly unleashes a downpour. I hasten my pace, striving to complete my tasks before the deluge arrives. Moments later, I finally finish and dive into a shelter barely a meter high, which is exceedingly narrow, allowing room for only 2 individuals to lie flat. Fortunately, it is deep enough that my feet do not extend into the rain. The heavy raindrops pelt down, striking the top of my shelter, yet the sound is not overwhelmingly loud, for I have placed an abundance of grass, fallen leaves, and some dry twigs atop the banana leaves. The roof is slanted, directing the gathered rainwater away from the banana leaves, causing it to glide down to the stone wall below, ultimately flowing into the crevices beneath. The stone on which I recline is also slightly inclined, nestled beneath 2 other stones. The cleverly constructed roof ensures that rainwater only trickles into the crevices from the lower edge of the slant, keeping the stone beneath me dry. I take out my water bottle to catch the water dripping from the shelter, filling it before lying down to rest. Outside, the rain continues to pour incessantly. There is no wind to intrude, yet the droplets falling outside splatter at the entrance of my shelter, lending a refreshing chill to the air within. I wonder how the 2 women are faring. Though we have only been apart for a brief while, I find myself missing them. This torrential rain persists until 3 in the afternoon. After the rain, insects emerge once more, and the poison dart frogs seize the moment to call out, enticing mates for reproduction. Similarly, venomous snakes take advantage of this opportunity, hoping to capture a delectable prey. The plants, having quenched their thirst, strive fervently towards the sunlight, while the flowers of the forest release their fragrances, luring bees and butterflies. The birds chirp melodiously, making one feel as though they have wandered into a serene forest park. A vividly colored butterfly flutters into my shelter, alighting on the muzzle of my gun resting against the stone wall. However, I am not in the mood to appreciate the wonders of nature. After shooing the butterfly away, I resolve to return to the ridge and ascend the grand tree of the Canarium genus. I wish to observe the activities of those aboard the vessel and whether any new developments have arisen. The trees, slick and damp after the rain, present a challenge for climbing, yet I must overcome this obstacle. I take the rope loop I carry, rubbing it in the soil to coat it with mud, before reattaching it to my foot and beginning my ascent. Cautiously, I ensure that I do not slip. Should I fall, the consequences could be dire, and I have no desire to meet an untimely demise before my mission is complete. During border patrols, many comrades have fallen ill or sustained injuries not from engaging the enemy, but due to the myriad challenges of survival in the wild. Overcoming environmental challenges constitutes the most crucial aspect of combat missions. Many recruits tend to overlook these vital matters or regard them with disdain, focusing solely on engaging the enemy, often resulting in their downfall before the adversary even perceives their presence. I spent a considerable amount of time ascending to the crown of a tree, approximately 20 meters above the ground, amidst other towering trees. I needed to find an optimal height to spot the medical ship on the Saline River. I climbed an additional 2 meters, securing myself to the trunk to prevent any misstep that might lead to a fall. Only then did I leisurely retrieve my M40A3 sniper rifle from my back, opening the Scope S lens cover to gaze toward the Saline River. Through the scope, I could discern the entire medical vessel, with mercenaries bustling about on the damp deck. By utilizing the reticle markings on the scope and comparing them to reference targets, I quickly calculated the distance to my target, approximately 850 meters. The formula is quite straightforward. The actual height of the reference target multiplied by 1,000, divided by the number of dots the target occupies on the reticle. In the absence of these markings, one could extend an arm and raise a thumb, employing the parallax difference between the left and right eyes for estimation. At a distance of 850 meters, I was approaching the effective range limit of my sniper rifle. Achieving precise hits at this range would pose a challenge. Furthermore, I had not had the opportunity to conduct a zeroing test on this weapon, and I was unaware of the zeroing distance used by others with their rifles. Thus, engaging a target at such a distance without prior calibration was not feasible. My position in the tree was primarily to observe enemy movements, hoping to glean some valuable intelligence. After monitoring for about 10 minutes, I suddenly noticed several wooden speedboats approaching the medical ship from the north, crowded with armed Southeast Asians. They had arrived. Chapter 42. Serpent Drive in the night forest. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the 5 speedboats were not solely occupied by armed militants. They also harbored 2 young Caucasian individuals, bound and restrained. The identities of these 2 remained unclear, as did the purpose of their transport to the medical ship. The only notion that crossed my mind was organ trafficking. However, such dealings typically target Southeast Asians rather than Caucasians, primarily due to the larger impoverished populations in Southeast Asia, which facilitate easier deception for illicit exits. During my service along the border, I had witnessed this scenario unfold numerous times. The victims are often individuals from rural counties, harboring dreams of wealth, furtively attempting to evade our border patrols in fear of being apprehended. Before long, the speedboats arrived alongside the medical vessel. The mercenaries aboard the ship lowered the side net and the crane, the latter intended for hoisting the 2 Caucasian individuals aboard. They were swiftly brought on board, accompanied by the armed militants, all of whom entered the forecastle. The leader of the ship did not even emerge onto the deck, evidently wary of the possibility of my attack. It appeared that any attempt to assassinate those on board or to storm the ship would be futile. If I sought antibiotics, I would have to devise an alternative strategy. Otherwise, both Shunya and Chun Xiaoxiao would find themselves in dire straits. After observing for another half hour, the militants finally emerged from the cabin, descending from the side net and returning to their speedboats. However, the number of those returning was diminished by 15, indicating that 15 militants remained aboard the ship. The 10 who disembarked piloted the 5 speedboats back along the route they had come. Glancing at my watch, I noted that darkness would fall in 3 hours. If I pursued those militants now, I would likely find myself sleeping in the trees come nightfall. Conversely, remaining here would render it challenging to gather new intelligence. Moreover, acquiring the antibiotics promptly was imperative, since boarding the ship was no longer an option. I would have to shift my focus toward locating the militants. These armed individuals had lived on the deserted island for an extended period, suggesting they possessed relatively good medical resources, with various medications and serums likely at their disposal. However, finding their encampment was essential. I swiftly descended from the tree and headed north along the brackish river. To my surprise, the river led to a lagoon, primarily due to the ocean currents flowing westward being obstructed by a mountain range, which redirected the water northward. The current of the brackish river mirrored that of the ocean, flowing not from high to low as continental rivers do, thus presenting a deceptive tranquility. The river spanned approximately 6 kilometers, directly leading to the lagoon. Navigating through the jungle proved exceedingly arduous. The banks of the brackish river were laden with mangroves and marshlands, particularly following rainfall, where low-lying areas were inundated with murky, stagnant water. With each step, the mud clung to the soles of my shoes, rendering my movements increasingly labored. Furthermore, the island's environment was strikingly primitive and untamed, with saltwater crocodiles prowling near the shore. A moment's inattention could lead to an alarming encounter, and should fortune not favor me, a bite could result. Thus, it took me 3 hours to traverse the river and reach the vicinity of its lagoon outlet. As dusk approaches, I must hasten to find a place to rest. It is too late to construct a shelter on the ground. Furthermore, the low-lying terrain is inundated with water, and the possibility of crocodiles venturing out at night weighs heavily on my mind, making it difficult to sleep soundly. However, if I were to sleep in the trees, I lack a hammock. Although securing myself with a few ropes would diminish the danger, it would be impossible to achieve any semblance of comfort while sleeping aloft, and true rest would remain elusive. The harsh environment leaves me feeling utterly helpless. Despite having coexisted with the tropical rainforest for many years, I have yet to develop any fondness for this wretched place. Certainly, if I were merely a traveler, it could be a delightful experience. But my existence is far more burdensome. Each encounter with nature is a struggle for survival. I cannot lament excessively, for this is my fate. I suspect that the armed individuals may be residing somewhere along the lagoon, but the circular shorelines stretch several kilometers, and there is no time to pursue them. Even approaching the sandy beach to observe the lights is unfeasible. Firstly, I am unfamiliar with the lagoon's environment, and secondly, this primitive lagoon is undoubtedly home to numerous saltwater crocodiles. To venture into their resting grounds in complete darkness would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, I must await the morrow to take action. In the forest, I searched swiftly and finally discovered a sturdy, multi-branched banyan tree suitable for resting. While it may harbor venomous snakes and insects, I trust that if I do not provoke them, we can coexist peacefully. I ascended the tree 5 meters above the ground, and fashioned a rudimentary sleeping net by tying several lengths of rope between 2 thick branches. Once my makeshift bed was prepared, I descended the tree. My stomach still grumbled. Although I had brought plenty of dry rations, I yearned for something warm. Consequently, after descending, I gathered some damp firewood. On a flat rock, I used my knife to clear away the wet twigs and constructed a pile for a campfire. Then, I scraped the bark of a thick tree. The outer layer was damp and undesirable, but I sought the inner bark, which when scraped, formed fibrous strands rich in resin, making it the perfect tinder. Without it, igniting a fire with the wet wood in this post-rain jungle would be nearly impossible. With the tinder, I soon managed to kindle a campfire. The flames rose, instantly transforming the surrounding wet and chilly environment into a warm haven. At this juncture, I needed to forage for something to eat. However, as darkness enveloped the land, I knew I could not venture far. It would be best to scare away any snakes or insect from the tree where I intended to sleep tonight. With a stroke of luck, I might even catch some snacks. Thus, I carried the fire from my camp to the base of the tree, where I lit several more small fires. When damp firewood is ignited, it produces copious amounts of smoke, which can drive serpents and insects from the trees. These creatures possess an innate ability to evade natural disasters, and smoke signifies the presence of fire, compelling them to flee swiftly. As my bonfires multiplied, so too did the smoke, soon enveloping the entire tree. Movement began to stir among the branches, and suddenly, a serpent-like creature, as thick as an arm, plummeted from the tree. A python? I immediately recognized the creature attempting to escape, leaping from the branches in a desperate bid for the forest. However, I seized the moment. With a swift motion, I struck with my long-handled dagger, cleaving the python in half with one precise blow. It writhed and thrashed on the ground, utterly unable to flee. Perhaps in its next life, it might wish to be reborn as a human. I mused contentedly as I gathered the 2 halves of the serpent, preparing to roast it. With the skewered serpent ready, I settled down to cook, pondering whether the 2 women had developed fevers by now. It seemed imperative to procure antibiotics swiftly by tomorrow. Chapter 43. Remote Assassination After Indulging in a Hearty Meal of Snake Meat. I meticulously piled the charcoal from the campfire beneath the trees, a precaution against any serpents or insects that might venture forth during the night. I then retreated to my makeshift bed, closing my eyes to rest. The night remained dry, and I managed to sleep soundly, awakening only once or twice, stirred by the sounds of nocturnal creatures beneath the trees. At dawn, I rose early, consumed a modest portion of provisions, donned my camouflage attire, and departed from the banyan tree. The surroundings of the lagoon lacked any prominent elevated terrain, rendering reconnaissance from higher ground impossible. However, human activities tend to gravitate towards water sources, and by simply reaching the sandy beach of the lagoon, I could observe the living quarters of the armed factions. Navigating through the coconut grove, I arrived at the lagoon's shoreline, where numerous signs of crocodilian activity were evident, including some resting languidly upon the sand. I refrained from stepping onto the beach, opting instead to conceal myself within the coconut trees, casting my gaze towards the lagoon's periphery. To my surprise, I found that I needn't employ a scope to assess the situation. In the center of the lagoon lay two weathered fishing vessels. Through my scope, I noted that these boats, adorned with a green hull, were encircled by fenders and possessed a tonnage of approximately 30 to 40 tons, with a draft of 2 to 3 meters and a length of 30 to 40 meters. Surrounding these vessels were various small, makeshift boats, clearly indicating the presence of local illegal fishing operations. The reasons behind their alliance with mercenaries remained a mystery. Although the motives of these armed individuals eluded me, it was evident that their collaboration was driven by significant profit. I had no desire to delve into their illicit activities. After all, this maritime territory did not belong to my homeland, and my sole focus was acquiring antibiotics. The waterline of these fishing vessels suggested they were laden with supplies. While these boats were situated in the lagoon's center, they would be far easier to confront than the mercenaries aboard the medical ship. After all, the crew of these armed fishing vessels were not seasoned mercenaries, lacking the cunning and treacherous strategies that come with extensive training. They likely believed that wielding an AK-47 rendered them invincible. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that these fishing vessels were not entirely anchored in the lagoon center, but were positioned closer to the northern bank of the Saline River. The lagoon's outlet lay to the west, yet the shallow waters at that exit would hinder any vessel from making a swift escape or entrance, given that the surrounding atolls comprised rocky islands, suggesting a similar geographical structure in that area. Furthermore, the bows of their boats were oriented northward, further confirming that they had indeed entered via the Saline River rather than the lagoon's entrance. Thus, I merely needed to lie in wait along the banks of the Saline River or position myself for a sniping opportunity, making it relatively straightforward to achieve my desired outcome. I swiftly located a vantage point, positioned approximately 700 meters from their fishing vessel. While this distance is not particularly far, it presents a challenge for the M40A3 sniper rifle. I needed to expend a few rounds to conduct a point-of-impact test, a process known as zeroing. Taking cover behind a coconut tree, I extended the barrel of my rifle, which was also equipped with a suppressor, aiming at the tire of one of the fishing boats. With a crack of the rifle, I observed the bullet strike the surface of the water roughly 300 meters ahead, creating a minor splash. Drawing from my experience, I began to adjust the scope. Zeroing refers to the alignment of the point of impact with the point of aim, as a bullet travels in a parabolic arc. While the scope provides a linear line of sight positioned above the barrel, it necessitates a slight downward adjustment in relation to the muzzle. Each sniper employs a different zeroing distance, typically setting it at 500 or 800 meters for long-range engagements. After recalibrating the scope, I fired another shot, which struck the target tire on the fishing vessel, albeit not within the designated circle. It is crucial during the zeroing process to take the surrounding environment into account, ensuring all external influences are eliminated to accurately correct the zero value. Only then can one achieve true zeroing. Otherwise, the bullets will perpetually miss their intended target. After 3 rounds, I finally achieved complete zeroing. At that moment, 2 Southeast Asian militants emerged onto the deck of the fishing boat I had targeted. Presumably alerted by the sound of the bullets striking the hull, I saw no reason to hold back. Given the opportunity presented by their presence, I felt compelled to act. Moreover, these individuals were not of good character. Eliminating them felt akin to performing a public service. The 2 armed men surveyed their surroundings without noticing anything amiss, one of them casually urinating over the side, while the other retreated into the cabin. With a sharp report, I took aim and struck the man standing at the rail, hitting him squarely in the head before he could even finish his business, his body tumbling into the water. A headshot from 700 meters is not a daunting task for me. However, such precision is generally discouraged during missions unless under exceptional circumstances, as it increases the likelihood of errors. My actions were not merely for display. I aim to send a message to the leader aboard the medical ship about the caliber of adversary they were up against. Next time they use their radio, I wanted them to refrain from indiscriminate gunfire and instead seek to communicate. This subtle implication may elude the average individual, but a skilled sniper aboard the medical ship would surely comprehend my intent. Should they fail to understand, they do not deserve to be my rivals, but rather mere targets. The commotion from the man who fell into the water drew several more armed individuals from the fishing vessel, who gathered at the edge, peering into the water, completely unaware that they were now exposed to my sights. Should a mercenary encounter such a situation, they would promptly seek shelter within a mere second. In stark contrast, these armed individuals remain perplexed, pondering how one of their own has collapsed into the water, blood oozing from their head. This exemplifies the profound distinction between a well-trained mercenary and these insurgents. With a decisive click, I chamber around, ejecting the spent cartridge. A swift shot rings out. Another strike to the head. My target is one of the leaders. My certainty stems from his distinctive attire, setting him apart from the others. While the other mercenaries don casual clothing, he is clad in pajamas and exhibits commanding behavior over his companions. The gunfire instantly petrifies those aboard the vessel, who scramble into the cabin for safety. At this juncture, I refrain from firing again. Eliminating another foot soldier holds little significance for me. It would merely squander my ammunition. They will hastily utilize the ship's radio to alert the leader aboard the medical vessel. Should there be something of great importance on their ship, the personnel from the medical vessel will either confront me or initiate negotiations. This is precisely my intention. I require them to personally deliver the medicine to me, and in return, I shall spare them, as well as myself. Chapter 44. The Ballad of Bappa. After discharging my weapon, I retreated into the depths of the jungle, where the dampness pervaded the air. The serpents and insects thrived in such an environment, and I had no desire to tread upon a snake's tail or provoke the hidden creatures lurking within the trees. Thus, I proceeded cautiously, using my long-handled dagger to probe the path ahead. There was no urgency to position myself by the river. I pondered that the only intention of those approaching would be to encircle me within this thicket. If they chose not to come, they could simply engage in dialogue with the armed individuals. Therefore, I needed to find a secure location to activate my walkie-talkie and receive signals. At last, I discovered a flat stone amidst the foliage and settled upon it, surveying my surroundings. The dense underbrush obstructed my view, limiting visibility to no more than 30 meters. Elevating myself slightly allowed for a broader perspective. I powered on the walkie-talkie, and after scarcely 10 minutes, a voice finally crackled through. Evidently, there were skilled individuals aboard their vessel who grasped the significance of my 2 shots. "Hey, marksman, who exactly sent you? And what are your demands? We have no intention of opposing you, yet we are not afraid. We merely wish to avoid unnecessary complications," a man's voice proclaimed, speaking in English. Although I had only completed high school and spent a significant duration stationed at the border, my commanding officer had encouraged me to pursue a university education upon my discharge, leading to specialized English courses. I harbor no desire for conflict. The demise of your comrades was purely a consequence of their disturbances during my rest, I replied calmly. After a brief silence, he resumed speaking. "What are your demands?" "I wish to depart from this island and request the use of your fishing vessel," I stated, deliberately omitting any mention of antibiotics, as doing so would expose my circumstances and suggest that I or my companions were injured. Furthermore, I was curious whether they would permit my departure from the island. It was conceivable that survival could be achieved without antibiotics. "I'm afraid I cannot fulfill that request. If you wish to leave, you must wait until we have departed," he responded after a pause. I understood that this individual was communicating through the fishing vessel's radio, connected to a medical ship, and relaying the message to me via the walkie-talkie. The signal was distorted due to the jungle's interference. His answer, however, seemed sincere. "Very well, let's compromise. Provide me with sustenance and medicine to ensure my comfort on this island, and we shall refrain from interfering with one another," I proposed. That is acceptable. But I need to know who you truly are and why you are on this island, he inquired, maintaining a reasonable demeanor. I am no one of great significance. Merely a survivor from a cruise ship that met with disaster at sea, drifting to this island. I hold little interest in your activities here, I responded. Since neither party is inclined to engage in warfare, I must clarify my position to avoid provoking them further. Are you referring to the Century, which met with misfortune in the Bond to Sea? The other party inquired with a hint of surprise. His tone filled me with uncertainty. How could they be aware of this incident? After all, it had not transpired long ago, and they appeared to be isolated from the world. How could they possibly know? Did you launch a surprise attack on our cruise ship? I ventured cautiously. We lack such capabilities. The act of detonating a vessel was orchestrated by a certain country to sow international discord. Unfortunately, you happen to be aboard, which has resulted in an increased military presence in the vicinity. I initially believed we had been discovered. Listen, I am not interested in these matters, nor do I require such detailed explanations from you. I merely wish to survive and depart, as I trust you do as well. Should you push me too far, none of us will emerge unscathed. I asserted once more, regardless of whether they were intentionally probing or not. To make it clear that I am not a spy for any nation. Silence enveloped us for what felt like an eternity, approximately 30 seconds. Then, unexpectedly, it was not the man from earlier who spoke, but rather an individual from Southeast Asia, who astonishingly addressed me in Chinese. You are Night Shadow, are you not? The revelation stunned me. How did he know my moniker, one bestowed upon me by Southeast Asian Drug Lord Organization, and listed on the Darknet's bounty list? I feigned ignorance, replying in English, I do not know what nonsense you're talking about. Let the previous man speak to me. Even if they had guessed my identity, I could not afford to reveal myself. Although I was oblivious to how they had discerned my identity, I was certain that I had not disclosed any information regarding myself. This was indeed perplexing. Do not pretend any longer. I know you're a Night Shadow. The explosion of that cruise ship was orchestrated by our commander, who intended to eliminate you when they learned you were aboard. It is astonishing that you survived. Aside from you, there is no one else on that cruise ship capable of such feats. The individual continued in Chinese. I was taken aback, realizing how they had identified me. Thus, the individuals aboard the fishing vessel must be soldiers of their commander, collaborating with those from the medical ship, taking refuge on this island. What a cruel twist of fate. Your silence is inconsequential. Knowing it as you suffices. You are likely unaware of my identity, are you not? The other party continued, prompting me to forego further concealment and perhaps extract some advantageous intelligence. Who are you? I inquired in Chinese. I am Bapasong, the third brother of Gaipa. He nearly shouted in anger. I was familiar with both names. Gaipa was one of the 81 mercenaries I had slain, the eldest son of the drug lord, while Bapasong was Gaipa's third brother, a chemist specializing in the research of new narcotics who had once studied in Country M. However, news of him had been scarce. The drug lord had 3 children, the second of whom was a girl named Napala. Little information exists regarding Napara. I am merely acquainted with the name. It is fitting that Pata should meet his demise. He mercilessly slaughtered my 7 comrades, and such a fiend ought to have descended into hell long ago. Do you wish to experience the taste of hell yourself? I could scarcely contain the fury within me as I spoke coldly. Night Shadow, await your fate. This time, I shall not show you mercy. Not even divine intervention can save you, for soon my father will dispatch thousands of mercenaries to your location. I shall ensure that you too experience the despair of your fallen comrades. Bapasong replied icily. Is that so? It will be just in time for your father to come and collect your remains. I retorted coldly, my clenched fists turning white from the force. Continue your bravado. It cannot last much longer. I switched off the intercom, my gaze fierce as that of an enraged beast directed towards the lagoon. At last, it is my turn to take the stage. How delightful, truly delightful. A smile involuntarily crept upon my lips. Chapter 45. A bloodbath, a detestable group of scoundrels. Unworthy of life. I cursed, fully aware that the intelligence provided by Bapasong was likely accurate. His father would undoubtedly send thousands of mercenaries to the island. However, the exact timing and purpose remained uncertain, perhaps to incite a military conflict, or perhaps to seize control of the island for some nefarious dealings. Yet, He was aware of my presence on the island and would surely attempt to eliminate me in the process. Given this predicament, I found myself with only two choices: to be slain by them, or to annihilate them all. I steadied my weapon and returned to the shade of the coconut trees on the beach, where an abundance of reeds provided excellent cover. I observed that the decks of the two fishing boats remained devoid of any brave souls. Clearly, fear had paralyzed them. Meanwhile, Bapasong was hesitant to traverse the river back from the medical ship, which also lacked any additional speedboats, leaving the fishing vessels isolated and vulnerable. After waiting for several minutes, I finally spotted three figures trembling as they ascended the deck. Upon realizing no shots were fired, they hastily leapt from the deck into a swift boat. The trio quickly sped towards the saltwater river. I remained patient, aligning my crosshairs with their moving vessel. Soon, the reticle was positioned ahead of them. Whoosh! A shot rang out. Through the scope, the operator at the rear of the boat, controlling the outboard motor, tilted his head and collapsed into the water. The two remaining individuals scrambled to take control of the vessel, yet they were utterly oblivious to the fact that as long as they remained exposed to my aim, evasion was futile. At that moment, my focus was razor-sharp. The world around me faded into insignificance, and all that existed were the moving targets. Whoosh! Less than 2 seconds later, I fired again. The second individual, though crouched low, was struck down by my bullet to the head. While the protagonist may not relish headshots, I certainly do. The last man, paralyzed by fear, dared not touch the motor, lying flat within the boat, allowing it to careen towards the shore without interference. As the vessel reached the beach, he still refrained from revealing himself, seemingly hoping I would relent. Alas, the patience of a sniper is not something he could fathom, nor did I intend to wait. Although bullets can penetrate the wooden hull, their lethality is limited, and I had no desire to squander ammunition. Thus, I swiftly retrieved a rope and ascended the nearby coconut tree. When I reached a height of 10 meters, the trembling figure aboard the boat came in my line of sight. Whoosh! With one hand steadying the weapon, I fired. The bullet found its mark in the man's head, delivering him from his fears. Meanwhile, those on the fishing boat finally spotted me. Armed with AKs, they began to spray bullets in my direction. However, at a distance of 700 meters, their shots were utterly blind. Even in rapid fire, hitting the sandy beach beneath me was a commendable feat. I remained calm and collected, steadying my body as I took aim at them for a precise shot. However, with only 2 bullets left in my firearm, having just eliminated 2 adversaries on the deck, I found it necessary to reload. Reloading in the trees would squander precious time and provide those on the ship an opportunity to flee. As anticipated, while some provided covering fire, a group leapt into the makeshift boat, hastily making their escape. Yet, I swiftly deployed the M21. Although the M21's accuracy faltered at long range and had not been zeroed, it posed no challenge for me. I quickly descended from the tree and sprinted towards the brackish river like a wild beast. My figure vanished from the sight of the fishermen, prompting them to cease their gunfire. 5 makeshift boats, laden with armed men, surged towards the brackish river, each individual aiming their rifles towards the forest where I had vanished, poised to shoot me down at the slightest provocation. Yet, they remained oblivious to the mindset of a sniper. Whoosh! I fired from my concealed position, the bullet piercing the outboard motor of the foremost boat. They had no inkling of my whereabouts, their noisy outboard motors rendering them as deaf as stones, oblivious to the sound of my silenced weapon. In less than 5 seconds, I systematically disabled the first 3 boats. The remaining 2 vessels, caught off guard, collided violently, resulting in their capsizing. Nearby crocodiles, lying in wait, swiftly approached, their scaly backs resembling aged tree bark, inciting panic among the mercenaries, who screamed desperately in an attempt to ward them off. Those who attempted to right their overturned boat met their end at the end of my rifle, their blood instantly staining the water, attracting even more crocodiles. The armed men in the water, realizing their cries were futile, raised their weapons to shoot at the crocodiles, transforming the river into a crimson expanse. Meanwhile, some foolish souls attempted to swim to the opposite bank. Before I could fire, they encountered a crocodile, dragged beneath the surface amidst their screams, as the water erupted in a violent display of blood. These imbeciles naively believed they could rush past my gun with mere tactics and reckless courage. I watched coldly as they gradually succumbed to silence in the brackish river, until not a sound remained. I stowed my weapon and recounted my ammunition, discovering I still had 22 sniper rounds left. A number of individuals remained on the fishing boat, yet they no longer possessed their makeshift boats. Their only means of escape was to start their fishing vessel, which was hardly swift. However, should they attempt to traverse the brackish river aboard their fishing boat, my ammunition would be of little consequence to them. After all, as long as they remained within the confines of their vessel, I could not target them unless I boarded their ship myself. Yet, doing so would place me in perilous jeopardy. Unfortunately for them, to set their ship in motion, they needed to raise the anchor, which would require someone to step onto the deck to operate the winch. Wouldn't that make them my perfect targets? I returned to the lakeside, once again using the M42A3 to target the two fishing boats, one of which had indeed begun to weigh anchor. They remained hidden within the confines of their vessel, perhaps hoping to prolong their existence a little longer. Yet, my desire to eliminate them required a nocturnal venture for an opportune moment. Why must they insist on departing? Is it possible this is a command from Bapasong aboard the medical ship? Could there be something of paramount importance on board? Or are they merely seeking to expend my ammunition with their lives? Both scenarios hold merit. The Bapasong family is hardly virtuous, and it is likely that an elite sniper resides on a medical vessel, capable of calculating the remaining rounds in my possession. Utilizing lives to deplete my ammunition would not be surprising. Regrettably, those who fell prey to the jaws of the crocodile saved me quite a few bullets. Furthermore, if there were indeed something of great significance or a secret aboard, they would undoubtedly wish to prevent it from falling into my hands. After all, such an event could pose a threat to their very existence. Even if it did not, it would certainly incur substantial losses. Is that why they wish to flee? With a swift shot, I dispatched the man operating the anchor winch. However, moments later, several bare-bodied white and yellow women rushed out from the cabin, positioning themselves before the anchor controls. These women were clearly not part of their group. They were likely victims trafficked for prostitution, or perhaps models and actresses lured from their homeland. Each one appeared to possess commendable stature and beauty. A human shield, perhaps? Chapter 46. The dilemma of the lone soldier. The medical ship may no longer have spare speedboats available. The previous waves of individuals daringly navigated the salty river in their boats, partly to deplete my ammunition and partly to deliver personnel, ensuring the mercenaries on the other side could disembark and provide support. If their sole intention was to transport people, they could have simply utilized fishing boats, thus avoiding the perilous endeavor of speedboats. Given that the initial plan has faltered, they must now resort to departing with those two fishing boats to safeguard something of considerable importance aboard. Targeting the individuals on the opposite bank with gunfire would only squander my precious bullets. Therefore, I see no necessity to harm those women. I promptly retreated from a lakeside to the mouth of the salty river, where a capsized vessel had been swept to the shore by the current. I managed to right a boat that remained intact. Climbing aboard the swaying speedboat, I retrieved a military-grade walkie-talkie from the shoulder of a floating corpse amidst the crocodiles. This particular device boasts excellent waterproof capabilities. A simple shake to rid it of water allows it to function once more. However, due to the prolonged silence with my comrades aboard, they must be aware that those dispatched have met their demise. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to utilizing fishing boats. Thus, there is no need for me to masquerade as one of them to continue the mission or even infiltrate the medical ship. In truth, such actions would be exceedingly hazardous, for the adversary already recognizes that I am the target, not an inconsequential foe, and they would be loath to permit anyone aboard the medical vessel. The ship is home to elite snipers capable of easily discerning my ruse. Even if I were privy to their mission, gaining access to the ship would remain unlikely. The simplest of passwords could bar my entry. Should I fail to match the passphrase while confined to the speedboat, there would be no escape. I would be left to face a hail of gunfire. I piloted the speedboat upstream, resolutely avoiding proximity to the medical ship, as my objective was to swiftly return to the elevated terrain near the vessel, specifically, the location where I sheltered from the rain the previous afternoon. Navigating the meandering, salty river, I estimated it would take approximately 12 minutes, to reach my destination. Traversing through the untamed jungle on foot would consume several hours. 12 minutes later, I found myself over 800 meters from the medical ship, and I hastened ashore, where the bank was overgrown with reeds. To conceal my movements, I dragged the speedboat into the thicket of reeds, and then proceeded on foot back to the rocky shelter in the valley where I had sought refuge from the rain. Ascending the hillside once more, I reached the base of the fragrant resin tree. The trunk was no longer as smooth as it had been the day before. Securing a rope around it, I swiftly ascended to the treetop. From my vantage point, I carefully extracted my M40A3 sniper rifle, scrutinizing the medical ship. The ridge was adorned with several trees of similar height, and at a distance of 800 meters, there were numerous sniper positions on the opposite shore, allowing me to rest assured that the ship's sniper would not easily detect my presence. Moreover, he remained unaware of my return. However, from this tree, I could fire no more than 2 shots in rapid succession. Otherwise, I would surely become a target for the ship's sharpshooter. One must never underestimate an adversary of such caliber. They are currently employing the most conservative strategy of attrition, intending to exhaust my ammunition so that when their forces arrive, they can easily capture me. They outnumber me significantly. With only myself in the fray, they need merely remain on their vessel, and I would be powerless against them. After all, it is indeed a formidable challenge for one person to conquer that iron behemoth. If only I had an ally, the circumstances would be vastly different. Alas, I am alone. The greatest predicament of solitary combat lies in the absence of cover and support. One is left with the options of ambushing or retreating. At this juncture, an ambush seems implausible, leaving only retreat as a viable option. However, I have no desire to withdraw. Having finally logged in, must I not seize the opportunity to engage fully? The thought of these brutes escaping my wrath is intolerable, and should I allow that indecisive master to take charge, I fear I may not leave this place alive. On the deck of the medical ship, no significant individuals have appeared except for the patrolling soldiers. My target is the elite sniper aboard the vessel. He alone poses a challenge to me. Yet, I have not detected the presence of any other snipers on the medical ship until the arrival of 2 fishing boats on either side of it. They dropped anchor, and only when the vessels had stabilized did I catch sight of the individuals disembarking from them. The remaining Southeast Asian militants numbered just 7. The rest were various women, stark naked, driven onto the deck like slaves. It was evident that these women had been subjected to terrible mistreatment, and among them, a Caucasian woman cradling a baby stood out. She at least wore some clothing, suggesting a different status among the others. The women ascended the gangway, connecting the medical ship. Due to the height difference, the gangway formed a slope between the 2 vessels. The armed men crossed over, and a mercenary directed one of their leaders into the cabin. Meanwhile, the 5 women aboard were summoned back into the hold, likely used as shields to prevent me from firing upon them from the outside. It seems they have no intention of disembarking. Remaining here to observe has become futile. I resolved to venture into the forest to procure some toxic fish vines. These vines do not resemble typical creepers. Rather, they closely resemble ordinary shrubs, abundant in the woods. I plan to gather a substantial quantity of these toxic vines, crush them, bind them to stones, and submerge them in the river, if left to soak for several hours. The slow current of the brackish river will allow the fish toxin to permeate the area, driving away all crocodiles for at least a day and a half. By nightfall, I can then dive beneath the surface and board the ship. Accessing the medical ship is no simple feat. The sides are exceedingly high, and climbing the anchor chain is out of the question, as the patrolling mercenaries would easily spot me. Ignoring the ship's only entry point is also implausible, as it is too conspicuous. Unless one employs a grappling hook, which is impractical given the heightened alertness of the mercenaries, any sound would surely betray my presence. However, with the arrival of these 2 fishing boats, the situation has certainly changed. The 2 fishing vessels were not perched high above the water surface, and numerous hanging cables surrounded them. If I stealthily boarded the ship under the cover of darkness, the vessels would obscure some of the view above the water. After several hours of labor, I finally gathered a sufficient quantity of toxic fish vines. The remainder I crushed with stones, waiting for nightfall to quietly immerse these poisonous vines in the water. lest the fish perish and float to the surface, drawing unwanted attention. By this time, my stomach was growling with hunger. While chopping the toxic vines, I stumbled upon a tree known for its lethal sap and captured 2 snakes. However, I could not light a fire and had no desire to consume them raw. During my time in the military, I had learned the hard way that eating raw snake meat led to visits to the medical station for deworming injections, and here, such facilities were non-existent. Thus, I had no choice but to hang them up and slowly nibble on a couple compressed biscuits. At that moment, the gloomy sky began to drizzle softly. The tropical rainforest is notorious for such dismal weather, and the humidity within the forest was truly unbearable. I could only hope for nightfall to arrive swiftly so I could cross the river. To prepare for the impending confrontation, I decided to lie down and rest my eyes. Chapter 47. A relapse resting on the tree last night was undoubtedly less than ideal. After a morning filled with slaughter, this stone shelter provided a perfect reprieve. Drowsily, I drifted into slumber. When I awoke, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Glancing at my watch and then at my surroundings, I noted the poisonous vines accumulating before the shed. Alas, he has returned. I tapped my forehead, a sense of dread creeping into my heart. My second persona had once again seized control of my body, and I could scarcely recall what had transpired. My earliest memory was a conversation with Bapasong, after which my emotions flared uncontrollably. It was then that my second persona must have taken over. I have begun to comprehend the mechanisms behind the emergence of my second persona. Firstly, it is triggered by stimuli related to the battle at hand, such as the last enemy's cunning threats. Secondly, it arises from sudden outbursts of anger. As long as I maintain my composure, I can prevent my second persona from easily taking over my body. Of course, these are merely 2 mechanisms I have discerned. I remain uncertain if others exist, nor have I grasped the process by which the primary persona returns. The last time my second persona commandeered my body, the duration was quite brief. However, this time, if one includes sleep, it has consumed a significant portion of the day. I recall the doctor's words. If the second persona occupies the body for an extended period, the primary persona may not return, or worse, might vanish entirely. The second persona possesses the memories of the primary persona, thus granting it an advantage. The psychologist explained that the emergence of the second persona is primarily a psychological defense mechanism, born from the brain's extreme response when the primary persona cannot confront reality. In such instances, the second persona adeptly sidesteps or resolves all issues for the primary persona, fostering a dependence between the two. Furthermore, the second persona originates from the subconscious, which is a realm beneath subjective awareness. To illustrate, when a person walks down the street, the sights they encounter may not linger in conscious memory unless deliberately noted. Yet, the subconscious retains every detail. This results in the second persona acquiring all the skills of the primary persona and even excelling in them, skills the primary persona lacks. The second persona might effortlessly master as well. Moreover, the second persona exhibits hyperthymesia, an extraordinary ability to recall everything. Faced with such a formidable second persona, how could I not be overwhelmed with fear? I increasingly worry that the battles on the deserted island would prolong the presence of my second persona, ultimately leading to a complete takeover of my body. I cannot rely on him. This time, I must resolve matters myself. Cradling my head, I stared at the poisonous vines before me and the 2 half-dead snakes dangling in the shelter. Drawing from these clues, I endeavored to recollect fragments of memory. This process might facilitate a merging of the primary and second personas, culminating in a unified self. The last time, I had recalled certain details. Now, through my efforts, I had begun to conjure up some images. The fishing boat, it has arrived. I had slain 20 men over there. Now, I resolved to stealthily board the vessel and eliminate everyone aboard. As I contemplated these actions, a shiver coursed through my body. The deeds of my second persona are those I subconsciously yearn to undertake, yet my conscious mind does not align with such desires. My sole intention is to procure antibiotics, not to annihilate them. Furthermore, the combat aboard the vessel, characterized by close-quarters speed and reflexes, is not my forte. Such engagements demand an acute focus and extraordinary reaction times. I am merely a border sniper. Although I possess commendable close combat skills, I certainly cannot exaggerate my capabilities to the level of those cinematic agents. I too experience fear, anxiety, and the possibility of mental stagnation induced by the adrenaline of battle. It is utterly impossible for me to maintain the icy composure of my second persona, who can murder with a thrill akin to excitement. Yet, what course of action remains? If I do not confront them aboard the ship, I shall fail to obtain the antibiotics. However, if I do engage, I may also meet my demise. I am uncertain whether my second persona harbors traits of arrogance or hubris. Should such traits exist, he might overestimate his abilities and recklessly board the ship. A venture akin to courting death. Consider this. The 3 ships combined may host over 30 armed personnel, coupled with my unfamiliarity with the ship's environment. The notion of exterminating everyone aboard with merely 2 handguns is sheer folly. At this juncture, it appears a profound rift has emerged between my consciousness and my second persona. Yet, I cannot discern a viable alternative. The crisis at hand transcends the mere acquisition of antibiotics. The forces of Papa Song's father could arrive at any moment. If that occurs, the prospect of survival would be utterly extinguished. I clenched my teeth and struck the rocky wall with a fist, my heart heavy with a sense of helplessness, reminiscent of the time I beheld the mangled bodies of my comrades. Such heartbreak, fury, and self-reproach. No, I cannot permit Shunya to perish here. I must survive. In return, I must care for the families of those who have fallen. I cannot betray their memory. Tears, unbidden, streamed from my eyes. My mind was inundated with images of my comrades' tragic demises, alongside recollections of their vibrant laughter and smiles while alive. Tee, once we retire, let's open a hot pot restaurant together. We shall surely prosper. Prosper your meager fortune. It would be a miracle if Tai Gu emerged unscathed. Trust me, Tai Gu. The trend of running restaurants has waned. Let us create short videos instead. I have recently honed my directing skills. Can we not focus? Is it not sufficient to retire and live off our pensions? The faces of my comrades seem to linger as if it were but yesterday. That delightful group, barely in their 20s, has bid a permanent farewell to this world, and in the most excruciating manner imaginable. I am utterly useless. I have failed you. Why was it not me who perished? Why not me? If I were to die, you would surely care for my family, rather than allowing me to become a burden, a mere shell of a man in need of others' care. Hot tears had completely filled my eyes. My heart aches profoundly, burdened by an overwhelming guilt that drives me to the brink of despair. Yet, I cannot succumb to death. Their loved ones still rely upon me. I am fated to carry this guilt throughout my life. Worthless, utterly worthless. Why do I weep? The enemy lies aboard the vessel. Allow me to assist you in avenging your grievances. As I spoke, I wiped away my tears, my gaze betraying a chilling intent to kill. I glanced at the accumulation of toxic vines outside. Truly, what a waste. Even in tears, they do not aid me in handling the poisonous vines. Yet they expect me to eliminate our foes. I cursed under my breath, peered outside, and checked the time on my watch, resolving to gather some bamboo for our endeavor. Once darkness descends, we shall set our plan into motion. Chapter 48. The lure in this forest, I discovered the majestic giant bamboo of the genus Dendrocalamus, a species commonly found in Indonesia. Each bamboo stalk possessed a substantial diameter, and I felled one measuring approximately 15 centimeters across. From this single stalk, I harvested over 10 segments, each around 25 centimeters in length. These bamboo tubes would serve a crucial purpose, to contain the pulverized poison fish vine, allowing me to cast them into the river. To ensure the tubes submerged, I would need to add some mud and stones within. There was no necessity to disperse the contents along the entire stretch of the river, with 3 boats moored side by side. The distance to the riverbanks was merely 20 to 30 meters. I only needed to release them upstream from my own vessel. Upon returning, I busied myself with mashing the poison fish vine for over 2 hours, ultimately filling the bamboo tubes. I did not overlook the potent juices exuding from the vine. I wrapped it in cloth and pounded it against a stone surface, allowing the toxic liquid to saturate the fabric. Once it had absorbed a sufficient amount, I wrung it into the corresponding bamboo tubes. Although the poison fish vine poses minimal harm to humans, its effects negligible on intact skin, it can still provoke allergic reactions. Hence, the safety gloves I had brought proved invaluable, serving as my protective gear. After completing this task, I gazed with satisfaction at the array of bamboo tubes stacked nearby. As dusk approached, I prepared to gather firewood, intending to roast the 2 snakes I had caught once darkness enveloped the land. By 7 o'clock in the evening, I had thoroughly cooked and consumed both snakes. However, it was not yet time to deploy the poison fish vine. I did not need to wait until the dead of night when the enemy lay in slumber. My intent was not assassination, but rather to outsmart them. Thus, the next task was of utmost importance. I slung my weapon over my shoulder and made my way back to the ridge beneath the storied camphor tree. Ascending into the canopy, I settled into a concealed position and retrieved my M40A3, peering through the scope to survey the 3 vessels. Their searchlights and deck lamps blazed brightly, while the patrolling sentinels exhibited no signs of complacency, pacing the deck with vigilance akin to beasts safeguarding their territory. The 3 boats stood out in the river like luminous lanterns. How delightful! I smirked, for this was precisely the effect I sought. Rodents, prepare to retreat to your sewers. I steadied my weapon, ready for my moment of reckoning. With a sharp crack, the gun fired, the heated bullet propelled forth, its flames swallowed by the suppressor. It sliced through the night like a serpent emerging from the underbrush, swiftly striking its target on the enemy's neck. The first shot successfully severed the throat of a patrolling soldier aboard the medical ship, his body collapsing onto the deck as a fountain of arterial blood erupted, swiftly pooling into a crimson lake. The nearby sentinels were momentarily paralyzed by the shocking scene before them. From their perspective, the soldier suddenly collapsed, with not a sound of gunfire to be heard. Only upon seeing the gruesome gunshot wound on his neck did they comprehend that they had become targets. Whoosh! The second shot rang out, claiming the life of another mercenary fleeing towards the hatch. As I prepared to fire a third shot, all the lights on the 3 vessels abruptly extinguished. However, I was in no haste to descend from the tree, for I knew they would inevitably illuminate the scene once more. Firstly, they were still unaware of my intentions. If my goal was to eliminate them, I could have acted in broad daylight, yet I chose to wait until nightfall. Secondly, should I wish to infiltrate the ship, my bullets should be aimed at the lights, not at the individuals. Thirdly, the sniper aboard had waited patiently for my move all day and had finally taken action. He was likely eager for a chance to strike. After all, my head was worth $10 million on the bounty list. He could not possibly resist such temptation. If he considered wealth trivial, he would not be engaged in such perilous work. Thus, he would certainly turn the lights back on and deliberately allow someone to step out to meet their demise, while he would pinpoint my position from a window on the ship, preparing to deliver a fatal shot. Unbeknownst to him, he was my most crucial target. Swiftly, I secured my handgun to a branch 1 meter below me, threading a cord through the trigger guard to hold it in place. The other end of the cord looped around a branch behind me, functioning as a pulley while I tightened the rope against my left arm. With a mere flex of my arm, the handgun would discharge. The flame emitted from the muzzle was minimal, imperceptible to the naked eye at a distance of 850 meters, requiring infrared equipment for detection. The opposing team, lacking professional battlefield training, would likely have individual infrared devices. However, under the tropical rainforest temperature variations, the maximum detection range for long focus lenses was 800 meters. They would need to activate a wide-angle search for heat sources, which could only detect body heat within 300 meters. And only after identifying a target could they switch to the long focus lens. Hence, there was no need to worry about exposing my body heat. This was precisely why I had chosen such a considerable sniping distance. My M40A4 was equipped with a suppressor, yet there would still be a flash at the muzzle, albeit less intense than that of a Glock pistol. The individual infrared device's capability to capture instantaneous heat sources was limited, but it would suffice for a sniper. Therefore, I had to perform 3 additional flash suppression treatments on my muzzle. Otherwise, firing 2 shots simultaneously would create 2 flashes, allowing them to see through my ruse. Thus, I retrieved a square cloth from my pocket, dampened it with water, and draped it over the muzzle to dissipate some of the residual heat. For a sniper positioned 850 meters away, this would be negligible. However, such a method should not be employed routinely. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 2 fishing boats, aside from the medical vessel, reignited their lights. Evidently, the sniper is aboard the medical ship. He is about to declare war on me. The figures on the 2 fishing boats are not mercenaries, but rather armed men from Southeast Asia. They clutch their firearms, expressions rife with terror. Their eyes wide open as if that could unveil my location. It is clear that these individuals have been coerced into this predicament. However, I harbor no interest in these minions. If they seek my head, they ought to display a modicum of sincerity. I let out a cold chuckle and continue to bide my time. After a span of 10 minutes, the adversary finally recognized my disinterest in their lackeys. Following an internal discussion, they ultimately dispatched 3 mercenaries. The trio of mercenaries appeared decidedly reluctant, pacing back and forth upon the deck, attempting to elude the inexorable gears of fate. I steadied my breathing, the crosshair on my scope gliding across the vessel. Soon, I had zeroed in on one of the mercenaries. Unlike a mere puppet, my mind is unencumbered by distractions. It is wholly dedicated to the present task. My acute focus allowed me to swiftly calculate a new ballistic trajectory. Whoosh! Bang! Almost simultaneously, both the handgun and sniper rifle erupted. One of the men on the deck had his head struck directly by a bullet, collapsing awkwardly onto the deck. In the next heartbeat, a bullet struck the tree trunk just a meter beneath me. They too had employed a silencer. Moreover, lacking a thermal infrared device, I had nonetheless memorized the appearance of each window on the medical ship. On the 3rd level of the bow deck, a window that had previously been shut was now ajar. Under the bright lights of the other fishing vessel, I could clearly discern this detail. Chapter 49. The boarding massacre. To vanquish a ferocious beast, one must first blind its eyes rather than clash with its formidable claws. The sniper serves as the eyes of an army. Hence, all my prior efforts were aimed at blinding my adversary. A single gunshot reverberated through the air. The bullet pierced through the partially open window, skimming the lower edge with precision. The enemy could not possibly withdraw their weapon immediately after firing, for uncertainty about whether the target was struck would impede their ability to reload swiftly. Moreover, the assailant harbored complete confidence that I remained oblivious to their presence. Had that shot missed me, I would have been unaware of the bullet whizzing past, and thus would not perceive myself as the target, compelling them to fire again to eliminate the remaining mercenaries on board. This created an opportunity for a follow-up shot, ensuring they would not retract their weapon. I capitalized on the enemy's psychological state. The confrontation between snipers largely hinges on psychological warfare. After that shot, to ensure my success, I immediately fired again, dispatching the mercenary on the deck while also discharging my sidearm. However, no further bullets were aimed at me. The sniper hidden behind the window, even if not dead, must have sustained grave injuries. They would likely never comprehend how I had pinpointed their location. The remaining mercenary, witnessing the demise of their comrade, could no longer endure the tension and swiftly retreated into the cabin. At this juncture, I refrained from extinguishing their lights. I intended to board the vessel while they remained illuminated. This was not an act of provocation, but rather a strategic maneuver. Under the threat of my sniper presence, they would undoubtedly hesitate to emerge onto the deck. Furthermore, my decision to spare the lights would lead them to believe I was merely toying with them rather than genuinely attempting to board. From their perspective, with their numerical superiority, my endeavor as a lone sniper to board would appear reckless and tantamount to courting death. I descended from the tree, unfastening my sidearm and securing the rope. Upon returning to the stone shelter, I tightly bound the bamboo tubes, lifting them with one hand as I made my way toward the riverbank. In the inky darkness of the forest, aided by the moonlight, it was challenging for an ordinary person to discern the path, only able to perceive the silhouettes of the towering trees. However, the route had long been etched in my memory. With one hand grasping the bamboo tubes and the other wielding a long bamboo branch to prod the path ahead, I sought to unsettle any lurking dangers. After more than an hour, I finally reached the upstream thicket where the three boats were docked. Under the harsh illumination from the vessels, I could see the tranquil waters flowing behind the reeds. I emerged from the thicket, crouching by the riverbank, confident that no second sniper occupied the boat. Having already eliminated two and now a third, it was astonishing to find three snipers within a mere 50-man unit. Moreover, the absence of any retaliatory fire from the other snipers aboard during my assault further corroborated this. Thus, clad in my camouflage attire, I nestled beside the reeds. Unless one were a sniper, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect my presence. One by one, I began casting the bamboo tubes into the river. Once these bamboo tubes are filled with seawater, they begin to sink. After the mud at the mouth of the tubes is washed away, the toxic fish vine fibers inside will loosen and emerge from the openings, releasing a copious amount of liquid that will contaminate the downstream waters. In no time, I have cast all a dozen bamboo tubes into the river. After completing this task, I merely need to wait for 30 to 40 minutes before I can submerge myself underwater and board the vessel. During these fleeting minutes, I have fashioned a hook from a tree branch, cutting it at the fork to create a letter-shaped implement. Once I swim over, I will employ this hook to grasp the edge of the boat and swiftly ascend onto the deck. Additionally, I have secured 2 Glock pistols and a protective sheath to prevent any water damage once I cross the river, thus averting unnecessary hazards. With all preparations complete, I concealed myself among the reeds at the riverbank, observing the situation aboard the ship. My line of sight was limited to this singular vessel, as the other two had slipped from view. Nearly 3 hours have elapsed since I fired my weapon. On the deck of this fishing boat, I do not perceive any mercenaries, only the silhouettes of Southeast Asian militants. It is evident they are aware of my disinterest in eliminating them, thus allowing these individuals to patrol the ship, lest I truly manage to board. Yet, these adversaries are hardly formidable. In contrast to the chaos of a sudden explosion which would alert the entire crew to my presence, the current scenario is akin to a slightly ajar door. As the clock struck 11 at night, this hour marks the commencement of nightlife for city dwellers. Yet for the crew, devoid of entertainment, it signifies the deep of night. The armed men on the deck have transitioned from vigilance to boredom. They even summoned several women onto the deck, compelling one to kneel before them to provide a semblance of amusement. Under the coercive weight of their brute force, the women, rendered helpless, forsake their dignity to appease these brutes. Seizing this moment, I slipped into the water, propelling myself to the ship's hull. After catching my breath for a moment, I extended my wooden hook toward the ship's side, securing it onto the iron railing above. Swiftly, I climbed upward, peering over the edge of the deck. I discovered that the men were still preoccupied with the alluring women, entirely oblivious to my presence. I hoisted myself aboard, utilizing the vessel's structure to conceal my figure from the patrolling guards on the medical ship. I then hastily slipped through a window into the pilot's cabin. Naturally, the cabin was unoccupied, and I intended to descend to the lower levels. Assuming the mercenaries aboard had not relocated to the medical ship, but were instead within the lower quarters, the armed men on the deck posed little threat. Neutralizing the mercenaries was my foremost priority. I noticed light spilling from the hatch, indicating that the occupants below had yet to retire for the night. I carefully severed the protective sheath around my pistols and grasped both Glock handguns. Then, I procured a small mirror from the pilot cabin, angling it to observe the conditions within the lower quarters. 7 mercenaries. I observed 7 mercenaries gambling on the makeshift platform, enveloped in a haze of smoke, each having carelessly positioned their firearms in designated slots, their vigilance evidently diminished. Should I initiate fire upon the individuals on the deck, these well-trained operatives would undoubtedly spring into action, brandishing their weapons against me, while the patrols aboard the medical vessel would likewise direct their fire in my direction, rendering my position precarious. Aside from these 7 mercenaries, I noticed several iron cages nearby, all conspicuously empty. The presence of chamber pots within suggested that these cages were once intended to confine women. I descended swiftly from the ladder, my damp body thudding heavily upon the deck, akin to a black bear that has unexpectedly wandered into an amusement park. Of the 7 gamblers, 3 were facing me, Upon noticing my arrival, they lazily lifted their eyelids. Their eyes, initially squinted from the smoke, suddenly widening in alarm. Yet, it was too late for them to react. My twin pistols had already been raised, the ominous black muzzles akin to the abyss of hell, poised to consume their souls. Cursed fate, the three of them shouted in unison, their bodies instinctively lunging toward their firearms. Chapter 50. The second fishing boat, suddenly, the three men facing me lunged towards the gun rack. But under the intense focus of my attention, their movements appeared as if in slow motion. Bang, bang, bang. 3 precise shots struck their heads. The other 3 men, who had their backs to me, reacted by turning around with their hands raised in a gesture of surrender. This was a desperate attempt to save their lives. However, I offered them no mercy. Bang, bang, bang. I fired 3 more shots, each finding its mark. The armed men on the deck, hearing the gunfire, wore expressions of confusion. 2 of them approached the cockpit, likely assuming that a gambler had lost money and was venting his frustration. As they drew near, my gun was already poised at the entrance of the hatch. Bang! 2 shots sent them to the ground, and the remaining armed men on the deck finally realized the gravity of the situation. They kicked aside the woman in front of them, attempting to lift the AK-47 slung across their backs to retaliate. Yet, their lackadaisical combat readiness and sluggish reactions sealed their fate. I fired 3 more shots at the hatch, bringing down the last 3 armed men on the deck. Mayday! Mayday! The first fishing boat is under attack. The armed men sprawled on the ground could be heard through the radio, while the patrol from the medical ship was frantically shouting. I climbed out of the hatch, performed a swift roll, and snatched up a radio as I burst out of the cockpit door. The women were frozen in shock, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. "Everyone, quickly inside," shouted one voluptuous Caucasian woman, who was the first to dash in, prompting the others to follow suit. I had no time to spare for them. Once I burst onto the deck, I seized an AK and, with a resounding crack, shattered the overhead lights. Darkness enveloped the deck in an instant. The medical ship was no more than 10 meters away from my fishing vessel, and even in the dim moonlight, the silhouettes of figures could still be discerned. Bang, 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 bang. I unleashed a volley from the AK-47, eliminating 4 armed men who were still trying to comprehend the situation. At that moment, 3 to 5 mercenaries burst forth from each end of the medical ship's hatches. Their movements were swift. They rolled behind cover as they emerged, causing me to only wound 2 of them. "Charge! His head is worth 10 million. A command crackled over the radio, prompting them to open fire, sweeping across the cabin and deck. The barrage of bullets nearly dismantled the wooden structure of the ship, sending shards of wood flying. Had those women remained on the deck, their demise would have been inevitable. However, I had anticipated this and had already taken refuge behind the anchor winch at the bow of the ship. This fishing vessel, weighing over 30 tons, featured an anchor winch measuring 1.5 meters in length, nearly a meter in width, and standing at a height of 1.3 meters, providing an excellent shield. Bullets struck the winch with a cacophony of clashing metal, sparks flying in every direction. More men emerged from within the cabin, suppressing fire while others prepared to charge across the gangway. The mercenaries charging up the boarding ramp were simultaneously engaged in suppressive fire, their weapons spitting flames as bullets riddled the ship's deck with countless wounds. Clearly, they were oblivious to my precise location. "Hey, you little rats, scurry back to your sewers. Otherwise, you'll find yourselves at my mercy," I deliberately shouted into the intercom before hurling it forcefully onto the riverbank. Without delay, I leaped back into the water using a grappling hook. My intention was not to return to the shore, but to seize the opportunity to board another fishing vessel on the opposite side. The medical ship was out of reach due to its height above the water. Ascending the anchor chain would render me conspicuous, like a grasshopper perched on a rope. I swam past the bow of the medical ship, eventually reaching the second fishing vessel. However, I could not board it from the position between the second fishing vessel and the medical ship. I had to approach from the side nearest the shore. Unfortunately, the crocodiles had not been deterred by my presence, so I needed to act swiftly. As I arrived at the hull of the second fishing vessel and managed to hook my grappling hook onto the railing, I noticed a multitude of dark ripples emerging on the water surface behind me. In the moonlight, these ripples were not the typical waves of water. They were the backs and raised heads of crocodiles. Under the pale glow, numerous pairs of crocodile eyes gleamed ominously above the inky water, instilling a deep sense of dread. Damn it, I cursed, hastily attempting to climb up using the grappling hook, only to find a crocodile lunging at me with ferocious intent. It seized my rounded water bottle behind me, puncturing it instantly and yanking it from my waist, nearly dragging me into the depths. Fortunately, I clung desperately to the handle of the grappling hook, narrowly escaping a watery demise. I was drenched in cold sweat, glancing back at the surface where crocodiles had completely surrounded me, the dark water churning with waves of their thrashing bodies. The armed men aboard the second fishing vessel had all retreated to support the medical ship, leaving it devoid of any defense. As I swam closer, the intercom on the bank must have revealed my position to them. Once they boarded the first fishing vessel without spotting me, they would inevitably receive the intel and begin firing toward the shore. Indeed, the situation unfolded just as I had anticipated. The deafening gunfire erupted throughout the river, with flashes of gunfire illuminating the darkness. Seizing this moment, I dashed into the cabin to start the fishing vessel. I quickly exited the cabin and rushed to the anchoring mechanism. Raising the anchor required the fishing vessel to move slowly. Otherwise, I could not retrieve the anchor chain. The personnel aboard the medical ship noticed the vessel had started, but were unaware that it was I who had initiated it. Presumably, they were busy verifying the situation over the intercom, which bought me some precious time. It was only when the boarding plank connecting the two ships fell into the water due to the shifting vessels that they realized what was happening. Damn it! The enemy is on the second fishing vessel, they shouted, descending into chaos, pivoting their weapons to fire in my direction. However, my reflexes were swifter than theirs. I seized the AK-47 and unleashed a barrage of fire, the dense hail of bullets pummeling the medical vessel like a torrential downpour, prompting the mercenaries, who valued their lives, to hastily seek shelter. At that moment, had there been a sniper aboard, I would have felt that even 100 lives would not suffice to save me. The bow of the ship gradually advanced towards the sea, and I mentally calculated the angle between the vessel and the anchor chain, keen to avoid missing the moment to weigh anchor. This was not my first experience at the helm. I hail from a coastal town where my father, a seasoned fisherman and, prior to his retirement, a captain of a private enterprise, had instilled in me the ways of the sea. My childhood was largely spent aboard a vessel. Thus, even if I were alone, I could still manage to haul on the anchor chain. As the distance between the two ships widened, the lateral span of the anchoring device increased, completely shielding me from the bullets flying from the medical ship, rendering my safety unthreatened. Just then, the lights in the cabin flickered to life. I immediately became alert, yet I could not abandon the anchoring device. Otherwise, a failure to weigh anchor could turn me and this ship into sitting ducks upon the river surface. Chapter 51, The Final Resort. The anchor winch was stationed at the bow of the ship, and as it was activated, the anchor chain rattled with a rhythmic clatter. With my left hand gripping the pistol, I aimed it at the cabin door. The moment a figure emerged, I would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Simultaneously, my right hand meticulously adjusted the winch's settings, coordinating with the vessel's speed to ensure the anchor did not become ensnared in the stones at the riverbed, which would necessitate additional time to address the issue. The cabin's lights cast a shadow upon the floor near the door. A figure emerged, hands raised, his outline unmistakably defined. Other than a pair of shorts, he wore nothing else. This individual was astute, aware of the necessity to avoid direct exposure to my firearm, opting instead to utilize the shadows to convey his intentions. However, I had no interest in someone devoid of utility. "Step out and face your demise," I commanded. The man remained positioned at the side of the door. I could easily dispatch him by firing at the cabin wall, but he was clever enough to disrobe, signaling that he posed no threat, presumably in hopes of offering something of value to barter for his life. "I am here to collaborate with you. I possess the intelligence and the pharmaceuticals you require," he declared, his voice steady and articulate in English. "Are you the sniper?" I inquired, furrowing my brow. My intuition suggested he was indeed the marksman, as he had immediately addressed my needs, a notion difficult to grasp for anyone outside our profession. Previously, my superior had been in contact with them. Although he had not explicitly requested antibiotics, a fellow elite sniper would likely discern the underlying demands within the discourse. "Yes, but I am of no value now," he replied, gradually stepping into view. He did not fully emerge from the hatch, as the backlight would obscure his expression, heightening the threat to his safety. Instead, he retreated, positioning himself at the rear of the doorway, allowing the light to illuminate his face. In this manner, he rendered himself a shadow beneath the light, obscuring my ability to assess his situation. This was a calculated measure for self-preservation, for he understood he was not facing an ordinary adversary. Any action perceived as threatening could prompt me to end his life. His right arm was bandaged, stained with blood. I could easily surmise the nature of his injury. The bullet had not struck his body directly, but had impacted his scope, which then recoiled and struck his right eye, shattering the brow bone and inflicting severe damage to his eye. The other scars on his face indicated the lens of the scope had exploded before him. His right eye was likely beyond saving, and the asymmetry of his swollen visage was stark. Yet, despite such grievous wounds, he had not succumbed to madness. Instead, contemplating an alliance with his enemy. He must have realized his lack of utility aboard the medical ship, thus voluntarily requesting to come aboard the second fishing vessel, presumably having discerned my strategy. However, he had not divulged this to the others. From a certain perspective, he indeed saved my life, though his motives were primarily rooted in his own survival. He, too, is striving to exist within the crevices of peril. Had he aided those individuals without capturing or eliminating me, they would have surely turned their wrath upon him. Moreover, he had previously endangered others by employing them as live targets in his attempts to assassinate me. Even if the captain aboard the vessel were to spare him, the others would certainly not extend the same mercy to this seemingly worthless marksman. The world operates on stark realities, particularly for those dwelling in the underbelly of society. Previously, he wielded power, compelling others to risk themselves as living decoys. However, now that he is diminished, the dynamics have shifted dramatically. Of course, if his intention is to gain my trust only to seize the opportunity to assassinate me and reclaim his former status, then the gamble he is taking is excessively perilous. Even in his prime, he was no match for me, and now the disparity is even greater. "Speak, provide me with a reason not to end your life," I declared. "The commander and his 3,000 soldiers have already arrived on the northern island, and they will reach the shore by dawn. Tonight presents our final chance to escape. Furthermore, what they are researching on that island holds far greater value than your life. Should I manage to procure it, we could amass a fortune." The man replied. "What are they investigating?" I inquired. "A type of psychotropic substance, one that delivers the pinnacle of euphoric near-death experiences. It is a drug devoid of adverse effects, and I have smuggled out the preliminary data from there," he explained. "In other words, a new kind of narcotic, is it not?" I asked coldly. He may not realize that I harbor a profound disdain for drugs. Had it not been for them, my beloved comrades would not have perished. You may interpret it that way. Yet once this substance is successfully developed, its lack of side effects could allow us to establish a drug empire in Mexico. With your strength, penetrating the market there, and dominating, it would pose no challenge. Did the commander come with the troops? I questioned. Indeed, they have arrived together. Why must they conduct their research on that island in the Bond to Sea? I sensed numerous discrepancies. They could easily perform their studies on their own territory. Why venture so far to a remote island? Do you not understand? The Golden Triangle has been dismantled. Many of their leaders have been apprehended by the joint forces. The commander, once commanding 20,000 soldiers, now leads only 3,000, and they're relying on this new drug to penetrate the Mexican market. If they aim for Mexico, how can we find our place there? We could go to M country instead. We cannot allow them to monopolize this substance. Our pricing could be slightly lower, making market penetration quite feasible. The man said, his face alight with ambition. Your proposition is indeed alluring. However, you may have forgotten what my previous profession entailed. I replied coldly, causing the man to shudder. Wait, have you ever imagined a world filled with immense wealth and power? Moreover, you are no longer a soldier. You bear no responsibilities or obligations, and your homeland has not nurtured you. Furthermore, should you take my life, yours shall follow, the man proclaimed, swiftly producing a concealed device from behind his waist. Bang, bang, bang. I fired 3 shots. One struck his head, another pierced his heart, and the last hit his wrist. The dark controller fell to the ground. To my astonishment, I realized it was a release-type controller, meaning the switch had already been activated. Had I anticipated this, I would have understood that he had a last resort. It was impossible for him to entrust his fate entirely to me. Boom. Chapter 52. A hasty return with a thunderous roar. The vessel quaked violently, nearly unbalancing me. It swiftly became apparent that this individual did not seek to end my life outright, but rather aimed to obliterate the ship, rendering my escape from the island impossible. As I awaited the arrival of reinforcements, his intention appeared to be to torment me slowly to death. Alternatively, it was possible that he lacked sufficient explosives. Regardless of his motives, the ship was on the brink of sinking. I darted into the cabin, only to discover it inundated with water to a depth of nearly a foot. A gaping hole, 70 centimeters in diameter, had been blasted into the starboard side, allowing relentless torrents of seawater to pour in. Casting my gaze around the cabin, I spotted a military duffel bag, floating like a sturdy piece of driftwood atop the water surface. This particular bag was highly specialized, commonly utilized by snipers in solitary combat. It most likely belonged to the sharpshooter, containing medical supplies, ammunition, and essential survival gear. Without a moment's hesitation, I plunged into the water, grasping the duffel bag tightly to my chest, and swam back. The water had already risen to the level of the ladder's entrance. The ship's lights extinguished due to a short circuit, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness, where visibility was non-existent, and the water soon reached my chest. I tilted my head back to inhale a breath of air from the cabin's ceiling before diving toward the ladder. I emerged swiftly, only to find that the main deck was now being inundated as well. The sinking was occurring at an alarming rate. Not only were the crocodiles lurking nearby, but the mercenaries aboard the medical ship were also watching with keen interest. The second fishing vessel was less than 200 meters from the medical ship, its searchlights trained upon the sinking vessel. Once they spotted me breaking the surface, they would undoubtedly open fire. Standing on the drenched deck, I retrieved the M40A3 from my back. Fortunately, as the barrel was encased in a protective cover, the weapon had not suffered significant water damage, and its functionality remained intact. Yet, I had little choice left. I aimed the rifle at the medical ship's searchlight and fired. Bang! The shot rang out, successfully shattering the light above the ship. I followed up with a shot aimed at the searchlight of the first fishing vessel. Having accomplished this, the water had risen to my waist. The man's lifeless body floated at the door, and I hurled him aside, using my dagger to pierce his flesh, hastening the flow of blood in hopes that the crocodiles would be drawn to his remains. Subsequently, I clutched the duffel bag as a makeshift flotation device and swam swiftly northward. Although the southern shore was closer, the island there was small and easily surrounded, and moreover, Shinya and Chunxiaoxiao were on the northern island. Under the dim moonlight, nearly 200 meters away, the medical ship, devoid of its searchlight, struggled to discern my presence. Nevertheless, they continued to unleash a barrage of gunfire from their AK-47s upon the river surface. The relentless bullets struck the water, sending up plumes of spray. I was compelled to grasp the duffel bag strap, submerging beneath it to navigate in a diving position, striving to evade the stray bullets. At the site of the recent shipwreck, bubbles incessantly surfaced, releasing the air trapped within the vessel. From a distance, it appeared as though the water's surface was boiling. The pungent scent of blood would surely attract the keen sense of smell of crocodiles, drawing them towards the scene, significantly diminishing the risk of being targeted by them. After swimming across the river, approximately 70 or 80 meters wide, I reached the northern bank, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. My stomach growled voraciously, and the weight of my gear and waterproof suit made every step arduous. I retrieved a piece of high-sugar chewing gum and began to chew it before plunging into the forest. Once within the woods, I located a clearing and opened my military pack. Designed to be waterproof, its contents remained dry, and I discovered a flashlight inside. With the flashlight in hand, my journey became considerably more manageable. I trudged along the mountainous path for 5 continuous hours, burdened by the heavy pack, until I finally returned to the coconut grove where I had initially landed on the island. Despite my overwhelming fatigue, I had no intention of halting and pressed onward towards the new campsite. Those who have traversed the forest at night understand that beyond the beam of the flashlight, the surroundings are cloaked in darkness, resembling 4 walls formed by trees. As time passes, one might begin to doubt whether they are merely circling in place, making it all too easy to lose one's way and succumb to hallucinations. However, I excelled at navigating through the jungle at night, and aside from being cautious of wild beasts and venomous snakes, little could impede my progress. Finally, after 35 minutes, I spotted the flickering light of the bamboo shelter, only about 30 meters away. My steps felt excruciatingly heavy, and blisters formed on my feet, each movement sending sharp pains through my body. Nevertheless, I persevered until I collapsed in front of the nearly extinguished campfire. The women inside the shelter were deep in slumber, lacking any alertness. As I lay down beside the dying fire, resting my head on my pack, I assumed they were oblivious to my return. To my surprise, the door of the bamboo shelter swung open, revealing 2 terrified faces with wide, scrutinizing eyes fixed upon me. It dawned on me that the face paint had not washed away, rendering me unrecognizable to them. "Bring me some water, you old hag," I barked. Having trekked through the wilderness for nearly 6 hours without a single drop to drink, my lips cracked and parched. Hearing my voice, Shinya emerged slowly, leaning on a stick and clutching a jug of water. I seized it eagerly and drank deeply. To my astonishment, it contained coconut water, and I soon drained the entire jug. Chun Xiao followed, taking a seat opposite me alongside Shinya. The flickering flames illuminated their faces in a warm orange glow, and their eyes regarded me as one would a villain, showing no inclination to approach. "I nearly risked my life to bring you medicine, and this is your attitude?" I scolded, feeling a bitter sense of resentment at the hardships endured under the influence of my masteress persona. You are not Wang Tai. Who are you?" "Sendyak Widi the Weekly, Swallowing Hearth. He sent you to ask about me, didn't he?" "I am Ying, his shadow," I replied coldly. The 2 women fell silent, resembling mutes, no longer exchanging words. "Come here and assist me in removing my clothes and shoes. I wish to change into something fresh," I commanded, my gaze imbued with an irrefutable intensity. Reluctantly, Shinya approached, helping me shed my shoes, which were both filthy and drenched, weighing heavily upon me. It took her considerable effort to free my feet from their confines. She then proceeded to remove my socks, and I clenched my teeth in pain as the blisters burst, the fabric sticking to my skin. This was a consequence of my master's failure to provide adequate training post-retirement. Upon seeing the shocking state of my feet, Shinya's tears began to fall. She was an empathetic woman, though she had not personally endured my experiences. She could discern the hardship I had faced over the past day and night through every detail of my suffering. I rinsed my feet with potassium permanganate solution, the agony causing beads of sweat to form. Shinya rummaged through the military pouch and found some gauze, wrapping my blistered feet with care. Only after this was accomplished did I stand to remove the remaining garments from my body. I was unacquainted with the notion of shame. Perhaps my master would think that I was merely eager to divest myself of the wet clothing to avoid catching a cold. The 2 women, upon witnessing the defined muscles of my overworked body, could not help but blush. Yet, the scars upon my skin were starkly visible in the firelight, remnants of that fateful mission. "You foolish girl, what are you staring at? Hurry and fetch me some clothes," I shouted at Chen Xiao. Her face flushed crimson as she handed me a new pair of shorts and a shirt. Once I changed, I made my way directly into the bamboo shelter and lay down to rest, utterly exhausted. Fatigue overwhelmed me, and the pull of sleep engulfed my consciousness like a landslide. Chapter 53. Emergency response at 8 in the morning. I sprang up from the bamboo bed, astonished as I surveyed my surroundings. A myriad of images from the previous night flashed through my mind, and I quickly discerned the events that had transpired. I was utterly taken aback by my ability to recall so many details. I speculated that perhaps my condition was improving, though this was merely my personal conjecture. For I am no expert in such matters, merely a patient. 2 women lay beside me, still clad in the garments they wore when I departed, evidently having neglected to bathe over the past 2 nights, whether due to heeding advice or simply being unable to move. Nevertheless, it was a blessing in disguise. Had they bathed, it could have complicated their injuries. I hastily examined their wounds. Chen Xiaoxiao was only wearing shorts, leaving her injury exposed and clearly visible. Shunya, in her nightgown, revealed her long legs. I noted that the reed tubes inserted into their wounds remained, likely having become enmeshed with the flesh during my prolonged absence, as they lacked the knowledge to properly care for such injuries. I observed beads of sweat forming on Chen Xiaoxiao's forehead and neck. Upon closer inspection, her nightwear was soaked, her complexion pale, and her lips chapped. I quickly reached out to feel her forehead. She was exhibiting symptoms of fever. Grabbing the water flask beside me, I gently roused Chen Xiaoxiao from her slumber. "Wanggu, is that you?" she murmured weakly, her eyes fluttering open. "It's me. Drink some water," I urged, propping her up in my arms and offering her water. "Wang Tai, you're awake?" She also sat up, inquiring. "Yes. When did Xiaoxiao develop a fever?" I asked. The alter ego from last night had shown no concern for the 2 women. Otherwise, I would have noticed earlier and administered medication. She was already feeling unwell at dinner yesterday. Has Xiaoxiao developed a fever? Xinya's voice was laced with concern. "Yes, she has a fever, and her temperature is rather high. However, she is sweating now, which should help cool her down. It shouldn't be too severe. You help her drink water. I will fetch some medicine," I instructed, entrusting Chen Xiaoxiao to Shunya. Emerging from the bamboo shelter, I spotted the military backpack beside the campfire. I hastily opened it and retrieved a first aid kit. To my relief, it contained an ample supply of nitroimidazole antibiotics, primarily aimed at combating anaerobic bacterial infections, often utilized for fevers resulting from injuries. I selected several vials and located the tinidazole, noting the dosage 0.5 grams per tablet. As this was the first dose for Chen Xiaoxiao, I would need to double it, meaning she required 4 tablets at once. I poured the pills into my hand and returned. "Take your medicine," I urged, placing the tablets at her lips. She was not fussy, swallowing 4 pills at once with a sip of water. She coughed again, looking at me with a pitiful expression. "Wanggu, am I going to die?" "Fool! I have brought back the medicine for you. Naturally, you won't perish. A continuous intake over 5 to 6 days should suffice for your recovery. Remember, 1 dose a day, 2 tablets each time. Do not exceed that," I remarked to Chen Xiaoxiao. Thank you, Brother Wang." Chen Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes brimming with tears. "Do not weep. We shall be fine. Sister, you must take 2 tablets as well. Shortly, I will tend to your wounds, which may cause some pain, but you must endure," I instructed. Both Shunya and Chen Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. My concern for them had waned, replaced by trepidation regarding the mercenaries sent by the drug lord. I pondered whether they had arrived today and when they might land on the island. I rummaged through the medical kit, retrieving a syringe and a bottle of hydrogen peroxide solution, intending to perform a thorough disinfection. It effectively eradicates anaerobic bacteria, albeit with a stinging sensation upon application, especially on such deep wounds. Gathering some gauze and cotton swabs, I returned to the bamboo shelter where I found Shunya had laid Chen Xiaoxiao down, extending her injured leg for my attention. "Sister, you must brace yourself. I will first extract the reed tube, then use a cotton swab to expand your wound, spraying hydrogen peroxide into it with a syringe. Find a strip of cloth to bite down on," I explained. Though the medical kit contained some morphine, I refrained from administering it to them, as its supply was limited. In the event of my own injury during combat, that morphine could very well become a life-saving remedy. "Yes, I can endure," Shinya replied, bringing a clean cloth, twisting it into a bundle to bite down upon. With tweezers, I carefully grasped the reed tube and began to pull it out. As I extracted it by an inch, pus-laden blood began to ooze forth, revealing some newly formed granulation tissue. Shinya winced, tears involuntarily spilling from her eyes, yet she resolutely clenched the cloth, remaining silent. I couldn't help but admire her fortitude. While a rotational extraction might have lessened the pain, I feared the reed tube could break, Its fibers were longitudinal, and if it snapped inside, it would present an even greater dilemma. Thus, I resolutely pulled the reed tube out. The wound continued to ooze with pus-laden blood, dampening her thigh. Shinya ultimately succumbed to her pain, crying out. However, I did not pause. It was better to endure the pain all at once. I swiftly used a cotton swab to tear open the wound. Shinya screamed in agony. Endure, I urged, moving rapidly as I filled the syringe with hydrogen peroxide and forcefully injected it into the wound. Shinya cried out in torment, her injured leg trembling uncontrollably. A copious amount of white foam erupted from the wound. Tears streamed down Shunya's face as she gripped the top of her thigh with great intensity, her nails digging into the flesh, leaving deep imprints. I utilized small scissors to remove the necrotic tissue from the wound, then rinsed it again with hydrogen peroxide. Once I ensured that no contaminants remained, I retrieved needle and thread to commence suturing. Shinya initially felt a sharp pain, yet as each stitch was carefully placed, she developed a certain resilience to the discomfort. Before long, the wound was successfully sutured. If, in the coming days, there were no signs of infection or fever, she could consider this hurdle surmounted. Beside her, Chen Xiao quietly observed, trembling with fear. Brother Wang, could you administer some anesthetic? I fear I might bite my teeth in agony. She implored, her face a mask of terror. No, I replied firmly. The morphine is preserved from my own injuries in battle, and these medications were painstakingly obtained. We cannot afford to waste even a fraction. Moreover, a new crisis is imminent on the island. So you must endure. I shook my head decisively, refusing her request. Though I sympathized with their plight, these drugs were crucial for our survival and could not be misused. Xiao, you must believe in yourself. You managed to endure last time. Surely you can do so again. Shinya quickly offered words of comfort. But this time is different. I truly fear I might faint from the pain. Chen Xiao lamented, tears brimming in her eyes before the ordeal even began. Chapter 54. A parting once again, pain serves as a signal transmitted by the nerves to the brain. Persistent discomfort can be mitigated or overlooked by the mind, primarily manifesting as an initial sting, with the majority stemming from psychological self-torment. I reassured her, is that truly the case? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Chen Xiao queried, her skepticism evident. Why would I deceive you? Your leg has been injured and the wound has yet to heal. It's improbable that you would feel excruciating pain every single moment. Wouldn't you agree? It's merely occasional twinges, correct? I inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiao nodded. Those sporadic pangs are merely the nerves signaling the need for treatment, I elucidated. Upon hearing my words, Chen Xiao appeared to be swayed, her once naive eyes now shimmering with newfound courage. Indeed, ignorance can breed bravery. However, my assertions were not entirely unfounded. Theoretically, this is indeed how it operates. Some individuals even find exhilaration in pain. Yet, in practice, the tolerance for suffering varies greatly among individuals, making it impossible to generalize. Bite down on this cloth bundle. I'm about to begin, I instructed, handing the cloth to Chen Xiao. She gulped, then resolutely nodded. A blend of stubbornness and bravery graced the visage of this spirited young woman. I sterilized my instruments and proceeded to extract the reed tube with tweezers. Chen Xiao cried out, tears spilling from her eyes, yet she did not push me away, firmly clenching the cloth bundle and gripping her thigh. Due to infection, her wound was laden with necrotic tissue and had not healed. Thus, the reed tube was not securely affixed, making its removal relatively straightforward. However, her injury proved to be considerably more challenging than Shunya's. Shunya approached and enveloped Chen Xiao in an embrace, shielding her eyes with her hand. Do not fear. Dear, I am here. The forthcoming procedure would be painful, so to prevent her from thrashing about, I positioned myself atop her lower leg. Endure it, I urged, beginning to extrude the pus and blood from her wound. Oh no. Please, it hurts terribly. Chen Xiao wailed in distress. Her feet thrashed uncontrollably beneath my weight, but fortunately, I held her down sufficiently to prevent any significant movement. I retrieved a cotton swab to gently open her wound. cleansing it with hydrogen peroxide. At that moment, Chun Xiao Xiao lost control, succumbing to the pain. Yet, I could not afford a pause. I meticulously excised all necrotic tissue with medical scissors, ensuring a thorough cleansing with hydrogen peroxide before commencing the suturing process. Throughout this ordeal, Chun Xiao Xiao remained silent, not due to newfound courage or absence of pain, but because she had truly lost consciousness. In a way, this was fortuitous, sparing her from further suffering. Once completed, I disinfected her entire thigh, finally bandaging it with care. Wang Tai, will Xiao Xiao be all right? She will be fine. We will change her dressings every 3 days. I will monitor her wound closely and ensure she takes her medication on schedule. I will also find ways to provide her with nutrition to expedite her healing. I replied as I tidied my tools. Wang Tai, I sincerely thank you this time, Shinya said with gratitude as she gazed at me. I shook my head, urging her to take care of herself and Xiao Xiao, for I had pressing matters to attend to. Wang Tai, are you still going to confront those people? Shinya inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. No, to avoid confrontation, I must gather intelligence on the enemy. Rest assured, I will be fine, I reassured her. As I spoke, Shinya looked at me with concern, her hands gently wrapping around my neck as she pressed her lips against mine. Instantly, I felt a rush of warmth flood my cheeks. Shinya seemed to relish my embarrassment, and upon seeing my flushed face, she laughed, a sound that was utterly enchanting. Her perfectly aligned white teeth shone brightly, and her beautiful eyes radiated a nurturing glow. Good brother, go ahead and attend to your duties, she said with a playful tone. Sister, next time, could we share a wet kiss? I responded, blushing yet determined not to be outdone, teasing her deliberately. Naughty boy, have you learned to tease me now? Hurry along with your tasks. Shinya replied, rolling her eyes gently with affection. Observing her captivating and charming demeanor filled my heart with immense happiness. In my 24 years of existence, I had never experienced such mesmerizing tenderness. I gathered my tools and grasped the bag, ready to leave the bamboo shelter when Shinya held onto my hand. Sister, what is it? I asked. Promise me. You must survive. As long as you return, I will grant you anything you wish. Shinya said, tears brimming in her eyes, her hand tenderly caressing my rugged cheek. Yes, I will return, I affirmed with conviction. I understood that her concern at this moment was that of a family member for a warrior. Akin to the hopes of countless soldiers' families, survival was the utmost happiness, and nothing else was deemed extravagant. I emerged from the bamboo shelter, extracting unnecessary items from my military pack. Among them was a metallic external hard drive and a sealed square steel box with a lock. I was uncertain of their contents, but the exquisite craftsmanship of the steel box suggested that what lay within was far from ordinary. Having forgotten what the sniper had conveyed to Night Shadow, I was unaware of the significance of these two items. Nonetheless, I had no intention of discarding them, for they might prove useful in the future. I then took inventory of the supplies in my military pack. I discovered 3 boxes of 7.62 by 51 millimeters ammunition, totaling 60 rounds, along with 2 boxes of 9 by 19 millimeters Glock 17 cartridges, amounting to 100 rounds. Additionally, there was a soldier's night vision device with long-range capabilities, a 100,000 mAh battery, and a rugged mobile phone, although it had no signal. Surprisingly, I also found a telescopic fishing rod and fishing line. From the supplies in my bag, it was evident that even if the sniper had not encountered Night Shadow, he was likely prepared for a hasty escape, possibly even planning to flee by boat. Otherwise, he would not have brought fishing gear along. The square box and the hard drive might contain crucial items he had managed to procure. I gathered all unnecessary items and secured them in a waterproof bag, burying it beneath a tree. Meanwhile, the edible provisions were transferred to the bamboo shelter. I cautioned Shinya against indiscriminately consuming these supplies, advising her that if she felt an urge to indulge, she should limit herself to a single morsel, as these were merely emergency rations. After breakfast, I shouldered my weapon and set forth. I needed to return to the dragon brain tree on the ridge, for it was there that I could discreetly observe the medical ship. This location was known only to the sniper, ensuring my safety from unwanted attention. Due to Night Shadow's excessive strain on my body, My muscles ached, which could hinder my movements. Thus, I fashioned some strips of cloth to bind my calves. When undertaking long marches, securing the calves can prevent blood from pooling, diminish fatigue and soreness in the legs, avert issues such as varicose veins, and conserve stamina. Chapter 55. The fishing boat by the shore having bound my legs, I felt a significant ease in my movements. After traversing the lush thicket for over an hour, I finally arrived beneath the towering camphor tree. After resting for a few minutes and sipping some water, I steadily ascended to the crown of the tree. A casual glance towards the riverbank revealed, to my astonishment, that the medical ship, which had been present just the night before, had vanished. Doubtful of my own sight, I hastily employed my scope for a closer examination. Aside from the gently flowing river, there was nothing to be seen. A jolt of alarm surged through me. Given Bapasang's temperament, he should not have departed without confirming my demise. What on earth had transpired? Could it be that they were frightened off last night? Indeed, Night Shadow's combat style is truly terrifying. Such reckless abandon is rarely witnessed outside the realm of cinema. In reality, no one would dare to gamble with their life, regardless of their confidence in their combat skills, unless faced with an absolute necessity, a situation where not fighting would equate to certain death. Clearly, we were not ensnared in such a dire predicament. We could easily evade capture for days, much like mice hiding away. The only concern was the injured woman. Yet, even for the sake of the two women, I would not engage in reckless actions. It is not that I fear for my life, but rather that if I did not risk boarding the ship for antibiotics, the two women still had a 50 to 60% chance of survival. Conversely, if I ventured onto the ship and met with misfortune, even if merely sustaining a gunshot wound, their chances of survival would plummet to zero. The advantages and disadvantages were glaringly apparent. However, Night Shadow is an enigma. He would not contemplate such matters. Perhaps it was precisely his irrationality that led to their lax security measures, allowing for successful ambush. But was their retreat solely due to this? Or had the drug lord's soldiers already arrived, preparing to scour the island? Lacking further intelligence, I could not deduce what had occurred and was compelled to descend from the tree. I resolved to investigate the eastern river mouth. The medical ship could only have retreated from the east, for the riverbed towards the lagoon could not accommodate the ship's tonnage and offered no escape route. I walked along the riverbank towards the east, soon reaching the area where the medical ship had once anchored. The aftermath of the previous night's events left behind nothing but bullet holes on the innocent trees. All else had vanished. The low-lying areas of the forest were filled with murky water, and no footprints marred the surrounding ground. It was evident they had not disembarked. Surely, after the tumult of the night before, these mercenaries and armed factions, who typically sought profit, would be disinclined to land on the island. Not to mention the arduous task of navigating through this savage thicket would be enough to deter them. Furthermore, their landing would undoubtedly be akin to seeking a tiger in the jungle, a fool's errand. Continuing along the riverbank, I walked for half an hour until I suddenly noticed what appeared to be a vessel approximately 50 meters ahead by the riverbank. Instantly, a wave of tension coursed through me, and I stealthily moved towards the reeds by the river, striving to gain a broader perspective of the situation. My movements were slow and deliberate. The vessel did not approach the center of the river. Rather, it was moored directly at the edge, less than 10 meters from the shore, likely to facilitate the disembarkation of individuals onto the island. Should there be an ambush on the shore, I would find myself in a precarious position. I cautiously extended the barrel of my gun, peering through the scope to observe the scene. The crosshairs drifted across the sparse reeds, revealing the boat anchored by the riverbank. It was indeed the number 1 fishing boat. However, I discerned no medical vessel in the vicinity. Why was there only a fishing boat left here? What purpose could it serve? Puzzled, I resolved to remain and observe further, hoping to uncover more information. After settling in, I continued my vigil for another hour. At last, I noticed movement aboard the ship. A woman emerged onto the deck, clad in a man's oversized striped shirt and khaki work pants, an ill-fitting ensemble that scarcely concealed her figure. She was hanging a bundle of wet clothes on the iron wire of the deck. Shortly thereafter, 2 more women appeared, one of whom was a Caucasian holding a child. This woman stood out among the others due to her appearance and physique. The critical question remained, Why would the armed individuals keep a woman with a child in their midst? Was she the wife of someone on board? Or was the child the offspring of a significant figure aboard? Yet, why had they abandoned her here? I could only surmise one possibility, that there was indeed an ambush. And these women were merely bait, especially the innocent child. The adversaries were likely aware of my identity as a border soldier from the Summer Nation, imbued with a strong sense of justice. Using a child as bait could very well lead me astray. Moreover, even if I were not lured by these innocent lives, the vessel itself was crucial to our escape from this desolate island. Regardless of the situation with the women and child, should the boat be intact, capturing it would mean we could leave this wretched place at any moment. Navigating this unfamiliar jungle to locate the ambushers would prove exceedingly difficult. My previous success in swiftly identifying 2 snipers in the woods surrounding the shed was solely due to my familiarity with that environment. Here, however, everything was foreign to me. I had to tread with utmost caution, especially when searching for an unknown number of ambushers. Even a single oversight could be fatal. Nevertheless, I was not entirely without options. Ambushes are the forte of snipers, unparalleled by any other military branch, as we undergo rigorous training that endows us with unmatched patience. I could remain concealed from dawn until dusk. If there were indeed ambushers on the shore, they would undoubtedly require sustenance and relief. As long as they did not soil themselves, there would be a risk of exposure. Furthermore, I could utilize night vision equipment as darkness fell. Of course, it was also possible that the enemy possessed night vision capabilities. However, this would not deter me. If an ambush existed, I would locate and eliminate them before nightfall. My current concern was whether those over 3,000 armed individuals had already disembarked onto the island and the enigmatic purpose behind leaving the fishing boat here, which remained elusive and perplexing. What would Shadow do? I instinctively thought of my second personality, whose power far surpasses my own. If it were him, he would likely possess a multitude of strategies. My reliance on him is growing. At this rate, I shall inevitably fall completely under his control. I pondered this, aware that I must master myself and prevent Shadow from seizing my body. Otherwise, my affliction would only worsen. I resolved to crawl forward 20 meters and remain vigilant. If, after 2 hours of ambush, there was still no sign of activity, I would resort to threatening the women on the boat with my gun to compel one of them to jump overboard, ensuring I could capture one for interrogation. The 2 hours swiftly elapsed. There was no indication of any ambush in the woods by the shore, which heightened my unease. Just as I prepared to rise and make my way to the bank, I suddenly heard the roar of an engine from the river. Something was stirring. Chapter 56. The Lies of Women. I crawled toward the shore, and soon the fishing boat re-entered my line of sight. A makeshift speedboat appeared alongside the weathered vessel, manned by 3 dark-skinned men. Clad in shabby shirts and beach shorts, their greedy, oblivious eyes gleamed with excitement as they surveyed the boat and the women aboard. In appearance and attire, they differed from the armed men, and notably, they bore no firearms, possessing only harpoons, suggesting they were likely locals. This island is vast, and I had yet to explore its northern expanse. These men might be indigenous to the coastal regions up north. It seemed they had come specifically for the boat and its female occupants. Yet, how could they have known of the vessel's presence? The locals on the speedboat seized the railing, attempting to climb aboard. The women, terrified, were at a loss. One indigenous man clambered onto the boat, revealing a grin filled with uneven, yellowed teeth. He babbled in a tongue I could neither comprehend nor discern, likely a local dialect. His gaze fixated on the voluptuous, beautiful women, nearly drooling. Had he not been called back by someone on the speedboat, he might have succumbed to primal instincts right then and there. This man tossed the side net overboard, and the remaining 2 indigenous men ascended the vessel. They briefly glanced at the panicked women before venturing into the cabin, inspecting what appeared to be their newly acquired boat, while the alluring women seemed merely an afterthought. Despite this, no mercenaries or armed men appeared on the shore. Were they planning to rig the boat with explosives, intending to detonate it once I boarded? I resolved to observe a while longer. If these men sought to sail away, I could always resort to gunfire. In any case, this vessel must not fall into their hands, for our escape from this cursed place would be impossible otherwise. After a brief inspection, the three indigenous men emerged from the cabin, exhilarated. To the locals, this boat represented a tremendous asset, signifying a monumental shift in their lives. It was impossible for them not to feel elated. Furthermore, with 5 such exquisite women present, who could remain composed. In their village, they were likely still bachelors, and now, the prospect of having 5 women at once was a thrill beyond measure. The men huddled together, murmuring among themselves as they faced the 5 women huddled together. Yet, they did not weigh anchor. It seemed they were waiting for something, though their demeanor suggested impatience, especially with the scantily clad women before them. Before long, one of the younger men stepped forward, seizing a woman and pinning her to the deck in a coarse manner. She offered no resistance. The other women appeared to be accustomed to such treatment from men, perhaps in their minds, resisting equated to starvation or violence. Soon, the visual onslaught proved too much for the other 2 men, who also approached, capturing a woman of their choice to engage in their base desires. The women obeyed with a subservience akin to that of slaves, none daring to resist, perhaps having long since relinquished any consciousness of rebellion. Soon, the deck was filled with the pained moans of women, accompanied by the greedy and sinister laughter of the indigenous men. A surge of indignation rose within me. As a retired soldier, I found it intolerable to witness such barbarity, even if these individuals were not citizens of my homeland. Finally, I raised my M21. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, claiming the lives of 2 indigenous men. Chaos erupted on the deck, and the 5 women fled into the cabin, while the remaining young indigenous man, upon witnessing the bloody bodies of his companions, momentarily lost his composure. He remained oblivious to the fact that this fishing vessel was a trap. After firing my weapon, I swiftly repositioned myself to avoid any potential retaliatory fire, yet none came. Perhaps I had been overly cautious. A sense of unease gnawed at me, as I could not fathom why Papa Song had left the fishing boat and the women here. The lone survivor of the indigenous men soon regained his senses amidst his terror, hastily preparing to leap from the vessel to escape. I could not allow him to leave, for it might incite further peril. Thus, at the very moment he attempted to jump, I fired a shot that shattered his skull, sending him tumbling into the river. I felt a pang of guilt for taking the lives of these 3 unarmed individuals. However, in such circumstances, I could not permit them to escape. I could not afford another mistake, as it could lead to an endless cycle of danger. All I could do was ensure their demise was swift and painless. "Hey, women, come out," I called out from the riverbank, now confident that the area was devoid of threats. After all, I had been lying in wait for over 3 hours. The armed men and mercenaries would not possess such patience, leading me to conclude that the primary purpose of leaving this ship here was to lure me aboard and detonate it. If my assumptions were correct, the fuel tanks should have been drained by now. After a while, one woman emerged from the cabin. She was none other than the white woman who had previously held a child. Upon seeing me, her expression shifted to one of shock and delight. "Mr. Night Shadow, is it you?" she inquired tentatively. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Why have you abandoned me here?" I questioned directly, refraining from answering her, fearing she might confirm my identity and then detonate the ship or send a signal to a potential assailant hiding on the opposite shore. Of course, she was unaware of the explosives aboard, only knowing to obey their commands. "Mr. Night Shadow, they have taken my child. Please, I beg you, save my child," she implored, disregarding my question. "A child?" I recalled observing her with a child on deck 3 hours prior. She was lying. Moreover, what right did she have to assume I would rescue her child? Was it merely because I had slain these 3 indigenous men? "I demand you answer my question, or I shall leave this place immediately," I exclaimed in anger, expressing that my exposure had already extended for quite some time, and I could not afford to squander any more moments here. I do not know," she stammered nervously. "They brought the ship here last night, and when we awoke this morning, the medical vessel and those individuals had vanished." I was uncertain whether her words were deceitful. However, if she had lied previously, her subsequent statements were rendered dubious. It appeared she was testing my patience and morality. "Why do you resort to falsehoods?" I confronted her directly. "I have been lurking here for 3 hours, and I witnessed you carry a child onto the deck. How could they possibly have taken your child? Why do you assist those individuals in ensnaring me? I boldly exposed her fabrication. Chapter 57. Psychological traps. The woman appeared utterly astonished, likely unable to fathom that someone could lie in ambush for over 3 hours in the sweltering jungle. She had merely ascended to the deck once while cradling her child, and by sheer coincidence, I had caught sight of her. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before us, rendering her momentarily speechless. Madam, do not delude yourself into thinking that obeying them will grant you clemency. Do not be so naive. It will be prudent for you to disclose everything you know to me, I urged. The woman hesitated, and upon noticing my inclination to depart, she finally spoke. Please, do not leave. Last night, I saw them siphon the fuel from the fishing vessel. All the provisions were removed, and the medical ship has departed. From their conversation, it seemed a cruise ship was coming to collect them. They intend to go to Mexico. Why would they abandon you? I inquired, recognizing the gravity of this question. These 5 women, possessing commendable figures and appearances, could easily be taken aboard the ferry to serve other soldiers, even if they had grown weary of them. We do not know. I truly do not know. The woman quickly shook her head in response. They must have provided you with some communication devices. It is implausible that they left you without any instructions. I pressed coldly. Yes, there were instructions. I will give you the walkie-talkie. He said if you turn it on, you can hear his message. The woman said, rushing back into the cabin. After a while, she emerged, holding a walkie-talkie. She tossed it towards me, and I caught it deftly. For safety's sake, I concealed myself beneath a nearby coconut tree as I powered it on. I received no additional information. However, I did uncover a recording within. Hey, Nightshade, I do not have the luxury of time to waste on you here. You are indeed quite capable, but your head will not remain atop your shoulders for long, as I have already broadcast your location across the entire underground dark web. Soon, the world's elite assassins and mercenary teams will descend upon this island. Without the walls and protections of a nation, you shall find no hope for survival. Furthermore, do you truly believe your previous killings were acts of justice? That was merely your excuse. For survival, for gain, you and I are alike, capable of any atrocity. If you doubt it, just wait and see. These women will reveal to you the true nature of your identity. Upon hearing this recording, the reason for the fishing vessel's presence became abundantly clear. Papa Song could not locate me, yet he knew I would inevitably return to the riverbank, which is why he left the ship and the women behind. The vessel symbolized hope. However, he had drained it of fuel, forcing me to witness the shattering of that hope. An exquisite torment. But what was the purpose of leaving these women behind? Was it to... Reflecting on his final words, I grasped the intent. He sought to drag me into the abyss, to transform me into one of their ilk. They were aware that individuals like us often pride ourselves on justice. Hence, they left these women for me. But this was an exceedingly perilous gambit. The plight of these suffering women renders them likely spies. If I keep them close, it poses a risk to my safety. Yet if I abandon them, both these women and the child may perish, even if none among these women are their agents. Harboring them while facing an imminent onslaught of assassins and elite mercenaries makes mere survival a Herculean task. Papa Song's actions are a profound affront to me, a disdain for my self-proclaimed sense of justice. If I were to forsake them, I would be no different from those drug traffickers devoid of humanity, willing to commit any act for survival and self-interest. The distinction between right and wrong would vanish. Such a choice would tacitly validate their nefarious deeds at the border, all in the name of survival, for the sake of profit. Where lies the moral compass? This torment is a relentless assault on my conscience, a destruction of my worldview, positioning me alongside those fiends. Were it Nightshade, he would certainly disregard the fate of these women, and not even for my sake, nor for Shinya and Chun Xiao Xiao would he care. Yet, I am not Nightshade. I am a soldier of the Chinese border guard, a defender of my homeland, a person of conscience, a warrior of righteousness. His intent is not merely to shatter my body, but to obliterate my faith as a soldier. This is a murder of both body and spirit. I clench my fists tightly. Regardless of the choice I make, I shall face the torment of my conscience. He demands that I concede my past killings were unjust, that I acknowledge I am fundamentally no different from him. Let us cease the discourse on noble sentiments. Killing is killing. It is akin to their acts of murder, drug trafficking, and human organ trade. Such absurd theories. I shall never acquiesce to the thoughts of those scoundrels. I am aware that accepting these women complicates my circumstances further, yet to refuse them would lead to an overnight collapse of my inner sense of justice and faith. I would no longer be able to consider myself human. Damn it! I switched off the intercom in my hand. Overcome by intense emotions, I sensed Nightshade's presence looming once more. I inhaled deeply, striving to calm my tumultuous heart. I cannot allow Nightshade to seize control of my body, for if he does, he may indiscriminately fire upon these women and children to prevent my foolishness. The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. Madam, why did you initially deceive me? Claiming your child was in their possession? I stepped forward to question the woman aboard the vessel. Sorry. I just wanted to ascertain whether you were a good person or akin to them, the woman replied, embarrassment evident in her voice. I took a deep breath, understanding her concerns as a mother. Lower the side net and return to the cabin. I instructed her. The woman hesitated momentarily, then quickly complied, lowering the side net before hurrying back to the cabin. I swam over and climbed aboard the boat via the lowered side net. As I entered the cabin, dual weapons in hand, I ascended directly to the control room via the ladder. I glanced at the fuel tank's display, and indeed, it was devoid of any oil. I then ventured into the lower kitchen, where, apart from a few pots and bowls, not a single grain of food remained. How ruthless! Upon returning to the cabin, I discovered not only 5 women, but also a stunning Southeast Asian woman I had not seen before. Like the others, she was clad in men's attire. Her perfect figure strikingly captivating. Their eyes reflected palpable tension and anxiety. Fear not, for I am a soldier of Huaxia, neither a drug dealer nor a trafficker. I shall not harm you, I assured them, placing the biscuits I had brought onto the shared bunk. I understood that those who had endured the darkness of humanity would find it difficult to trust again. Thus, I maintained my distance. After setting down the biscuits, I prepared to leave. You are going to abandon us? The beautiful Southeast Asian woman suddenly inquired. Chapter 58. Intelligence from the North Island. I cast a glance at the Southeast Asian woman, speaking in Mandarin, and inhaled deeply. You cannot accompany me. As Bapasong mentioned soon, assassins and elite mercenaries from around the globe will converge upon this island to eliminate me. Following me will only lead you to endless suffering, I declared. But we have no food, and the fresh water stored on the boat is nearly depleted. This small vessel lacks a desalination device. If we remain here, we too shall perish from hunger. The woman retorted, her gaze icy. I understand. Therefore, I shall first take that speedboat to search for the island's natives, to ascertain if they possess sufficient provisions or a means to depart the island, I replied, noting her discomfort yet maintaining my composure. You need not search. There are no natives on this island. Those 3 individuals earlier must have come from the North Island, the Southeast Asian woman asserted. I regarded her with confusion. How do you know this? I inquired, furrowing my brow. Is it necessary for me to explain so much? I merely wish to know if you would abandon these people and survive alone. Her tone bore no resemblance to that of someone who had long suffered abuse, instead exuding a moral superiority that criticized others. How far is the North Island from here? I refrained from answering her question, feeling a surge of irritation. Yet I desired more information from her, and thus held my tongue. Are you planning to go to the North Island? Her beautiful eyes fixed upon me, evading my question. Is it unsafe over there? I still did not respond, for answering her would allow her to control the conversation, hindering my quest for the information I sought. It is indeed unsafe. Why? Those natives managed to survive there, and they possess outboard motors, indicating they can communicate with the outside world. If we locate them, we can return to civilization, I explained. No, those motors were all provided by Bapasong, intended to assist in cultivating a particular plant, which is crucial for a new type of medicine, she countered. Who are you, and what is your purpose for staying here? I asked coldly. Her words revealed her complexity. I had not seen her aboard the boat, indicating she was likely a spy left behind. Yet, why did she display such fearlessness, and why was her intent so transparent? Did she not fear for her life? Before I could pursue my inquiry, her eyes abruptly lost their focus, as though she had transformed into a different person entirely. What is wrong with you? I asked, perplexed. Mr. Nightshade, she is like this. I do not know what has triggered it, but her mind only becomes lucid for a fleeting moment. The white woman holding a child interjected. I approached and gently grasped her chin. Her gaze was utterly vacant, resembling that of a blind person. Even when I tested her eyelids, there was no response. This was unequivocally not an act. As she spoke earlier, her posture was upright, her face devoid of any expression, and her words came forth with a chilling mechanical detachment. This reminded me of my alter ego. Could it be that she too harbors a dual personality? I pondered to myself. While mental illness is not a rarity, encountering someone with a similar affliction here feels rather coincidental. Moreover, there's a notable distinction. Her current demeanor reflects a state of cognitive disarray, leaving me uncertain whether her mind is impaired or if it represents a more austere aspect of her personality. Had she always been this way? Was her previous identity akin to yours? I queried curiously. No, it is not the same. She was not aboard this vessel previously. It is said she is the half-sister of Papa's song, named Napala, the woman replied. Why would he abandon his sister here? I inquired, astonished. That I cannot say. She shook her head. Then how did you arrive here? And whose child is this? I directed my question towards the woman cradling the infant. Child? Child. Upon hearing the word, the woman suddenly turned her gaze towards the baby in her arms, her eyes becoming glazed with a vacant stare as she continuously rocked the child. Following her gaze, I was taken aback. Wrapped in a towel, what she held was no child at all, but a disheveled stuffed toy. This woman is clearly unwell. She had been conversing with me normally, and I had not realized her condition. I then turned my attention to the other four women. Each displayed signs of abnormality, having scarcely spoken since my arrival. I pulled Napala closer to examine the veins on her arms and was startled to find numerous puncture marks, some areas even calloused. Yet, her physical appearance and mental state did not suggest a drug user. Furthermore, I had never heard of such a condition resulting from drug use. Could it be related to a new type of substance? I strained my memory, recalling information gleaned by Night Shadow from the sniper. This new drug was purported to be a hallucinogenic that induces a near-death experience without side effects. But could it truly be without repercussions? Or were they utilizing an unrefined version? Earlier, I had witnessed a man and woman being restrained aboard the medical ship, likely for experimental purposes. Before me stood this woman, who was likely a remnant of such trials. Regardless of the nation, using individuals for drug experimentation, particularly with narcotics, is strictly prohibited, which explains why Papa Song brought the medical ship here. Moreover, he is exploiting the indigenous population to cultivate medicinal herbs. I surmised that the medical ship must house a complete laboratory for drug production. I wondered how many others were imprisoned aboard. Gather your wits. What else do you know? I gently lifted the chin of the woman holding the child. To my astonishment, her vacant expression shifted back to clarity, and I felt a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. What do you wish to know? She responded with a tone that had returned to normalcy. What experiments are being conducted aboard the medical ship? I refrained from inquiring how she had arrived here, as prompting her to recollect the ordeal of her abduction could potentially drive her to the brink of madness once more. Are they testing us with experimental drugs, or are we merely deluded into believing they can heal us? Yet, I do not feel deluded at all. My faculties remain intact. Previously, there was another individual, quite formidable like yourself, who fell into their clutches, his body besieged by an array of tubes, confined within a contraption resembling a fish tank. That individual was named Dylan, and he too was of Asian descent. I have never heard of this person, yet it is of little consequence, for he is merely one among the multitude of subjects. It is evident that the women are not in their right minds, and having them close at hand is certainly inadvisable. However, what course of action should be taken with them, particularly with this Napara, who undoubtedly possesses knowledge of the Corps' secrets? How can I awaken her? Furthermore, should she regain consciousness, will she become my adversary? These remain uncertainties. Nonetheless, at this juncture, if I seek to procure further intelligence, I must keep Napara close. Chapter 59. potent hallucinogens. As for the other women, I cannot tend to them while they remain by my side. Left here, they are doomed, unless I can acquire fuel. However, to procure 3 to 5 tons of fuel for such a large vessel, a supply ship is essential. Yet, if I could obtain a supply ship, I would simply depart. Why bother refueling a fishing boat? All communication devices aboard have been rendered inoperative, making it impossible to contact any nearby vessels, and thus, I cannot seek assistance. Nonetheless, there remains one avenue, the northern island. Since there are indigenous people and plantations there, the living conditions should be relatively decent. But those people will not regard these women as human beings. To go there would merely be to exchange one hell for another. In that moment, my heart was engulfed in profound conflict. While I pondered these matters, the dazed Napala suddenly produced a test tube filled with a blue liquid. "What is that?" I inquired hastily. Before the woman holding the child could respond, Napala forcefully smashed the test tube onto the ground, shattering it into countless pieces, and the liquid splattered everywhere. I instinctively recoiled in alarm. Yet, nothing occurred. Evidently, it was not an explosive substance. However, the liquid evaporated before my very eyes at an astonishing pace. Almost immediately, I began to feel lightheaded. Is this toxic? While I still possessed my faculties, I hurriedly ascended the well ladder. Yet, halfway up, my condition changed abruptly. I was no longer dizzy. Had I ascended to another state? I was taken aback, unable to comprehend why my dominant persona had suddenly receded. Could it be related to that blue liquid? "Nightshade, you must be feeling different now. Let us converse." A familiar, icy voice resonated from behind. I leaped down from the ladder and turned to face Napala and the women beside her, their expressions no longer vacant. I instinctively drew my weapon. "What on earth is happening?" I demanded coldly. "You have inhaled one of the new drugs, which stimulates the cerebral cortex, enhancing the brain's orderly discharge, thereby unlocking the potential of the subconscious, allowing its control to shift to the level of consciousness. My younger brother studied this subject during his time at M Country. But prolonged use of this substance can lead to neural damage," Napala explained. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. My mind was already calculating. If the dominant persona remained passive, I would not hold back. Soon, I would eliminate these burdens. "I can allow you to permanently inhabit this body," Napala declared, her words tempting me greatly. I had long endured this state. It felt akin to being imprisoned within a vegetative body, powerless to wield the active consciousness. Undoubtedly, it was akin to incarceration. "Does this drug not have side effects?" I retorted. "No, strong side effects only occur in cases of injection. Merely inhaling it results in minimal adverse reactions," Napala explained. I gazed at her with skepticism, aware that her revelations likely concealed ulterior motives. However, there was no need to rush for answers. In due course, she would divulge her intentions. "If inhalation is effective, why resort to injections?" I inquired. "We need to study the second-generation product. This drug harbors boundless potential. Once injected into the body, it allows one to experience genuine hallucinations." "You've heard the term brain in a vat. Haven't you?" "I have. Is it related to this drug?" "Indeed, it is. The first-generation product develops the subconscious mind, while the second-generation product creates a personalized reality within that subconscious. Just imagine, if this product were to succeed, individuals living in despair could escape into their own worlds, rectifying their regrets. They could even, with a single night's sleep, vividly experience an entirely different life. What immense temptation, that is. Have you tried it?" I asked. "Of course, but the current product is far from perfect, with numerous uncontrolled elements. Since human subjects are required for experimentation and data collection, this research can only be conducted in the underground realm. Consequently, it may never reach the market. It will circulate like a drug instead." Despite her elaborate descriptions, it remained a potent hallucinogen. As with all hallucinogens, it poses a risk to human health. The first-generation product she mentioned, which purportedly enhances subconscious abilities, would undeniably appeal to those eager for academic success. Once it spreads in the underground world, vulnerable students desperate for achievement would bear the brunt. Picture this. While others effortlessly enter a state of heightened focus during exams, you remain mired in a cluttered mental landscape. Inevitably, you would be left behind. Yet, once one begins using this drug, a lifelong dependency ensues. Setting aside its potential toxicity, once you discover newfound intelligence from its effects, would you willingly return to mediocrity? Hence, even minimal side effects, when compounded by prolonged use, will inevitably lead to neurological deterioration. This, indeed, constitutes another form of poison. However, for me, it is also a temptation. As a secondary persona, I would vanish once the primary personality recovers. Should this substance be employed, the primary persona could be suppressed indefinitely. The longer this suppression lasts, the greater the chance I might become the primary persona myself. You are not merely sharing a story with me, are you? I asked, my curiosity piqued. Certainly not. I seek your collaboration. My third brother has abandoned me, and they have forsaken the Asian market, but I do not engage in research. What could we possibly collaborate on? You must have encountered that sniper. He has already aided me in smuggling out data and numerous samples, yet he has since gone missing. I suspect you may have eliminated him. The samples and data should now be in your possession. With those, we can resurrect the North Island plantation, Napala asserted. Upon her utterance, I instantly comprehended her scheme. She intended to utilize my martial prowess to train an army loyal to her, establishing a stronghold on the Northern Isle as a production base for her ventures, subsequently expanding into the Asian market. To put it succinctly, she sought my assistance in constructing a warlord's domain. Are you truly in a sound state of mind, at times lucid and at others not? Can this partnership truly come to fruition? I inquired. My condition is not overly severe. Given sufficient time without medication, my neural damages will mend. However, during this period, I require your protection to ensure my survival. As she spoke, Napala began to unfasten her garments, revealing her alabaster skin in its entirety. Yet, what captured one's attention was not her physique, but rather a series of blue vials of liquid bound to her form. Possessing these substances is sufficient to maintain your current state. The sniper you dispatched had already ingested these drugs during your confrontation, yet he remained no match for you. Therefore, I am confident that those assassins and mercenaries will pose no threat to you. Napala was evidently unaware of my dual persona. Then these women are of little use, I remarked, aiming my weapon at the surrounding females. No, they're indeed valuable. They're subjects of experimentation, having been injected with various stages of the drug. We need to continue monitoring the subsequent data, she replied. Chapter 60. Ruthless slaughter. Napara spoke, yet I could not help but smirk wickedly. She serves a purpose for you, but none for me. What do you mean? Napara's eyes widened, clearly taken aback by my unexpected declaration. Our previous conversation had flowed smoothly. How could it suddenly take such a turn? She inhaled gas, indeed becoming more lucid, perhaps even a touch more astute than usual. Yet she remained devoid of the experience that comes with being killer. I yearn to be the dominant persona, not merely a shadow. Yet I am ill-equipped to navigate daily affairs beyond the realm of slaughter. Only the primary persona can manage those intricacies. In the presence of women, I find myself lacking interest. Such an incomplete secondary persona struggles to possess the intrinsic drive to survive. My existence is solely to ensure the primary persona remains alive. Without it, I cannot be deemed a person. I feel neither joy nor sorrow, resembling a machine of death, solely focused on calculating the most advantageous tactics. Collaborating with Napara necessitates managing a plethora of administrative tasks: how to train an army, secure the loyalty of mercenaries, and oversee the operation of illicit products. After all, these are shadowy enterprises. To market them, one must navigate the intricate networks of the underworld, employing complex social strategies, tasks beyond my capabilities. Napara, of course, remains oblivious to the fact that my clarity stems not from her concoction, but from the awakening of my secondary persona. Thus, I'm extracting information from her. These women will only serve as burdens to the primary persona, and therefore must be eliminated. Bang, 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 bang. The twin guns in my hands erupted, and 5 women collapsed into a pool of blood. Napara's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before her. Why did you kill these women? Did you not wish to keep them around, at least granting them the right to live or die as they choose? Are you a demon? She demanded. I exist solely for slaughter, I replied coldly. Then, why not kill me? Napara's confusion deepened, her body trembling involuntarily. Because I require you to draw a map of the northern island and the troop deployments. I cannot remain on this island, waiting for those assassins to come for me. Although I am formidable in combat, I must minimize the probability of being killed and reduce the chances of conflict. The assassins heading my way are undoubtedly stronger than the mercenaries stationed on the northern island. Thus, I must leave this place. I stated icily. Then, why not collaborate with me? Do you not despise Bapasong? We share a common enemy. If we seize his greenhouse, they will be unable to supply raw materials in Mexico. It would take them a year to find another location for cultivation, creating an opportunity for us and yielding immense profits. Do you harbor a grudge against money? Napara gazed at me with bewildered, beautiful eyes. To her, partnering with me represented the greatest chance of success and profit. Indeed, it was so. Yet, this was a venture I could not undertake, for the moral compass of the primary persona would never align with Napara's objectives. The protagonist's indecisiveness may very well lead to his demise at the hands of this woman, potentially rendering him an experimental subject. There is no need for me to explain further. Simply draw the map of Beidou now. I approached her, gun pressed against her head, my left hand holstering the pistol to free my hand to remove a row of test tubes from her waist. I cannot draw. If I do, you will surely kill me. She protested. No, I shall not kill you, for you still possess value. However, if there is even a single error in the map you produce, I will sever an appropriate finger from you upon verification. Once you are devoid of fingers, I shall turn to your toes. Thus, it will be prudent for you to refrain from any tricks, I replied coldly. You are a complete devil, she exclaimed. Still not drawing? I queried, producing a test tube, uncapping it, and placing it beneath her nose to ensure she remained alert. All right, I shall draw, but there are no pens here. Where would you have me create this map? Napala asked. Is there not blood upon the ground? Begin your work. I shall commit it to memory, I instructed. Napala gazed at me incredulously, her eyes filled with skepticism. Could anyone truly memorize all the defensive positions on a rudimentary map? You best not make a mistake. I do not wish to lose fingers, Napala warned as she crouched down to sketch the map of Beidou. Before long, she had inscribed the map upon the deck. I cast a glance at it, directing the barrel of my gun towards areas that were unclear, marking the mountains, rivers, settlements, and plantations. I was convinced she remembered the layout because she had endeavored to collaborate with me in taking the botanical garden. Without knowledge of the defenses in that area, such confidence would be unfathomable. Moreover, having inhaled these Type 1 products, her mind was clear, likely allowing her subconscious memory to assist her in accurately rendering the map. Beidou was not as expansive as I had envisioned. In fact, it was nearly half the size of Nandao. The indigenous people had migrated from Nandao. The rugged terrain was suitable for cultivating their desired plants, yet it was not as conducive for habitation as Nandao. Approximately 300 indigenous individuals resided on the island, while armed personnel, including mercenaries, numbered around 200. The camp's defenses were formidable, encircled by barbed wire and punctuated by 4 watchtowers, each manned by 2 sentinels. The island also housed hunting dogs to deter the indigenous people from escaping. The harvested plants were processed in the camp's refinery before the resultant substances were sent to a medical ship for further procedures. The 2 fishing boats primarily served the purpose of human trafficking, providing subjects for experimentation. Beidou, unlike Nandao, was not vast, and its vegetation was comparatively less untamed. To seek refuge from assassins on Beidou would likely prove futile, as they might first convene there before venturing to Nandao in their search. After all, they could not engage in battle amidst the confusion of friend and foe. Nevertheless, some may be tempted to risk it all to seize the $10 million bounty. Then, our opportunity to escape has arrived. We need only seize the vessels that the assassins use to reach the island. The crux of the matter lies in not knowing where they will land, which will require considerable effort on our part. How many nautical miles separate the North and South Islands? I inquired. 11 nautical miles, replied Napala. Excellent. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger here with you." As I spoke, I turned to leave. "Are you going to leave me here all alone?" Napala asked. "Otherwise, do you expect me to keep you by my side and care for you?" I retorted with a cold laugh. "Naturally, I cannot take her with me. Otherwise, she would uncover my dual persona, and she could pose a threat to my life at any moment. It is best to leave her here to fend for herself. When the assassins arrive, she is likely to be the first to catch their attention. This way, she can serve as bait. When the time comes, it will be significantly easier for me to lie in wait and deal with the assassins to seize the ship. I will starve to death here." Napala exclaimed. "I shall not let you perish from hunger. There is enough water on the ship for you to drink for over 2 weeks. But if you choose to use it for bathing or laundry, that is your concern. As for food, I will provide for you." Chapter 61. Placement and bait. Napala reluctantly acquiesced to my actions, collapsing onto the deck. "You wait here while I procure a crocodile. It will suffice for your sustenance for an entire month." With that, I ascended to the upper deck. I then secured a native corpse with a rope and discarded it into the river. The pungent scent of blood swiftly luring nearby crocodiles closer. Grasping the spear gun on the deck, I aimed directly at one of the crocodiles. With a sharp hiss, the steel harpoon was propelled forth, piercing the crocodile's flesh. It thrashed violently, and I quickly tethered the line to the ship's railing, drawing my pistol to dispatch the struggling creature. Only when it lay utterly incapacitated did I employ the ship's winch to hoist it from the water. Meanwhile, the other crocodiles remained unperturbed, continuing to gnaw at the corpse. This saltwater crocodile weighed over 200 pounds, and once it was aboard the deck, I proceeded to cast the remaining bodies into the river. It would not be long before the crocodiles gorged themselves, allowing me to swim back to shore unnoticed, akin to the well-fed crocodiles in a zoo, basking lazily upon the water's surface or the riverbank. After eviscerating the crocodile, I severed it into pieces, which I buried in the saltwater pool. The abundant sea salt would preserve the meat, enabling Napala to retrieve and cook it as needed. The fishing vessel was equipped with batteries and solar panels, ensuring a steady supply of electricity for her daily needs. However, the refrigerator required disconnection from power, as the ship's batteries could not sustain it without the engine support. Once I completed these tasks, I dismantled the intercom and concealed it within the circuitry of the cabin. It would remain operational, allowing me to eavesdrop on any sounds aboard the vessel should anyone approach. After finishing these chores, I returned to the lower deck. Napala had donned shirt, her gaze vacant as she looked at me, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "The food is prepared. When your hunger awakens, you may cook." Napala remained silent. Yet I could discern from her slight eye movement that she understood my words. I ascended to the upper deck, retrieving a frying pan along with a Ziploc bag containing crocodile meat. Each bag held a single portion, generously salted. I collected over 30 pieces, along with several packets of cooking salt and a few bottles of vinegar and oil, stuffing them into my rucksack. Then I leapt onto the speedboat and navigated upstream, out of the island's confines. I returned to the spot where I had first landed, concealing the boat amidst the coconut grove before shouldering my rucksack and hastening towards the bamboo shelter. As I hurried, I felt my alter ego beginning to resurface. However, I could not allow that to happen so soon, for I had slain the women aboard the vessel, and allowing him to retain those memories could intensify his aversion to my second personality. Therefore, I inhaled the scent of the substances once more. Soon, I regained control. I believe that as long as I refrain from sleep, the likelihood of the master personality returning is rather low. However, I can only withstand a maximum of 3 days without rest, and those assassins residing nearby will likely reach this place after that period. Such a physical condition is decidedly disadvantageous for combat. Nonetheless, I must endeavor to ensure that the master personality forgets the events that transpired on the ship. The only way to delay his return is to prolong the time, for time may well erase his memories of the experiences with the second personality. Before long, I found myself back at the bamboo shelter. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and 2 women had disrobed by the stream, gently washing each other's bodies with cloth. Women truly have an affinity for cleanliness. I set down my military pack and decided to cleanse myself as well, washing away the scent of blood and sweat. As I emerged on the rocky slope by the stream, the two women were startled, quickly clutching their snowy chests. Wanga, how could you do this? We are bathing. Chun Xiaoxiao's face flushed with embarrassment, while Xunya noticed the unusual coldness in my gaze. After all, it is merely the body. What is there to behold? I replied, coolly, proceeding to remove my garments one by one. Chun Xiaoxiao exchanged a terrified glance with Xunya, who gently shook her head, signaling her not to speak. I paid them no mind and, fully disrobed, leaped into the icy waters of the stream. Upon witnessing this, the two women, forgetting all else, hastily donned their clothing with the aid of their sticks. I regarded the two graceful figures with indifference, feeling not a flicker of emotion within. In fact, I found the female form rather peculiar, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Yet, I understood that this was the distinction between myself and the master personality. My own persona lacked many attributes essential to humanity. This is precisely why I possess the memories of the master personality, while he lacks the recollections I hold, and why I remain the second personality. The most crucial aspects of humanity, emotion, affection, interest, joy, sorrow, jealousy, and so forth, are all absent from me. My emotional spectrum is limited to anger and calmness. I cannot fathom what it would feel like to possess those emotions, but I am certain that, upon acquiring them, I would not cherish my current self. The reasoning is simple. These can be collectively termed as the perceptual modules of humanity, akin to the senses of sight, hearing, and smell. If a person who was once blind regained sight, they would undoubtedly despise their former blind self. Just as I have never possessed the majority of the perceptual modules of the master personality enjoys, should I obtain them, I too would come to loathe my present self. Perhaps my logic appears strange, but for someone like me, it is rather comprehensible. Before long, I finished bathing, rising from the water unclothed, casually washing my garments and hanging them to dry. As my body remained damp, I relished the coolness of being unclad, a stark contrast to the discomfort of running through the jungle in a cumbersome outfit. This sensation was nothing short of delightful. Upon returning to the stream, the two women, upon seeing me, wore expressions of lingering embarrassment and fear. Surely they won't do anything peculiar to us? Chun Xiaoxiao whispered into Shunya's ear. Do not speak nonsense. Shunya cautioned Chun Xiaoxiao, clearly intent on avoiding my ire. I, too, felt a desire to distance myself from these two women. As the emotions of my dominant persona subtly influenced me, these women held significant importance to him. I donned my clothing and retrieved 3 pieces of crocodile meat from my rucksack, along with a frying pan. Take these to cook. The two women gazed at the slices of meat before them, hesitating to inquire further, yet cautiously proceeding to do as instructed. Soon, I realized that neither of them possessed even the most basic culinary skills. My frustration surged uncontrollably. Incompetent fools! How have you managed to survive this long without knowing how to cook? I erupted in anger. Xunya offered an awkward smile, while Qin Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, clearly striving to contain her response to my temper. Chapter 62. Culinary Delights in Preparation for Battle. I took the frying pan and placed it upon the stone hearth. Allowing it to heat up, once sufficiently warmed, I poured in a measure of peanut oil that I had brought back from the ship. Without waiting for the oil to reach its optimal temperature, I directly introduced the fish fillets. Cooking fish in a hot pan with cold oil prevents it from sticking to the bottom. Many are unaware of this technique and tend to heat the oil excessively, resulting in splattering and unevenly cooked fish, crispy on the outside yet raw within. By employing cold oil, I ensured that the fish fillets cooked evenly, with the skin and flesh remaining distinct and unmarred. As I focused intently on the cooking process, the two women watched, captivated. The pan could only accommodate 2 fillets at a time, and soon, they turned a glorious golden hue. With my knife, I deftly flipped them over to sear the other side. Regrettably, I had not brought along more seasonings when leaving the ship. Otherwise, we could have savored even more delectable fish. How fragrant! Chun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, fanning her face with her hand. She had been subsisting on lizard meat for days and was nearly at her wit's end. Moreover, the meat was unsalted, tasting akin to chewing on wax. The prospect of finally tasting crocodile fillets had her salivating profusely. Xunya, too, could not help but swallow hard. In that moment, I realized that beyond my propensity for violence, I possessed a nascent interest in cooking. After all, I seldom occupied this body, rarely able to experience the beauty of this world in such an intimate manner. Perhaps immersing myself in life's details for an extended period could truly expand my perceptual faculties. Lost in such thoughts, the meat was ready. I utilized my knife to cut the 2 fillets into smaller pieces, then lifted a golden morsel to my mouth, savoring it. Having been marinated with sea salt, it already possessed a delightful flavor. The texture of the fried crocodile was firm, reminiscent of chicken, yet with a certain resilience. And the taste was exquisite. With minimal fat content, it was not greasy, bursting instead with a rich, roasted flavor. This tapestry of flavors invaded my palate, eliciting an unprecedented sensation. Though the Master's memories contain an array of tastes and aromas, they were foreign to me. Now, experiencing them so vividly sent ripples of excitement through every cell of my being. My eyes brightened, filled with a fervent curiosity to explore this world, akin to an infant discovering the myriad wonders of existence. How delightful! The essence of flavor is truly magnificent. I savored each bite, allowing every taste bud to revel in the experience. This transcendent feeling is one that ordinary individuals may never comprehend, save for those who have gone days without savoring food with flavor. The 2 women hesitated to approach, observing me as I indulged, chewing slowly as if I were a chef sampling my own creation. "Mr. Yi, is it delicious?" Xingye asked, swallowing hard. I nodded while still chewing. "You should join me. Next time, you must learn to fry. This oil is precious, carried back from the ship, and must not be wasted." "All right." The 2 women eagerly picked up extra knives to partake in the crocodile meat. Having consumed my fill, I savored a refreshing coconut juice. With the assassins yet to arrive, I recognized the necessity of taking precautions to safeguard these 2 vulnerable individuals. My stay here would not be prolonged, as I must monitor the situation aboard the vessel. Thus, I resolved to erect a refuge within a kilometer's distance from the fishing boat, where I could conduct long-term surveillance. As for the 2 women, they would remain here. However, it was imperative to provide them with a smokeless stove to prevent any inadvertent disclosure of our whereabouts. The design of this smokeless stove would resemble the one I had previously constructed in the coastal coconut grove, with the only modification being an additional cooking surface allowing for optimal combustion of the fuel. Typically, several chimneys would be required for smoke dispersal, yet the gaps around the stone stove would be ample, akin to a sieve. It was essential to ensure that the stove was sturdily constructed. Furthermore, I needed to build a wood shelter to stockpile sufficient firewood, thus sparing the injured women from the peril of venturing out to gather it. I toiled until dusk to complete these tasks. Surprisingly, I found myself unfazed by the minutiae, even reveling in the playful manipulation of mud, akin to a child, filled with curiosity about everything. Nonetheless, I emerged from my labors drenched in sweat. That evening, after taking a bath, I returned to find the 2 women had begun frying fish fillets, which were surprisingly delectable. By 8 o'clock, they had retired to their bamboo shelter for rest, and I chose not to join them. I discovered that inhaling the substances could only sustain me for 1 to 3 hours. Prolonged exposure would inflict severe damage on my brain, a burden I could not bear. This realization stirred a sense of unease within me. I gathered some bamboo to fashion short stakes, each sharpened to a fine point, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length. My intention was to construct pitfall traps, not to pierce the enemy's shoes, but rather to ensure that when they instinctively lifted their legs upon stepping into a pit, these sharp stakes would inflict wounds on their ankles. Of course, I would coat these stakes with toxic tree sap, such as the milky white resin that upon contact with blood would swiftly enter the bloodstream and provoke an immediate reaction. This type of tree, common in tropical rainforests, was already known to me from my observations of the surroundings. Locating such a tree in the rainforest was not particularly challenging. Even if one were unfamiliar with it, identification was straightforward. The tree was tall and straight, reminiscent of the lofty, sky-reaching trees with buttress roots not excessively high. The ground around the tree was barren due to the long-term accumulation of toxic seeds that had fallen. making it easy to distinguish from other species. In addition to the pitfalls, I also needed to devise some spring traps. The primary traps would be simple in design. I would not pursue anything overly complex or time-consuming. My aim was not to kill the enemy, but to incapacitate them. Once injured and poisoned, they would become my quarry, leaving traces of their flight that would guide me in harvesting their lives. Tonight, I'm unable to set any traps. I can only prepare a few short bamboo stakes. I spent 3 hours crafting these stakes, each as thick as a finger. I still need to bind them together with splints to form a circle of bamboo spikes. The points of the spikes are directed inward, and when buried, they are inclined downward. Once an enemy steps into the pit, a mere lift of their foot will cause the surrounding bamboo spikes to penetrate the opening of their shoes. After completing this task, I genuinely feel fatigued. Before sleeping, I took a moment to inhale, hoping that upon awakening, I would not be overtaken by the master. Otherwise, I cannot fathom when I might return to my former self. I entered the bamboo shelter, and through the flickering light outside, I observed 2 women sleeping closely together, leaving ample space for me to rest. I lay down directly. With my mind free of distractions, I quickly drifted off to sleep. Soon, I found myself in a dream, where the horrors of slaughter were replaced by an array of delectable dishes. Stepmother, did he not return to Brother Wong yesterday? Could it be that Brother Wong will not come back? I don't know. He always seems to be inhaling from that blue bottle. I suspect it may be connected to that object. In a haze, I could hear the 2 women softly discussing. Chapter 63. Setting traps in a state of hazy consciousness. I awoke and glanced at my watch. It was precisely 6 o'clock. Looking out at the gradually brightening sky, I realized that it was already the morning of the second day. My other personality had consumed an entire day. What had transpired? I endeavored to recall the events. Yet an invisible force seemed to impede my memory, leaving my head feeling somewhat swollen. My last recollection was of encountering those 6 women on the boat. Then, Napalosh shattered a test tube, and after that, my memories eluded me. I turned to the women lying beside me, initially believing they were still asleep, only to inadvertently notice their eyes moving beneath their eyelids. Those in deep slumber do not exhibit such erratic eye movements, except during the rapid eye movement phase of dreaming. Why were they feigning sleep? What had transpired yesterday, and when had I returned? I directly inquired of Shunya and Chen Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing my question, Shunya and Chen Xiaoxiao promptly opened their eyes, their faces illuminated with expressions of joy. "Brother Wong, you're back," Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed, sitting up to scrutinize my gaze. "Mom, it's true, Brother Wong has really returned," she cried out, her excitement palpable as she discerned my presence. "Did he harm you?" I asked, filled with concern. "He didn't inflict any harm, but that person was terrifying. He never smiled, spoke in a cold tone, and frequently berated us as useless and worthless," Chen Xiaoxiao lamented, her voice tinged with grievance. "When did he return? What had he done?" I queried, aware that my other persona was restless. Unlike me, he bore no burdens or worries, his gaze cold and clear. If he was engaged in activities, his mind would be vacant. He returned in the afternoon, immediately took a shower, cooked fish fillets, and then sat outside alone peeling bamboo thorns. He was utterly silent, like a statue, until around 11 at night, after which he lay down to sleep. He typically refrains from speaking unless necessary, so I have no idea what he intended to do with those bamboo thorns, Chen Xiaoxiao explained. I hurriedly pushed aside the bamboo shelter and stepped outside. There, I beheld a considerable pile of bamboo thorns, along with strips woven into circles. It was evident to me that these were intended for traps. He must be preparing for the impending arrival of assassins and mercenaries. However, how had he dealt with the women on the boat? I strained to think, but could not recall. I also examined the firearms and discovered a significant number of bullets were missing. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao emerged as well, having grabbed a stick from the entrance to support herself as she approached the military bag, from which she retrieved a packet of crocodile meat slices. "Brother Wong, look, these crocodile slices are cooked to perfection," she exclaimed. As I took a look, memories began to surface, triggered by the crocodile meat. The bullets in the handgun were intended for crocodiles, not women. I mused, though a sense of unease lingered in my heart. Clearly, I I needed to find time to inspect the fishing boat. However, given his urgency in fortifying defenses, it seemed that time was of the essence. The women on the ship, having procured crocodile meat, should not face an imminent food shortage. Thus, prioritizing defenses becomes paramount. Brother Wang, what are these? At that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao produced a vial of blue liquid and handed it over. What does he intend to do with this? I inquired, knitting my brows. I'm not sure. It seems he sniffs it when he feels fatigued. Perhaps it's for invigorating the mind? There are plenty more in the bag. Chen Xiaoxiao replied. Just as I was about to remove the silicone stopper to take a whiff, Shinya stepped out. Brother, perhaps you should not concern yourself with those items right now. I notice Yi Ying is quite eager to craft those bamboo spikes. Could there be other pressing matters at hand? Shinya approached me, leaning on her staff. I placed the vial back down. Xiao, this potion may very well be poison. Refrain from touching it. I cautioned. Then I shall dispose of it. Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Yet I felt an inexplicable significance attached to the substance and instinctively grasped her hand. Let us not discard it just yet. He went through considerable effort to acquire it, and it may serve a purpose. For now, let us set it aside. I remarked, and Chen Xiaoxiao nodded, reluctantly returning the vial. You two focus on gathering food. I need to attend to the firearms that have been soaked. As I spoke, I retrieved the 2 sniper rifles and the Glock, methodically disassembling them and laying the parts on the camouflage fabric spread across the ground. I then fished out a canister of gun oil from my military pack. Given that the deceased was a sniper, gun oil was indispensable. I began by meticulously cleaning the components with a cloth before applying the oil. Once I had properly maintained the firearms, I reassembled them. The 2 women observed my methodical reassembly with an air of complexity in their expressions, perhaps contemplating that I was better suited to a life amidst conflict. After all, the skills honed during my military training served little purpose outside of a battlefield, save for my resilient spirit, which could be applied to daily life. Back in the metropolis, the skills I possessed seemed only applicable to survival live streams, military training coaching, adventure security, or running a military supply store. Otherwise, they held little relevance. Furthermore, my current condition rendered me unsuitable for such endeavors, as they risked triggering my affliction. The old instructor had mentioned that once my condition improved, he would arrange more suitable work for me. He was correct, since encountering this crisis. My second personality had manifested consistently, with my symptoms not alleviating but rather intensifying. Previously, this alter ego appeared infrequently. 3 or 4 times over the course of a year was considered significant. Now it seemed to emerge once or twice daily. The future remained uncertain, leaving me increasingly disoriented. After breakfast, I tended to the wounds of the 2 women. Their injuries had begun to heal, with no signs of pus. Only a minimal amount of clear fluid seeping out, which was negligible. Moreover, they were taking antibiotics daily and would soon recover. With the remaining time, I commenced marking the optimal locations for setting traps. Although the second personality possesses my memories, I am uncertain whether it recalls the finer details. Thus, to ensure that this second persona is well informed of the traps I have laid, I rummaged through my military kit and found a notebook to make some professional markings for the traps, markings that would be incomprehensible to the average person. Today was spent searching for locations, yet I did not commence the actual setup. I identified 70 potential sites. Should the enemy dare to venture within 100 meters of our camp to gather intelligence, they would find it exceedingly difficult to evade the trap's assault. Tomorrow, I plan to seek out the blood-stopping tree to collect some of its sap for use. Following that, I shall dedicate another day and a half to the arrangement of the traps. Consequently, I have much to occupy myself with in the coming days. The short bamboo stakes I have are woefully insufficient, and I must procure more. In the evening, as I prepared to bathe, Chen Xiaoxiao noticed I had not brought any clothes, and thus, leaning on her stick, she brought them to me. She did not leave after delivering them. Instead, she sat on the stone edge, watching me with a smile. What are you doing here, you mischievous girl? Shouldn't you be returning? I chided her with mock severity. Having observed Night Shadow previously, I knew he was as unembarrassed as a machine, completely oblivious to the concept of modesty. After bathing, he would saunter around us in the nude, and during our baths, he would leap down to join us. And now you dare to admonish me Chun Xiao Xiao teased, her tone laced with playful reprisal. Chapter 64. Unveiling the truth quickly, go back. I admonished Chun Xiao Xiao with a hint of irritation. With a triumphant little hum, she playfully made a face at me and, leaning on her stick, sauntered away with a chuckle. I exhaled deeply, hurriedly finished my washing, and climbed up a stone slope to change my clothes. Dinner consisted of black fungus and wild mushrooms sautéed with crocodile meat. As for the meat from the third sister-in-law, we had unanimously excluded it from our menu, reserving it only for dire circumstances. I did not compel the two women to partake in the third sister-in-law's meat, for the roasted lizard was quite unpalatable, especially after being cooked for such an extended period. Its taste and appearance were utterly repulsive. After the meal, both women appeared exceedingly satisfied. However, having spent the entire day confined to this small area, they were on the verge of boredom. Therefore, they took to using knives to assist me in shortening the bamboo stakes. Observing their commendable efforts, I entrusted them with this task. With the time saved, I resolved to craft a blowpipe. This weapon operates silently. When imbued with poison, it becomes a nightmare for adversaries. Its primary function transcends merely inflicting poison. It also serves to undermine the psychological defenses of the enemy. Unlike the portrayals in cinematic works, a practical blowpipe cannot merely be a short piece of bamboo. It must possess length. Similar to the principle of a gun barrel, the longer the pipe, the farther the projectile will travel. Among the indigenous people of the Amazon rainforest, the longest blowpipes can reach 6 meters, capable of striking monkeys within a 50-meter range. Naturally, to ensure portability, I could not fashion such an elongated blowpipe. To achieve effective striking distance while retaining ease of transport, I would design the blowpipe to be approximately 80 centimeters long, with a maximum effective range of up to 20 meters. The poison for the darts is best derived from the arrow poison vine, as it rapidly paralyzes muscles and nerves, leading to respiratory failure and death. However, the arrow poison vine is not readily available. Thus, I had to resort to using the sap of the blood-stopping tree as a substitute. Though not as effective as the former, the latter allows an assailant to fire back at nearby foliage and alert companions for assistance within a minute of being struck, only succumbing to unconsciousness or death after several minutes. The toxin of the poison dart frog exhibits a similar efficacy. Yet capturing these frogs for mass production of darts is impractical. Hence, it is not worth consideration. Consequently, employing different darts necessitates distinct tactical combinations. During my service at the border, I had learned about blowpipes from local hunters. My initial curiosity was devoid of any intent for practical application. Yet I had not anticipated their ultimate use by Night Shadow in that harrowing battle. The construction of the blowpipe is not overly complex, provided one has the necessary tools. The 80-centimeter bamboo will contain at least 2 nodes. If the membranes within are not thoroughly cleaned, all efforts will be in vain. Therefore, I split the selected bamboo in half, meticulously removed the internal membranes, and smoothed the surfaces with a knife to ensure a sleek finish. Once completed, I secured it with medical tape to guarantee airtightness. After finishing the blowpipe, I began crafting the darts. The length of the blow dart should be 20 centimeters, which can be crafted from thin bamboo skewers. However, it is imperative to ensure that the thickness is consistent, tapering from thin at the front to thicker at the back. Subsequently, some fabric should be wrapped around the rear of the dart. During the crafting process, each dart must be tested to ascertain its functionality and whether it achieves the desired effect. Once on the battlefield, there is no room for error. As the night wore on, the two women grew increasingly fatigued, prompting me to allow them to rest while I completed the darts alone. In total, I fashioned 20 blow darts, which I stored in a small bamboo tube sealed with a wooden stopper. As the campfire dwindled, I retreated to the bamboo shelter to rest. Upon my entrance, Shinya turned to embrace me, and I could distinctly feel her warmth against my arm. I turned my head to savor her fragrance, gradually drifting into slumber. At dawn the following day, I prepared to set out. I recalled discovering a plant known as the blood-stopping vine while foraging, albeit it was somewhat distant from my current location. Thus, I opted to forego breakfast, taking only water, compressed biscuits, a dagger, my M21 sniper rifle, and a Glock before embarking on my journey. After 2 hours, I finally located the blood-stopping vine. I settled down for a brief respite, replenishing my hydration and nourishment, before extracting my dagger to carve a Y-shaped mark into the tree. A milky sap oozed forth, reminiscent of papaya juice. I promptly positioned a bamboo tube beneath it to collect the sap. I fashioned 3 such collectors, and to expedite the gathering process, I deepened the incisions to allow the sap to flow more freely and abundantly. However, the collection process remained time-consuming, and my patience waned. Given that the fishing boat was not far away, I resolved to return to fetch some tools, such as a metal shovel for scooping fish, which would be exceedingly practical for digging pits. Otherwise, I would have to resort to bamboo, and excavating 70 shallow pits would take an eternity. Thus, I hastened toward the riverbank. 30 minutes later, I arrived at the location of the fishing vessel. After a brief observation, during which I detected no immediate danger, I used my long dagger to scare away a crocodile lurking by the riverbank. I then waded through the water, which barely reached my waist, as the boat was in a semi-aground state and close to the shore, allowing me to reach the side net with ease. I quickly climbed aboard. The vessel was silent, prompting me to venture further inside, descending to the lower deck. There, to my astonishment, I found Napala lying exposed on the bunk. Napala! I picked up a garment from the floor to cover her and attempted to rouse her. Napala, seemingly weakened by hunger, slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing my face, gasped in shock, her eyes wide with terror. Monster! You have returned. Where are the others? I was bewildered by her words, realizing that the boat was devoid of any other occupants, leaving me utterly astonished. What are you pretending? I initially harbored hopes of achieving victory through you. I harbor resentment towards my brother and my father, lamenting my birth into such a family. Yet, I find myself powerless to resist. I yearn to dismantle their empire. Alas, I place my trust in the wrong person, believing you to be benevolent. However, I cannot comprehend your words. There is sustenance in the kitchen. Are you unaware of how to prepare a meal? I inquired. What do you expect me to eat? I might as well starve. Existence has lost all meaning. Napara lamented, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, I also noticed the bloodied map drawn upon the ground. A wave of shock washed over me, as vivid images surged forth in my mind. Night Shadow. He murdered those 5 women. He left Napara here as bait. Grasping the truth rendered my heart as if it had been struck by a hammer. The reality was unbearable. I am a murderer. Night Shadow, in his desire to spare the women from being my burden, chose to end their lives, denying them even the right to survive. Chapter 65. A resolute halt in that moment. I found it impossible to accept such a grim reality. My heart trembled in dismay. Those armed militants and mercenaries deserved their fate, yet these women were mere victims, and Nightshade had taken their lives. How was I any different from those criminals? As a guardian of the nation, I could vanquish foes in the name of justice and to protect our borders. But I could never become a mindless executioner of the innocent. Why did this happen? Why did I take their lives? I stumbled backward, ultimately colliding with the well ladder, tears clouding my vision. During the time aboard the lifeboat, Nightshade had also caused the demise of some individuals, yet they were not blameless, as their actions threatened to condemn us all to the depths of a sea that could hardly be deemed anything other than a desperate act of survival. However, these 5 women posed no threat to anyone's safety at all. Nightshade had no justification for slaying them. I could have provided them with ample sustenance, allowing them to remain aboard the vessel until the crisis had subsided, after which I would have taken them away with me. Yet, now it was far too late. I could not reconcile this reality. My emotions and conscience were in profound turmoil. I had once sworn allegiance to the national flag and the party banner, vowing to be a warrior loyal to my country, my party, the people, and my own conscience. The weapon in my hand was no longer gripped in the name of justice, but rather for the sake of wicked slaughter. My conscience tormented me until my spirit began to unravel. Damn it, I had been discovered. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply. I could not concur with the notion that merely providing them with food could avert their deaths. On one hand, the fresh water aboard the ship would sustain only one person for approximately half a month, assuming no other unnecessary waste occurred. On the other hand, Should those assassins discover these women, they would become sacrificial pawns in their treacherous games. Their innocent lives would be used in conjunction with the battle, ultimately jeopardizing our efforts. Moreover, it was utterly unthinkable to use these women as bait. Tactically, this would render us passive, and this already uneven confrontation would gradually ensnare us in an inextricable quagmire. If I did not eliminate these women, I would inevitably drag everyone down with me. At this moment, Napala noticed the change in my demeanor and furrowed her brow in concern. You. Napala recognized my transformation, though she remained unaware of the duality of my persona. However, it would not be long before she reflected on it and comprehended the truth. This was my secret, and should she reveal it to the other assassins, it would spell disaster for me. Therefore, I drew my handgun and pointed it at Napala. Are you going to kill me? Napala gazed at the dark muzzle of my weapon in shock. As I beheld her astonished and furious expression, I found myself unable to pull the trigger, as if an unseen force was controlling my actions. I understood this was the dominant personality resisting me. This struggle caused my body to slip from my complete control, a testament to the dominant personality's rebellion. This incident unexpectedly ignited his spirit of resistance. My presence is entirely due to his desire to evade the painful reality of losing his comrades, while simultaneously rejecting the notion of vengeful slaughter. Now that he has begun to resist, it signifies his unwillingness to rely on me any longer. I must devise a means to suppress the defiance of the primary persona. No, I do not intend to kill her, truly. I merely seek to intimidate her. I swear, I will no longer engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. I truly shall not, I murmured to myself. It was only when I set down the handgun that the murderous intent within me dissipated, and that sense of control gradually returned. I took a deep breath. Although this woman now poses a threat, should I eliminate her, the primary persona's resistance might give rise to another persona to oppose me, or his primary persona might reemerge. The latter possibility is somewhat diminished, as the primary persona cannot accept the reality of innocent bloodshed. Thus, in order to protect his righteous persona from collapsing, he may generate a more powerful persona to suppress the second persona that is me. This likelihood is considerably greater, despite the anger that surged within me. I had no choice but to restrain my murderous impulses. Napala, it would be wise for you to remain compliant. Upon my words. Napala regarded me with a gaze filled with hostility. I understood that when she encounters other assassins in the future, she would undoubtedly divulge her plans, urging them to collaborate in her grand scheme. However, the data and samples rest in my possession. Therefore, she is likely to become a pivotal figure uniting assassins and mercenaries across the globe. Those individuals initially sought only bounties, yet with Napala's influence, the situation has transformed. Once that group unites, they will become an unstoppable force. Yet, I cannot kill her, which infuriates me. I had originally intended to eliminate her after I had fully utilized her, but now I regret not having shot her the moment she finished relaying her information. Damn it! I cursed under my breath, ultimately turning back to the upper deck. There, I found a large fish spade and gathered some pepper and chili powder into a bag as seasonings. I seem to have developed an obsession with culinary delights. Upon seeing these condiments, I almost managed to forget the unpleasantness of earlier. I quickly returned to the side of the blood-soaked tree, noticing that the juices collected in the 3 bamboo tubes were nearly full. After sealing them, I immediately began my journey back. The return path was a straight line, unlike before when I had to search for the blood-soaked tree, so I arrived at the bamboo shelter in less than an hour. Brother Wang is back. Chun Xiao Xiao exclaimed upon seeing my figure. Initially taken aback, she joyfully called out upon recognizing me. I had no intention of acknowledging her, yet inexplicably, a smile formed on my face. Come, lend a hand, but be cautious. The bamboo tubes contain toxic juice. As I spoke, I sat down and placed the 3 bamboo tubes on the ground, then instructed them on how to feed the bamboo stakes with poison without waste and without injuring themselves. Do it this way. I need to hurry and dig a shallow pit. My words prevented the 2 women from immediately suspecting that I was Night Shadow. I have mastered the art of mimicking my master's demeanor. I glanced at the map notes crafted by my master, then seized a spade and ventured into the woods, intent on excavating those 70 shallow pits. Subsequently, I would arrange the poisoned short bamboo stakes. After expending over an hour, I returned to find the women had already poisoned the tips of those stakes, as well as the 20-blow darts, their tips now darkened. I felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, I had no time to commend them, as I retrieved a test tube and inhaled its contents vigorously, which rendered me more alert. The two women gazed at me in astonishment, and for a moment, I was at a loss as to how to deceive them. Such subterfuge is not my forte. Brother Wang, why do you partake in those substances? Chun Xiao inquired, her voice barely above a whisper as she swallowed nervously. Chapter 66. Conversations in the bamboo shed do not meddle in others' affairs. I did not respond to Chun Xiao. Instead, I stored away the test tubes and proceeded to arrange the bamboo stakes at the trap site. I worked tirelessly until dusk, yet I was unable to complete the task and would need to continue tomorrow. Upon returning, I went to the stream to bathe, and Chun Xiao brought my clothes back. She did not leave, but sat on the stone slope watching me. I ignored her presence, hastily finishing my bath before emerging from the chilly waters. As I approached her without hesitation to retrieve my clothes, her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing with nervousness. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, resembling copper bells. What are you staring at? What is there to see? I chided her, embarrassed. Chun Xiao bit her lip and limped away. Once I had changed, I returned to the bamboo shed, where Shunya had prepared dinner. I sat down to eat while the two women quietly enjoyed their meal. Their chatter from earlier in the afternoon noticeably diminished. Their glances towards me had shifted. They had evidently realized I was the night shadow. With this understanding, there was no need for pretense. I had never claimed to be Wang Tai. It was merely their own assumption. I sprinkled some chili powder over the fish slices and savored them slowly. I had a fondness for spicy flavors, for they brought me a sense of joy that I could not quite comprehend, perhaps because I had never truly experienced it before. I understood the concept of emotions in the persona of the master, yet I could not feel them, much like my understanding of feelings towards women. I knew what it was, but could not truly experience it. Brother, can you really handle spicy food? Shinya inquired. You already know I am the night shadow. Yet you still address me this way? Are you attempting to put on an act before me? I retorted, casting a glance her way. To my surprise, Shinya did not appear startled. Instead, she smiled gently. Whether you are the night shadow or Wang Tai, you are still the dear brother I know. It is merely your character that has changed. Is that not so? Her response left me momentarily taken aback. I had always been a solitary figure, lacking any close connections. The network associated with my master persona was irrelevant to me. Shinya's words suddenly made me feel somewhat uncomfortable, though I could not pinpoint why. It was akin to a drop of white paint on a pure black canvas. I recognized that this metaphor was quite abstract, yet it encapsulated my feelings perfectly. Yes, I am experiencing spiciness for the first time, and it is quite enchanting, I remarked. Shinya smiled and reached out to touch my face, prompting me to instinctively recoil. What are you doing? I questioned Shinya, undeterred by my reluctance. She reached out and dabbed the corner of my mouth with her finger. Do not be so tense. You have chili powder all over your lips, she said, sucking on her finger, which was dusted with the spice, and contorting her face in a comical grimace. How spicy! She exclaimed. I found myself at a loss for words, yet her expression brought a sense of amusement. Chun Xiao, upon witnessing Shunya daring to touch me, grew bolder herself, akin to someone who, after seeing another stroke a tiger's head, believes she too can do so. She flashed me a mischievous smile. What are you grinning about? I inquired coolly. I was wondering, can you laugh or cry? I'm just curious. If you want to answer, please do. If not, don't get angry at me. I might get scared. After posing her question, Chun Xiao hurriedly clarified, as if fearing that a delayed explanation might lead to my ire. I cannot, for I am devoid of joy and sorrow. I had initially intended to disregard her, but a fleeting desire to connect with my persona's emotions emerged, compelling me to respond. That is quite pitiful. Chun Xiao suddenly displayed a sympathetic expression, akin to that directed at a disabled individual. I chose to ignore her, focusing instead on consuming fish slices with chili powder. I refrained from engaging in the ensuing conversation. After a long day of labor, fatigue enveloped me, prompting my return to the bamboo shelter for rest. Shinya and Chan Xiao exchanged hushed whispers outside, eventually joining me in the space. As Shinya lay beside me, she tentatively draped her arm around mine. Initially resistant, I found comfort in her gentle embrace, prompting me to relent. However, such intimacy stirred a warmth within me. This sensation was peculiar, indescribable, yet within my knowledge, it resembled a physiological urge. Succumbing to my instincts, I pulled Shinya closer into my embrace. "Brother, what is this?" she inquired, bewildered. "I am unsure. My body simply enjoys this feeling, so I'm exploring." Exploring? I could not see Shunya's expression, yet her tone conveyed shyness and apprehension. "Brother, we're not in a romantic relationship. We shouldn't," she protested, her hands crossed protectively over her chest. Creatures in nature do not perceive nudity as inappropriate, nor do they refrain from reproductive activities simply because they are not in a couple's bond, I countered. "Creatures? We are not animals. We are human." Shinya found my assertion amusing yet tinged with resignation. Humans are indeed animals. Many rules are established by the more privileged to prevent the plundering of resources, which contradicts the essence of free will, I replied. "So you mean, as long as you desire, you could do anything with anyone?" Shinya retorted, somewhat flabbergasted. "My body is mine. I may do as I wish." I declared. "What if the other party disagrees?" Shinya asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. "If I desire, why should I consider another's feelings?" I replied coldly. "No, this is wrong." Shinya admonished me as though I were a child. "How is it wrong? If I were to kill an ant, would I need to ask if it wishes to die? A being more powerful than I would not inquire about my willingness to perish," I asserted. Shinya fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. My logic is straightforward and unadorned, devoid of the convoluted intricacies that characterize those so-called normal individuals. I resumed my previous actions, and this time, Shinya no longer resisted. Instead, she embraced my neck, taking the initiative. Beside us, Chun Xiao remained motionless, leaving me uncertain whether she was startled or merely feigning sleep. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. A peculiar sensation enveloped me, one that defies description, yet upon culmination, it left me with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. "Sendele beside me," gently caressing my abdominal muscles. She softly kissed my face and nestled her cheek against my shoulder. The scent of her body enveloped my senses as I closed my eyes. Unlike the master persona, I do not regulate my emotions. I merely act in accordance with my feelings and thoughts, unperturbed by extraneous distractions. Should any obstacles arise, I simply eliminate them. I drifted into slumber, the duration of which remains a mystery, only to awaken in a hazy state. The dawn light filtered through, leaving me unsure whether it was dusk or dawn. The previous afternoon, I had been overtaken by the night shadow. Yet, the melodious chirping of birds in the forest, absent of the nocturnal insects' calls, confirmed that it was indeed morning. Last night, I had been with Shunya, and the women aboard the vessel had met their demise. Fragments of dreamlike memories surged into my mind, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. Chapter 67. The Severity of Illness. "Brother, are you awake?" At that moment, Shunya stirred, looking at me with a blush that seemed to shimmer. I noticed several love bites adorning her neck. "Sister, did Night Shadow force you?" I asked, engulfed in guilt and shame. "Brother, do not let your thoughts run wild. He did not force me. No, it was you who did not force me. Please do not separate him from you. You are one and the same. He is you, and you are him." Shunya, seeing my distress, hurriedly embraced me, concerned I might erupt in anguish. I understood her intentions were for my benefit, to spare my feelings, which is why she spoke so. She must have been coerced. "Please, no more. I have lost all dignity." I clenched my teeth, fear gnawing at my heart, uncertain of what might unfold if this continued. Moreover, it was not only Shunya facing Night Shadow here, but also Chun Xiao. If he were to turn his aggression towards her, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Brother, this is not your fault. It is I. I was the one who initiated it. I care for you. Do you not accept my affection?" Shunya gazed at me, tears brimming in her eyes. Sister, though you are not my biological sister, you are Shunhai's sister. After what I have done, I am unworthy of being called human. You need not feign concern for my feelings. I understand. I bit my lip, the shame and indignation within me spiraling beyond control. I clenched my fists, yearning to unleash my turmoil, yet found no outlet for it. Wang Tai, calm yourself. Why can you not heed the words of others? You always believe your perspective is the only truth. If you continue like this, I shall be enraged. Shinya, witnessing my flushed face and trembling body, suddenly sat in my lap and sternly rebuked me. Sister, I know you mean well for me, but I have already harmed you, and I have killed innocent people. I stared wide-eyed, allowing tears to cascade from my reddened eyes. I recognized that I must appear utterly deranged now, a true lunatic. Yet, Shinya disregarded everything else, clasping my neck and kissing me tenderly. I felt her soft lips and the warmth of her body pressed against mine. Most significantly, she was sitting in my embrace. Sister Shun, I gradually regained composure, my mind momentarily blank as I looked at her. Brother, truly, no matter which version of you it is still you. As long as it is you, I shall forever be your sister. You promised Shunhai to care for her kin, which means caring for me. You have always looked after me, so you have done nothing wrong. I will not permit you to feel sorrow over this matter any longer. Shinya asserted firmly. I found myself at a loss for words. However, even if Shunya did not blame me, what about the 5 innocent women? They had indeed perished at Night Shadow's hands. Brother, you mentioned that you killed innocent people. What is the story behind that? Shinya gently wiped away the tears on my face and inquired. It was the women on the ship. I did not have the chance to explain before. I recounted the entire incident in detail. Shinya was taken aback by the revelation. Perhaps she was entirely unaware of how merciless Yi Ying could be. He could take a life without the slightest provocation, acting solely on his own judgment of necessity. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxiao ceased to feign sleep and sat up, contemplating the implications of Yi Ying's dangerous nature. Given that I questioned him so brazenly last night, I wonder if I inadvertently offended him, she remarked, a hint of trepidation crossing her features. Brother, listen to me. This is not your fault. All the world's psychopathic murderers are not accountable. You are merely unwell. Shinya reassured me, concerned about my potential outburst. It is not merely a question of right or wrong. Indeed, it was my body that took their lives, and my conscience shall never find peace, I replied, shaking my head. The weight of this incident struck deeply at my moral core, particularly as someone sworn to protect the lives and properties of the people. How could I possibly be a murderer? Brother, you must not cling so desperately to this. What has happened is irreversible, and continuing in this manner will only exacerbate your condition, Shinya cautioned, her worry palpable. I recognized the truth in her words. Yet how could I simply let go of such an atrocity? This would haunt me for the rest of my days. Listen, dear brother, it was not you who committed these murders. It was Yi Ying who killed them. Yi Ying. Shinya endeavored to console me further as I sat in a daze. Her words struck my mind like a thunderclap. Indeed, it was Yi Ying who had perpetrated the violence. How could I, in my current state, ever hope to confront him? As long as he resided within me, he would continue his spree of violence. How could I possibly extinguish this beast? I questioned myself fervently. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through my head. I was resisting Yi Ying. I wanted him dead. A buzzing filled my ears, and my mind descended into chaos, alternating between swelling discomfort and piercing agony. It felt as though I might faint. I could hear the concerned voices of the 2 women nearby. Abruptly, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, and my mind began to clear. Upon opening my eyes, I found the tearful gazes of both women fixed upon me. They had propped me against a bamboo wall, and I noticed Shunya holding a test tube. The scent I had detected moments ago emanated from the blue liquid contained within. I recognized that scent all too well. Trouble was once again at my doorstep. I slapped my forehead in self-reproach. How are you feeling now, brother? Shinya inquired tentatively. I am Yi Ying. Wang Tai is on the brink of madness. Previously afflicted by survivor's guilt, I developed a secondary personality, and now, having taken the lives of those inconsequential women, I am pushing myself to the brink again. It is truly vexing. I gritted my teeth, my anger swelling with every thought. Just a few insignificant lives, and he is spiraling once more. If this continues, my sanity may shatter completely, and I shall cease to exist. Ying, you must refrain from senseless killings in the future, especially of the innocent. Wang Tai is a kind-hearted individual, nurtured by military discipline. He cannot reconcile actions that betray his conscience. Shinya admonished. He is a fool, and sooner or later, his foolishness will lead to your demise. The mere thought of Napera surviving fills my heart with anguish. The psyche of the master persona teeters on the brink of collapse. If this continues, not only will he be incapable of dealing with the assassins, but he will struggle to care for himself. Those assassins should be arriving shortly. I am aware that Southeast Asia harbors the densest concentration of assassins. Setting aside other regions, once the assassins from Southeast Asia make their preparations and journey here, 3 to 4 days will suffice. A tempest of bloodshed is about to erupt on the deserted island. Wang Tai, that good-for-nothing, is losing his mind over a few dead ants. If this is the case, do not blame me for neglecting these 2 women. You have forced my hand. Chapter 68. The gunshot on the ship at this juncture. Wang Tai is no longer fit for combat. If he regains consciousness, I implore you both to allow me to inhale those liquids, lest we encounter any mishaps. I addressed the 2 women. Their eyes were filled with trepidation, yet they nodded in agreement. You may not yet comprehend the peril that looms before you. Bapasong has disclosed my location on the dark web, and the world's most elite assassins will undoubtedly risk their lives to arrive on this island for a bounty of $10 million. These individuals are far beyond Wang Tai's capabilities to contend with, and even I feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. We must seize a vessel and depart before other assassins and mercenaries arrive on this isle. Otherwise, we shall be engulfed in ceaseless carnage. I spoke to the 2 women with utmost seriousness. They too nodded gravely. I had no time to squander. I needed to set the remaining traps in place. Having articulated my intentions, I set about my tasks. The subsequent 3 hours were consumed in the meticulous arrangement of the traps, after which I hastened toward the jungle by the riverbank. I was acutely aware that the assassins or mercenaries who would soon arrive would undoubtedly be equipped with more advanced thermal imaging devices and drones, rendering us nearly invisible on this island. Targeting the drones would be exceedingly challenging, particularly since there might be more than one. Thus, I had to devise a strategy to counter the thermal imaging drones. I discovered an appropriate cave approximately 500 meters from the fishing vessel. This cave could hardly be termed as such. It was merely an overhanging rock resembling the brim of a top hat, protruding from a hillside and forming a sheltered space beneath. I merely needed to weave a fence of brushwood to obscure the entrance. The interior was littered with small stones, which I cleared away, creating just enough space for me to curl up and take refuge from the rain. One shelter was insufficient, however. Therefore, I constructed another rudimentary 150 meters ahead, using a fallen tree as a beam, and gathered a plethora of brushwood to form a roof. Additionally, I procured some reeds and coconut frond from the riverbank to enhance its waterproofing. This makeshift shelter was not intended for habitation, but rather to deceive the thermal imaging drones. Should no one identify that location and subsequently drop bombs or dispatch operatives for assassination, they would inevitably fall into my trap. I needed to ensure the shelter was sufficiently crafted so as not to be easily discerned by seasoned experts. I gathered some firewood and ignited a bonfire in front of the shelter. I aimed to imbue this space with signs of life. Following this, I ventured back to the riverbank, where on the damp, muddy shore, I discovered a bounty of oysters. I fashioned a cage from brushwood to collect them and then brought them to the river to wash off the surface mud. Although I yearned to hunt a crocodile, it seemed that the carp had retreated downstream or to the lagoon to feast on carrion. Thus, I encountered not a single crocodile in this vicinity. I returned to the campfire with the oysters, tossing them directly onto the flames to roast. Once they were cooked, I pried them open with a dagger to savor the delicacy. I had brought only a bottle of chili powder with me, just enough to sprinkle upon the succulent oyster meat. This would constitute my lunch, were it not for the presence of these armed factions. My days on the deserted island with Shunya and the others would have undoubtedly been more comfortable. While I cannot claim to have feasted on lavish meals daily, we would have certainly enjoyed good food and restful sleep. Now, even sleep eludes me. I opened the walkie-talkie and settled down to listen for sound from the ship. The vessel had remained largely silent, with occasional noises likely emanating from Napola busying herself in the kitchen. I was aware that those who arrive on the island typically choose to land during daylight, allowing them to first utilize drones for aerial reconnaissance, followed by a second round of thermal imaging observations at night. Although modern thermal imaging technology is quite advanced, locating individuals within such a dense environment is no simple task, as there are other heat sources on the island apart from humans, such as monkeys and wild boars. Furthermore, thermal imaging devices do not perform as flawlessly as depicted in films or advertisements. They are susceptible to various environmental factors in the dense forest, including humidity, minimal temperature variations, and underbrush. Nevertheless, with careful discernment and powerful chip algorithms, their efficacy can still be commendable. Ultimately, the skill of the individual operating the thermal imaging device is paramount. A broader search area demands greater patience and meticulous observation. I dared not underestimate my adversaries. Should they conduct aerial surveillance of the island during the day, they would undoubtedly spot the fishing vessel. Once they discover the boat, they will certainly board it to conduct a search. This constitutes the first phase of my strategy. If I can seize the first wave of intruders' vessel, victory shall be mine. Should the first phase fail, there remains a second phase. This phase involves Shunya and Chen Xiao. They will undoubtedly be detected by the thermal imaging device at night, for I had not informed them of the prohibition against making fires after dark. Those two foolish women will surely light a fire. At that moment, the enemy will likely land on the eastern coast, stealthily advancing under the cover of night. I, like a nocturnal predator, will take the opportunity to ambush them from behind. If the second phase fails, there exists a third phase. In any case, I shall spare no effort to seize a vessel and escape this island. After lunch, I resolved to return to the rocky outcrop to rest, for I was uncertain when the enemy might arrive. Every moment of recuperation counted. However, to guard against the possibility of awakening, to find my body overtaken by my alter ego, I suspended a vial of potion from a fish line to a height of 1 meter, rigging a triggering mechanism below. Should I awaken and unconsciously rise, the vial would plummet to shatter upon the stones below. Having accomplished this, I could rest assured. The oppressive heat had begun early in the morning, and by the afternoon, thunder finally rumbled in the sky. Shortly after I lay down, a torrential rain began to pour outside. The rain relentlessly washed over the verdant forest of the island, ushering in a damp breeze into the cave. The stifling heat that enveloped me gradually transformed into a refreshing coolness, swiftly lulling me into slumber. The walkie-talkie remained perpetually close to my ear. 3 hours later, a sudden voice pierced through the tranquility, jolting me awake. Startled and anxious, my body shot upright. A test tube, precariously positioned above, plummeted downwards. However, with quick reflexes, I managed to catch it just in time. What close call! I tucked the test tube away, marking the first instance upon waking that my body was not commandeered by the master persona. Perhaps this heralds a promising beginning. The walkie-talkie crackled with the sound of gunfire echoing through the air. Chapter 69. Elite forces indeed, they have arrived. I did not approach the riverbank. While it would have been feasible to eliminate those who dared to board the vessel, such an endeavor held little significance for me. The adversaries at the forefront are not generals. My true targets are the enemy leaders and those who seek to blind them. Thus, I swiftly made my way upstream. 500 meters upstream from the fishing boat lies the first bend of the river. Should the enemy wish to scout the fishing vessel and require timely support, they would undoubtedly halt at this initial bend. Should they venture beyond the bend, they would be exposed to the fishing boat's line of sight, thereby risking sniper fire. I dashed forward like an enraged cheetah, my breath quick and labored, branches brushing against my camouflage attire, producing a rustling sound. Before long, I reached the rear of the mangroves at the previous bend. There lies a 30-meter expanse of muddy marshland between the mangroves and the riverbank, teeming with various insects that emerge after the rain. Such terrain renders movement nearly impossible. I crouched in the thicket, my gaze avoiding the dense foliage of the mangrove trees. Peering through the gaps like a patient predator awaiting its prey, my keen eyes scrutinizing the riverbank surroundings. A similarly weathered fishing boat appeared in the middle of the bend. However, from this vantage point, visibility was severely limited. I could not discern the entire vessel. Nevertheless, I could see figures moving about on the 30-meter-long deck, clad in camouflage uniforms, ballistic vests, and steel helmets. These helmets were not ordinary. They were fast helmets utilized by the U.S. military, constructed from high molecular weight polyethylene fibers and other materials, capable of effectively resisting 9mm parabellum rounds. Lacking arc rails on either side, they could accommodate flashlights and other equipment, while the central mount was affixed with a night vision device through an adapter. Their gear was remarkably comprehensive. Each individual had a defined role, and the firearms they carried varied significantly. They were not mere assassins. Rather, they were an elite mercenary squad, several tiers above those mercenaries I had previously encountered at the border. Each member possessed heightened combat awareness and exceptional team synergy, capable of operating independently or as a cohesive unit. I immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. If they were mere assassins, they would be easier to handle. As assassins often operate alone, one could outmaneuver them with clever deception. However, these elite mercenaries were different. They resembled modern special forces, equipped with extensive combat experience, formidable weaponry, acute tactical awareness, advanced reconnaissance equipment, and thoroughly prepared logistics. A core team of 5 to 10 elite mercenaries often comprises the unit, while the remaining members are typically temporarily hired ordinary mercenaries tasked primarily with reconnaissance and probing missions, similar to the individuals who had just fired upon the fishing boat. The situation was far more complex than I had anticipated. To contend with this group, the initial plan had become immediately ineffective. I lay concealed in the underbrush, droplets of water from the leaves dampening my ghillie suit. My mind is racing with the formulation of a new combat strategy. Should darkness fall and the mercenaries equipped with night vision helmets infiltrate the woods, it would be akin to possessing the gift of omniscience, rendering me utterly invisible. From my current position, a single shot might take down only one adversary, after which I would have no opportunity for a second strike. The machine gun aboard the vessel would unleash a barrage of hundreds of bullets upon my location within a minute, a veritable storm of lead. The mangroves along the shore would be severed as easily as if they were mere vegetables, exposing the concealed marshes beneath the dense foliage to the glaring light of day. I would be ensnared behind my cover, awaiting the inevitable descent of a grenade from an overhead drone. At that point, everything would come to an end. Faced with such a regimented and resolute band of mercenaries, I find myself utterly at a loss. I feel like a mantis, brandishing a scythe before a tank, both laughable and lamentable. I had not anticipated that the initial wave of enemies would consist of such a formidable mercenary unit. Most mercenary groups are engaged in grand enterprises, operating in hot zones for hourly wages. Who would have thought they would appear here? For the first time, I experience a profound sense of powerlessness. All the solo tactics I devised in my mind have proven futile. It seems that I have lost any semblance of hope. In a moment of anxiety, I instinctively retrieved a vial and inhaled its contents, which sharpened my mind and alleviated some of the tension. The elixir. Yes, it dawned upon me. My eyes widened in realization. Whether it was the effect of the agent or a surge of clarity, I suddenly understood why these elite mercenaries had arrived with such alacrity. Their objective was not the $10 million after all. Instead, they sought the product data and samples I had concealed, though I remained oblivious to how they had discovered the existence of these items. After all, Bapasong was unaware of the incident involving the sniper stealing the data and samples. Had he known, he would not have omitted it from his message to me. It is plausible that, en route to Mexico, he unexpectedly learned of the theft and consequently contacted this elite mercenary unit. The value of these items far exceeds the allure of a $10 million bounty. Their worth in the underworld is immeasurable. Given this revelation, I must transform my passivity into initiative. Shortly thereafter, the speedboat returned from the fishing vessel, bringing Napala back with it. Once aboard, her bindings were loosened, and she was escorted into the cabin. I need not linger here any longer. I am aware that Bapasong must have informed the mercenary leaders of Napala's identity. Moreover, she will undoubtedly attempt to persuade these mercenaries to collaborate with her. After all, the potential profits involved are substantial enough to drive these desperate souls into a frenzy. Observing Napala's earlier demeanor, it is evident that she is now in a state of lucidity, significantly increasing her chances of convincing these mercenaries. Certainly, if these mercenaries harbor doubts about her, or if the conditions offered by Bapasong are more enticing, then no amount of her eloquence would prove effective. I swiftly returned to the shelter, retrieved the walkie-talkie, and recorded a message, which I then affixed above the shelter. After igniting the campfire, I promptly departed from the location. I am confident that it will not be long before they discover the walkie-talkie and listen to the message. At that juncture, should they be sincere, I shall acquire a seafaring fishing vessel and depart this island with the two women. Chapter 70. The light on the sea to ensure the seamless execution of my plan. I refrained from returning to the bamboo hut by the creek where the two women were, and instead hastened towards the shed I had first encountered upon landing on the island. Here, the remains lay scattered, swarming with flies. The decaying flesh was infested with maggots and bacteria, all contributing to the decomposition of the corpses, and the area was saturated with putrid fluids, exuding an unbearable stench. Enduring this foul odor, I located the lifeboat. With great effort, I dragged the lifeboat to an open space 50 meters away and inverted it. The hull of the lifeboat was made of aluminum alloy, providing me refuge from the thermal imaging drones that might pursue me at night. If those individuals were unwilling to cooperate, they would undoubtedly employ drones to track my movements after dark. While they would be unable to detect my presence, they would certainly discover the two women. Consequently, they would navigate their fishing vessel to this vicinity, approaching from the point where I had initially landed. As it was the nearest location to the bamboo hut, no one would willingly take a longer route through the jungle at night, should they send personnel to land here. The fishing vessel would inevitably anchor in the shallow waters to the east. Once their main force ventured into the forest, I could then stage a surprise attack on their fishing boat. As for the two women, I could simply wait until they had been captured and were returning to the boat, allowing me the opportunity to strike. If I could save them, I would, but if not, it would be no fault of mine. In any case, I would not abandon the fishing vessel to rescue them. At this juncture, the mercenaries should have already discovered my message on the intercom. It remained to be seen whether they were willing to collaborate with me. If they were, I could provide them with data and samples. Otherwise, should conflict arise, they might find themselves at a disadvantage. It was not fear that prompted my caution, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary risk. If absolutely necessary, I would reveal my sharp dagger, brushing against the tiger's hardened white whiskers, to make them aware of the formidable individual they had provoked. After securing the lifeboat, I returned to the bamboo hut to share meal with the two women. Before them, I unearthed the box and USB drive buried beneath the tree. When the time came for their interrogation, they would need to understand that the items they sought were in my possession, and their lives depended on it. Subsequently, I utilized the battery to recharge the night vision goggles. At 5 in the afternoon, I gathered all the medications and advised the two women that if they were captured, they should refrain from resisting to avoid injury and comply with all demands as best as they could. Upon hearing my sudden words, the two women became visibly tense. "Ing, are you going to fight? Please be careful." Shinya expressed her concern. A warmth enveloped my heart, yet it would not sway my tactical intentions of utilizing them. After all, employing living bait was the most astute strategy. I will. Remember, do not resist. If you hear any commotion, call out first. And do not rush out of the hut, or you may be shot down. I instructed. Shinya nodded earnestly. Chun Xiaoxiao nervously swallowed. Are they still those lecherous mercenaries? They wouldn't capture us, would they? Chun Xiaoxiao inquired with concern. No, these mercenaries are on an entirely different level compared to the others. Each one is an elite, unlikely to engage with women of uncertain origins. I was surprised to find myself patiently explaining this to her. Enough of that. I must hurry. Remember, extinguish the fire immediately after dark. No sooner, no later. Furthermore, do not leave the shelter once night falls. Any premature explanations regarding waste will be detrimental. I admonished Shunya. They did not grasp the rationale behind my arrangements. Yet they had no choice but to trust me, and thus they nodded in agreement, assuring me they would comply. My instructions were not merely to safeguard them, but rather to ensure their discovery. The mercenaries are no ordinary individuals, and their commander is certainly no commoner. Upon discovering the walkie-talkie I left behind, they would inevitably locate the cave beneath the stone. The proximity of the two shelters would not lead them to believe they were left by two separate individuals. A shrewd commander would understand that I am a cautious person. Moreover, leaving the walkie-talkie sufficiently demonstrates that I have already seen them and possess knowledge of their equipment. Although this may hint at weakness, they would not underestimate me. Thus, if they brazenly ignite a fire to cook at night or deliberately venture outside, they would undoubtedly recognize it as a trap. However, if they are meticulous about the timing of nightfall, these elites will detect the residual warmth of the earth oven, leading them to the bamboo shelter by the stream. This would create the illusion that I had carelessly overlooked the residual heat, allowing them to discern a weakness. The two women concealed within the bamboo shelter would remain undetectable to the thermal imaging of drones. Thus, they would remain oblivious to the identity of the occupants within. Otherwise, they would not dare to venture deep into the forest for an apprehension. Of course, had it not been for my possession of something they desired, they could have bombarded the bamboo shelter upon their discovery. This method of mine could only be employed under the assumption that they require me alive. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to sending two women to their demise. My character would not permit such an act. I departed from the bamboo shelter and swiftly returned to conceal myself near the lifeboat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature disparity on the island began to increase, rendering the drone's thermal imaging highly sensitive. I hoped they would refrain from risking confrontation with me, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. Yet, I feared most that they would heed Napala's malicious words and feel compelled to eliminate me. I am well aware of the extent of Napala's hatred towards me. Firstly, I did not collaborate with her. Secondly, I eliminated those 5 women. Thirdly, her personality is one of stark emotions, and failing to kill me would not suffice to quell her inner turmoil. Once the mercenaries are convinced of their chances of success, they will undoubtedly act. After all, if they were to provide me with a boat without my divulging the location of the stash, they would face a dire loss of both resources and personnel. Although I genuinely wish to collaborate with them, they may not share the same sentiment. Fairness and cooperation are often predicated on an equivalence of strength. The adversary, having gleaned information from Napa, is aware that I am their sole opponent. Moreover, should they discern my hiding place, the likelihood of their reckless pursuit becomes considerably high. Soon, the night enveloped the surroundings in complete darkness. I lay beneath the lifeboat, patiently awaiting my moment of safety. Through the narrow gap between the lifeboat and the ground, I could observe the situation along the shoreline. As soon as a fishing vessel appeared, I would be able to catch sight of its illuminating glow. An hour passed, yet there was still no sign of activity. Could it be that they have acquiesced to my proposal? My suggestion was rather straightforward. If they agreed to collaborate, they should send a fishing boat to the lagoon. And when the time came for us to board, we would naturally reveal the information they sought. If they declined, tonight would present them with their optimal opportunity for action. However, as I pondered this within my mind, a light emerged along the coastline. Yet it was not the glow of a fishing boat, but rather the beacon from a speedboat. Where then was the fishing vessel? Chapter 71. The troops advance. I did not spot any fishing vessels. Could it be that they too are apprehensive of my potential ambush on their grand ship? After all, remaining in the riverine passages offers greater security than the shallow seas. Furthermore, they are aware that I am no longer concealed within the nearby thicket. Even if I were, traversing the impenetrable mangrove swamps to reach their vessel would be exceedingly challenging. They are not mere armed factions. Once past the mangroves, seizing an opportunity to board their fishing boats would prove exceedingly arduous. There lies an additional advantage in their actions. The individuals dispatched are mere mercenaries. Even if I were to eliminate them, it would not bear significant consequences, and it would serve to affirm my vigilance and combat prowess. Only when they ascertain that confronting me would incur substantial losses would they contemplate collaboration. Truly, they're cunning old foxes if I do not dispatch these mercenaries. The 2 women within the shelter shall be captured without cause. Consequently, my defenses would be entirely compromised. This would unveil my hidden cards. As I pondered, the speedboat indeed landed at the very spot where we first disembarked on the island. Illuminated by the vessel's lights, I discerned 7 mercenaries disembarking, none of whom resembled those I had encountered on the fishing boat, but rather the faces that had returned with Napala. Their gear, while seemingly identical to that of the mercenaries on the fishing vessel, bore no immediate distinctions. Such differences could only be discerned through the nature of their assigned tasks. Typically, elite mercenaries would abstain from perilous reconnaissance missions, delegating leadership to 1 or 2 of their kind to prevent any oversights during the operation. Upon alighting from the vessel, they extinguished the lights and, weapons in hand, stealthily ventured into the jungle. The night vision apparatus above would grant them ample visibility in the darkness. I must not present myself before them. Eliminating these 7 would not be a trivial endeavor, unless I could seamlessly integrate into their ranks. Yet their teamwork leaves little room for dispersion. In light of this, I must devise a strategy to scatter them. For these elite mercenaries, it would be unwise to simply trail behind them, as they would undoubtedly glance back intermittently. To evade their night vision, I must contrive a comprehensive plan. Initially, I submerged myself in the seawater to lower my body temperature. I realized that this alone would not suffice to elude thermal imaging, and within 5 to 15 minutes, my surface temperature would gradually rise, creating a conspicuous differential with the ambient temperature. Thus, I must, after cooling down, cover myself with mud from the swamp. This would procure me over 30 minutes of concealment. After soaking in the seawater for 15 minutes, my body temperature had significantly decreased, and my outer garments, along with my camouflage suit, had absorbed water, effectively maintaining my surface temperature between 28 degrees. It would not begin to rise for another 10 minutes. The island's ambient temperature hovered between 27 and 28 degrees, presenting no substantial temperature variance. Thus, my body would appear as a cool hue on their night vision devices. It must be said that while I would not be easily detected, a meticulous observer could still unearth my presence. Apart from the elite mercenaries leading the team, the remaining mercenaries would undoubtedly lack the meticulous observation required for such a task. After all, their primary concern would be to eliminate heat sources, and the island is replete with them. If they were also to be vigilant regarding the cold hues of low temperatures, the workload would become overwhelming, far beyond what these ordinary mercenaries could bear. Should they insist on attending to these details, it would lead to excessive exhaustion on the battlefield, severely distracting their focus and ultimately diminishing their combat effectiveness. Emerging from the sea, I seized the firearm laid upon the shore. Utilizing my individual night vision device, I swiftly pursued their steps. Their familiarity with the environment was inferior to mine, so their advance would not be too far. After approximately 10 minutes of pursuit, I caught sight of their figures near the marshland. They were circumventing the swamp, while a drone above was adjusting their trajectory. I carefully crawled into the marsh, immersing my body in the murky waters, coating myself in cold mud. Merely smearing it on my face would not suffice, for the temperature of my face would recover rapidly. Thus, I wrapped my face entirely in cloth, leaving only my eyes visible, and thickly coated my entire visage with mud. By the time I emerged from the marsh, my body felt burdened by an additional 10 pounds. Although this would hinder my movement, it paled in comparison to the necessity of ensuring my safety. Once they circumvented the swamp, they would enter a valley, and beyond that, traversing over a ridge would lead them to a bamboo grove. Advancing another 500 meters through the bamboo, they would discover a bamboo shelter by the stream. However, that 500 meters was laden with traps. The paths through the dense forest were limited, cluttered with shrubs, vines, and clusters of bamboo, ensuring that these traps would become formidable obstacles to their progress. Once they entered the bamboo grove, it would be my moment to hunt. Soon, I observed them ascend the slope from the valley, their pace quickening. It seemed that the drone hovering ahead had accurately pinpointed their target, compelling them to hasten their actions. As they crested the slope and descended into the bamboo grove, I had closely followed, appearing on the ridge of the bamboo slope, motionless like a lizard, watching them advance further within. The drone overhead had not detected my presence. On one hand, I knew it must be fixated on the location of the bamboo shelter, awaiting my emergence. On the other hand, having escorted these individuals thus far, It had not identified any approaching heat sources and would no longer expend effort observing the rear. Moreover, my surface temperature had fallen beyond their detection range. Fortuitously for them, they had not triggered any traps within the first 200 meters of the bamboo grove. However, advancing another 50 meters would bring them into a densely concentrated area of traps, and the 7 of them could not possibly escape unscathed. Indeed, a scream echoed through the forest. Concealed beneath a cluster of bamboo, I witnessed one of the unfortunate souls who had fallen victim to my shallow pit and spike trap. Extracting his foot from the pit, the bamboo stake had pierced through his ankle, causing him to sit abruptly on the ground. In a fit of urgency to assess his injury, one of his companions foolishly activated the flashlight on his helmet. The broad beam of the hat's light fell upon the feet of that individual. "Damn it, turn off the flashlight," one shouted, clearly demonstrating a heightened awareness. He must be one of the elite mercenaries. I lowered my blowpipe and carefully extracted a dart from the bamboo tube, carefully inserting into the blowpipe. Then, I tore apart the cloth strip at my mouth, revealing a slit through which I maneuvered the blowpipe. I positioned it against the bamboo joint ahead, while holding the night vision goggles in my left hand. Unlike their helmets, these goggles lacked a secure fit, making them somewhat cumbersome to use. I soon spotted their group crouched down, tending to their injured comrades. However, my primary target remained the elite members within their ranks. I had only identified one. Perhaps there were 1 or 2 more. Once I dealt with them, the remaining mercenaries would pose little threat. In any case, they dared to test my limits, and I must demonstrate the full extent of my capabilities. Chapter 72. Drone Warfare. I was merely 20 meters away from them. If I were to launch a surprise attack with my handgun, the sound of gunfire would instantly reveal my position, compelling them to seek cover and suppress my movements with their firepower. A blow dart could only fell one adversary at a time, while the others would swiftly find shelter and employ night vision goggles to locate me. However, they could not possibly detect me with their night vision equipment in the immediate aftermath. Whoosh! I aimed for the neck of one elite mercenary. The dart flew forth with precision, embedding itself firmly into his throat. He felt a sensation akin to an insect bite and instinctively reached to touch his neck, only to discover the dart and hastily attempted to extract it. "Ambush!" he cried out, prompting his comrades to scatter rapidly, each seeking refuge. Meanwhile, the unfortunate soul who had triggered the trap quickly dropped to the ground. The man struck by the dart staggered a few steps before collapsing behind a clump of bamboo. He would not succumb to poison immediately, but he posed no further threat. With the dense bamboo surrounding me and my body temperature remaining relatively stable, it would be challenging for the enemy to locate me. Yet time was not on my side. Whoosh! I released another poison dart, which sailed through the gaps in the bamboo, striking a mercenary hiding in the rear in the throat. Believing he had been pricked by a bamboo branch, he reached to dislodge the dart, inadvertently knocking it to the ground. Minutes later, the man ensnared by the trap lay convulsing, frothing at the mouth. The first victim of the dart was now beginning to exhibit similar symptoms. "Everyone retreat," one shouted, getting to his feet and sprinting back. The others followed suit, abandoning their poison comrade. Due to the limited lethality of the darts and their swift movements, accurately targeting their exposed skin proved exceedingly difficult. Engaging with a handgun was impractical given the numerous obstacles surrounding me. After all, my night vision goggles were not directly affixed to my eyes. I had to hold them in my hands. They valued their lives too much to engage in a prolonged confrontation with me. The 2 mercenaries struck in the neck also retreated, though they would likely succumb to their wounds before long. Once they had retreated to a distance of 50 meters, I emerged from my hiding place, swiftly dispatching the convulsing man and donning his helmet. Instantly, my vision sharpened. As I trailed behind, I discovered that the 2 mercenaries who had been struck by the darts had also collapsed along their retreat path. Only 4 remained. As I crawled up the ridge, the enemy was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a bullet whizzed past from the slope ahead, striking my helmet. I quickly recoiled, resembling a startled lizard, and took cover beneath the roots of a tree. They had located me. Reacting swiftly, I removed the earpiece from my helmet and tossed it down the slope. Had the bullet been aimed slightly lower, my life would have been forfeit. I had initially presumed that their frantic escape would render them oblivious to the positioning of the helmets. and I sought to eavesdrop on their intelligence. However, I was nearly deprived of my life due to this seemingly trivial detail. At present, I am in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows. Engaging with them will be folly. I promptly made my way towards the bamboo grove, arriving at a muddy pit where I rolled once more. The recent rain had created numerous such quagmires, and the four individuals who had vanished moments ago undoubtedly utilized the mud to obscure their body temperatures. Yet, I possessed an advantage over them, my familiarity with the terrain. I swiftly embarked on an alternate path, hastening towards the coastline with remarkable speed. Soon, I reached a rocky promontory to the south. There I took cover, retrieved my M21 from my back, and peered through the underbrush. Under the cloak of night, I observed that the speedboat anchored by the shore remained, indicating they had not yet retreated. My earlier decision not to sabotage their vessel was a strategic ploy, intended to deceive them into believing I was unaware of their landing position. Before long, one individual emerged from the coconut grove, inspecting the boat for damage. Upon discovering it unscathed, he gestured for the others to join him. The remaining three soon burst forth from the thicket. I realized I lacked the certainty to swiftly eliminate all four. The moment I fire my first shot, they would likely retreat into the trees. Thus, I held my fire, waiting until their vessel drifted over 50 meters from shore before taking my shot under the moonlight. Whoosh! I struck the mercenary manning the outer controls. The boat jolted, and immediately another individual rushed to regain control. They understood that their only recourse was to commandeer the vessel and flee, as the tumultuous waves would preclude any chance of swimming back to safety. They must have taken refuge within the small craft, rendering them invisible to my optics. Of course, it was also plausible that they had plunged into the sea, gripping the sides of the boat for cover. With rapid precision, I unleashed a barrage from my M21. Even if I could not discern their forms clearly at this distance, my knowledge of the vessel's layout ensured that I could still hit my targets. The occupants of the speedboat remained uncertain of their fate, yet the vessel veered eastward instead of south, seemingly out of control. Nonetheless, to ensure their complete retreat, I fired an additional 5 or 6 rounds at the fleeing craft until it vanished from my sight. I then meticulously surveyed the surface of the water with my night vision equipment, finding no trace of them, which allowed me to breathe a sigh of relief. However, just then, a red light flickered above me, and I quickly realized it could be a drone. Damn it! I dashed toward the trees. No sooner had I covered 5 or 6 meters than the position I had just vacated erupted with a deafening explosion. The drone had unleashed its payload. Were they intent on leaving no survivors? A swell of uncertainty gripped me, and I turned to flee, my ears ringing from the blast. Fortunately, I had the agility to escape swiftly and concealed myself behind the trees. Otherwise, I would surely have been injured by the shrapnel. The positions of the 2 women are now compromised, and we must evacuate tonight. However, the adversary possesses drones, which could potentially track us relentlessly or drop bombs upon us as we navigate through the forest. Drones are exceedingly difficult to counter. After much contemplation, I resolved to refrain from returning to the bamboo shelter for the time being. The drone hovering above is likely to continue its pursuit. I must devise a method to bring it down, for it poses a significant threat to my safety. Yet, as I gazed upwards in the dense woodland, the only sight was the opaque canopy of trees, rendering any attempt to target the drone futile. Although a drone can carry only 1 bomb at a time, the uncertainty of how many drones they possess is the most pressing concern. I sprinted southward, determined to seek their main forces. I deliberately ran along the shoreline for a while, before halting on an open stretch of sand. The night vision capabilities of my helmet did not extend to long-distance searches, so I removed the personal thermal imager from around my neck, which has both telephoto and wide-angle functionalities. I cast my eyes skyward and soon spotted the drone still hovering above. Its heated components contrasted starkly against the cool backdrop of the night sky. However, it had lost its bombing capacity. It trailed me with the sole intent of maintaining its target and awaited the arrival of a second drone to resume its assault. If they managed the bomb's explosive force effectively, they could severely injure me without causing death. The drone from the fishing vessel would arrive here in mere minutes. I lay flat on the beach, raising my M21 sniper rifle. Having initially acquired the target with the thermal imager, it was considerably easier to observe it through the helmet's thermal display. Once I locked onto the target, I fired a shot that struck the drone directly. It plummeted like a leaf caught in the wind. After downing it, I refrained from continuing southward, as my previous actions had already revealed my intentions. Should I head towards the fishing vessel, they would undoubtedly become wary, affording me no advantage. Thus, I resolved to return and locate the poisoned mercenaries. On my way, I stumbled upon the two mercenaries who had been struck in the neck. They were not dead yet, but their senses were dulled and their bodies were numb. I searched them and recovered 4 egg-shaped grenades and 2 Glock 19 handguns. As I traversed the marsh, I cooled my body surface once more to avoid detection by the returning drones. Their new drones should be searching along the route I had just fled, and the residual heat from the stove near the bamboo shelter should have dissipated by now. As long as the 2 women remain within the shelter, the drone's thermal imaging will not be able to detect them. Returning to the first mercenary caught in the trap, I realized in my haste I had neglected to search him. He, too, possessed 2 egg-shaped grenades. I now had a total of 6 such grenades. Employing these lethal devices to set traps would yield considerable effectiveness. However, they are certainly no longer inclined to hastily deploy troops at this juncture. The pressing matter at hand is to neutralize the remaining drones. Otherwise, the days ahead will be exceedingly arduous. But how to deal with the remaining drones? This presents a rather challenging dilemma. Nonetheless, an attempt must be made. I returned to the marsh area, dragging one of the mercenaries to the base of a banyan tree, propping him against the trunk to sit. Subsequently, I pulled another mercenary into the marsh to dissipate his body heat. In this manner, should the drones search the sky, they would not detect 2 heat sources, thus averting any suspicion of their seemingly unscathed comrade. Meanwhile, I awaited patiently in the open expanse of the marsh. Yet, after a considerable time, the second drone did not appear to drop bombs. I was certain they possessed a second drone. Otherwise, they would not have deployed one to track me while I was by the sea. Utilizing a soldier's thermal imaging wide-angle lens, I continued to scan the skies for heat sources. The background of the sky was a cold hue, and it was a vast expanse of cool tones. Any heat source would be easily discernible. My observations were meticulous. Suddenly, I detected 2 small heat sources and promptly employed a telephoto lens for a closer inspection. One drone was located approximately 50 meters above the banyan tree, while the other hovered 200 meters high, an altitude that would be nearly invisible without careful scrutiny. The thermal imaging capabilities of the drone were ineffective at such heights unless identifying a significantly high heat source. What could be the purpose of a drone at 200 meters? Did they suspect that the individual beneath the banyan tree was a trap? If I were to shoot down the first drone, the second could detect my position through the high heat signature of my rifle barrel and subsequently drop bombs on my location. What a cunning strategy! Upon realizing this, I was struck with astonishment. Had I been even slightly careless, I could have fallen into their trap. When engaging in a battle of wits with such astute elites, it is often the minutiae that dictate life or death. Boom! At that moment, the drone above the banyan tree released a bomb. Whoosh! I immediately fired a shot, taking down the drone above the banyan tree, then drew my handgun, firing a round into the ground before tossing the pistol beside the mercenary I had previously dragged. Meanwhile, I placed the barrel of my M21 sniper rifle into the marsh to cool it down. I swiftly sprinted to the cover of a small hill located 40 meters away. This hill, positioned at the marsh's edge, also afforded a clear view. At that moment, the second drone swiftly descended to a position 100 meters above, locking onto the heat signature from my earlier shot. Boom! Another explosion echoed. However, this time, I retracted my rifle barrel. Rather than blind the drone's sensors, it was more advantageous to make them believe they had severely injured or killed me. There had always been one question that eluded my understanding. Why were they using drones to bomb me? Did they not wish to retrieve the box and data? Clearly not. They likely realized there were still people near the bamboo shed. In other words, during this period, Shunya or Chun Xiao ventured out and were discovered by them. Now, they realized that capturing the individuals at the bamboo hut might lead them to uncover the whereabouts of the data in the box. This effectively added another layer of assurance, emboldening them to employ more extreme measures against me without hesitation. The drone bombs, while typically lacking in destructive power, are unlikely to be fatal. However, should they fall into their hands, they possess ample means to extract secrets from me. The drone above hovered in midair, showing no signs of departing. It seemed to have locked onto this location, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. I utilized thermal imaging to observe the mercenary at the original position. His leg had been shattered, and the searing blood that splattered should have alerted the drone. Their fishing boats would arrive shortly. I immediately dashed toward the seaside, wrapping my 2 handguns in a condom as I ran. Simultaneously, I fashioned a wooden hook with my dagger along the way. Upon reaching the shore, I plunged into the ocean, where the tumultuous waves surged fiercely. It took considerable effort to swim beyond the tumultuous area, finally arriving at a rock that jutted 1 meter above the surface. My calculations were accurate. The fishing boat, after setting sail, took half an hour to navigate from the river channel to this point. I had preemptively concealed myself in the sea, intending to swiftly board their vessel as they came ashore. If I waited until their personnel had landed before attempting to board, it would be too late. By then, the attention of those aboard would be significantly heightened. Upon docking, the crew must cover the main mercenaries as they disembark. Thus, the sniper mercenaries left on the deck must remain vigilant regarding the coastline to prevent any enemies from lying in wait and attacking their primary mercenaries. At this moment, all the attention of the mercenaries on the deck was directed toward the opposite shore. This fleeting moment presented the optimal opportunity for me to board the vessel. Chapter 73. The seizure of the vessel. With the arrival of the fishing boat, I submerged myself beneath the water, ensuring that my body was entirely concealed, while using the jagged rocks to shield my head from the prying eyes of the ship's observers equipped with thermal imaging devices. Shortly thereafter, the fishing boat slowed its pace, attempting to glide into the shallow waters opposite the landing site. I could not afford to wait for them to anchor before making my approach, as I would be too late. As the vessel drifted, I meticulously calculated its eventual position and then plunged directly into the water. Due to concerns about running aground, the fishing boat did not venture too close to the shore, maintaining a distance of approximately 200 meters. At last, the ship began to drop anchor, the harsh clanging of the anchor chain resonating through the water and into my ears. I had descended from an angle above the boat, and now, as they moored, the mercenaries on deck should have begun surveying the shoreline in preparation for disembarkation. While I cautiously surfaced for air, I glanced at the distance between the fishing boat and myself before swiftly diving back underwater. I held my breath and propelled myself to the eastern side of the vessel. As I lingered in the water, I could distinctly hear the mercenaries conversing on deck. Once you reach the island, you must locate that individual swiftly. We cannot allow him to perish. Additionally, send someone to the location of the primary heat source. There are still people there. If that individual is lost, those at the primary heat source might know the whereabouts of the box. Understood. Act immediately. Before long, I heard the sound of a small boat being lowered from the fishing vessel. Since the small craft was being deployed from the side facing the shore, I was unable to observe their activities. However, as the boat descended, I cautiously extended a wooden hook from the water to catch the ship's railing. Given that I had secured the hook at the rear of the vessel, their attention was diverted toward the shore and the individuals boarding the small boat, leaving the deck unpatrolled. They would never suspect that someone might be lurking aboard the ship as soon as it came to a halt. Such a notion defied all logic. Moreover, they were well aware of the drone's explosives having struck their target. Nevertheless, this fleeting window of opportunity for defense was exceedingly precarious. A moment's carelessness could lead to my demise at the hands of a gunman. I swiftly scaled the side of the vessel using the wooden hook, peering onto the deck. My vantage point did not afford me a complete view, as the stern obscured my line of sight, allowing me only to see the anchor winch at the bow and part of the stern. In my limited field of vision, there were no signs of life. Seizing the moment, I deftly hoisted myself aboard. Pressing my body against the wall of the stern, I retrieved 2 Glock 19 handguns, carefully slicing through the safety straps and inserting my index finger into the trigger guard. I crouched low, inching forward along the wall. It was not until I heard the outboard motor of the small boat roar to life that I sprang forth from the stern like a specter emerging from the shadows. On the deck, 5 mercenaries stood, one of whom was a sniper observing the shore, while the other 4, including their leader, gazed out at the small boat approaching the island, utterly oblivious to the peril lurking behind them. Bang, 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 at such a close range, and with my dual-wielding pistols, the 5 shots rang out in less than 2 seconds. The 5 mercenaries collapsed at once, their bodies struck by gunfire. How could this be possible? The mercenary captain lay on the ground, clutching his wound, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at me, teetering on the brink of death. The other mercenaries were in a similar plight, utterly astonished that I had emerged unscathed from the explosion. They could not fathom how I had deceived them. Moreover, the audacity to board their vessel while they had just docked was beyond their comprehension, though they were seasoned elites. Even the most skilled can falter. In my solitary combat, I often exhibited a heightened focus and a knack for exploiting vulnerabilities, unlike their collective reliance on safety in numbers and dependency on a leader. Bang, 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 bang. I swiftly fired another shot into their heads, denying them any opportunity for a reaction. The crew on the smaller boat must have heard the gunfire. Despite the roar of the engine, my 10 shots were unmistakable. When they turned to find one of their comrades, missing from the deck, they would surely grasp the gravity of the situation. Consequently, I dare not raise my weapon above the cover of the deck to shoot at the small boat, for doing so could expose me to the sharpshooters aboard, who could easily take me down. Although hitting a target from the boat would be challenging, skilled marksmen would not find it daunting. With only 1 life to lose, I deemed that risk unacceptable. Securing the vessel was paramount. As for the 2 women in the bamboo hut, they brought this upon themselves. Had they heeded my instructions, the mercenaries would have remained oblivious to their presence. I had merely lured them away using the residual heat from the stove, setting the stage for my ambush. Once I commandeered the larger ship, I could navigate it toward the lagoon, leaving the mercenaries who had landed on the island unaware of the women's presence in the bamboo hut, thus enabling my return to rescue them. Alas, they obstinately refused to follow my orders and insisted on leaving the hut. I had no intention of bearing the consequences of their folly. I fired at the overhead high-wattage bulb on the deck, shattering it. The cabin still glowed with light, but there should be no mercenaries remaining. The recent barrage of gunfire on the deck would have prompted any that were inside to emerge. However, I could not descend to investigate, for the crew aboard the small boat had realized something was amiss with the fishing vessel. Upon landing, they would undoubtedly position snipers on the island to provide cover while sending others back. Thus, I hastily retracted the side net of the ship, ensuring it remained sufficient for them to climb aboard the deck. Utilizing the raised guardrails of the ship for concealment, I crawled to the anchor winch at the bow. Crouching beside the winch, I used it as a shield, extending my hand to activate it and adjust the settings. Bang, bang, bang. Indeed, a barrage of bullets rained down upon the winch, the impact producing a cacophony of deafening sounds. Yet, it did not affect me. I swiftly made my way toward the control room, donning a helmet along the way, as shouts from the mercenaries on the shore echoed in my earpiece. Clearly, they had been calling out without receiving a response, prompting them to open fire on the deck. I ignored them, instead focusing on controlling the ship's speed while coordinating the anchor winch, quickly retracting the anchor chain. The vessel's speed gradually increased, swiftly vanishing into the shallow waters. Damn it! How cunning! The coarse shouts of the mercenaries echoed in my ears. There were still individuals near the first heat source, likely survivors who had escaped the cruise ship alongside him. Hey, I know you can hear me. If you wish for your companions to survive, it would be wise to return the ship to us. Damn it, do you hear me? Must you be so naive? Do you truly believe I would return the ship to you? I sneered. Do you not care about the fate of your comrades? I care far more for my own life. Of course, if you desire the box and that hard drive, you might consider delivering those 2 women to me. I shall await you by the lagoon tomorrow. Do not say I did not warn you. If the women are not aboard by noon tomorrow, I will depart without delay. Not a moment longer. I responded with a cold laugh. To preserve my sanity, I must employ certain measures to rescue the 2 women. Chapter 74. Black Sail Island. I removed my earpiece and, clutching 2 grenades, approached the well ladder. "Come out, my other self in the cabin, or I shall be compelled to toss in these grenades," I called out. Moments later, a voice emerged, Nepalis. "I'm coming out. Please don't throw the grenades." "I warn you," I replied coldly. "Do not act foolishly, for the consequences shall be yours to bear." For the time being, I deemed it necessary to spare Nepala's life. On one hand, my alter ego detested the notion of taking innocent lives, and on the other, Napala was a chemist, one of the 2 individuals aside from Bapasong, who possessed the knowledge to develop that particular concoction. She might prove valuable in the future. Shortly thereafter, Napala emerged from the well ladder, alone. However, as soon as she stepped up, I hurled one of the grenades inside. Napala's eyes widened in shock as she questioned my intentions. "Why are you blowing up the ship? Aren't you afraid it will be damaged?" I ignored her. A mere grenade could not possibly breach the vessel. My primary concern was to ascertain if any clever rogue lay in wait, poised to ambush me. "I'm merely having some fun. I still have a few grenades left." With that, I pulled the pin from another grenade and tossed it inside. Napala regarded me as if I were mad. Boom! Another explosion reverberated, startling her once more. "Get down," I commanded, and she dared not defy me. In her eyes, it seemed I was capable of anything. The cabin's lights had long since been extinguished, and after she descended, I followed suit. I handed her a flashlight, which she switched on, revealing a scene of utter devastation in the lower cabin. Beneath a bunk, a figure lay convulsing, frothing at the mouth like a fish struck by a torpedo. "Drag this dead fish out. We cannot have it stinking up the cabin," I instructed Napala. With great effort, she managed to pull the individual from beneath the bed. I surveyed the cabin once more and confirmed there were no others present. I dragged the incapacitated figure out of the cabin, cleared away the bodies and supplies on the deck, and disposed of them in the sea. There were no surplus drones in the aft, but I did come across an MG5 machine gun and a box of ammunition. Given the limited equipment and their rapid arrival at this island, it was evident that their main force was already engaged in some operation in these waters and had dispatched a small team to deal with me upon receiving this secondary task. If that were the case, their main force could not be far off. It became imperative to vacate this location swiftly. Otherwise, should I encounter their main contingent, I, the solitary commander, along with 2 or 3 additional burdens, would be oblivious to my impending demise. Damn it. I should have known to contact them to arrive at the lagoon tonight. A wave of melancholy washed over me. The reason I insisted on their arrival before noon tomorrow was due to the woman's leg injury. Additionally, if I were to hasten their delivery, it might suggest that the 2 women held significant importance to me, thereby risking exposure and potential threats. Changing the timeline now would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, especially since I had already eliminated numerous members of their team. They would not easily grant me the women tonight. Thus, altering the schedule had become an unfeasible option. Their main forces might very well approach tonight. It infuriated me. After such effort to seize the ship, I could not relinquish it so easily. Yet, I could not abandon the 2 women and leave alone. My frustration was pushing me toward the brink of irrationality. Hastily, I fished a test tube from my pocket, uncorked it, and inhaled deeply. Instantly, my mind felt much clearer, and my thoughts became more agile. This substance was indeed remarkable. An idea struck me. I immediately searched the cockpit and, to my fortune, stumbled upon a nautical chart. A red dot was marked on the chart. Upon closer inspection, I initially assumed that indicated the island I was on, but soon realized my mistake. The area surrounding the red did not feature a second island, and the island I occupied was indeed connected to the northern island, separated by roughly 10 nautical miles. This island was entirely isolated. How could such a large island have emerged in the Banda Sea? It resembled a sail. From the scale on the nautical chart, I calculated that the island spanned approximately 30 kilometers in length and about 18 kilometers at its widest point, surrounded by numerous smaller islets. A land mass of such magnitude must surely be inhabited. However, I cannot recall such a large island existing in the Banda Sea. Although I am not a geography teacher, I trust my memory implicitly. This island had never appeared on any map unless it was undisclosed. In this world, despite the presence of satellites, There are indeed restrictions imposed by United Nations protocols that could conceal areas one wishes to keep hidden, especially a mere island of this size. While this island may seem substantial in comparison to my current location, it is but a grain of sand in the vast expanse of the Banda Sea, insignificant among the thousands of islands belonging to Indonesia. Even if someone were to spot it from the sea, they would likely regard it as just another ordinary island. As long as it remains undisclosed and closed to tourism, no one would set foot on it. Yet, why was this island marked on the nautical chart? I could not fathom it. Perhaps it was due to some military secret, or it served as a military base for a certain nation. But why would these mercenaries gather there? It eluded my understanding. As I casually flipped through the map, I discovered a line of English text on the reverse side, Black Sail Island. This translation was indeed fitting, as the island resembled a sail. The use of black lettering, however, remained a mystery. It was at that moment that I heard a sound behind me. I swiftly grasped my firearm and aimed it backward, startling Napala, who raised her hands and stared at me with her bell-like eyes. It would be prudent not to appear unexpectedly behind me again, I remarked coldly. Napala let out a soft acknowledgement. Is there something you desire? Noticing her gaze fixated on the map in my hand, I hastily tucked it away and inquired icily. I merely intended to come upstairs to find something to eat. Would you like some? If so, I can prepare a portion for you in the kitchen, Napala offered. No need. I fear you may poison it, I replied. Napala looked taken aback, perhaps questioning my bluntness. Very well, then you may feast on your own cooking. But I trust you do not intend to venture to Black Sails Island? Chapter 75. Origins. The words of Napala immediately capture my attention. Having spent a significant portion of the day with these mercenaries, it was not surprising that she possessed intelligence regarding Black Sail Island. My interest in Black Sail Island was rather tepid. However, as the enemy was likely to approach from that location, it became imperative for me to comprehend its geographical features, how long it would take them to reach here if they set sail during the night, and which route they would choose. Only then could I potentially evade them during their voyage and avoid drawing unwanted attention. Are you familiar with Black Sail Island? I inquired. Napala nodded, and I gestured for her to come closer. You need not seek food any longer. Come over and examine the nautical chart, and inform me of our island's location. Napala had intentionally come to this island, so she must possess knowledge of its whereabouts. She cast a cautious glance in my direction. Seemingly apprehensive of my intentions, yet fearing my impatience, she hesitated only briefly before climbing up the well ladder to approach me. I handed her the yellowed nautical chart. This map does not indicate our island's position, she remarked after a mere glance. Are you jesting? This is a nautical chart. It pertains specifically to this maritime region. It cannot possibly lack such information. I felt a surge of irritation at her apparent dismissal. I am not deceiving you. It is indeed true. This nautical chart is not of this era. I overheard the mercenaries mention that it was derived from an ancient Western European tome, Napala replied innocently. I scrutinized the chart once more. Although it bore a yellowed appearance, this was not due to the material, but rather the very nature of the map itself. The paper was relatively new. This is not an original document, but rather a copy. Can you at least approximate our island's location? I asked. It should be around here. Napala indicated with her finger. I glanced at the indicated spot, estimating it to be approximately 100 nautical miles from Black Sail Island. However, given that this nautical chart was not contemporary, the scale was likely inaccurate, and the margin of error could be considerable. Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding this island? I pressed further. I do not know much, she replied. Please share what you know. I am eager to understand what these mercenaries are doing over there, I insisted. Napala pouted slightly, indicating her dissatisfaction with my tone. Nonetheless, she did not dare to neglect my request. They say this island is shrouded in mystery. Some ancient navigators ventured there, while others could not locate it at all. In summary, the accounts are quite enigmatic and lack credibility. They resemble tales of treasure hunts from Western Europe, Napala explained. Indeed, under the scrutiny of modern technology, there should be nothing novel beneath the sun. However, you have yet to disclose why they wish to visit that island. I concur with her sentiments. Of course, it is for money, for profit, Napala declared. What kind of profit could possibly exist on Black Sail Island? I inquired once more. To be candid, I am equally in the dark. However, Bapasong might possess some knowledge. It is rumored that the plants required for his research on this novel drug were sourced from that enigmatic Black Sail Island and subsequently cultivated on the North Island. Of course, I find it hard to believe such tales, yet I have indeed encountered descriptions of such flora in various texts, remarked Napala. What kind of plant is it? I cannot help but inquire, driven by curiosity. One cannot precisely categorize it as a plant. It is a fungus, a hallucinogenic fungus, to be exact. There exists a plethora of hallucinogenic fungi, among which is the blue hand fungus, quite abundant in Yunnan, rendering it rather unremarkable. Napala, being from the Golden Triangle region, should be well aware of this, I stated. I am aware, but this particular fungus is rather unique, adorned with extraordinary patterns, Napala replied. The world boasts an astonishing variety of fungi, with estimates reaching up to 2 million species, of which merely 150,000 have been identified. Even a mycological expert would struggle to recognize them all, which is hardly surprising. However, the ability to discern commercial value from these fungi is indeed a remarkable skill of yours, I remarked. This must be the essence of Black Sail Island's worth, then. Should there exist other undiscovered treasures on the island, their potential value could be boundless, thereby justifying the mercenaries' presence on the island, I conjectured. If the island holds such significance, their manpower should be stretched thin. Why would they send individuals to meddle here instead of securing the island? I queried. Who informed you that they have already landed on the island? Napala shot back, her eyes wide with disbelief. They have not set foot on Black Sail Island? I asked, furrowing my brow. Certainly not. They have been scouring this maritime expanse for Black Sail Island, but to no avail. Reluctant to return empty-handed, they received information via the dark web from Bapasong, which prompted their arrival here, she explained. So you imply they lack a substantial force? I inquired. They do have a considerable force, but that contingent will only deploy once they have located Black Sail Island. It is improbable that they would all roam the seas aimlessly. Napala clarified. Such mercenaries typically earn a handsome wage. Without concrete intelligence, they would not squander their time searching for a nebulous legendary island. If this island indeed exists but eludes detection by satellites, it would be utterly bizarre, I mused, shaking my head. Indeed, yet they are persistently engaged in this endeavor. Napala lamented. Did Bapasong ever divulge how to access it? Do others remain oblivious to his entry? I pressed on. How could he possibly disclose the means of entry to me? Others are even less likely to know. This is his livelihood. Consider the island's terrifying value. Once others learn he possesses a method of entry, his days of comfort would be over. I inadvertently gleaned this while overhearing him speak in his sleep. In his sleep? I chuckled, bemused. Can one truly trust sleep talk? Do not bear that expression. Sleep talk reveals the subconscious, often holding greater veracity. While that may be the case, never mind, I shall not dwell on that island. Do tell me, where is the main force of the mercenaries? I wish to avoid an encounter with them while making my escape, I concluded. I can inform you, but will you guarantee my survival? Napala inquired. I cannot assure that. Yet your silence certainly guarantees no chance of living, I replied coldly. Napala bit her crimson lip. Her current state appeared remarkably improved. She no longer bore the expressionless visage and vacant gaze of before. Her speech was now imbued with much greater expressiveness. Conversely, I remained inscrutable, uncertain whether she discerned anything unusual upon my countenance. Here, Napala pointed to a location on the map. I glanced at it. Was that not Brew Island? It was a considerable distance of over 200 nautical miles from our current isle. According to the map, Black Sail's island lay within the deep sea expanse between our island and Brew Island. Even if they were to notify the main forces tonight, departing from Brew Island, it would take at least 10 hours to arrive at such a maximum speed aboard a fishing vessel. In reality, it would likely require over 20 hours. We still have time until noon tomorrow. Chapter 76. The ship of Theseus, I navigated the vessel to the lagoon, maintaining a distance of 2,000 meters, ensuring that they could see the ship, yet could not lie in ambush on the shore. Napara, drop the anchor, I instructed. I'm not very skilled at that. She replied. You're quite clever. You should know how to operate the anchoring mechanism, I said. I'm not asking about starting the anchor winch, but rather how much line to let out. Isn't their standard for that? Napara inquired. The depth of the water should be in proportion to the anchor chain at a ratio of 1:3 to 1:5. When the anchor touches the bottom, note the markings on the anchor. One section is 27.5 meters. Do you understand how to proceed? I explained to Napera, who obediently moved to the bow and activated the anchor winch. The dark chain descended into the water, and the fishing boat swayed on the surface due to inertia. Once the anchor chain had been sufficiently released, the vessel turned with the current and eventually came to a halt. Now that we are anchored, what should we do next? Napera asked, clapping her hands as she returned. You should go below deck and sleep. Unless I give you permission, do not come up. Otherwise, be wary of my handgun, understood? I cautioned. Understood, she replied, casting me a glance before retreating to the lower deck. The captain's quarters were located in the wheelhouse. After a day of fatigue, I decided it was time for a shower and a change into clean clothes. I discovered a set of camouflage attire and some disposable shorts in the bedroom, then proceeded to the bathroom to wash off the grime. After a refreshing shower, I felt much better. I made my way to the kitchen, where I was delighted to find a plethora of fresh fish and vegetables in the large refrigerator. I took out some tomatoes, eggs, and a fish. Suddenly, I remembered that Napera hadn't eaten. She had intended to cook before I interrupted her. I had accidentally added an extra cup of rice, but relying on memory, I managed to prepare the meal in about half an hour and called Napera up to join me. She was surprised to see that I could cook. I didn't expect you to be a cook, she exclaimed. Do you think I only know how to kill? I replied. Napera smirked, picked up her chopsticks, and was ready to eat. After tasting the food, she nodded in approval. Delicious. At that moment, I eagerly joined in, as I had been ravenous, especially after having such fine fare on the deserted island. Soon, we devoured the meal with great enthusiasm. Time to wash the dishes, I announced. Napera sighed, expressing her preference for cooking over cleaning, conveniently leaving the task to me. To prevent any midnight assaults by enemies boarding the ship, I planned to extinguish all lights on the vessel. Before that, I needed to disassemble and maintain the firearms I brought aboard. After finishing the dishes, Napera retreated to the lower deck, likely hesitant to engage in idle chatter, understanding the risks of prying into my affairs. That night, I lay comfortably in the soft bedding, quickly succumbing to slumber. Naturally, I had taken precautions at the door. Should anyone dare to enter, I would be ready to grasp the handgun resting on my bedside. Certainly, I have fashioned a rudimentary device at my bedside, whereby upon my awakening, a test tube filled with a potent concoction would be shattered by a falling barrel. This mechanism serves to prevent the emergence of the primary personality. However, it is rather peculiar. After my last slumber, the primary persona did not reawaken. I am left to ponder whether this occurrence will repeat itself. If it does not, I surmise that the primary personality may have begun to evade the haunting memories of the last act of violence. In his unwillingness to confront such grim realities, he may choose to withdraw, and should this avoidance persist, I might gradually assimilate into the primary identity. Furthermore, I find myself slowly embracing a spectrum of emotions and perceptions. This sensation is truly extraordinary. During the night, no significant events transpired. As the latter hours approached, rain began to fall, its rhythmic patter upon the deck lulling me into a deep and comfortable slumber. I have a fondness for the soothing sounds of nature's rain. The downpour continued into the morning, and upon awakening, the primary persona had not reclaimed control of the body. I am acutely aware that if he were to accept the demise of his comrades, we would effectively merge. Yet, should he remain unable to confront the murder of an innocent woman, he may either selectively forget or retreat indefinitely, ceasing to manifest. This ambiguity leaves me uncertain of my identity, whether I belong to the secondary or tertiary persona. If I have assimilated the primary persona's other emotions, yet have not embraced his excessive benevolence and militaristic mindset, I remain merely a subpersonality. However, I find little concern in this distinction. As long as he does not reappear, my existence remains unchallenged. Gradually, I have come to define myself. This self is not without merit. Is there not a philosophical hypothesis known as the ship of Theseus? A vessel named Theseus embarks on long voyages, growing increasingly decrepit with time. The captain continuously repairs and replaces its parts until every component is new. Does it still retain its identity as the ship of Theseus? If the discarded parts are reassembled into a new ship, what then should that vessel be named? My circumstances bear a resemblance to the ship of Theseus. When viewed from a certain perspective, from a biological standpoint, none of the cells in my body remain as they were 7 years ago. My thoughts have evolved beyond those of my past self, yet I continue to inhabit this form that resembles my former self. So what if my personality has transformed? I remain who I am, yet I could also embody anyone. The essence governing this body has shed numerous unnecessary components. Does the abandonment of certain emotions and sentiments render me any less myself? Gazing out at the sea and sky, I find myself contemplating these philosophical inquiries, thoughts that would have once evaded my consideration. It is evident that the secondary persona has begun to absorb some of the primary persona's ideologies, perhaps diluting my purity. Nevertheless, I revel in this transformation, for I have discovered the capacity to ponder other matters. It is akin to having opened a gateway to a new realm, one adorned with vibrant blossoms, and I long to fully immerse myself in its allure. Tap, tap. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Nightshade, I have prepared breakfast. Will you join me? Came Napala's voice from outside. I promptly emerged, having concealed all the medications and firearms within the room yesterday, ensuring that Napala would not dare to act inappropriately. However, before I opened the door, I noticed 2 speedboats approaching from the direction of the lagoon. Swiftly, I grabbed my binoculars to observe. I discerned that one vessel carried Shunya and Chun Xiao Xiao, accompanied by a mercenary, while the other boat housed a solitary mercenary. They certainly arrived quite early. Chapter 77. Return. These individuals must have discovered the other speedboat I had concealed by the seaside. Otherwise, it would be perilous for him to approach in a single craft. Soon, the speedboat trailing behind ceased its advance towards the fishing vessel, instead circling in the vicinity. The front speedboat swiftly approached the fishing boat, yet, after closing in to a distance of 100 meters, it dared not come nearer, instead opting to circle around, attempting to lure me out onto the deck. Both of these fellows were astute, choosing to operate in the early morning mist. This served as a safety signal, indicating that no snipers would be present on the shore 2 kilometers away. Even if there were, they would struggle to discern their target. Moreover, their 2 fishing boats were in motion, serving the dual purpose of avoiding my fire while also signaling that there were no snipers aboard the speedboats. They were well aware of my caliber as a skilled tactician. Without these safety signals, I could easily discern their subtle machinations, leading to the potential collapse of this transaction. I had to exit my room when Napala had already emerged. I picked up the helmet from the room and activated the earpiece, at which point I began to receive their voices. Night Shadow, we have brought the individuals. Now you may hand over the items. We need not continue this fight. You can go wherever you desire. Deliver the people, return Napala, and the items you seek remain on the island. I shall provide you with the coordinates, and do not attempt to negotiate. Otherwise, our discussions are over, I retorted. You. Very well, I shall send the individuals over, and I hope you will honor your promise. The other party lacked the leverage to negotiate with me. As long as I was indifferent to the fates of those 2 lives, they could not threaten me. Of course, even if they were aware of my concern for those lives, it would still pose no threat, for their own lives rested in my hands. Though they were aboard their vessel, I could readily produce my machine gun and unleash a barrage upon their boat, ensuring their demise. Thus, should they harm those 2 women, they would meet their own end as well. Leveraging the suffering of the women against me was futile, as they understood the caliber of my prowess. Such actions would only hasten their demise. Their only recourse was to hope that I would keep my word. I had also instilled a modicum of confidence in them by informing them that the items were on the island. Shortly thereafter, another speedboat, bearing the 2 women, approached. I instructed Napala to lower the side door, and as the 2 women drew near, they ascended to the deck with great effort, suppressing their pain under the prodding of the mercenaries. Napala, you should return with them, I said. Napala glanced at me from the hatch, an expression of reluctance crossing her features. However, she nodded and made her way back to the speedboat below. Upon seeing me, Shunya and Chun Xiao Xiao's expressions transformed from anxiety to elation. They likely feared that the mercenaries intended to sell them. After all, they were unaware that I had seized control of the boat. "Brother Wongu," the two women exclaimed in unison. "Come back inside. We shall depart from this place shortly," I instructed. At that moment, the voices of the mercenaries echoed through the earpiece. "Night Shadow, could you please tell me where those things are?" The other party inquired politely. "In the bamboo grove where you encounter the trap. It is not extensive, and if you search diligently beneath the thickets, you are bound to discover them," I replied. Soon, the two speedboats vanished along the shoreline, and I proceeded to activate the anchor winch, preparing to set sail. As for the assassins pursuing me, they no longer concerned me. We navigated the seas for 15 days, eventually entering the South China Sea. There, we established contact with our nation's patrol fleet, disclosed our identities, and were swiftly arranged for return to our homeland. Shinya resumed her position at the company until her husband departed from this world a year later. During that year, I returned to the countryside, embracing the life of a farmer. As time passed, I gradually revitalized my spirit amidst the pastoral existence. Throughout that year, I had not succumbed to illness, and I even recalled all the memories I had previously shunned. I had learned to reconcile with my past. One midday, as I sat idly at my doorstep, an Audi van suddenly appeared on the village road, captivating the attention of the village's remaining children and women. The vehicle halted beneath the longan tree at the village entrance, and from my home, I could discern the tree, albeit from a distance that obscured the figures descending from the car. However, I could see two elegantly dressed women accompanied by an infant, guided by the villagers. They approached my abode, and it was then that I recognized who they were: Shunya and Chun Xiao Xiao. These two fair and noble women, against the backdrop of the village's dark-skinned women and children, appeared almost ethereal, exuding the elegance and refinement characteristic of urban women. Shunya and Chun Xiao Xiao approached me, their faces adorned with smiles as they greeted me. I stood there, foolishly gazing at the baby in the stroller, who smiled back at me. At a loss for words, I was soon joined by my elderly parents, who emerged from the house. Seeing two young women from the city, my father hurried over to greet them. "Wang Tai, why didn't you mention we had guests? Introduce them to your father. These two are..." My father, a genuine farmer dressed in simple attire, bore a look of bewilderment on his honest face, striving to speak as graciously as possible, while my mother knelt down to entertain the child. "Uncle, I am Wang Tai's fiancé, Yi, and this is Wang Tai's son, your grandson," Shunya introduced. I stared incredulously at Shunya and then at the child. "What is his name?" I asked her. "He is called Wang Kong." A myriad of emotions surged within me. I had never imagined that I, a man of my standing, would one day embrace the role of father. I had thought that my existence would forever be intertwined with these mountains and the land nestled within them. "Feel free to hold him." Shunya observed my awkwardness and smiled. I gently lifted him from the stroller, cradling this tiny form. I suddenly felt as though I embraced the entirety of the world, an unprecedented sensation, as if warm currents were surging into my heart. The end.